Battling Records of the Chosen One, chapter 1780 to chapter 1836. The mountains and rivers were barren, the ravines crisscrossed, and the dust was all over the sky. There was no grass or vitality here. Only the raging wind whistled like a sharp knife, making a whining sound like the crying of ghosts and gods. Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness, and after a while, a haze appeared between his eyebrows. There was not only no vitality here, but also no power of the Great Way, which couldn't be sensed. The world was covered with the power of the Great Way, which could produce mysterious forces such as spiritual qi, primordial qi, chaotic qi, and so on needed for cultivation. It was like water in a river, and practitioners were like fish in the water. Without water, how could they talk about cultivation? Whoosh, Lin Sun rose into the sky, reaching thousands of feet, tens of thousands of feet. Soon, he came to the top of the sky, stood in the void and looked down. Only then did he notice that the place where he stood just now was a star. However, this star looked extremely desolate and dim. Where is this? Lin Sun's expression was uncertain. If he was in a world, there would be world order and rules of Zhou Tian. But here, he couldn't feel the breath of the world at all. Whoosh, Lin Sun continued to fly higher and higher. Gradually, he saw many stars in his field of vision. Some were bright and resplendent, some were dim and dull, some converged into nebulae, and some turned into rivers of stars, above the starry sky. Lin Sun was stunned. What he saw in front of him was undoubtedly extremely magnificent and magnificent. The stars were uneven, and the vast and boundless scenery was fascinating. But after a long time, it inevitably gave people a sense of loneliness and confusion, as if they were lost in it, not knowing the way back or the way ahead. Not long after, Lin Sun came to a bright star and flew into it. He spread his spiritual awareness and explored for a long time. Lin Sun frowned more and more. There was still no vitality and the Great Way here. Lin Sun didn't believe it. In the next time, he flashed through the starry sky and appeared on the surface of one star after another. He searched for a long time, but in the end, he found nothing. It seemed that this vast starry sky was abandoned by the Great Way, and there was no vitality at all. And Lin Sun was like a prisoner exiled in it. How could this be? Several hours later, Lin Sun stood in the starry sky with a gloomy look. Without vitality and the power of the Great Path, it meant that he would not be able to find any power to cultivate. As time passed, the consequences would be extremely severe. Just like how the people of a mortal world were bound to starve to death if they didn't have food, cultivators were bound to gradually weaken if they didn't have the vitality and energy of the Grand Tao to provide for their cultivation, until they died. Oh right. Suddenly, Lin Sun stretched out his hand and turned it over, and a bronze instrument with a simple shape emerged. It was shaped like a lamp, and its surface was covered in dense and obscure markings of the Grand Tao. At the center of the wick was a pointer that seemed like a dragon or snake. Heavenly Cycle Thousand Traps Attraction. It was a treasure he obtained from the heaven accessing place. When one was lost in the boundless sea of stars, trapped in the maze of heaven and earth, or stumbled into great danger, one could use this treasure to find a way out. As Lin Sun activated the treasure, the dragon snake-like pointer glowed and rotated with a buzzing sound. Finally, the brilliance was restrained and the pointer was fixed in one direction. The haze between Lin Sun's eyebrows was swept away. It was feasible. In the next moment, he took action. He utilized the Universe Thousand Secrets guide to fly through the starry sky and flash towards the distance. Time passed little by little. The pointer of the Universe Thousand Secrets guide would occasionally change direction, and Lin Sun would adjust his flying direction accordingly. In the vast starry sky, he was flying alone. He didn't encounter any danger along the way, but the omnipresent loneliness and silence were depressing. 3 days later, Lin Sun had no choice but to stop. His physical strength had been consumed to the point of being on the verge of drying up if he continued to fly above the starry sky. Whoosh, a moment later, Lin Sun appeared on a star. He took out some divine medicine and began to meditate cross-legged to restore his physical strength. There was utterly no vitality or the aura of the Great Way in this vast starry sky. Fortunately, Lin Sun had stored a large amount of divine herbs and spiritual objects, and it was sufficient for him to not worry about replenishing his strength for a very long time. But there was a sense of crisis in Lin Sun's heart. He had been flying for several days, but he still hadn't found a way out. If it was too long, no matter how many treasures he had, they were destined to be completely consumed one day. I must save my physical strength in the next period of time. I can't waste any more. However, it's not appropriate to only save. I must think of a safe way, Lin Sun pondered while meditating. There's no vitality and the power of the Grand Tao. It's like being abandoned by the heavens. I've never experienced such an experience before. For me, it's an unprecedented opportunity to temper myself. I've already attained enlightenment and become a sage, and the next step is the Saint King realm. If I'm able to break through under such a situation that's like a hopeless situation, then the transformation I undergo is bound to be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly thought of something. There's no aura of the Grand Tao here. If I break through, will it cause the Saint King tribulation? This damned place is interesting. In the end, Lin Sun smiled. Unconsciously, his state of mind had changed quietly. Previously, he regarded this starry sky as a cage. It was barren, without vitality, and even the Grand Tao didn't exist. It was oppressive, as if he was exiled in it, and he was eager to jump out of the cage. But now, he discovered that this place, which seemed to be a hopeless situation, was actually a rare place to train. If he could survive such a desperate situation, would there be any desperate situation he couldn't survive in the future? Moreover, cultivating in it could also experience insights that he had never experienced before. This kind of experience was destined to have an immeasurable beneficial effect on his cultivation. After half an hour, Lin Sun took action again. In the starry sky, his figure was completely relaxed. He precisely controlled every inch of his strength with his huge spiritual awareness to save the physical strength consumed when flying. At the same time, he was meditating on the Great Way Yellow Court scripture to temper the spirits of the 5 internal organs in his body. Whether it was a desperate situation or not, as long as the state of mind was the same, everywhere was a good place for cultivation. This time, Lin Sun's physical strength was on the verge of being exhausted after 5 days of flying. Compared with the last time, it was equivalent to holding on for 2 days longer with the same strength. Not bad, there's progress. As long as I use my strength accurately, I'll be able to hold on for a longer time in the future. Lin Sun had a kind of enlightenment in his heart. The great sage was great and immeasurable. Of course, the power possessed by him was amazing. However, if one were to blindly seek for power without being able to fully and perfectly utilize this power, it would undoubtedly be a waste. In the past, I could fight against a group of enemies by relying on the solid and powerful foundation and path of Tao, but I didn't run my strength to the extreme. Realizing this, Lin Sun felt as if a layer of shackles had been broken in his heart, and the enlightenment gushed out like a spring. A butcher can dismember an ox effortlessly. What it relies on is a deep understanding of things and the way to utilize one's own strength. When one's skill is in line with the way, it is the most perfect use of one's strength. This kind of use of strength can not only be used for flying but also in fighting. At that time, maybe one's strength can defeat 10 masters and one law can break all laws. This enlightenment lasted for several days before Lin Sun woke up from meditation. He looked up at the starry sky with deep and bright eyes. Let's go. Lin Sun set off again. This time, it took him a full 10 days before he ran out of energy. This is the magic of the use of strength. Standing in the starry sky, Lin Sun sighed with emotion. From this day on, he completely emptied himself and no longer stuck to looking for a way to survive. He traveled alone in the starry sky, cultivating and comprehending all the time. Occasionally, when he was sleepy and tired, he would meditate to recover. Walking was like Zen, sitting was like Zen. Wandering in the starry sky, Tao enlightenment was natural. Understanding the truth in his heart, he knocked on the Tao in a desperate situation. Half a year later, Lin Sun drifted forward in the void of the starry sky like a feather. His mind was on the edge of sleep, and his soul was clear. In his 5 viscera, there was a thunderous roar, and the charm of 5 colors, 5 elements, and 5 virtues was flowing and enshrouding him. He was in a trance-like chaos, like a real embryo of Tao. This situation lasted for a full 3 months. Boom! On this day, Lin Sun's body suddenly trembled and he straightened his back. At this instant, the vital energy that he'd accumulated in his body for a long time had been completely released. His internal organs suddenly charged out from within his body like 5 strands of divine radiance that were green, crimson, black, yellow, and white, and they condensed into numerous halos that seemed like they were embryos in midair. As they inhaled and exhaled, they created a miraculous rhythm that seemed like life. 5 viscera magical embryos. The great way of the Golden Court scripture was divided into 4 realms, namely 5 accumulation realm, 5 colors realm, 5 flavors realm and 5 virtues realm. At the beginning, Lin Sun easily entered the 5 accumulation realm with his cultivation of the great sage realm and accumulated wisps of Taoist palace in the 5 viscera. These Taoist palace spirits were like illusory images, extremely vague, showing 5 kinds of divine halos of green, red, yellow, white and black. Now, as Lin Sun condensed the 5 viscera magical embryos, his understanding of the great way of the Golden Court scripture had broken through a new realm and reached the 5 colors realm. In this realm, the 5 true spirits in the 5 viscera would condense and take on their own forms. For example, the verdant wood true spirit would take on the form of everlasting vitality. At this time, the 5 spirits in the 5 viscera would reflect 5 completely different colors. When they reached the 5 flavors realm, the 5 spirits would break out of the shell in the 5 viscera magical embryos and have their own flavors, just like each person exuding their own charm. In the 5 virtues realm, they would have their own spiritual awareness and Taoism. At this point, the 5 viscera magical embryos could be tempered and turned into 5 dharmakaya. Each of them was not weaker than the original and had their own magical powers and mysteries. Soon, the divine light released from Lin Sun's body receded. Like a tide. He stood in the void, his black hair fluttering, and his black eyes as bright as stars. It had been nearly 9 months since he entered this desolate starry sky. After experiencing and tempering, Lin Sun finally confirmed one thing. Even in a desperate situation, as long as his state of mind remained the same, it was a rare and precious practice. During this period of time, he had gained a lot. First of all, his control of his own power had reached the peak, just like a butcher dismembering an ox, which was in line with Tao. Then, he tempered the 5 organs of the divine fetus, and his cultivation of the great way of the yellow court scripture reached the 5 colors level, so that his cultivation also broke through to the extreme of the great sage realm. Only one barrier was needed to be broken, and then he could be crowned king in the great sage realm. What a pity. Before long, Lin Sun let out a long sigh. Because up to now, the magic medicines and rare treasures stored in his body to replenish his strength were on the verge of exhaustion. Lin Sun couldn't help feeling surprised that he couldn't find a way out of this starry sky after 9 months. The shortage of materials made his mood a lot heavier. I can only seal a part of my chi for the time being, Lin Sun made a decision. In just a few breaths, the aura around him suddenly changed. It dropped from the great sage perfection stage to the true sage initial stage. At the same time, he concealed his spirit and chi, using his body as a boat and his spirit as a oar, and using the 1,000 secrets guide of the universe to guide the way, he flew through the starry sky. In this way, Lin Sun sealed his own power and used it all for flying. Time flew by. In the quiet and cold starry sky, Lin Sun was immersed in comprehending his own method. Due to the shortage of materials, Lin Sun was destined to be unable to practice, so comprehending the method became the only thing he could do. Another 6 months passed in a hurry. Lin Sun successfully integrated all the mysteries of the Great Way of the Void-Breaking Finger into the Great Way Furnace scripture, so that this method created by himself transformed again and gained a magical effect of space. The process of smelting the method was like a blank ancient book, in which Lin Sun constantly wrote words, leaving pages and pages. The Great Tao Furnace scripture was one such scripture. The more techniques that were refined, the more profound the mysteries contained within would be, and the more powerful it would be. But in the past 6 months, all the materials Lin Sun carried to replenish his strength were exhausted. During this entire process, he tried to search for vitality and resources that could be utilized on various stars, yet he returned empty-handed in the end. This part of the starry sky was simply a land of death. Lin tried to contact Wu Kei, the spirit of insignificance Bao, but found that the latter had already fallen into a deep silence and could not wake up in a short time. Whoosh, a jade hairpin appeared in Lin Sun's palm. It was simple and unadorned. It was made of a mysterious pure black jade with the word Xi engraved on it. This was the name of the mysterious woman in the heaven accessing place. If he encountered a life-or-death crisis, he only needed to activate the jade hairpin, and the mysterious woman would come out of the heaven-accessing place. After a long silence, Lin put away the jade hairpin again. It's not a matter of life and death, so why bother she? I'd like to see if this ordeal can trap me in the end. Lin Sun took a deep breath, got rid of distractions, and became calmer and firmer. The edge between life and death was the greatest terror, but it was obvious that this was not the time to truly be on the brink of life and death. Lin Sun was not a strong man. He knew very well that external force was also a part of his own strength. He could do whatever he wanted, but he couldn't go beyond the rules, especially when it came to his own cultivation. He couldn't easily use external force. Otherwise, it would only make his cultivation flawed. Half a year later, Lin Sun completely sealed the cultivation of spirit refining and body refining, and only supported by the cultivation of qi refining. 1 year later, Lin Sun's remaining cultivation of qi refining was exhausted, and he started the cultivation of body refining. 2 years later, Lin Sun started the cultivation of spirit refining. As time went by, one day in the 5th year of flying in this desolate starry sky, all the strength of Lin Sun was completely exhausted. His whole body was dim, and his consciousness seemed to fall into a state of suspended animation. Only an instinctive will was supporting him. At this time, Lin Sun's mind was surprisingly calm and clear. Life and death, emptiness and fullness, withering and flourishing, yin and yang. It was also in such an extreme desperate situation that a variety of rare and incomparable insights emerged in Lin Sun's mind. Suddenly, Lin Sun stood up straight with a burst of strength, and a divine light burst out of his black eyes. Life and death were changeable, emptiness and fullness, rotation of withering and flourishing, mutual replacement of yin and yang. This was the so-called way of after extreme sorrow comes bliss. Boom! When Lin Sun thoroughly understood this, his originally dry body and exhausted cultivation of body refining, qi refining and soul refining had an extreme reversal at this moment. His potential treasure house was completely stimulated, and the original power hidden in the deepest part of his talent and body was released. Then, the surging vitality rushed to his limbs and bones like a landslide and tsunami, flowing all over his body like a dry riverbed being watered by a downpour. After extreme sorrow comes bliss. If he hadn't been forced to such an extreme point, even Lin Sun himself couldn't believe that there was still such a huge potential that hadn't been tapped. In just a quarter of an hour, Lin Sun completely recovered and reached the peak of perfection. Although his cultivation hadn't broken through, Lin Sun could clearly feel that he was more than twice as powerful as before. Like a lake that had doubled in size, the lake was still a lake, but the water it contained had long been different from before. In the starry sky, Lin Sun stood quietly with his clothes and black hair fluttering. He exuded a kind of ethereal aura of perfection, and his eyebrows were full of disdain. At this moment, a strong sense of self-confidence arose in his heart. He glanced at the starry sky and said softly, "In this realm, I'm invincible." Every word resounded through the universe and shook all directions. As if being envied by God, Lin Sun had the transformation of after extreme sorrow comes bliss in the extreme despair, but this journey in the starry sky was not over. Unconsciously, another year had passed. Lin Sun had to use the same trick again and tried his best to save his physical strength. Even so, the consumption of strength still became precarious. If it were an ordinary person who suffered such torment, he would have already broken down and given up on himself. However, Lin Sun still persisted. He would never give up like this unless death came. I don't know whether Gu Yupu and Li Xianwei know that the way of survival left by Master would be so difficult and torturous. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. It had been 6 years, flying alone in this empty, desolate, and lifeless boundless starry sky, without resources, without vitality, without power. This kind of unprecedented experience and tribulation was enough to torture anyone who didn't have a strong mental state to the point of insanity. Just as Lin Sun's thoughts were flying, he suddenly noticed that the pointer of the cyclic thousand tricks guide in his palm suddenly produced a buzz. Lin Sun subconsciously raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw a gray vortex portal silently appearing in the depths of the vast universe. At this moment, Lin Sun's body suddenly tightened and his eyes glowed. An indescribable excitement and joy rushed to his chest like a mountain torrent. The way of survival, did it finally appear? without hesitation, Lin Sun almost used up the last remaining strength of his body and sprinted towards the vortex portal in the distance. Boom! The moment his figure rushed in, Lin Sun only felt that the world in front of him was turned upside down. His body was uncontrollably wrapped up by a terrifying teleportation force. Finally, I can leave. At this moment, Lin Sun's mind, which had been tense for 6 years, was completely relaxed. He didn't care where this vortex portal would send him. As long as he could leave this damn place like a confinement, it would be fine. Then, Lin Sun, who had completely exhausted his strength, blacked out and fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired. In the heaven accessing place, the mysterious woman, she, revealed a smile. Over the past 6 years, she had witnessed everything about Lin Sun. Several times, even she herself couldn't stand it and wanted to help him. But every time, Lin Sun miraculously persisted. Until now, seeing Lin Sun successfully jump out of the confinement, she also felt relaxed and happy, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. If you're tired, go to sleep. In the next moment, she's dreamy figure walked out of the heaven accessing place. This was a starry space tunnel, filled with space-time turbulence. Light rain was flying everywhere, gorgeous and extremely dangerous. Boom! A huge beast claw suddenly stretched out from the void in the distance and slapped towards the starry space tunnel. When she appeared, she seemed to have foreseen this scene in advance. Her expression was as calm as an ancient well. She just stretched out her hand and waved it gently. A finger swept out and suddenly enlarged in the void. Like a pillar supporting the sky, it emitted a boundless aura and blocked the beast claw. The collision of the two produced a terrifying aftermath that spread out and caused the starry space tunnel to shake. The beast claw that covered the sky was shaken back. In the void far away, a dull beast roar sounded. She looked up and saw an incomparably huge and strange beast moving across the void, carrying thousands of stars with it. Its eyes were like a pair of suns. They were blood-red and terrifying, emitting a cold and ruthless divine light. But compared to its huge body, the stars in the sky were like inconspicuous beads. If Lin Sun woke up, he would definitely recognize this strange starry space beast. Moreover, he had seen it more than once. She's pupils shrank. With a wave of her sleeve, she rushed into the depths of the starry space tunnel at an incredible speed with the unconscious Lin Sun. Boom! The strange beast stretched out its huge claw and crushed the void, destroying the starry space tunnel behind she. A rain of light rained down and exploded in the void. That terrifying scene was enough to make an Emperor Realm cultivator break out in a cold sweat. But in the end, she left in advance and disappeared into a huge whirlpool door at the end of the tunnel. Devouring abyss. I will catch you. The strange beast stared at the place where she disappeared for a long time with its blood-red and cold eyes. Then, it turned around and disappeared into the vast void. After a long time, Lin Sun was awakened by a roar of a beast. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and saw towering trees with dense branches and leaves, damp and dark. He was lying on the ground covered with decaying leaves. Whoosh! Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his blurred consciousness gradually became clear, and his pupils became clear. But right after that, a wave of exhaustion and incomparable weakness surged through his body like a tide, and he couldn't even move a finger. He felt like a hungry beast, and every inch of his skin was eager for strength supplement. It was very sad. Fortunately, at least I got out of that damn place alive. Lying on the ground, Lin Sun breathed the vitality in the air, showing a long-lost relaxed look. He didn't bother to think about where he was now. He began to concentrate on running his cultivation quietly to absorb the dense spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Clatter! This was a forest with few people. As Lin Sun ran his cultivation, the spiritual energy in the nearby area suddenly rushed in like a tide. When the familiar spiritual energy was absorbed, Lin Sun still felt extremely happy, even if the power was only negligible for his current realm. He had been trapped in the barren, lifeless starry sky for 6 years. Now, he finally felt the vitality and the power of Tao. It was like a hungry ghost crawling out of hell, greedy and happy, with indescribable comfort and satisfaction. However, this joy only lasted for a moment, and Lin Sun's eyes suddenly narrowed. Boom! In the distance, a huge beast was charging over, uprooting mountains and toppling trees. It looked like a big grasshopper, with a green body and a length of 7 or 8 meters. It had sharp spear-like forelimbs and a pair of eyes like a pair of huge green lanterns. A fierce beast comparable to the king realm. Lin Sun made a judgment in an instant. In the past, this kind of fierce beast didn't attract his attention at all. But now, he was extremely weak, unable to use his cultivation or treasures. Not to mention the fierce beast of the king realm, any fierce beast could pose a great threat to him. Whoosh, a fishy smell assaulted his face as the huge dark green grasshopper rushed over. Its sharp forelimbs were like blades as it slashed over, bringing about resplendent green multicolored light. At this moment, Lin Sun was surprisingly calm. He rolled on the ground with a trace of strength he had just recovered. Bang, there was a huge crack in the ground where he had been, and mud flew everywhere. Lin Sun broke out in a cold sweat and gritted his teeth secretly. Even a grasshopper dared to attack him unscrupulously. It was really a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog when he fell to the plain. I must roast this grasshopper later. In his palm, he secretly held a jade talisman. This was a life-saving talisman. Its power was not very strong, but it was roughly equivalent to a full blow from a true sage. However, it was more than enough to deal with a king realm ferocious beast. Treasures like these were all trophies Lin Sun had obtained from his enemies in these years of battles, and they had long been of no value to him. Who would have thought that it would be put to good use at such a time? In the distance, the giant grasshopper was a bit surprised, as if it hadn't expected that such a weak human would be able to avoid its attack. It waved its forelimbs again and attacked Lin Sun. Evil creature! But before Lin Sun could make a move, a delicate cry rang out. Faster than the sound, a long stick made of animal bone smashed through the sky. Boom, the strong wind surged, and the void roared. The huge dark green grasshopper was directly smashed into pieces by the rod, and smelly green blood splattered everywhere. Lin Sun looked up and saw a delicate figure breaking through the air. She was wearing a sleeveless animal skin shirt, revealing a small, slender waist. Beneath the shirt was a pair of smooth, slender legs that were full of power. Her skin was wheat-colored, and her silver ear-length hair was short. Her eyes were big and bright, and she was pretty, exuding a wild beauty. Hey, are you okay? The silver-haired woman looked at Lin Sun boldly and directly with her bright eyes. Lin Sun said, I'm fine. Then stand up. Why are you still lying on the ground? Are you scared out of your wits? The silver-haired woman couldn't help laughing, showing her white and neat teeth. She was pretty and valiant, with a unique style. Lin Sun took a deep breath, struggled to prop up his body, and was about to stand up shakily. The silver-haired woman came forward, grabbed his arm, and held his body steady. She joked, little brother, you are a big man, but you are so weak. Did you work too much at night? It was the first time for Lin Sun to meet such an unrestrained woman. He couldn't help looking at her strangely, and also joked, little sister, don't you know the consequences of saying a man is weak? The silver-haired woman, who was full of wildness and looked like a rose with thorns, giggled and said, come on, I can squash a few of you to death with one slap. As she said, she put Lin Sun on her shoulder. Lin Sun was stunned and asked hurriedly, what are you doing? The silver-haired woman had already strode off into the distance. Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm not interested in little brothers who are too weak. I won't do those shameful things that force people against their will. I just saw that your legs aren't nimble, so I'll carry you for a while. Lin Sun was stunned. For so many years, it was the first time for Lin Sun to be carried by a woman, and a rare feeling of shame welled up in his heart. If the strong in the ancient Desolation territory knew that the invincible demon god Lin had fallen into such a situation one day, how would they feel? Hey, little brother, where are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? On the way, the silver-haired woman asked casually. Lin Sun was speechless for a moment. Embarrassed to say it? No. Then there's something else? No. Then tell me. I got lost. Lin Sun gave such an answer after a long while. The silver-haired woman was stunned at first, and then laughed regardless of her image. Ha ha ha, little brother, you are really a weirdo. You are not only weak, but also lost. You are so interesting. Lin Sun was speechless. What was so funny about it? After a long while, the silver-haired woman stopped laughing, wiped the tears from her eyes, and said, "My name is Xianxia. I come from the Mulberry tribe." Mulberry tribe? Yes, one of the 13 tribes of the Heavenly Toon boundary, the Mulberry tribe. Heavenly Toon domain? Yes, by the way, what's your name, little brother? Lin Daoyuan. So it's little brother Lin. Miss Nanqiu, can you tell me more about the Heavenly Melody Realm? I seem to have lost some of my memories. When Lin Sun said this, Nanqiu burst into laughter again. You're weak, lost, and even lost your memory. You're really interesting. Lin Sun, was it really that funny? But Lin Sun finally figured out that Nanqiu should be this kind of character, optimistic, strong, valiant, bright, and not bothering about trifles. Of course, she also liked to laugh unscrupulously. On the way, Lin Sun gradually learned some news. This was the Heavenly Melody Realm, a remote small world on an ancient path in the starry sky. In this world, it was controlled by the 4 great sects and the 13 tribes. Among them, the Sky Traveler Sword sect was the #1 power in the Tianxu realm. It was the leader of this realm. The Mulberry tribe, on the other hand, was merely one of the tribe forces that ranked at the bottom of the 13 tribes in terms of strength and ranking. Tianxu realm, starry sky ancient path, Lin Sun's eyes were filled with a trace of trance. 6 years ago, he was still on the pilgrimage platform of Kunlun ruins. 6 years later, he crossed the empty starry sky and appeared on the starry sky ancient path. It should be known that in the ancient desolation realm, only those who became emperors could break through the barrier of the world and set foot on the starry sky. Other practitioners could never hope to reach the starry sky ancient path in their lifetime without special luck. But now, Lin Sun was here. Nothing in the world was more changeable than this. Wow. Sister Nanqiu brought back a man. Oh my god, doesn't Sister Nanqiu hate marriage the most? Why did she bring back a man when she went hunting today? A burst of chaotic shouts rang out. Lin Sun looked up and saw a huge valley. The valley was enshrouded in spiritual energy and rosy clouds. Ancient stone houses were scattered in the valley, row upon row. There was no doubt that this was the place where the Mulberry tribe lived. Near the entrance of the valley, a group of young boys and girls were practicing martial arts. All of them were strong and full of heroic spirit. They were full of vigor and vitality, which was extremely amazing. When they saw Nanqiu appear with Lin Sun on her shoulder, these young boys and girls began to make a scene. Nanqiu rolled her eyes and said grumpily, "You little brats, what do you know? Hurry up and focus on practicing martial arts." With these words, she carried Lin Sun to the valley. Along the way, Lin Sun saw many strong practitioners of the Mulberry tribe. Men, women, old and young, all of them were extremely strong and full of vigor. Soon, Lin Sun learned that the Mulberry tribe had tens of thousands of people living here for generations. When the clansmen reached adulthood and reached the King realm, they would be sent to the outside world to practice. In short, this valley could be regarded as the ancestral land of the Mulberry tribe. Before long, Nanqiu brought Lin Sun to a simple stone house. A tall old man happened to walk out of the stone house and said in surprise, "Nanqiu, why did you come back with a man on your shoulder?" Nanqiu said casually, "Uncle, I found this guy in the ghost space forest. His body is too weak, so I brought him back because I was worried that something might happen to him." The old man looked at Lin Sun for a moment, and then said to Nanqiu, "Leave this child here. I'll take care of him. You go to Cultivate. Don't forget that you're going to participate in the Tianxu King battle in a month's time." Whether you can stand out or not, Nanqiu hurriedly interrupted, "Well, uncle, I understand." As she said, she put Lin Sun on her shoulder on the ground and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, I'll have to trouble you to stay here for a while. Uncle Jiu is a famous alchemist in Tianxu Circle. Take this opportunity to let him nourish your body. I will come to see you when I have time." Then, she waved her hand and turned away. The 9th uncle was Nan Leipeng, one of the elders of the Mulberry tribe. He was an alchemist of the true Saint realm and had high prestige in the tribe. In the stone house, Nan Leipeng and Lin Sun sat on the ground. After a moment of silence, he looked at Lin Sun and said seriously, "Child, Nanqiu may not understand, but I can see that you are extraordinary. I only hope that you don't come with malice." Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, "I'm just a lost man in a foreign land. When I recover my strength, I will leave." I won't affect anything here. Nan Leiping said with a smile, I trust you. Do you need my help? Lin Sun shook his head and euphemistically said that he just needed to meditate for a while. Nan Leiping left the stone house to Lin Sun and turned away. Lin Sun breathed out a long breath and began to meditate. This was the ancestral land of the Mulberry tribe. The spiritual qi here was extremely rich and contained abundant divine power. Although it was far inferior to some rare places in the world, Lin Sun was very satisfied. In the next few days, Lin Sun stayed in the house and seemed to be very peaceful, which made Nan Leiping, who had been secretly watching here, feel relieved. A stranger of unknown origin suddenly appeared in the tribe. No one could not be vigilant. Lin Sun was also aware of this, but he didn't take it seriously. Now he put all his attention on restoring his cultivation. But the fact was that it would take at least 3 months for him to recover by absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The most important thing was that he didn't dare to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the Mulberry tribe. Otherwise, all the spirit qi in the valley would be devoured by him alone. The commotion would be too big, and it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. I still lack the divine medicine and spiritual marrow. On this day, Lin Sun woke up from meditation with some dissatisfaction. It had been 5 days, but his strength had recovered less than 1,000th of his peak. The reason was that after the transformation of extreme sorrow and then joy, his foundation and cultivation were twice as strong as before, and the power he could contain had reached a terrifying level, far beyond that of his peers. Now he only relied on absorbing and refining the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to recover completely, so the speed was extremely slow. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun stood up, pushed the door open and walked out. The morning breeze blew gently. The sunlight was just right, and the air was filled with the intoxicating fragrance of plants. On the training field far away, many strong warriors of the Mulberry tribe were practicing their martial arts, letting out bursts of shouts. Lin Sun walked forward, feeling the aura of this world. Unlike the ancient Desolation region and the Kunlun ruins, the laws of heaven and earth in the Tianxia world were abnormally strong and robust. Being in it, Lin Sun vaguely felt a kind of suppression, bearing the inexplicable aura of the laws. Lin Sun was clearly aware that the stronger the laws of order in the world were, the stronger the energy it could contain, and the more beneficial it was to the cultivation of cultivators. Conversely, the weaker the laws of the heavens and the earth were, it would obstruct the footsteps of cultivators instead. Because cultivators were utterly unable to sense and seek a higher realm of the Grand Tao. No wonder the martial monarchs all chose the starry sky ancient path. This is the only place that can withstand their power and satisfy their cultivation needs. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Look, that guy is the man that Sister Xianxia carried back from hunting. A burst of laughter rang out from the roadside in the distance. Some young boys and girls looked at Lin Sun curiously. He's quite handsome, and his skin is very fair. It turns out that Sister Xianxia likes this kind of man. A young girl covered her mouth and chuckled. Lin Sun was startled and felt helpless. There was no need to guess at all. The news that Xianxia had carried him back must have spread throughout the Mulberry tribe. At the thought of this, Lin Sun did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was a peerless great saint, an existence of the Holy Way pilgrimage, yet, he was carried away by a woman. Xianxia will never like this gigolo. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Following that, a valiant young man walked over and glared at Lin Sun angrily. Let me tell you, don't even think about going overboard with Xianxia. Lin Sun was stunned. You are? The valiant young man's face was gloomy. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to remember that Xianxia is already engaged to Mu Shouyuan, the successor of the Tianqing swordsmanship sect. In the future, they will leave the Tianxia world together and go to the Tianhing world to cultivate. Lin Sun could not help laughing in his heart and said, I see. His carefree attitude made the valiant young man even angrier, and he said, Don't tell me you don't know Mu Shouyuan? He's the #1 true disciple of the Sky Path Sword sect, the #1 immortal King realm expert in the heavenly melody realm, and a cultivation genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. Compared with him, what are you? Lin Sun felt helpless. What am I? How is it that I, a peerless great sage, am inferior to a peerless King realm expert in your words? Of course, ignorance was not a crime, so Lin Sun was not angry about it. I see. You are doing this for Nancho's sake, Lin Sun said. The valiant young man's expression softened a little and he snorted, it's good that you understand. If I know that you still don't give up on Nancho, don't blame me for being rude to you. Then, he turned around and left. Lin Sun watched him leave and shook his head. Only now did he realize that the cultivation power in the Tianxia world was not as strong as he had imagined. The first successor disciple of the Tianqing swordsmanship sect was only at the top of the Qing realm. It could be inferred that the foundation of this sect was not that strong. At most, it was comparable to the heaven-reaching sword sect in the ancient Desolation realm. Right, the Tianxia world is just a remote world on the starry sky ancient path, Lin Sun thought as he walked forward. Hey! Nancho walked quickly in the distance. Her short silver hair was fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were big and bright, and her wheat-colored skin was shining in the morning light. She was full of wild beauty. Did Nandong come to see you? Nancho walked up to Lin Sun and asked directly. There was a touch of anger in her beautiful eyes. Yes. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment before he realized who Nandong was. This brat. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Nancho stomped her feet and turned around to leave. Lin Sun stopped her and said, he is doing this for your own good. Nancho said, bullshit. This brat admires Mu Shouyuan the most, but I am not interested in him. Lin Sun was surprised, but you are engaged, aren't you? Nancho rubbed her delicate eyebrows and said in distress, alas, it's just a child's engagement. I have never met him in my life. How can I be his Taoist companion so easily? Lin Sun suddenly understood and said, so you don't want to marry him? Not really, Nancho was in a dilemma, I just haven't met him and I don't know him well. So Well, do you understand? Lin Sun nodded and said, don't worry. Take your time. I heard from Nandong that Mu Shouyuan is a great talent and an influential figure in the Tianxia world. Nancho nodded and then glared at Lin Sun, who asked you to comfort me. Little brother, are you not weak now? She couldn't help laughing at the end of her words. Her red lips and white teeth were bright and beautiful. Before Lin Sun could respond, Nancho waved her hand and said, little brother, I'm leaving now. I'll talk to you when I have time. Weak, or kidney deficiency, Lin Sun's lips couldn't help but twitch. He cultivated the 5 viscera and nurtured the fetus in his kidneys. How could it be possible that he had kidney deficiency? What's more, he was not weak now. He must correct this girl's misconception the next time he saw her. Child, Nandong is right. Everyone in the Mulberry tribe hopes that Nancho can marry Mu Shouyuan smoothly. We don't want any accidents to happen. Nan Leipung, the 9th uncle, came from afar and looked at the direction where Nancho left with ardent expectation in his eyes. Then, he turned to Lin Sun and said, in recent hundreds of years, the Mulberry tribe has gradually shown some signs of decline. Our influence among the 4 sects and the 13 tribes in the Tianxia world is far less than before. Lin Sun frowned imperceptibly and said, so, you regard the marriage between Nancho and Mu Shouyuan as a means to revitalize the power of the tribe? Nan Leipung let out a long sigh and said, who would be willing to do this unless they have no other choice? If a tribe wants to survive for a long time, it often needs to make some unavoidable efforts. Immediately, he smiled again with a gratified look. Fortunately, we didn't let Nancho feel wronged. Her marriage with Mu Shouyuan is a match made in heaven. It's the dream of countless girls in the Tianxia world to marry Mu Shouyuan. Lin Sun looked indifferent and said, it depends on whether Nancho is willing or not. As an outsider, it was not appropriate for him to intervene in this kind of thing. But Nancho had saved him once, so he felt it necessary to say something for her. Nan Leipung didn't refute and said, child, you are right. Next month, the Tianxia World War will begin. At that time, the top young Qing realm practitioners of the 4 sects and the 13 tribes will participate in the war. After a pause, he continued, at that time, Nancho can get in touch with Mu Shouyuan. I believe she will definitely like him. I have seen Mu Shouyuan. He is a talented young man with outstanding appearance. His foundation, talent and strength are all top-notch. He can be called a dragon among men. He was generous with his praise, and his words were full of uncontrollable appreciation. Lin Sun felt bored. After chatting for a while, he said goodbye and left. "Child, are you going out of the valley?" Nan Laping asked. "Yes, go out for a walk and relax," Lin Sun said. "Do you need someone to accompany you?" "No need." Watching Lin Sun's figure gradually disappear, Nan Laping showed a meaningful smile. His words should have dispelled some of the ideas in the young man's mind, right? Even if the young man didn't have any ideas about Nan Qiu, how could he get involved after hearing these words? Didn't he see that Lin Sun already wanted to relax? If he wasn't upset, why would he need to relax? Walking out of the valley, Lin Sun smiled inexplicably. Just now, Nan Laping must have instructed Nan Dong to stand up and accuse him, placing the hope of a tribe's prosperity on a marriage contract. Oh, it seems that the situation of the Musang tribe is not optimistic. That's why they did such a stupid thing. Maybe it's called seeking medical help in an emergency. Lin Sun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He was just a passerby. At most, he would help Nan Qiu. Whoosh, the next moment, Lin Sun disappeared. Thousands of miles away, on the top of a mountain full of spiritual energy, Lin Sun stood in the void and took a deep breath. Clatter. The spiritual energy on the mountain, which was tens of thousands of meters high, rushed into Lin Sun's mouth like a great river. Half a quarter of an hour later, the mountain peak that was enshrouded in dense spiritual energy had become dim, and it no longer had that kind of divine-like spiritual energy. Lin Sun immediately stopped. If he continued to swallow the spiritual energy, the mountain would be completely destroyed. But it didn't hurt his foundation now, and he could recover in the future. Whoosh, Lin Sun didn't stop and moved away again. He urgently needed to recover his strength now, so he could only find some spiritual mountains and water in the wilderness to absorb power. Up. Over a mighty river, Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grabbed a spiritual vein hidden deep at the bottom of the river. The spiritual vein was more than 30 meters long, with cyan light flowing around it. Lin Sun opened his mouth and swallowed it. The spiritual vein, which was enough for a King realm practitioner to refine for a year and a half, was instantly refined into a stream of heat, which flowed all over his body. In the following time, Lin Sun's figure flashed between heaven and earth, moving farther and farther away, looking for the cultivation resources he needed. 2 days later, Lin Sun stood in front of a desert and felt his body calmly. "I've almost recovered 1% of my full strength," this made him frown. It was still a little slow. At the same time, Lin Sun also made a judgment. Although the Xianxia world was located on the starry ancient path, it was obviously not rich in cultivation resources, which was almost the same as the ancient desolation territory. One had to understand that during this day, he had searched everywhere in an attempt to dig up some godly medicines. However, in the end, he only managed to gather some king medicines. To the current him, they were useless. "That's all I can do now." Lin Sun took action again. Now, he only knew that he was in the Xianxia world, which was located in a remote area of the starry sky ancient path. Naturally, he was not willing to stay here for a long time. Half a month later, Lin Sun's clothes fluttered in the wind. He walked on the sea of clouds like an immortal. Now his strength had recovered to about 20% of his heyday. The area within a radius of 30,000 li has been explored. It's time to go back. Lin Sun made a decision. When he returned this time, he planned to ask Nan Laping about leaving the Heavenly Toon realm. If there were no accidents, he would bid farewell to Nan Qiu. Musang tribe. Far away, Lin Sun heard a voice mixed with angry disputes before he got close. Lin Sun was stunned and approached. A group of figures gathered outside the valley. There were both men and women, and they all wore beautiful clothes. Their auras were powerful, and their faces were filled with arrogance and impatience. In front of the valley, there was a group of experts from the Mulberry tribe, led by Nan Laping. He was a powerful old man, but at this moment, his face was livid and his hair was standing on end. "Since when did your Cloudfire tribe represent the Skypath Sword sect? Want to stop the engagement between Nan Qiu and Mu Shouyuan? Don't even think about it." Nan Laping shouted like a thunder. The nearby experts of the Mulberry tribe were also extremely angry, and their faces were gloomy. Nan Qiu, who was in the crowd, was in a trance. Her pretty little face was slightly pale, and she didn't have the bright and valiant smile in the past. Haha, Nan Leipung, don't deceive yourself. Without the approval of the Sky Path Sword Sect and Mushu Yuan, how could I announce this in person? Among the group of figures outside the valley, an elegant old man in a black robe said with a smile. Impossible. Nan Leiping's eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse. How could the Sky Path Sword Sect do such a thing? It's impossible. Ha ha ha, I know you can't accept it, so I brought you a marriage contract signed between you and Mushu Yuan. The elegant old man in a black robe laughed and took out a red marriage contract, which had been torn into several pieces. The elegant old man in a black robe seemed to be kind, but in fact he was gloating and reminded, Nan Leipung, I didn't tear this marriage contract. Mushu Yuan tore it himself, and asked me to give it to you. Nan Leipung felt like he was struck by lightning. He recognized the marriage contract at a glance, but he didn't expect that when he saw it now, it was already in pieces. The clansmen of the Mulberry tribe were also stunned and angry. Was this really done by Mushu Yuan? If so, it was too abominable. Seeing this scene, the elegant old man in a black robe showed a touch of complacency. He took out another letter and said, Oh, by the way, I also have a marriage contract written by Mushu Yuan himself. Nan Leipung, do you want to have a look? There was mockery in his voice. There was even a marriage contract. Lin Sun, who saw all this in the dark, couldn't help but be surprised. Mushu Yuan was too ruthless. He obviously didn't intend to leave any face for the Mulberry tribe. Lin Sun looked at Nanqiu in the crowd. This optimistic, strong, and valiant girl was biting her lips tightly at the moment. Her pretty face was pale and her eyes were full of confusion, which made Lin Sun feel distressed. He still remembered that Nanqiu said hesitantly that she hadn't got in touch with and understood Mushu Yuan. How could she accept the marriage at once? The implication was that she didn't completely resist such an arrangement in her heart, and she had fantasized about trying to understand Mushu Yuan. But now, with the shredded marriage certificate and the annulment contract, all of this was completely destroyed. This kind of blow was undoubtedly too hard for a woman. A woman who was heartlessly broken off from a marriage contract. How could she raise her head in the future? Mushu Yuan, a well-known figure in the Tianxia circle, refused Nanqiu in this way. How could she survive in the Tianxia circle in the future? At that time, no matter where she went, she would be ridiculed and ridiculed. Nan Leipung took the marriage contract with trembling hands. There was only one sentence written on it. For words, the marriage contract is invalid. There was no explanation, no reason, just a direct sentence. Puff. Nan Leipung was so angry that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body trembled and he gritted his teeth. Mushu Yuan. Mushu Yuan, you are so cruel. The other clansmen of the Mulberry tribe were dumbfounded at the moment. Originally, they all hoped that the marriage contract between Nanqiu and Mushu Yuan could improve the current situation of the tribe. Who would have thought that such a terrible news would come? Why did they ask you to break off the marriage? After a while, Nan Leiping raised his head and looked at the elegant old man in a black robe in the distance. His face was livid and fierce. Oh, it's very simple. The elegant old man in a black robe looked proud, because Mushu Yuan will be engaged to my daughter. Then, he pointed to a woman in a gorgeous dress beside him and said, Look, this is my daughter, Eugene. The woman in gorgeous dress was outstanding. She raised her chin slightly and looked at Nanqiu in the crowd in the distance with a touch of arrogance. Sister Nanqiu, you have to take care of yourself. Don't be angry, or I won't be able to bear it. These words were extremely harsh. Nanqiu finally couldn't control herself. She turned around and rushed into the valley. Suffering such a great shame, she was on the verge of losing control of her emotions. The woman in gorgeous dress couldn't help but laugh complacently. At this point, Nan Leiping completely understood that Mushu Yuan's breaking off the engagement must have something to do with the Cloudfire tribe. You Zhongting. You. Nan Leiping roared and was too angry to speak. Ha ha ha, no need to talk nonsense. I'm leaving. The elegant old man in a black robe laughed as if he had won a great victory. He turned around and left with a group of people. On this day, the news about Nanqiu's breaking off the engagement spread throughout the Mulberry tribe. This bolt from the blue cast a shadow over the whole tribe. Nan Leiping was so angry that he fell ill and almost went berserk. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He only cared about Nanqiu's situation. what are you doing here? Do you think you can take advantage of my sister's breaking off the engagement? Wishful thinking. When seeing Lin Sun appear, Nan Dong, who was guarding in front of Nan Qiu's gate, roared as if to vent his anger. Lin Sun glanced at him. Just a glance made Nan Dong, who was in anger, tremble all over. His soul felt like falling into an ice cave, and he felt a suffocating sense of oppression. The anger of the weak is never worthy of sympathy. If you want to do something for your sister, get out of my way. Lin Sun said and stepped forward. Nan Dong subconsciously stepped back. When Lin Sun pushed the door open and entered, he came to his senses. Was he scared off? He was completely stunned. In the room, the light was dim. To Lin Sun's surprise, Nan Qiu didn't cry, nor was she sad or angry. She sat quietly in front of the window with a blank look and empty eyes, as if she had lost her soul. Lin Sun closed the door and stepped forward, saying, I can help you. This one sentence carried a power that reached straight to Nan Qiu's heart, causing it to surge in her heart. A trace of clarity appeared in Nan Qiu's empty eyes. She stared at Lin Sun in front of her for a while, and then suddenly stood up and hugged him tightly, crying silently. Hot tears soaked Lin Sun's clothes and shoulders. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. A woman, no matter how high her cultivation was doomed to suffer such a humiliating blow. After a long time, Nan Qiu stopped crying. She let go of Lin Sun's hands and took a few steps back. She said in a low voice, Little brother Lin, I'm sorry to let you see such a joke. Lin Sun rubbed her head and said gently, You're not a joke. I said I can help you. You shouldn't bear such a shame. Nan Qiu looked up at Lin Sun in confusion and said, But he is Mu Shuyuan. Mu Shuyuan. This name was a legend in the Tianxia circle, and he was supported by the Skyway swordsmanship sect. Who could go against him? Lin Sun couldn't help laughing and said softly, In my eyes, he is nothing. Nan Qiu burst into laughter and rolled her eyes at Lin Sun. Lin Sun's words were just a joke to comfort her. Lin Sun also laughed, It's good that you can still laugh. Without further ado, he took Nan Qiu out of the room. What are you going to do? Nan Qiu was confused. I'm going to find Mu Shuyuan to help you vent your anger. Lin Sun said casually. What? Nan Qiu was dumbfounded. How could this weak, lost, and frustrated fellow take her joke seriously? What? Nan Dong, who had been guarding outside the stone house, was shocked. He couldn't believe his ears. What did this toy boy say? Was he going to find Mu Shuyuan for revenge? Stop. Where are you taking Nan Qiu? Damn it. Is he going to take the opportunity to take Sister Nan Qiu away? When they saw Lin Sun and Nan Qiu walking out of the valley, many strong practitioners of the Wood tribe came to block them. Everyone's expression was unsightly. Today, Mu Shuyuan and Skyline Sword sect entrusted the Cloudfire tribe to break off the engagement, which was a great humiliation for the Wood tribe. In a few days, the whole Tianxia world would regard the Wood tribe as a joke. At this time, Lin Sun, an outsider, was going to leave with Nan Qiu. Did he really think that he could take advantage of Nan Qiu's engagement? Brother Lin, let me go. Nan Qiu was anxious. Lin Sun stopped and ignored the people around him. He looked at Nan Qiu and said, How much hope do you think you or your clansmen will have for revenge in the Tianxia world? Nan Qiu was shocked and her expression changed. Mu Shuyuan was the first successor of Tianxia world. How could Lin Sun take revenge on Mu Shuyuan? Even 10 Wood tribes couldn't do it. How dare you? How dare you slander our Wood tribe? All the strong practitioners of the Wood tribe were furious. Lin Sun still ignored them and looked at Nan Qiu. Trust me once? Nan Qiu said in a trembling voice, Can I? Lin Sun smiled, Why not? You are so arrogant. Many strong practitioners of the Wood tribe couldn't help but take action. They wanted to capture Lin Sun and stop him from taking Nan Qiu away. Boom, treasure light flashed and Dao technique swept out with great momentum. Lin Sun still ignored him and left with Nan Qiu. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and he didn't even turn his head. It was as if he didn't notice the various attacks coming from behind him. Nan Qiu, on the other hand, could not remain calm. Her heart was clenched as she turned pale with fright. But in the next moment, she was stunned. The attacks and treasure lights that covered the sky were like fleeting fireworks. Before they could even get close, they were annihilated like bubbles. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Lin Sun. For the first time, she realized that she didn't seem to know what kind of person Brother Lin was. In the distance, the strong warriors of the Mulberry tribe were also dumbfounded. Their hearts trembled as they looked at Lin Sun, who was accompanying Nan Qiu and gradually moving further and further away, as if he was a god. Who is he? Until the figures of Lin Sun and Nan Qiu disappeared, someone couldn't help asking. Everyone looked at each other. They only knew that this man was carried back by Nan Qiu when she went hunting. Other than that, they knew nothing else. Quick, go tell Uncle Jiu. Someone shouted. Nan Leiping had suffered a great blow today. At this moment, he was sitting in his room in a daze, looking gloomy and dispirited. It's over, everything is over. The Cloudfire tribe was the sworn enemy of the Mulberry tribe. Now that they had married Mu Shouyuan, how could the Mulberry tribe survive in the future? At the thought of this, Nan Leiping's heart ached as if it was stabbed by a knife. Uncle Jiu, that stranger took Nan Qiu away. When his clansmen brought the news, Nan Leiping couldn't help but be furious. What an arrogant boy, but when he learned what had happened, especially when he learned that the clansmen couldn't hurt Lin Sun at all, a flash of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Could it be, was this person also a hidden expert? Immediately, Nan Leiping frowned and showed an anxious expression. Oh no. Mu Shouyuan is the first successor of the Tianqing swordsmanship sect, but he wants to take Nan Qiu to take revenge. No matter how strong he is, how can he fight against the Tianqing swordsmanship sect? If he fails, the Mulberry tribe will also be implicated when the Tianqing swordsmanship sect blames him. How can the Mulberry tribe bear the anger of the Tianqing swordsmanship sect? Thinking of this, Nan Leiping couldn't sit still anymore. He shouted, quick, mobilize people to go to the Tianqing swordsmanship sect with me. No matter what, we must stop that boy from doing stupid things. Crash! The void rippled. Lin Sun steered the vast universe arc to fly above the sea of clouds. Although the speed was not as fast as teleportation, it was almost the same. Nan Qiu was in a trance along the way. Obviously, she was very nervous. Go to the Tianqing swordsmanship sect to take revenge? She didn't even dare to think about it before. The Tianqing swordsmanship sect was the overlord of the Tianqing realm, the supreme ruler in the eyes of countless practitioners. Lin Sun said, Miss Nan Qiu, do you know the way out of the Tianqing realm? Nan Qiu asked, are you leaving? Lin Sun said, yes, I will leave after I help you vent your anger. Little brother Lin, where on earth are you from? Nan Qiu couldn't help asking. She felt that she couldn't see through the man in front of her. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, a place very far away from the starry sky ancient path. Nan Qiu suddenly smiled, you must be an extraordinary person to be able to come here from such a faraway place. Nan Qiu then told Lin Sun that there was only one way to leave the Tianqing realm, and that was to take a realm ship. Realm ships could easily pass through the world barrier. After entering the starry sky, they could safely reach other places on the starry sky ancient path by following a fixed and reliable route. Realm ships were extremely expensive and could only be built by the great forces on the starry sky ancient path. The Tianqing realm was just a remote small world on the starry sky ancient path, so it didn't have the ability to build realm ships. However, according to Nan Qiu, a realm ship would arrive at the Tianqing realm during the Battle of the Tianqing realm. At that time, some of the big shots who came on the realm ship would choose some of the experts who performed well in the Heavenly Melody King battle and leave the Heavenly Melody realm together. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help asking, where are these big shots from? Nan Qiu's big bright eyes showed a trace of longing. Daiyu world. Daiyu world, a big world on the starry sky ancient path, could be classified as a first-class world in the starry sky. There were 16 small worlds under the Daiyu world, and the Tianqing realm was one of them. In the Daiyu world, there was a famous imperial family, the Yu family. It had an ancient orthodoxy, countless spiritual mountains and blessed lands, and countless heroes. In the Tianqing realm, all the young practitioners who reached the King realm are eager to cultivate in the Daiyu world. For example, in this battle of the Tianqing realm, the top 10 young practitioners will be chosen by some big shots from the Daiyu world to cultivate in the Daiyu world. Nan Qiu's voice was full of longing. If I can go to the Daiyu world to cultivate, our Mulberry tribe will also benefit. The big shot who will take me away will give the tribe behind me a talisman of disciple acceptance. With this talisman, the tribe will have a layer of protection, which is enough to make other forces afraid. Hearing this, Lin Sun understood. The Daiyu world, Lin Sun realized that if he wanted to know more about the Starry Sky ancient path, he had to go there first. It had been 6 years, and he still couldn't be sure where Hu, Old Toad, and Alu went when the Kunlun ruins fell. Nanqiu suddenly sighed, but I'm afraid I can't participate in the battle of the Tianqing realm now. Don't worry, you can. Lin Sun's black eyes were calm, and he had made up his mind. Snow Melody Mountain. Tianqing swordsmanship sect was the place where the first spiritual vein gathered in the Tianqing realm. It was the holy land for cultivators in the Tianqing realm. 10 days later, the battle of the Tianqing realm would begin on Snow Melody Mountain. There was an ancient city at the foot of Snow Melody Mountain. During this period of time, numerous cultivators had converged over from all directions with the intention of watching this unprecedentedly grand event. Some top figures from the 4 sects and the 13 tribes were also eager to get into action, preparing for the battle of the Tianqing realm. Have you heard that the big shots from the Danding Taoism sect are coming from the Daiyu world? The Danding Taoism sect? It's one of the top 3 sects in the Daiyu world. Its foundation can be traced back to the ancient times. It's a very prosperous sect with many strong practitioners. I wonder which lucky ones will be chosen this time. In the city, people were talking about the battle of the Tianqing realm everywhere. It was noisy and lively. Let's not talk about this. Have you heard that Mu Shouyuan, the first inherited disciple of the Tianqing swordsmanship sect, has broken off his engagement with a woman named Nanqiu from the Muzang tribe? Really? It's true. This morning, the Cloudfire tribe released the news that Mu Shouyuan will marry Eugene, the daughter of the chief of the Cloudfire tribe. Ha ha ha, the Muzang tribe is so unlucky. Not only is their power declining, but they've also lost Mu Shouyuan, a powerful foreign aid. In the future, I'm afraid they'll be removed from the ranks of the 13 tribes. Nanqiu? Hee, how can a girl with no reputation be worthy of Mu Shouyuan? The news of Mu Shouyuan breaking off the engagement had also spread throughout the city, causing a huge uproar. The uproar continued. Mu Shouyuan, he was the most dazzling star in the Tianqing realm. It was difficult for the news of him breaking off the engagement to not attract attention. As for Nanqiu, she had undoubtedly become a joke in everyone's eyes. Whose treasured ship is that? How audacious. Doesn't it know that flying is prohibited in the city below Shualai Mountain? Suddenly, someone noticed that a treasured ship flew over from the sky and hovered steadily in the sky above the city. It was only a few kilometers away from the peak of Shualai Mountain. Isn't he courting death? Soon, many cultivators in the city noticed this as well, and they couldn't help but feel surprised. A sea of clouds rose. Standing atop the vast universe arc, one could see Snow Note Mountain in the distance, as well as the ancient buildings that lined the mountain. That was where Tianqing Sword Sect was located, a place that countless practitioners in the Tianxu world could only look up to. Nanqiu was in a trance and was in a daze. Only when she arrived here did she feel an indescribable tension and pressure. Tianqing Sword Sect, for her, who grew up in the Tianxu world, this place was like a sacred place, unattainable and inviolable. But today, Lin Sun brought her here, and they appeared in the sky in such a dignified manner. Are you afraid? Lin Sun asked softly. Nanqiu nodded and then shook her head, seeming to be in a dilemma. Lin Sun sighed, silly girl, when Tianqing Sword Sect broke off the engagement, did they care about your feelings? When Mu Shouyuan wrote the engagement without hesitation, did he think about your feelings? Nanqiu's eyes turned red at once. The anger that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time gushed out like a tsunami. She took a deep breath and said, I have never liked him. I only hate him for humiliating me in this way and trampling on my self-esteem. How can I raise my head in the future? Lin Sun said softly, that's right. They made a mistake, so they should pay the price. Who is so bold? How dare you fly in the air without permission? A roar resounded from Shualai Mountain in the distance. Boom, the sea of clouds tumbled and shattered. A sword light tore the sky like a divine rainbow, whistling over and turning into a man with wide sleeves and a wide belt. He stepped on his flying sword, his sleeves fluttering, his long hair dancing in the wind, and his sword chi roared fiercely. In the city at the foot of the mountain, there was a burst of cheers. It's Duan Mujiang, one of the 6 inherited disciples of Tianqing sword sect. He cultivates the heaven-traversing thousand shadow sword and is a famous peerless king. This is the demeanor of the successor of Tianqing sword sect. Amazing. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid that guy is out of luck. Isn't he courting death by flying in the air on a treasure ship? Duan Mujiang looked at Lin Sun and said aggressively, no matter who you are, you have violated the rules of Tianqing sword sect. I don't care who you are. You've violated the rules of my Skypath sword sect. I'll give you a chance to repent and atone for your sins. His voice was cold. In the heavenly melody realm, the Skypath sword sect was the overlord. They were the supreme leaders. This made Duan Mujiang appear extremely powerful and confident. Dead? Lin Sun smiled. It really surprised him that a successor of a sect who was content with a corner of the world should be so overbearing. Looks like you're going to be stubborn. Duan Mujiang's expression turned cold. With a whoosh, the flying sword beneath his feet shot out, turning into a streak of light that tore through the air and slashed towards the distant vast universe. Arkansas. Lin Sun flicked his fingers. Bang, the flying sword exploded. Duan Mujiang's body trembled as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He turned pale with fright and realized that something was amiss. He turned around and fled. But it was too late. Lin Sun made a grabbing motion in the air, and Duan Mujiang's body was grabbed tightly like a chick. With a poof, Duan Mujiang exploded in the void. Blood rained down. Nan Qiu's eyes widened, and her heart was in turmoil. So powerful, the city below was deathly silent. The cultivators that were originally here to watch the show had frozen on their faces at this moment, and they were flabbergasted. He had killed Duan Mujiang with a single palm. It should be known that Duan Mujiang was one of the 6 inherited disciples of the Skyline swordsmanship sect. This guy, he's obviously not here with good intentions, someone said in a trembling voice. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? After a while, the whole city was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Lin Sun with a touch of surprise and doubt. At this moment, Lin Sun put away the vast universe arc and spoke. Where's Mu Shouyuan? Show yourself. His words were like thunder from the 9th heaven, shattering the clouds in all directions. The rumbling spread out, and the world seemed to tremble. Many cultivators felt their heads buzzing, and they almost coughed up blood. Mu Shouyuan, he's here for Mu Shouyuan, many people exclaimed. The entire city was in an uproar. The Tianxia Supreme War was about to begin, and countless cultivators had already gathered around the Shuilu mountain. No one had expected that someone would appear in front of the Skyline swordsmanship sect at this time to provoke them. This was too shocking. The Skyline swordsmanship sect was the #1 power in the Tianxia boundary, and such a shocking thing had never happened before. Interesting. How many years has it been since I've seen someone dare to provoke us? A cold and deep voice resounded. On the Shuilu mountain, a scarlet-red light shot through the sky and arrived. It suddenly transformed into a tall old man in a scarlet robe, and his whole body emanated a monstrous aura. Elder Xueming. Many cultivators in the city recognized the scarlet-robed old man as an elder of the Skyline swordsmanship sect, and he was called Xianxia Sword Saint. He had a fiery temper and killed countless people. Behind Xueming was a group of men and women. All of them stood on flying swords and had an extraordinary bearing like dragons and phoenixes among men. When looked at from afar, it seemed like a group of sword immortals had appeared on the sea of clouds. Such a lineup shocked the cultivators in the city, and they knew that Lin Sun's words had infuriated the Skyline swordsmanship sect. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Sun seemed to turn a blind eye to such a situation, and his expression didn't change at all. He was indifferent as before. He just asked, "Who is Mu Shouyuan? How dare you? Who do you think you are? What kind of figure is Senior Brother Mu? How can he be seen by anyone?" A green-robed woman scolded. Lin Sun looked over, and a pair of divine light shot out from his eyes like a pair of crisscrossed sword chi. Puff, the green-robed woman was killed on the spot, and her blood splashed high. There was a sudden dead silence in the field. Even the city was covered with an oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. Lin Sun was too domineering. He killed without saying a word, and he didn't care about the Skyline swordsmanship sect at all. His overbearing means were shocking. Xianxia was stunned. She had never expected that Brother Lin beside her could be so terrifying when he attacked, as if he had become a different person. How strong was he? If you don't want to die, ask Mu Shouyuan to come out immediately. Lin Sun's voice was indifferent. His dark eyes were deep, and he put his hands behind his back. His aura was almost non-existent, and he was so ordinary that he was inconspicuous. This was the skill of using power that he had honed in the cold starry sky for 6 years. When he didn't move, he would never waste any strength. Once he attacked, it would be a thunderous blow. You, how dare you? Xue Ming's face was livid. He didn't have time to react when Lin Sun killed someone under his nose, which made him angry. Boom, he attacked without hesitation. A majestic fiery red sword chi soared into the sky, stirring up the sky and releasing a violent and boundless murderous aura. When a saint was angry, blood would flow like a river. This Qixia sword saint, who was famous in the Tianxu realm, was a peerless saint. When he attacked, the momentum was extraordinary. Seeing this, many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the outcome was settled. But in the next moment, a scene that terrified everyone happened. Lin Sun casually pinched his fingers, and the majestic fiery red sword chi was firmly imprisoned in the void. Then, with a bang, it exploded in the sky like a beautiful firework, creating a shocking visual impact. Everyone was absent-minded. You're courting death. Lin Sun waved his sleeve. With a bang, a Swanee seal was condensed and pressed down from the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Shuiyang was shocked and finally realized something. Oh, no, you. You are, boom, the next moment, his whole body was suppressed by the Swanee seal and smashed into a mass of meat paste. Blood splashed in the void. A famous sword saint in the Tianxu realm died like this. Everyone's pupils dilated, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. Even a peerless saint couldn't resist a blow from this young man. It was incredible. The men and women who followed Shuiyang were all pale and soaked in cold sweat at this moment. They looked at Lin Sun as if they were looking at a devil. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how terrible their opponent was, who was far beyond their ability to fight against. If you don't want to die, go, and call Mu Shouyuan out. Lin Sun glanced at these men and women coldly, as if he was looking down at a group of insignificant ants. With his current power, even if he only had 20% of what he had been at his peak, he was still not someone that any saint could challenge casually. Suddenly, an old voice resounded. Fellow practitioner, I'm Gong Yangqi. If my Skyway swordsmanship sect has offended you, please let me know. Then, a slim old man with a sage-like demeanor appeared out of thin air. His eyes were flowing with the divine light of the law. In the city, all the practitioners gasped. Gong Yangqi, the headmaster of Skyway swordsmanship sect, a peerless saint. At the same time, Gong Yangqi was also regarded as the undisputed number one in the Tianxu realm. In the Tianxu realm, he was like a supreme ruler with a high status. In the past, he was rarely seen. Xianxia felt that her brain was not enough to process what she had seen. What she had seen before and now was something she dared not imagine before. But now, it all happened in front of her eyes. Lin Sun raised his eyes, glanced at Gong Yangqi, and frowned. I said, ask Mu Shouyuan to come out. His words were rude. The practitioners in the city almost went crazy. Who in the Tianxu realm dared to talk to Gong Yangqi like this? Unexpectedly, Gong Yangqi did not get angry. After thinking for a while, he sighed and said, that's fine. Then, he gave the order. Not long after, in the distant sea of clouds, a sharp and dazzling golden sword light swept over. A figure stood on the sword light and broke through the air. This man had a jade-like face, red lips, and white teeth. He was dressed in white, and his appearance was quite outstanding. At first glance, people could tell that he was not an ordinary person. Greetings, headmaster. As soon as the man arrived, he bowed and saluted. Undoubtedly, he was Mu Shouyuan. Lin Sun looked at him expressionlessly, but in his heart, he was quite disapproving. As a peerless sword practitioner of Qing realm, Mu Shouyuan was far worse than Yun Qingbai. Xianxia also looked up. This was the first time she had seen Mu Shouyuan. I'll continue to update tomorrow. There was silence above the sea of clouds. Nanxiu stared at Mu Shuyuan, her expression uncertain. It was this man who brought her a heavy blow and humiliation by breaking off the engagement. She couldn't understand why he was so determined. Even if he was unwilling, why did he hurt her like this, just because he was the first descendant of Tianqing sword sect? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her body trembled and she almost couldn't control herself. In the distance, Mu Shuyuan had obviously known something and noticed Nanxiu's angry eyes. But he didn't care. He just looked at Lin Sun with a touch of disbelief. It seemed that he couldn't imagine why such a person dared to provoke Tianqing sword sect. Taoism pure, Mu Shuyuan is here, Gong Yangqi said slowly. At the same time, Mu Shuyuan took a deep breath, suppressed his inner doubts, and cupped his hands. Mu Shuyuan greets Senior. I wonder how I have offended you. Kneel down. Lin Sun said casually. These two words shocked everyone present. Gong Yangqi's eyes also narrowed. Lin Sun obviously wanted to humiliate and trample on Mu Shuyuan on purpose. Mu Shuyuan's expression froze. His handsome face turned red and he said, Senior, killing someone is just a matter of having my head on the ground. I, Mu Shuyuan, would rather die standing than live kneeling. His words were sonorous and powerful, resounding through the sky. Many cultivators in the city were excited. This was the demeanor of the first King Realm swordsman of the younger generation. At the same time, they rejected Lin Sun in their hearts. How could a powerful cultivator act recklessly and aggressively? Lin Sun didn't care about this and said, Die standing. That's too easy for you. You'd better kneel. He pressed his hand and a terrifying force covered Mu Shuyuan. Taoism pure, let's talk nicely. Gong Yangqi made a move without hesitation. A purple cloud emerged and turned into a surging torrent of sword qi to resist this blow. Boom, the torrent of sword qi collapsed like a piece of paper. Gong Yangqi's pupils shrank suddenly. What a terrifying force. Who was this man and why was he so powerful? Bang, Mu Shuyuan knelt in the void. His strength was not enough at all. If Lin Sun wanted to, this blow could turn him into ashes. Ah, Mu Shuyuan's cheeks flushed red as he screamed. He felt incomparable humiliation and anger. He was forced to kneel in front of everyone. He had never experienced such a feeling before. As a proud son of the heavens, he had never imagined that he would suffer such humiliation in front of the Sky Travel Sword sect in the Heavenly Melody realm. The expressions of the nearby disciples of the Skyway Sword sect changed, and they went silent like cicadas in winter. Gong Yangqi's expression changed indeterminately, and he felt extremely depressed in his heart. But in the end, he let out a long sigh. The situation was beyond his control, and he had no choice but to lower his head, and in the city below, everyone was stunned. Mu Shuyuan was forced to kneel. Some of the women who admired Mu Shuyuan felt that their hearts were about to break. Even Nanxiu didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so domineering to suppress Mu Shuyuan in front of the headmaster of Tianqing swordsmanship sect. It must be a terrible feeling. Lin Sun said with deep eyes, You must be very angry in your heart and don't understand why I am targeting you. Not bad. Mu Shuyuan gritted his teeth, and his face was ashen. Lin Sun pointed to Nanxiu beside him and said, Her name is Nanxiu, and she is my younger sister. Do you understand now? What? There was an uproar in the field, and many people showed a look of disbelief. Nanxiu, a woman who had been engaged to Mu Shuyuan since she was born, even if no one had seen her in person, who didn't know the name Nanxiu, Gong Yangqi's face also changed, and he was shocked in his heart. He realized the problem, and for a moment, he only felt a little black in front of him. This morning, on behalf of Mu Shuyuan, the Skyway Sword sect entrusted the Cloudfire tribe to go to the Muzang tribe to break off the engagement. Now, the retribution came. In the city, countless practitioners were also dumbfounded. Before, they were still talking about the storm of breaking off the engagement. They regarded Nanxiu as a joke, and their words were full of ridicule and ridicule. But at this time, Nanxiu, the joke whose engagement was broken off, appeared in the sky, and stood in front of Mu Shuyuan, who was kneeling in the void. Impossible. When did Nanxiu have a brother like you? Mu Shuyuan cried out as if he was struck by lightning, and his state of mind was completely out of control. He struggled to get up, but he was firmly suppressed there, maintaining the humiliating posture of kneeling. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. Have you ever thought that your engagement breaking off almost ruined Nanqiu's life? Have you ever thought that you are superior and can do whatever you want, and you have the backing of the Skyway Sword sect? How could you care about a woman from the Musang tribe? Lin Sun's voice was flat, but it resounded in the cold and depressing atmosphere. Many people looked unnatural. Lin Sun continued, this time I made you kneel down, I didn't think whether it would ruin your life or not. I also wanted you to taste the feeling of being humiliated and trampled on. In short, this is revenge. Now, do you understand? As his voice fell, there was a dead silence in the field. Nanqiu's eyes were red, and her heart was indescribably moved. When she looked at Mu Shuyuan, who was kneeling in front of her like a prisoner, there was no pleasure of revenge in her heart, only disgust. Mu Shuyuan's expression changed, and finally he coughed up blood. He was so angry that he fainted. Gong Yangqi was shocked. He didn't care about anything else and quickly saved Mu Shuyuan. My fellow practitioner, an eye for an eye. Are you satisfied now? Gong Yangqi took a deep breath and asked. The others also looked at Lin Sun. Duan Mujiang, one of the 6 inherited disciples of the Skyway Sword sect, was dead. Elder Zhuoming was dead. Now Mu Shuyuan was also unconscious while kneeling. This kind of revenge could be called bloody and heavy. But Lin Sun shook his head and said, without the support of the Skyway Sword sect, Mu Shuyuan wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Your Skyway Sword sect must pay the price. His words made Gong Yangqi's body cold, and the others were furious. What did this guy think of the Skyway Sword sect? I want to use this place to meditate for a period of time. What do you think of it? Lin Sun pointed to the Shuelua mountain in the distance. Meditate? Gong Yangqi was stunned, and his expression eased a lot. He forced a smile and said, it's an honor for our Skyway Sword sect to come here. We're very happy. Lin Sun took a deep look at Gong Yangqi and said, if it weren't for your good attitude, the Skyway Sword sect would have suffered a greater loss today. Gong Yangqi's lips were bitter. What did he mean by good attitude? He was suffering humiliation, Shuelua mountain. Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness and instantly found a blessed place where spiritual veins converged. He said, my fellow practitioner, whose cave is this? Gong Yangqi hurriedly said, if you like it, you can practice in it. Lin Sun smiled and said, then I won't stand on ceremony. With that, his figure flashed and swept into the blessed place. Watching Lin Sun's figure disappear in the blessed place, Gong Yangqi's expression changed for a long time. Finally, he sighed with a gloomy expression. What kind of person did the Skyway Sword sect provoke this time? My fellow practitioner, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with. Suddenly, Lin Sun's voice came from afar. Gong Yangqi's heart tightened. He said, go ahead. Lin Sun's voice came, my sister is going to participate in the Tianxia King battle. I hope you can arrange it for her. Gong Yangqi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's a piece of cake. Don't worry. Seeing that Lin Sun had no other orders, Gong Yangqi turned around and left in a hurry. What happened today was a heavy blow to the reputation of the Skyway Sword sect. In particular, Lin Sun, a terrifying figure who didn't play by the rules, was still in the Skyway Sword sect. This made Gong Yangqi feel troubled. He knew that he had to make arrangements as soon as possible to avoid any more disturbances at this time. When Gong Yangqi came to the main hall of the sect, the senior members of the Skyway Sword sect had already gathered there, waiting for his arrival. Headmaster, that man is cruel, overbearing, and cold-blooded. Are we just going to tolerate him riding roughshod over us like this? Many people started talking at the same time. Every single one of them was furious. Today, their sects had simply lost all face. Gong Yangqi's face darkened. He shouted, shut up. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, and the atmosphere in the main hall fell silent. From today onwards, no one is allowed to approach the blessed land at the back of the mountain, lest they disturb fellow Taoist Lin's cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Gong Yangqi issued an order, also, during the Tianxia King battle, treat the experts of the Mulberry Wood tribe as distinguished guests. Don't neglect them. If I find out that anyone dares to cause trouble for the Mulberrywood tribe, don't blame me for being impolite." His voice was like thunder, resounding in the main hall. The senior members of the Skyway Sword sect were dumbfounded. They never expected that the headmaster would make such an arrangement at such a time of humiliation. However, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to explain. He thought to himself, when the Tianxia King battle comes to an end, the big shots from the Great U World's Pill Cauldron Dao sect will arrive. At that time, it will be the time for the Skyway Sword sect to take revenge. When he thought of this, Xianxia calmed down a lot. He silently calculated how much he should pay to get the help of the big shots from the Pill Cauldron Dao sect. Every time the Tianxia King battle came to an end, a top expert would be selected and brought to the Great U World for cultivation. Over the years, several disciples of the Skyway Sword sect had entered the Pill Cauldron Dao sect to cultivate through the opportunity of the Tianxia King battle, which benefited the Skyway Sword sect a lot. Now, Xianxia had several talismans of disciple acceptance given by the Pill Cauldron Dao sect. With these talismans, he would receive a layer of protection from the Pill Cauldron Dao sect. However, Xianxia was also very clear that this kind of protection was only a deterrent. It was fine to deal with ordinary people, but if he wanted to deal with a terrifying figure like Lin Sun, he had to pay a great price. Perhaps, he could only get the help of the big shots from the Pill Cauldron Dao sect. Just wait until the Tianxia King battle is over. Xianxia secretly gritted his teeth. How could he not hate after suffering such a great shame, at the foot of the Snow Music Mountain, in front of the city? At dusk, Nan Leiping appeared with a group of experts of the Mulberry tribe. Nan Leiping frowned and said worriedly, "I wonder if Lin Daoyuan has brought Nan Qiu here." After leaving the Mulberry village, they rushed to the Snow Mountain at full speed, through wind and rain, in order to prevent Lin Sun from taking revenge on Mu Shuyuan. But they didn't meet Lin Sun and Nan Qiu along the way. This made Nan Leiping worried that Lin Sun would do something offensive and offend the Skywalk Sword sect. If that was the case, then their Mulberry tribe would be implicated as well. Alas, I just hope that boy won't do such a stupid thing. The other experts of the Mulberry tribe sighed. Let's go into the city and get some information. Nan Leiping took a deep breath and walked into the city. Look, the people of the Mulberry tribe are here. The leader is Nan Leiping. I heard that he was the one who arranged the marriage between Nan Qiu and Mu Shuyuan. As soon as they entered the city, Nan Leiping and the others felt something was wrong. All the cultivators they met along the way had strange expressions on their faces, and the gazes they shot at them carried curiosity and indescribable surprise. This made Nan Leiping and the others feel uncomfortable. Did the thing they didn't want to see happen after all? Brother Leiping. Suddenly, a tall old man in a brocade robe laughed and walked over. I haven't seen you for many years. You're getting more and more capable. Nan Leiping recognized him at a glance. He was Shui Xiangdong, an elder of the Ghostwater tribe. Brother, don't laugh at me. You've probably heard that Nan Qiu's engagement was broken off, right? Nan Leiping smiled bitterly. He had a good relationship with Shui Xiangdong. Shui Xiangdong said with a sigh, I've heard about it. It's hard not to know about it. But I didn't expect Nan Qiu to be so amazing. Nan Leiping was stunned, and then said unhappily, Brother, are you laughing at me? Shui Xiangdong was stunned. Don't you know that Nan Qiu went to the Skywalk Sword sect in person today? What? Nan Leiping and the others turned pale with fright, and they seemed as if they'd been struck by lightning. This really happened. Where's Nan Qiu? Nan Leiping could not help but ask. Shui Xiangdong said, I heard that the Skyway Swordsmanship sect placed him in the Skyway Pavilion. Hurry to the Heavenly Movement Pavilion. Nan Leiping was instantly anxious, and he couldn't be bothered about anything else as he led the group away hastily. It's over, Nan Leiping's mind was in a mess. Nan Qiu had obviously been captured by the Skypath Sword sect. How was he supposed to salvage the situation? Tianxing Pavilion. When Nan Leiping's group arrived, the sky was already dark, and the 300 tall pavilion was decorated with lanterns and streamers, causing it to glisten brilliantly under the ink-black night sky. In front of the pavilion stood a group of successors of the Skyway Sword sect. This was the territory of the Skyway Sword sect, and outsiders were not allowed to trespass. But at this moment, Nan Leiping couldn't care about all of this, and he said anxiously, "I'm Nan Leipung of the Mulberry tribe." Before he finished speaking, a successor of the Sky Path Sword sect suddenly turned around and said, "You are the experts of the Mulberry tribe?" Nan Leipung quickly said, "Yes." Although he was a sage, he did not dare to put on airs. He knew better than anyone else how powerful the Sky Path Sword sect was. Behind him, the other experts of the Mulberry tribe could not help but feel anxious. "Everyone, please come in. We have already received the sect master's verbal order, and we will be waiting for you here." The successor of the Sky Path Sword sect smiled brightly, and he was extremely enthusiastic as he humbly and politely invited them. Nan Leipung's mind buzzed. What did Nan Xiao do to make the sect master of the Sky Path Sword sect personally issue an oral order? The expressions of the people around him changed as well, and their hearts were pounding. Nan Leipung took a deep breath and asked bitterly, "Fellow Taoist, did I, Nan Xiao, do something wrong to anger your sect master?" The successor of the Sky Path Sword sect looked slightly uncomfortable, but he still smiled and said, "Everyone, please follow me. Miss Nan Xiao is doing very well. Welcome, everyone." The other successors of the Sky Path Sword sect bowed in unison. Nan Leipung was stunned, and he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did the Sky Path Sword sect become so polite? "Everyone, please follow me." The successor of the Sky Path Sword sect smiled and led the way. Nan Leipung, who was still in a daze, exchanged looks with the others, and they braced themselves and followed the successor with doubts in their hearts. When they entered the Sky Path Pavilion, they saw Nan Xiao sitting in front of a table in the center of the hall, and several maidservants stood respectfully beside her, as if she was the master. Nan Leipung and the others were stunned. What was going on? "Ninth uncle." Nan Xiao got up and said in surprise, "Why are you all here?" Nan Leipung said impatiently, "We were worried about you, but, why are you?" He looked confused. "Everyone, please continue chatting. We will take our leave first." The successor of the Sky Path Sword sect said with a smile, and hurriedly left with the maidservants, leaving the huge hall to the people of the Mulberry tribe. Nan Xiao took this opportunity to tell them everything that had happened in front of the Sky Path Sword sect. Nan Leipung and the others were stunned after listening to her. Their expressions were extremely interesting, and they could not calm down for a long time. The man that Nan Xiao had carried back to the tribe had single-handedly suppressed the Sky Path Sword sect. Who could believe it? At least, Nan Leipung and the others found it hard to believe. They asked repeatedly before they reluctantly accepted the truth. "No wonder Shui Shandong, that arrogant old thing, took the initiative to greet me today. No wonder the successors of the Sky Path Sword sect treated us so well. No wonder." After a long time, Nan Leipung sighed. The others were also excited. This time, Nan Xiao had gained a blessing in disguise, as she had received help from a noble. In the future, who would dare to look down on the Mulberry tribe in the Tiansu boundary? Nan Leipung asked uneasily, "Nan Xiao, our tribe has neglected young Master Lin. Will he hate us because of this?" "Don't worry. Someone like him will not care about such a small matter." Nan Xiao could not help but laugh. The ninth uncle was a dignified man, but now he behaved like a child who had made a mistake, which was rare in the past. That's good, Nan Leipung was relieved, but he felt a little regretful. If he had known that the young man was so great, he would have treated him with the most solemn courtesy. Now it was too late to make friends with him. Snow Music Mountain. In the blessed enclave, Lin's son was meditating quietly. His whole body was like a big abyss, swallowing the rolling spiritual energy coming from all directions. Rumble divine light surged, and Taoist light roared. In the end, the power of the spiritual veins buried under the Snow Music Mountain and the pure spiritual energy gathered between heaven and earth also rushed to the blessed enclave where Lin's son was. For a time, the sky changed color, and the land was filled with the rumbling sound of Taoist sound. The whole Sky Path Sword sect was alarmed. All the big shots were shocked, thinking that something terrible had happened. When they judged that it was caused by Lin's son's cultivation, they were all stunned and dumbfounded. What kind of terrifying cultivation did he have to be able to do this? When did such a powerful man appear in the Tianxia world? We are all great saints, but why do I always feel as small as an ant in front of him? Gong Yangqi was in a trance, and there was a storm in his heart. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of all this. He was immersed in cultivation. Snow Music Mountain was worthy of being the place where the first sect in the Tianxia world was located. The rich spiritual energy here was almost enough to meet his cultivation needs. 3 days later, Lin Sun had recovered more than half of his strength. 7 days later, Lin Sun had recovered 80% of his strength. As time went by, Lin Sun was like a bottomless pit, greedily swallowing the majestic spiritual energy bred in this world. This made the practitioners of Sky Path Sword sect miserable, because they could not absorb any spiritual energy when they cultivated. All the spiritual energy was occupied by Lin Sun. 10 days later, Lin Sun's chi gradually disappeared. His strength had completely recovered to the peak, and his whole body was surging with the mysterious aura of the Great Way. Even though he was just sitting there, he exuded a domineering momentum that could deter the ninth heaven and devour the universe. The next step is to prepare to charge into the Saint King realm. With my current saint physique and extremely perfect path towards the Tao, I only have to capture a trace of a critical factor before I'll be able to advance along with it. Lin Sun thought for a moment, and then began to meditate again. In the 6 years of suffering in the silent starry sky, his cultivation had undergone many subtle and wonderful changes. Now that his strength had recovered to the peak, Lin Sun had the opportunity to understand and experience the benefits of these changes. On this day, the Tianxia King battle, which attracted the attention of the world, began in a huge martial arts arena in front of Snow Music Mountain. The top figures of the young generation from the 4 sects and the 13 tribes all participated in the battle, and there were many exciting battles. When Nan Xiao's figure appeared, she instantly became the center of attention of all the cultivators present here. Everyone knew that this woman from the Mulberry tribe was no longer the laughingstock whose engagement was broken off, but a dazzling figure that even the Sky Path Sword sect had to treat with respect. To everyone's surprise, Mu Shouyuan, who had been humiliated by kneeling down, participated in the Tianxia King battle as if nothing had happened, and performed extremely well. However, every single gaze that was directed at him carried a slightly complicated expression. Some were filled with pity, some were filled with schadenfreude, and so on and so forth. The Tianxia King battle lasted for 3 days, and finally, the 10 most outstanding practitioners were selected. Mu Shouyuan deserved to be the first. And Nan Qiu was also among the 10. Why are they not here yet? Gong Yanyu, the headmaster of the Sky Path Sword sect, had been waiting anxiously since the end of the Tianxia King battle. Look, it's the border ship. The bigwigs of Danding Taoism sect are here. Suddenly, someone cried out in excitement. The realm ship was as large as a floating piece of land. It was thousands of acres wide, and there were many buildings on it. There were pavilions, terraces, artificial mountains, and rivers. When it flew over from the distant horizon, it rumbled like thunder and cast a shadow on the ground. Many cultivators gathered near Shualai Mountain felt suffocated, and then their gazes blazed while yearning appeared on their faces. The realm ship could pass through the barrier of a realm and travel through the starry sky to reach other realms. Only ancient orthodoxies could possess it. Having a realm ship was also a symbol of an ancient orthodoxy. They're here. Gong Yangqi suppressed the excitement in his heart and soared into the sky to welcome them. After a while, the realm ship landed slowly. The important figures from the Pill Cauldron Tao Court were personally welcomed by Gong Yangqi and headed to the main hall of the Sky Path Sword sect. There were a total of 7 important figures from the Pill Cauldron Tao sect. Leading them was the Pill Cauldron Tao sect's elder, Ma Taizhen, who was a sage king. Of the other 6, 5 were deacons and were all peerless great sages. One was the core disciple of the Pill Cauldron Tao sect, Yu Yunhe, and the other was a descendant of the Emperor Yu clan. He had outstanding talent and a strong foundation. He was traveling with Ma Taizhen to broaden his horizons. The combined strength of these 7 people was enough to sweep through the entire Tianxia realm. And this was just the tip of the iceberg of the Pill Cauldron Tao sect's power. These are the 10 people selected this time? Ma Taizhen spoke in the main hall. His hair was as black as ink and he wore a blue Taoist robe embroidered with a cauldron. He sat in the main seat in the middle, and every move he made had the might of a sovereign. Mu Shouyuan, Nan Xiao, and the rest of the 10 who stood out in the Tianxia Supreme Battle all stood respectfully in the main hall. Senior, these are the 10. Gong Yangqi's expression was respectful and submissive. Even though he was respected as the sect master of the Skypath Sword sect, no matter if it was his cultivation or status, he was inferior to a great figure like Ma Taizhen. Not bad, not bad. Ma Taizhen nodded with a smile and suddenly asked, "Who is Mu Shouyuan?" Mu Shouyuan's body trembled. He immediately stood up and bowed. "Junior Mu Shouyuan greets senior." Ma Taizhen's eyes lit up. He carefully looked at Mu Shouyuan for a moment and revealed a satisfied smile. "When I came here, your sister Mu Shouqi told me that you wouldn't disappoint me. Now that I've met you, I can see that you're indeed a genius, a dragon among men, a rare seedling." Mu Shouyuan's expression was excited, but his mouth was modest as he said, "Senior's praise is too much. Junior doesn't deserve it." A commotion broke out in the hall, and everyone revealed looks of surprise. Only now did they know that Mu Shouyuan actually had an older sister cultivating in the Pill Cauldron Dao sect. "Your sister and I are very close. If you encounter any trouble when you head to the Pill Cauldron Dao sect, feel free to look for me." Suddenly, Yu Yunhe, who sat below Ma Taizhen, spoke in a clear voice. He had a handsome appearance and a full forehead. As his eyes blinked, a sea of clouds surged into appearance while lightning rumbled, and it was an extremely terrifying scene. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Mu Shouyuan's brows lit up with joy. Many people present could not help but feel envious. They had yet to head to the Pill Cauldron Dao sect, but Mu Shouyuan's path had already been paved by someone else. "Then let's do it this way. We'll rest here for 3 days, and then we'll leave with these 10 people and return to the Great Yu world." Not long after, Ma Taizhen announced, "All of you can leave for now." Gong Yangqi ordered. Immediately, Mu Shouyuan, Nan Xiao, the other 9 people, and some insignificant disciples of the Sky Path Sword sect left the hall. "Gong Yangqi, what's the matter?" Ma Taizhen asked. Plop, at this moment, Gong Yangqi did something unexpected. He came to the front of the hall and directly knelt on the ground. With a sorrowful expression, he said, "Senior, please save my Skypath Sword sect." Ma Taizhen and the others were surprised and stunned. The Skypath Sword sect was the #1 sect in the Tianxu boundary, and its status was extraordinary. Gong Yangqi, the sect master, was the #1 person in the Tianxu boundary, and his authority was monstrous. But now, he was kneeling on the ground and asking for help. In an instant, Ma Taizhen judged that Gong Yangqi must have encountered an extremely difficult problem. Otherwise, why would he kneel directly? While Ma Taizhen was thinking, Yu Yunhe couldn't help but ask curiously, "What exactly happened? Tell me." Gong Yangqi's face was full of sorrow and resentment. He gnashed his teeth and told them about Lin Sun's appearance, his tyrannical behavior, and his cruel persecution of the Sky Path Sword sect. Crack, after listening, Yu Yunhe smashed the table in front of him and said angrily, "What an audacious madman. How dare he force junior sister Shouqi's brother to kneel? He's simply courting death." Ma Taizhen and the other big shots of the Danding Dao sect couldn't help but smile bitterly. They all knew that Yu Yunhe admired Mu Shouqi and was pursuing him. The reason why Yu Yunhe came to the Tianxu boundary this time was to see Mu Shouyuan. He wanted to take this opportunity to show off and leave a good impression on Mu Shouqi. Yu Yunhe looked at Ma Taizhen and said, "Elder Ma, since we know about this, we have to help. What do you think?" Ma Taizhen sighed in his heart. Originally, if Gong Yangqi didn't pay an extremely great price, he wouldn't pay any attention to such a matter. The calamity of the Sky Path Sword sect had nothing to do with the Danding Dao sect. However, Yu Yunhe's words made Ma Taizhen understand that he had no choice but to help this time. However, he was slightly unwilling to agree just like that. "Why?" Right at this moment, Gong Yangqi, who was kneeling on the ground, said loudly, "Senior, my Sky Path Sword sect is willing to offer 1,000 Dao crystals, 10 10,000-year-old divine herbs, and 3 divine materials of heaven and earth. I only hope that Senior can help and save my Sky Path Sword sect from an abyss of suffering." A bright light flashed in Ma Taizhen's eyes, and he pondered for a moment before he said with a solemn expression, "Forget it. Yunhe is right. Since we've encountered this matter, we naturally can't stand idly by." His words were sonorous and filled with a strong sense of righteousness. The other big shots of the Danding Dao sect smiled and nodded when they saw this. Annihilating a great saint wasn't difficult for them. Moreover, Gong Yangqi was tactful enough to offer a huge reward, so they couldn't refuse it even if they wanted to. There's no time to lose. Gong Yangqi, lead the way. We'll go settle the score with that madman right now. Let me see who he is to actually dare to be so arrogant. Yu Yunhe stood up with a disdainful expression. It's indeed a little too much. Not only did he kill someone, he even forcefully occupied their abode to cultivate. Such despicable actions are simply infuriating. Ma Taizhen stood up as well and said, Yunhe hates evil. We can't wait any longer. Let's take action immediately and eliminate this madman as soon as possible so that Gong Yangqi can be at ease. Thank you, senior. Gong Yangqi revealed a grateful expression as he choked with sobs. In reality, his heart was bleeding. The reward he paid had consumed more than half of the Sky Path Sword Sect's savings. Who wouldn't feel the pain? Right, call Mushu Yuan over. I want him to personally see how that madman who once humiliated and trampled on his dignity dies. Yu Yunhe instructed with a flash in his heart. Ma Taizhen and others couldn't help smiling. At this time, Yu Yunhe didn't forget to express his goodwill to Mu Xiuqi, who was far away in the sect. Gong Yangqi naturally had no objection. Back mountain, in front of the blessed enclave. When Gong Yangqi came here this time, he was already full of complacency. His heart was mixed with excitement and expectation, but he was still very calm. Is Taoism Pure Lin here? He asked in a deep voice. What's the matter? Soon, Lin's figure came out of the abode. His qi was restrained, and there was no fluctuation of his breath. The elephant was invisible. Returning to nature, Gong Yangqi took a deep breath and said, Taoism Pure, a master from the Danding Taoism sect came by the boundary ship today and wants to meet you. Lin Sun said with a faint smile, I see. They came at the right time. I'm about to leave by the boundary ship, so I really have to meet them. Gong Yangqi sneered in his heart. You still want to take the boundary ship? I'm afraid you don't have such a life. Right at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly walked forward and patted Gong Yangqi on the shoulder, and he said with a gentle expression, Fellow Daoist, you must have had a very unpleasant time these past few days. But fellow Daoist, you must not do anything stupid. Otherwise, not only will you harm others and yourself, I'm afraid the entire Skysword sect will be implicated. Gong Yangqi felt a chill in his heart, and his body became stiff. How could he not hear the threat in Lin Sun's words, but when he thought of Ma Taizhen and others, Gong Yangqi calmed down a lot, and said with a forced smile, Taoism Pure, you must be joking. Lin Sun smiled and said, Where are they? Gong Yangqi pointed to the distant sky. A group of masters from the Danding Taoism sect are drinking and talking in the clouds, appreciating the beauty of the sea of clouds. Lin Sun looked over and sighed, what a good place. Even if there is a battle, it won't affect the snow mountain, and it won't hurt the flowers and grass of the Tianqing sword sect. Gong Yangqi's smile stiffened, and he was surprised and doubtful. Had this boy already been vigilant? Swish, right at this moment, Lin Sun put his hands behind his back, and his figure floated up into the sky. Young man, don't blame me for being too ruthless. It's you who pushed me too far. Watching Lin Sun leave, Gong Yangqi's eyes flickered, and he relaxed. Without delay, he also followed up. He wanted to see how Lin Sun would be executed. In the clouds far away, the sea of clouds was rolling. Ma Taizhen and others stepped on it, their clothes fluttering in the wind like a group of immortals. Mu Shouyuan was also among them. He looked excited, unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. When he heard that Ma Taizhen and the other masters of the Danding Taoism sect were going to kill Lin Sun, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. It's time to wash away the humiliation I've suffered. That bitch Nanqiu and the Musang tribe behind her can't escape. Mu Shouyuan secretly gritted his teeth. These days, he almost couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Whenever he thought of the scenes where he was forced to kneel down, he felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. But from today onwards, all of this would vanish into thin air. They're coming. Ma Taizhen's eyes were like lightning as he looked into the distance. Almost at the same time, Yu Yunhe and the other masters of the Danding Taoism sect also looked over. In the distant sky, they saw a figure stepping on the sea of clouds, his clothes fluttering in the wind and his black hair flying. It was Lin Sun. He's that madman? Why does he look so ordinary? Yu Yunhe showed a surprised expression. Yunhe, don't be careless. There's no shortage of ruthless people who are good at concealing their aura. They deliberately make others unable to see through them in order to achieve the purpose of surprise. Ma Taizhen said indifferently. Yu Yunhe sneered, as long as you have a great background and great spirit, you have the momentum of arrogance and confidence. Why do you need to hide? You're too hypocritical. With that, he pointed to Lin Sun in the distance. Is it you who forced Mu Shouyuan to kneel? How dare you? His words were not polite at all, as if he was reprimanding a servant. Lin Sun stopped 3,000 feet away, ignoring Yu Yunhe's provocation. He glanced at the people present and finally looked at Ma Taizhen, saying, sure enough, this meeting may be very unpleasant. Bastard! Didn't you hear what I said? Yu Yunhe's face darkened. 3 slaps, I'll record it. Lin Sun glanced at him as if he was looking at a clown. Yu Yunhe was furious. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by Ma Taizhen. Young man, since you have guessed the purpose of our waiting here, you should understand the situation now, right? Ma Taizhen's bearing was dignified and dignified. His entire body exuded the sacred aura of a monarch. My Pill Cauldron Dao sect is not an indiscriminate sect. Tell me your name and origin and this king may give you a chance to redeem yourself. He couldn't see through Lin Sun's details. Lin Sun was too calm. Even in the face of so many people, he was not afraid at all. This could only prove that he was either fearless or had a great origin. Redeem myself, Lin Sun repeated in his mouth and suddenly smiled. No need to be so troublesome. It's just a fight. Just do it directly. Arrogant. Yu Yunhe was in a very bad mood. This guy who came out of nowhere was actually so impervious to them, and he was talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Mu Shouyuan next to him was also very uncomfortable. These were all masters of Danding sect. Didn't this guy know what respect was? Arrogant? Haha. Lin Sun sneered. Back then in the Kunlun ruins, he had killed countless peerless figures from the 6 great Dao courts and the 10 great war clans, such as Yan Chenjun, Wen Qingxue, Kuan Jiulin, Su Ling Kuan, and so on. Compared to him, this fellow in front of him was too inferior. You actually dare to mock me? Yu Yunhe's face was filled with disbelief. He felt that this was ridiculous. Did this guy not know how to spell the word death? Wasn't this a little too brainless? If it was a normal person, who would dare to be so disrespectful to him in the many small worlds that the Dao world covered? Lin Sun said, you're not stupid. You can see that I'm laughing at you. It's rare. Yu Yunhe was so angry that his face turned green. Ma Taizhen couldn't help but frown as he said, young man, if we fight, I'm afraid you'll lose your life today. I gave you a chance because it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, but you didn't cherish it. Could it be that you really think I'm easy to talk to? Lin Sun withdrew the smile on his face and said coldly with his black eyes, old man, you talk too much nonsense. These words enraged all the great figures of the Pill Cauldron Dao sect. Boom, Ma Tai-Lai's body surged with horrible divine power. Every inch of his skin was flowing with horrible light, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He was like a god descending to the world, which shocked the world. In the distant snowy mountain, Gong Yangqi looked excited and murmured excitedly, it's finally time to fight. This young man will definitely die today. Behind him, a group of great figures and countless descendants of the Heavenly Line swordsmanship sect had gathered and were watching from a distance. When they saw this scene, they also showed a look of expectation. This ferocious and overbearing guy was finally going to be punished. Under the snowy mountain, in the city, countless cultivators were also alarmed at this moment. They all looked at the distant clouds. God! Are those great figures of the Pill Cauldron Dao sect going to kill that young man? I knew that the Heavenly Line swordsmanship sect couldn't swallow their anger. That young man's retribution has come. This is the price of being fierce. How can anyone offend the Heavenly Line swordsmanship sect casually? The sound of discussion and uproar sounded like a tsunami. Oh no! Nan Leiping and other strong people of the Muzang tribe also noticed this scene. They were all shocked and their souls almost jumped out of their bodies. Before, they thought that the Muzang tribe could also benefit from Nan Qiu's support with Lin Sun. But now, the great figures of the Pill Cauldron Tao sect actually took action. The Pill Cauldron Tao sect was an ancient orthodoxy that could be considered a colossal figure in the Dao world. Compared to it, the Mulberry tribe was simply like an ant. If Lin Sun died, how could the Heavenly Line swordsmanship sect, which had been humiliated and suppressed by him, spare the Muzang tribe? How could Mu Shouyuan let Nan Qiu go? Thinking of this, Nan Laping and others' hearts sank to the bottom. Their faces were ashen, and their hands and feet were cold. Life was unpredictable. Nan Qiu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She had already known that Mu Shouyuan had a sister who cultivated in the Pill Cauldron Tao sect. This action against Lin Sun was very likely to be related to this. She murmured in her heart, who could have thought that he could suppress the Heavenly Line swordsmanship sect by himself? Now, will a similar scene play out? Elder Ma, please calm down. It's just a young man. You don't need to bother yourself. Let me do it. On the sea of clouds, a middle-aged man in a splendid robe stood up with a smile. His name was Zhu Tsong, and he was a deacon of the Pill Cauldron Tao sect. At the same time, he was also a peak great saint who had lived for thousands of years. Brother Zhu Tsong, don't worry. It's easy to kill such a madman, but it's not enough to vent your anger. Let me capture him and hand him over to Yunhe. It's better to let him vent his anger. A charming woman in green stood out, smiling sweetly. Why go through so much trouble? Why don't you just leave it to me? Yu Yunhe said with a gloomy look. Haha, Yunhe, who are you? How can you condescend to do such a small thing? Someone laughed. During their conversation, they seemed to regard Lin Sun as a prey to be slaughtered. They were scrambling to kill him. Mu Shouyuan was fascinated by Lin Sun's relaxed attitude. This was the demeanor of a master he yearned for, but at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly laughed. I've seen people die, but I've never seen people scrambling to die. Why don't you all come at me together? The crowd fell silent. The big shots of the Pill Cauldron Tao sect who were scrambling to kill Lin Sun were all enraged by this sentence. You're courting death. Zhu Tsong, who was wearing a high hat and a wide belt, attacked without hesitation. Boom, his figure bloomed with great light like an erupting volcano. He moved out of thin air and appeared in front of Lin Sun in the next moment. He punched at Lin Sun's head. The terrifying fist energy was like a dazzling sun, surging with the dazzling power of the laws. A great saint was immeasurably large. A casual strike had the power to burn mountains and boil seas. The nearby sea of clouds evaporated in an instant, and the void collapsed. It was completely absorbed by the power of Zhu Tsong's fist. Seeing this in the distance, Gong Yangqi couldn't help but gasp. He had to admit that the peak great saint of the Pill Cauldron Tao sect was extraordinary. Lin Sun's eyes were deep. Without moving, he casually stretched out his right hand. It seemed slow, but inconceivably, he grabbed the incoming fist before it could. There was no sound of collision. Silently, Zhu Tsong's fist was firmly held. No matter how the qi around him rumbled, he couldn't move an inch. This strange scene caused everyone to be stunned. Zhu Tsong's expression changed drastically. It was as if his punch had landed on an immovable barrier. All of his power was firmly restrained and suppressed. And he couldn't withdraw. Too weak, Lin Sun sighed softly. He exerted force with his palm and fingers. Boom, a terrifying and irresistible power flowed through Zhu Tsong's fist, arms, and into every part of his body as if it was crushing dry weeds. No! Zhu Tsong screamed in horror. The next moment, his fist, arm, and body exploded like a dense cluster of firecrackers. A rain of blood splattered everywhere. The surrounding void trembled and was soaked in scarlet blood. There was dead silence. With one blow, Zhu Tsong, a great saint of the Pill Cauldron Tao sect, was killed on the spot like an ant. That domineering and bloody scene made Ma Taizhen and the others change their expressions. They were shocked and in disbelief. On the snowy holy mountain, Gong Yangqi's expression froze. He was so shocked that his scalp went numb. That was a great saint, not a cabbage. How could he be killed just like that? The city at the foot of the mountain also fell into a dead silence. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. The first one. Lin Sun looked at Ma Taizhen and the others in the distance. Listen to my advice. You'd better come together. His indifferent voice drifted between heaven and earth. No one dared to say that Lin Sun was arrogant. The beautiful woman in green and several others looked at each other and attacked together without hesitation. Zhutsong's death made them realize how terrifying their opponent was. Whoosh, a beautiful flying sword swept out from the void. It was green and lustrous like a divine rainbow. The beautiful woman in green was a great saint sword practitioner. At the same time, a golden spear, a blood-red scimitar, and a long whip like a silver snake also attacked. The treasure light above the clouds rumbled, and the sound of Tao was endless. The terrifying aura released made the world dim and wail. A total of 4 great figures from the Pill Cauldron Tao sect attacked together. Each of them did not hold back and attacked with all their strength. The heavenly curve world was only a small world, and the strongest Xianxia was only in existence who had barely reached the peak of the great sage realm. How could he have ever seen such a shocking battle? That boundlessly terrifying scene caused all of them to be shocked on the spot, and they lost control of their minds. Lin Sun also moved. Whoosh, his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, accompanied by an ear-piercing collision sound, the green flying sword was sent flying by Lin Sun's punch and broke in the void with a bang. His slender and fair index finger was sparkling, translucent, and clean, without the slightest aura. However, in the eyes of the green-clothed beauty, such a finger seemed to blot out the sky and cover the sun. It enveloped all directions, giving her the feeling that she couldn't avoid it. It's over. Just as this thought emerged in her mind, poof, a faint finger mark appeared between her eyebrows, and then a bloody hole cracked open. At the moment of her death, the green-clothed beauty couldn't figure out exactly what kind of terrifying figure this young man was, and why his strength was so heaven-defying. With a bang, her corpse fell from the sky. The second one. At this moment, Lin Sun's figure had already disappeared, and he was charging towards the others. Boom, a golden spear stabbed towards Lin Sun, setting off a storm that covered the sky, and the sharp tip of the spear was aimed straight at Lin Sun's throat. Lin Sun stretched out his hand, grabbed the spear, and swung it. The big shot holding the spear was directly sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Swoosh, Lin Sun threw the spear that he had seized. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the big shot who was sent flying was directly pierced by his own spear, blood splattered, and the man lowered his head to look at the spear that pierced his heart, and his face was filled with terror and confusion. Was he still human? The third one. Lin Sun's figure flickered, and he pounced towards another opponent. His speed was too fast, and his strength was too terrifying. He completely crushed his opponents, and up until now, he had already killed 3 opponents in just a few short breaths. His invincible and domineering style caused the world to fall silent, and everyone was shocked and completely stunned. Previously, when they saw the big shots of the Danding Dao sect attack, everyone thought that Lin Sun would undoubtedly die. After all, in the hearts of all the cultivators in the Tianxia world, the Danding Dao sect was like a high and mighty immortal sect that was omnipotent. But when the battle really happened, everyone was shocked to discover that the big shots of the Danding Dao sect, whom they regarded as inviolable, were killed like chickens and dogs before Lin Sun. That shocking bloody scene had completely subverted their understanding of the world. Boom, high up in the sky, Lin Sun stared at the big shot holding the blood-colored scimitar, and his fists were like lightning with unparalleled momentum. Stop! Ma Taizhen shouted explosively from afar, and his expression was incomparably livid. In a short period of a few breaths of time, numerous people had perished. Such a scene caused him to feel disbelief, and a trace of daze appeared in his mind. At this moment, when he sobered up, Ma Taizhen was completely unable to remain calm. Bang! Unfortunately, Lin Sun turned a deaf ear to it. He developed the Tao in his fist and integrated the law into the momentum. A simple punch had the courage to destroy the universe, mountains, and rivers. In an instant, the blood-colored machete was smashed and exploded. The chest of the owner of the scimitar caved in, and a bowl-sized bloody hole was created by the fist force. The fourth one. Lin Sun said indifferently. His whole body was clean and spotless, but at this time, in the eyes of the crowd, he was like an invincible devil. How is this possible? How is this possible? On the Snow Melody Divine Mountain, Xianxia was in a daze. The experts of the Skyway Sword sect were all stunned. Yu Yunhe opened his mouth wide, his pupils dilated, and his body trembled in fear. As for Mu Shuyuan, he was in an even worse state. His face turned pale, his lips trembled, and his soul almost left his body. He was just a King realm cultivator. When had he seen such a bloody battle between peerless great sages? In the city, the minds of countless cultivators went blank, and they couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. What was a god? They didn't know. But at this moment, in their eyes, Lin Sun who stood high in the sky was like a god. Vile spawn. Ma Taichen was completely infuriated. He stretched out his hand and clenched the void. Buzz, the boundless power of laws spread out and covered the sky. In an instant, a world of fiery red magma appeared at the top of the clouds, and it emitted a terrifying aura that could incinerate the world. Dao Realm, anyone who stepped into the King Realm of sages could forge the power of the laws of the Great Dao and fuse it into a terrifying Dao Realm. It was called the Dao Realm. Where the Dao Realm covered, a King Realm of sages was a supreme existence. This was the symbol of a King Realm of sages, and it was also the symbol of power that was respectfully called king. At this moment, what Ma Taichen displayed was the Dao Realm that he had tempered for countless years, divine flame space ember. In this Dao Realm, the distribution of the laws of fire was like a world of flames. If one was trapped in it, their skin would be torn and their flesh would be torn apart. It was extremely terrifying. Gosh! Is this the legendary power of the Dao Realm? The means of a King Realm of sages are really incredible. Countless exclamations, shock, and uproar sounded. As soon as Ma Taichen made his move, he immediately became the focus of attention. The demeanor of a King Realm of sages was admirable to countless people. As expected, Lin Sun was trapped in the Dao Realm. The power of the laws of the Great Dao was far beyond what he could control at his current realm. Of course, if he struggled, the result was bound to be different. In short, this was the first King Realm of sages that Lin Sun had met since he started cultivating. It was also the first time that he was suppressed by the power of the Dao Realm. He was very curious about the power of the laws of the Great Dao. Therefore, he did not struggle. Ha ha ha, no matter how fierce he is definitely no match for the elder. Yu Yunhe laughed. The anger, fear, and coldness in his heart were swept away. He laughed as if he was venting his emotions, and his voice shook the sky. In the distance, Gong Yangqi and others on the Snow-Sound Mountain were also relieved. They had finally succeeded. The bloody means that Lin Sun had shown just now had really frightened them. Now that Lin Sun was trapped in the Dao Realm, he was doomed to die. Boom, the sea of fire was boiling, and the endless power of the laws of the Great Dao turned into torrential tongues of fire. The scorching aura of destruction that could melt everything raged. This was divine flame space ashes, Ma Taichen's Dao Realm. Standing in it, Lin Sun only felt that he was separated from the world. It was as if he had been cut off from the outside world, and he could no longer sense the aura of the Great Dao. What a familiar feeling. Lin Sun thought of the past 6 years when he was trapped in the empty starry sky. It was surprisingly similar to the current situation. It was as if they were exiled by the Great Dao, unable to sense the laws of heaven and earth. Young man, with the foundation and cultivation you have shown, you are definitely not an ordinary person. Now that you are trapped in my Dao Realm, do you still intend to resist stubbornly? In the world of fire, Ma Taichen's figure emerged. He was majestic and disdainful. Endless flames rushed out of his body like a god born from fire, and his aura was raging and terrifying. Trapped? Lin Sun sneered. Old man, you can use all your strength. I'd like to see what your so-called Dao Realm can do to me. Humph. Ma Taichen snorted. The law of fire suddenly rushed up and turned into orderly swords, sabers, and spears, sweeping from the sky and the ground in all directions. The dazzling flames and the destructive aura intertwined, producing a power that was enough to make most great sages in the world despair. Because this was the power of the Dao Realm. In this Dao Realm, Ma Taichen was the god, the only master, and he controlled life and death. Boom, Lin Sun's body was shining. It seemed that a big abyss was rising up, deep and dark, like a black hole quietly opening in the starry sky. At the same time, he stepped forward and punched. Terrible roars and collisions sounded. The sabers, spears, swords, and halberds formed by the law of fire were smashed by Lin Sun at this moment. the sky was full of fire splashing. No matter how terrible the attack was, it couldn't get close to Lin Sun. Ma Taichen's pupils shrank, and then he sneered, "It's useless. Within this seat's domain, energy is endless and endless. How long can you struggle for?" Boom, his voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when the energy of the laws in this domain changed once more. The rain of flames that covered the sky condensed into a blazing divine seal of flames that was filled with a raging and violent aura of incineration. It rumbled as it pressed down, and the energy it created was capable of instantly transforming everything into ash and evaporation. Lin Sun's black eyes showed a touch of surprise, and he said, "That's more like it." He took a deep breath, and the pores all over his body shook. Suddenly, endless Taishan sword chi flew out, condensed into earth-evil sword mountains, and rose up from the ground. An earth-shattering roar sounded. Finally, the divine seal of fire was smashed, turned into the power of the law, and dissipated. "Look, it's just SOSO." Lin Sun looked at Ma Taichen in the distance and chuckled, "If I'm right, you haven't set foot on the ultimate path of cultivation in the Saint King realm, and the power of the Dao realm you control is not top-notch. Otherwise, you won't be so weak." Ma Taichen's face darkened upon hearing those words. "Go to hell." He shouted and activated the power of the Dao realm with all his strength. For a time, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared, and many attacks full of monstrous killing intent emerged, as if gathering the power of a world to kill Lin Sun. That kind of power was boundlessly terrifying. Lin Sun didn't take it lightly, but he didn't show any signs of being in a mess. While resisting, he sensed the subtle changes of the power of the Dao realm. He looked very calm. Ma Taichen was shocked and angry, and he couldn't believe his eyes. If it were other great saints, they would be seriously injured, or even wiped out, and their souls would be destroyed, even if they could withstand it. But from beginning to end, Lin Sun was in a desperate situation, as if he was walking on the flat ground. He was free and unharmed. Where on earth did this guy come from? Not to mention the small Tianxia world, even in the Daiyu world, there seems to be no such a heaven-defying character like him. Ma Taichen became more and more frightened as he fought, and his expression kept changing. A peerless great sage wasn't afraid of his Dao domain. Who would believe it if word of this got out? In any case, I can't let him live. Ma Taichen gritted his teeth, and his killing intent surged in his heart. If it was at the beginning, he might choose to reconcile, but now it was completely different. Lin Sun had killed several deacons of Danding Taoism sect, and this hatred was destined to be irreconcilable. Boom, the sea of fire was surging and overturning. Ma Taichen was desperate to fight with all his strength, and his face was full of undisguised killing intent. But at this moment, Lin Sun sighed softly. After all, it's still disappointing. Before his voice died away, Ma Taichen, who was in the attack of the fire, raised his head slightly. There was an inexplicable cold light flowing in his abyss-like black eyes, and he gently spat out a word. "Break!" Lin Sun stretched out his body, and his spirit rose to the extreme in an instant. He raised his fist and punched towards the sky. At this moment, he was like a peerless demon. His figure was magnificent, and his invincible demeanor made Ma Taichen in the distance fall into a trance. Boom, following that, a hole was blasted in the sky of the divine flame world, and the violent power of the law of fire raged like a torrent of flames. This, Ma Taichen looked incredulous. His figure shook and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. What happened? Since Lin Sun was trapped in the Tao field, the clouds covered by flames had become the focus of all the people present. But as time went by, there was no movement from there for a long time, which made many practitioners a little impatient. What else can happen? That audacious bastard must die. Yu Yun had gritted his teeth and shouted. How many peerless great saints in this world could resist the Tao field? The king of sages is far above the great saints. Trapped in it, there is no way out. On the top of Shuelu mountain, Gong Yangqi said in a low voice. Everyone around him nodded secretly. For the practitioners of Tianxia realm, the peerless great saint was already the top existence in the world, and the king of sages, it was just a legend. No one would believe that anyone in this world could survive from the hands of a king of sages. In the city, countless practitioners held their breath and were extremely nervous. Especially Nan Leipung and other experts of the Mulberry tribe, their hearts were in their throats. If Lin Sun died, what awaited them would be an unimaginable nightmare. Boom, at this moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out, like a war drum beaten by a deity, or a corner of the sky being broken. Under all eyes, a hole was broken in the divine flame world, and the blazing divine flame erupted like a volcano, sweeping in all directions. At the same time, a figure bathed in the divine flame rose up. His whole body was bright and radiant, and the power he emitted shook the whole world. Yu Yunhe, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, shouted excitedly before he could see clearly, "Awesome! Congratulations to Elder Ma for killing this bastard." The figure bathed in divine radiance laughed. "What a simple-minded fool." His voice drifted through the heavens and the earth, and it caused the surroundings to go silent. After that, everyone finally saw clearly that the mighty figure that was covered in divine radiance was surprisingly Lin Sun, who they thought would surely die. In an instant, all of them looked as if they'd seen a ghost, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. How could this be possible? You. Why aren't you dead?" Yu Yunhe felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind going blank as he cried out involuntarily. The world of fire collapsed, and the glow converged. Lin Sun's figure floated in the clouds, his clothes fluttering, and his eyes looking into the distance. Ma Taijian's figure appeared, but his expression was one of shock, fury, and astonishment, and he was still in disbelief. An uproar erupted in the surroundings when they witnessed this. Even the Dao domain of a sage monarch failed to kill Lin Sun. This was undoubtedly too inconceivable. At the peak of the snow-sound divine mountain, Gong Yangqi felt his vision darken. His chest tightened, and he had the urge to cough up blood. The thing he had been looking forward to for a long time had actually ended like this. This was a huge blow to him. "Old man, are you going to lower your head on your own, or do you want me to suppress you personally?" Lin Sun spoke, his voice rumbling through the clouds. "Arrogant!" Ma Taijian roared as he took out a silver spear and charged through the air. He was a sage monarch after all, and the power and laws he controlled far surpassed that of a sage monarch. How could he be willing to admit defeat just like that? Boom, the shadow of the spear flickered, covering the sky. Lin Sun no longer hesitated. He stepped forward with a cold gaze and suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he punched the tip of the silver spear. It was a head-on collision, but Lin Sun's fist force actually bent the spear, releasing a terrifying force. Bang! The silver spear flew out of his hand, and Ma Taijian seemed to have suffered a backlash as his body staggered back over 30 meters in the air. He had suppressed a sage monarch with a single strike. "Even if it was me 6 years ago, killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand." Lin Sun said something that was inexplicable to the others. However, if Hua Xingli, Xuan Yuheng, and the other peerless figures who had entered the Kunlun ruins were here, they might understand the meaning behind his words. Killing a sage monarch who had yet to step foot into the apex was indeed not difficult for Lin Sun 6 years ago. Moreover, he was completely different from 6 years ago. Kill. Ma Taijian's hair was disheveled, and he seemed to have gone mad. As a great figure of the Pill Cauldron Dao sect, a sage monarch whose name shook the Dayu world, he was actually suppressed by a junior in front of everyone. This humiliation made him lose face. Lin Sun pressed out with his palm. Boom, the palm print that seemed to cover the sky emitted a waterfall of the great Dao energy. The moment it appeared, it caused the entire world to wail as if it was submitting. On the other hand, Ma Taijian's entire body was suppressed by the palm print. His body felt as if it was being suppressed by an ancient divine mountain. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and all the bones in his body were about to break. Bang! Bang, bang! His body was suppressed to the point of sinking continuously. The surrounding space collapsed and exploded without end. No matter how he roared or struggled, it was useless. In the end, the ground cracked, and a huge ravine in the shape of a palm print was formed by the terrifying palm force. Ma Taijian was pressed down within it. His face was covered in dirt, and his body was covered in blood. He could no longer stand up. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the entire place was deathly silent. At this moment, all the cultivators who witnessed this scene felt like ants facing a god. They were powerless and tiny like dust. Even a sage monarch could not withstand a single blow from Lin Sun. As a result, the entire world was enveloped in a terrifying silence. Only Lin Sun stood towering above the clouds like an immortal that had descended into the world. His disdain and majesty were unparalleled. Why? Why? After a long time, Yu Yunhe finally recovered from his shock and muttered involuntarily. His face was pale and extremely unsightly. Lin Sun said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, big fool. I'll borrow your border ship to leave. I won't kill you, but before that, you'd better behave yourself." He reached out a hand and confined Yu Yunhe from afar, suppressing him. Plop. At the same time, Mu Shouyuan, who was standing beside Yu Yunhe, rolled his eyes and fainted out of fear, falling from the void. This was the second time he had fainted. The first time was when he was suppressed by Lin Sun to kneel on the ground. He was so angry that he passed out. Lin Sun looked at Mu Shouyuan and lost his interest in killing him. Mu Shouyuan's Taoist heart had been cracked and broken. Even if he woke up, there was no hope for him to cultivate in this life. He was doomed to be gloomy and degenerate. Lin Sun looked at the Shuelua mountain in the distance. At this moment, Xianxia, who had already lost his mind and felt cold all over, knelt on the ground and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. "We are ignorant and have no intention of offending you. Please spare our lives." Behind him, the big shots of Tianqing swordsmanship sect also knelt on the ground in a chaotic sound, which was quite spectacular. In the past, each of them was respected like a king when they went out in the Tianxu world. But now, they were just a group of poor people kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. "Taoist peer, I have warned you earlier, but you are so stubborn. Why bother?" Lin Sun sighed. Xianxia felt bitter in his heart. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped his cheek hard, making a crisp sound. "I'm confused, I'm stupid." A headmaster who was in charge of an orthodoxy was so humble and slapping himself. That scene surprised Lin Sun. "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Considering your ignorance, I'll leave you a way to live." Whoosh, Lin Sun raised his hand and drew a line with his finger. A stream of sword chi rose and cut down across the sky. Under countless horrified gazes, the Shuelua mountain, known as the first spiritual place in the Tianxu world, was cut into two. The destruction of this mountain was equivalent to the destruction of the foundation of Tianqing swordsmanship sect. The price paid was enough to make all the practitioners in the world feel bitterly disappointed. Everyone knew that even if all the people of Tianqing swordsmanship sect survived, without the Shuelua mountain, Tianqing swordsmanship sect was destined to be removed from the first force in the Tianxu world. Xianxia and the others were pale, but no one dared to say anything. "Nanqiu, are you willing to leave this world with me?" Lin Sun asked, looking down at the city below. Nan Leiping and other people of the Muzang tribe suddenly became the focus of the whole city, and Nanqiu naturally became the focus of attention. Many people couldn't help but feel jealous and envious. Lin Sun alone suppressed Tianqing swordsmanship sect and defeated all the big shots from Danding Taoism sect. If they could follow him and leave together, they wouldn't have to worry about the future. Nanqiu hesitated. "Silly girl, quickly agree." Nan Leiping was extremely anxious. Nanqiu whispered, "Ninth uncle, I'm worried that there will be people who will harm our Muzang tribe after we leave." Lin Sun immediately understood that this girl was worried that other forces in the Tianxu world would no longer have scruples after he left and would harm the Muzang tribe. Lin Sun looked at Xianxia and said, "Taoism peer, do you think there will be any unexpected disturbances in the Muzang tribe in the future?" Xianxia was stunned and quickly shook his head. "Senior, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully the Muzang tribe." Lin Sun snapped his fingers, and a secret method flowed into Xianxia's eyebrows. "This is a method to temper the Taoist root, which is enough to fix the problem of your lack of cultivation. It's not impossible for you to step into the Saint King realm in the future." Xianxia was stunned at first, and then an indescribable ecstasy surged in his heart. He bowed his head and said, "Senior, don't worry. The affairs of the Muzang tribe are my affairs." They talked by voice transmission, so outsiders didn't know that the headmaster of Tianqing swordsmanship sect had been bought by Lin Sun. When Nanqiu learned of Lin Sun's arrangement, she also agreed to leave with Lin Sun without hesitation. Lin Sun felt much more relaxed. For him, the Tianxu world was just a small world after all, and there was no place worth staying here. His cultivation was destined not to be fettered here. Lin Sun didn't want to delay the world any longer, so he decided to leave by ship today. There are two other things. Firstly, I've written an article on Goldfish's official account to summarize the clues of the plot of the Starry Sky Ancient Path that I've foreshadowed in the previous chapter. Second, when Goldfish releases the royalties this month, I'll send a big red envelope to compensate you for the loss of the last subscription. With a roar, the boundary ship, which was as large as a floating land, broke through the air, tore the clouds, and rushed out of the sky. Let's go. On the ground, countless practitioners in the Tianxia world looked at this scene, and their hearts were in turmoil. Lin Daoyuan, this mysterious young man, like a comet, cut through the sky of the Tianxia world, making the world tremble. Everyone knew that this name was destined to be remembered in the history of the Tianxia world like a brand. Let's go. Nan Leipeng let out a long breath. He knew that when Nan Qiu followed Lin Sun, the fate of the Muzang tribe had been quietly changed. In the future, even if the Muzang tribe was extremely weak, as long as Nan Qiu was there would be hope for them to rise again. On the boundary ship, there were pavilions, terraces, small bridges, and flowing water. It covered a large area. Standing on it was like standing in a small city. At the core of the realm ship was a Dao marking restriction formation that could be said to be vast. It was like a surging furnace that seethed and circulated, and it emanated powerful and surging energy that urged the realm ship to tear through the sky. In the center of the boundary ship, there was a small hill of Taoist crystals. These were all high-grade Taoist crystals, which were the source of power for the boundary ship to fly. At this time, Lin Sun stood in front of this Taoist forbidden formation, holding a round bronze plate in his hand, which was engraved with flowers, birds, insects, and fish, and reflected a starry sky chart. This was a chart leading to the Dayu world. This boundary ship is indeed not owned by ordinary forces. After a while, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and made a rough judgment. For a boundary ship like this, there were tens of thousands of kinds of divine materials needed for its casting, which amounted to hundreds of thousands of tons. Besides this, countless Dao marking restriction formations had to be inscribed on the inside and outside of the vessel, and even a Dao marking master with deep attainments would at least require over a year of time to complete such a complicated and tedious task. After the boundary ship was cast successfully, every flight would need a large number of Taoist crystals, which cost a lot. Ordinary forces could not bear such consumption at all. Taoist crystals, also known as precious crystals of the Great Way, contained rich and pure divine spiritual qi, which was a necessity for the cultivation of the Great Saint realm. The value of a thumb-sized Dao crystal could be said to be astonishing. 10 of these Dao crystals could be exchanged for a precious divine medicine. Every time the realm ship flew, it would consume at least 1,000 Dao crystals. If the journey was long, the amount of Dao crystals consumed would only be even more shocking. For example, flying from the Heavenly Melody realm to the Dayu realm would cost 4,000 high-grade Dao crystals. You drove the realm ship and paid such a huge price just to come to a small place like the Heavenly Melody realm to recruit disciples? Asked Lin Sun. Standing next to him was a middle-aged man in a gray robe named Fu Tong. Like Ma Taizhen and Yu Yunhe, he was lucky enough to survive Lin Sun's attack in the Tianxia realm. Of course not. Fu Tong's expression was stiff, and he seemed to have accepted his fate as he said, before coming to the Heavenly Melody world, we'd already been to the other 9 small worlds and gathered 4,000 kilograms of the Cloudweave world specialty, Jade Spiral Golden Thread, 150 kilograms of the Jade Cloud world specialty, Wind-supporting chalcedony, and 50 pairs of the Fallen Sky world specialty, Dark Pheasant Feathers. He reported the names of various divine materials, divine medicines, and mineral resources. Finally, he said, these goods can be sold at a sky-high price of 10 times or even 100 times the price in the Dayu realm. Compared with them, the Dao crystals consumed by the realm ship are just a drop in the bucket. Speaking of this, Fu Tong looked a little complicated. Originally, we came to the Heavenly Melody world to collect a batch of divine medicine called purple beetle grass, but, he didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. Lin Sun said with a faint smile, so, you're blaming me for ruining your big business? Fu Tong shook his head quickly and denied it. Lin Sun didn't care about it. Only now did he understand the value of the realm ship. On the ancient way of starry sky, controlling the realm ship was equivalent to controlling the means to travel in the starry sky and go to other worlds. Through the means of trade, one could transport materials from different worlds and gain unimaginable wealth. The ancient way of starry sky was extremely vast, and all the worlds in the world were in it. The Dayu realm alone controlled more than a dozen small worlds like the heavenly melody world. With endless wealth, it was hard for a sect not to flourish. Now Lin Sun knew that the starry sky was full of unimaginable dangers and disasters. Almost no one under the Emperor realm dared to fly in it without permission. The realm ship became a tool for practitioners in different worlds to travel in the starry sky. However, even the realm ship could only fly according to the fixed starry sky channel. If it deviated from the channel, it was very easy to get lost and suffer in the starry sky. Even when flying on the fixed starry sky channel, one would often encounter all kinds of dangers, such as the sudden appearance of the starry sky turbulence and the alien beasts in the channel. It seems that I need to get a realm ship in the future, Lin Sun pondered. Without the realm ship, one would lose the power to travel in the ancient way of starry sky. Once he was trapped in a world, it would be very difficult to leave. Boom! Suddenly, the realm ship under his feet shook and rushed into the starry sky of the universe. Lin Sun suddenly looked up and saw billions of shining stars. The boundless Milky Way was flowing, and the nebula was circulating. It was magnificent and magnificent. Occasionally, a group of gorgeous comets could be seen whistling, like fireworks blooming in the starry sky. It was so beautiful that it was amazing. This was the real ancient way of starry sky, Lin Sun sighed with emotion in his heart. Taoism pure, I want to know something from you. In an antique palace on the realm ship, Lin Sun sat on the ground and looked at Ma Taizhen not far away. The sage king from Danding Taoism sect was livid at the moment, and his eyes were full of deep hatred. He didn't say a word. Lin Sun smiled and said, "If you don't cooperate, I will destroy your cultivation and throw you out of this realm ship." Ma Taizhen stiffened and said coldly, "You can try." Lin Sun was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. He immediately stood up and came in front of Ma Taizhen. He looked down at him and said, "If you die, there's still Yu Yunhe and Fu Tong. Even if they don't cooperate like you, I have my ways to find out what I want to know when we arrive at the Dayu world. Now, are you sure you want to continue resisting?" His voice was calm, but it made Ma Taizhen shudder. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded with difficulty. "I can give you dignity, but you have to cooperate with me." Lin Sun walked back to his seat and said casually, "First question, where is the Xuanji Taoism sect?" "The Xuanji Taoism sect?" Ma Taizhen glanced at Lin Sun and said, "The central starfield, the Hongmeng world, is the real core area of the ancient way of starry sky. The top forces of the world, such as the 6 major Dao courts and the 10 war clans, are all there. The ancient way of starry sky was vast and boundless. However, only the central starfield was regarded as the most ancient and prosperous cultivation holy land of the ancient way of starry sky. It had existed for a long time, and the Great Way was eternal and brilliant. The Hongmeng world was located in the central starfield, which was also called the first big world in the starry sky. Outside the central starfield, the 9 big worlds and the 33 big worlds were the most famous. For example, the Dayu world was located in the Ziheng starfield, one of the 9 big worlds. It was one of the many big worlds in this starfield. Knowing this, Lin Sun was shocked. How big was the ancient way of starry sky? In the past, he only had a vague idea. Now he knew how vast the ancient way of starry sky was. Below the Dayu world, there were more than 10 small worlds. But the Dayu world was just one of the many big worlds in the Ziheng starfield, and the Ziwei starfield was one of the 9 big worlds. This meant that if Lin Sun wanted to go to the Xuanji Taoism sect in the future, he had to leave the Dayu world and the Ziheng starfield first, and then cross the starry sky to arrive at the central starfield. Only then could he enter the Hongmeng world where the Xuanji Taoism sect was located. It was foreseeable that this was destined to be an unimaginable journey. Second question, where is the ancestral land of the true dragon? Asked Lin Sun. Ma Taizhen's pupils constricted as he said, the true dragon lineage is one of the most mysterious and ancient clans in the starry sky. According to legend, the place where this clan resides is called the true dragon world. However, only a very few ancient sects know exactly where this world is located. Lin Sun frowned and asked, does anyone in the Dayu world know anything about the true dragon world? Ma Taizhen shook his head, let alone the Dayu world, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Ziheng starfield knows about it. If you want to inquire about the true dragon world, you can only go to the Hongmeng world in the central starfield. Lin Sun was surprised. He did not expect the true dragon bloodline to be so mysterious. He thought for a while and said, "Third question, do you know about the ancient wasteland fighting league?" When the young man with golden cicada took Zhao Jingshuan's parents and some horrible creatures to the ancient way of starry sky, he told Lin Sun about the ancient wasteland fighting league. Ma Taizhen was stunned and shook his head. There are so many forces on the ancient way of starry sky. I have cultivated in the Dayu world all my life, but I have never heard of the ancient wasteland fighting league. Lin Sun was not surprised. He continued to ask, where is the dark world? Like the divine sunshine ancient sect or the hidden land realm? Ma Taizhen's body stiffened. He shook his head again and said, almost every practitioner on the ancient way of starry sky knows about the dark world, but few people can tell where it is. Lin Sun asked some more questions, but Ma Taizhen's knowledge was limited, so he couldn't answer them. Lin Sun suddenly realized that the Dayu world might be a big world, but it was not the most prosperous and central place on the ancient way of starry sky. It seemed that he could only go to the central starfield to get the information he wanted. The central starfield, the Hongmeng world, the 6 Tao courts, the 10 war clans. Even the Xuanji Taoist sect is located there. It seems that I have to go there in the future. While Lin Sun was thinking, the boundary ship suddenly shook violently as if it had encountered a strong resistance. Thanks to the tips and monthly tickets of Shuyu 552472246, Nothing to Do, Audi Never Perish, and so on. In the starry sky, in the void in front of the boundary ship, a huge black treasure ship appeared, like a ferocious black beast of the starry sky. A flag painted with a white bone bird was fluttering on the black treasure ship. The violent shaking of the boundary ship was caused by this black treasure ship. The bone bird pirate ship. Fu Tong, who was steering the boundary ship, exclaimed. His face changed dramatically. Damn it, how could we encounter these starry sky bandits? In the main hall, Ma Taizhen's expression also changed. The starry sky was vast, and danger was everywhere. Even if it was on a fixed route, it was still unavoidable for unpredictable natural and man-made disasters to occur. The existence of starry sky bandits was the most dreaded and hated existence of practitioners in all the big worlds. They were like locusts in the starry sky, robbing the wealth of the boundary ship. They came and went without a trace, and each of them was extremely insidious and ruthless. If they encountered ordinary bandits, they would recognize that this boundary ship belonged to Danding Taoism sect. They would not dare to act recklessly and could only avoid it. But the bone bandits were different. In the starry sky where the forces of Dayu world were distributed, the bone bird bandits could be called one of the strongest bandit forces. Their leader, the bone bird Taoist, was a notorious evil practitioner with the terrifying combat power of the Saint King realm. Under his command were the 13 bandits, each of whom was a peerless saint. This bandit group didn't care what sect you were from. Anyone who was targeted would be regarded as prey and robbed. This was the reason why Ma Taizhen and Fu Tong changed their faces. Lin Sun asked a little and suddenly showed a strange expression. This boundary ship of Danding Taoism sect was now occupied by him, but they encountered a group of bandits. It could only be said that Ma Taizhen and his companions were really unlucky. Without any delay, he leaped into the air and gazed into the distance. Soon, Lin Sun's pupils shrank. The huge black treasure ship was filled with a strong smell of blood and was damaged in many places. Corpses were strewn across the ground in pools of blood. Every single corpse had a bloody hole pierced through the center of their eyebrows. Their faces were filled with fear, as if they had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world before their deaths. Lin Sun's divine sense was so powerful that he instantly judged that these corpses were all great saints when they were alive. In particular, an old man in a Taoist robe emitted an aura that was different from that of a peak great saint. It was obvious that he was a Saint King. However, there was no exception. A bloody hole was pierced through the center of the old man's brows as well. My God, Bone Bird Daoist and the 13 bandits under his command are all dead? Ma Taizhen, who appeared right behind Lin, cried out involuntarily, his face full of shock. In the thousands of years of the past, this group of roving bandits that roamed through the starry sky had plundered the goods of countless sects, killed countless people, and possessed a ferocious reputation. Because of their elusive movements and extremely cunning, they were practically impossible to eliminate, causing the countless cultivators of Daiyu world to feel both detest and helpless towards them. But now, they were completely annihilated. Who killed them? Lin Sun looked at a position where there was a white bone chair. On the chair, there was a figure sitting with his back to the crowd. When Lin Sun looked at it, the white bone chair turned and revealed the front of the figure. Taoism Pure, do you mind if I take a ride on the border ship? This was a man in a pink robe, and his clothes were covered in pink rose cloud patterns. His jet black hair was held up diagonally by a hairpin, and it revealed a handsome face that could be described with the word beautiful. He had a pair of phoenix eyes with a natural charm. His skin was as white as mutton fat, and his figure was slender. Even his voice had a unique charm and magnetism. Anyone who saw such a beautiful and outstanding man was bound to be amazed. However, in a pink robe and a hairpin, he gave people a very good feeling, with a kind of broad-minded and romantic charm. Did you kill all these bandits? Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought. The beautiful man in a pink robe nodded with a smile and said in a soft voice, such murderers should be killed by everyone. Ma Taizhen and Fu Tong gasped and were shocked. That was a Saint King and 13 peak great sages, yet they were all killed by a man who was so beautiful that even women would feel ashamed of their inferiority. Who was he? Where did he come from? In the Daiyu world, it seemed that no practitioner liked to wear such a robe decorated with pink rose cloud patterns. It was too unique. Lin Sun asked, so, you also got all the wealth of these bandits? The beautiful man in a pink robe was stunned and showed a strange expression. Taoism Pure, do you want to get a share of the loot? As he said, he stood up. Between his movements, there was a kind of natural noble spirit that was different from the secular world. Lin Sun said, I'm not interested in doing evil. You can take the border ship if you want. Bring me 3,000 Taoism gems. 3,000 Taoism gems. Ma Taizhen and Fu Tong were nervous. They were afraid that Lin Sun would offend the mysterious man in a pink robe. It should be known that this was a huge amount of wealth. It was far from enough to take the border ship. Unexpectedly, the man in a pink robe agreed readily. With a wave of his slender and white hand, a storage bag was thrown to Lin Sun. I'm a person who values fate the most. It's fate that we can meet in this vast starry sky. I'll give you 6,000 Taoism gems. He said with a smile and took a light step. In an instant, he came to the border ship. His sleeves fluttered, his figure was slender, and he gave off bursts of cool fragrance. This man was really too beautiful. If he was seen by some male practitioners with special tastes, they would be drooling. Even Ma Taizhen and Fu Tong's hearts beat violently. This guy was too damn beautiful. All the most beautiful women in the world would be eclipsed by him. Lin Sun was a little surprised. He proposed the condition of 3,000 Taoism gems to let the man know the difficulty and retreat. Who would have thought that the man didn't care at all? Taoism Pure, where do I live? The man in a pink robe looked around. Anywhere. Lin Sun turned around and walked away. The man in a pink robe was more like a woman than a woman. Even if he was noble and unworldly, Lin Sun still felt sick of him. The man in a pink robe followed Lin Sun and said with a smile, Taoism Pure, my name is Jun Huan. What about you? As for Ma Taizhen and Fu Tong, they were directly ignored by him. He didn't even look at them from beginning to end. Lin Daoyuan. Lin Sun pointed to the black pirate ship in the distance. Don't you think this ship is in the way? The man in a pink robe called Jun Huan said with a smile, it's not difficult. He waved his sleeve. A pink flying sword with dreamy luster swept out and chopped at the ship. Silently, the huge black pirate ship was cut off from the middle and fell from the starry sky. Whoosh, the pink flying sword flew back and disappeared. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed. He glanced at Jun Huan and said, I didn't know that you were also a sword practitioner. That sword is very powerful. Jun Huan showed an intoxicating smile and said, the name of the sword is Instant of Beauty. It's my natal flying sword. I like it. Lin Sun looked at him in surprise and said carefully, I have to remind you that this ship was robbed by me. There will be trouble in the future. Are you sure you want to stay here? Jun Huan was stunned and couldn't help laughing. Interesting. There are not many people in the starry sky who dare to rob a ship, and there are even fewer people who are as frank as you. After a pause, he continued, then I might as well tell you that I am not afraid of trouble in addition to fate. Lin Sun frowned and knew that this guy was determined to stay. He said, in that case, you'd better behave yourself. Then he turned around and left. Watching Lin Sun go away, Jun Huan opened a pink folding fan with pictures of beauties and chuckled, it's really interesting. It's fate. From that day on, Jun Huan, an extremely beautiful man of mysterious origin, became a member of the ship. He liked to sit at the bow of the ship, holding a flagon and drinking by himself. His pink robe fluttered in the wind, which made him look indescribably romantic and unrestrained. Apart from that, he didn't do anything out of line and behaved himself. But neither Lin Sun, Ma Taizhen nor Fu Tong dared to ignore his existence. A man who could wipe out the roving bone bird bandits alone was bound to be an extraordinary person. Nan Qiu, when we arrive at the Dayou world, you will not be able to go to the Danding Taoism sect. At that time I will find a suitable sect for you to cultivate in. On this day, Lin Sun found Nan Qiu and talked with her. Nan Qiu nodded. Unlike before, she was much more reserved in front of Lin Sun and no longer called him little brother Lin. This made Lin Sun sigh in his heart. He knew that he couldn't change anything. The only thing he could do was to arrange a good place for Nan Qiu before leaving the Dayou world. As time went by, the journey was peaceful. According to Lin Sun's estimation, they would arrive at the Dayou world in about 3 days. On this day, Ma Taizhen, Fu Tong, and Yu Yunhe found Lin Sun together. Their cultivation had been sealed, so although they had become prisoners, they were not grounded by Lin Sun. Taoism pure, how do you want to deal with us? You should at least give us a clear explanation, right? Ma Taizhen asked directly. Lin Sun didn't answer, but looked at Yu Yunhe and said, you are from the Yu clan, an imperial family? Yu Yunhe was stunned and said in a muffled voice, yes. Ever since he was captured by Lin Sun, this domineering and arrogant descendant of the Yu clan, an imperial family, had long lost his arrogance and was completely listless. These days, he was afraid that Lin Sun would come up with the idea of killing them. It was extremely torturous, and his spirit was very dispirited. Then do you recognize this thing? As he spoke, Lin Sun turned his palm, and a token appeared in his palm. The word Yu was inscribed in the ancient bird seal script. Yu Yunhe was stunned at first, and then revealed a look of disbelief. He cried out involuntarily, this is worn by the ancestor Green Sun of my clan. How could it be in your hands? Old ancestor Green Sun, Ma Taizhen and Fu Tong thought of a person in an instant. A long time ago, a legendary figure in the Emperor realm who was famous in the Dayou world and the entire Ziheng star zone, Yu Qingyang, he was the most dazzling figure among the ancestors of the Yu family. His fighting power was the best in the world for 8,000 years. He was known as Green Sun Saber Emperor. But a long time ago, after Green Sun Saber Emperor went out to travel, there was no news of him. Until now, no one knew his whereabouts. But Ma Taizhen and Fu Tong didn't expect that Lin Sun had a token of Green Sun Saber Emperor. For a moment, the way they looked at Lin Sun changed. At this moment, Yu Yunhe was even more excited. He shouted as if he had lost control of his emotions, tell me, why do you have the token of old ancestor Green Sun? Lin Sun was keenly aware that something was wrong. In the mulberry forest, he had saved a group of horrible creatures with the Great Way Without Blame lamp. Later, these horrible creatures gave him some tokens when they left. This token of Yu was given to him by a black-robed old man who was formed by a heart riddled with holes. According to the young man with golden cicada, this man was an ancestor of the Yu family. He was aloof and arrogant, and was a good friend of Calamity Emperor. Back when this person and a few others came to the mulberry forest to protect the myriad tribulations Emperor, they unfortunately encountered a taboo tribulation and ended up in this state. Lin Sun thought that the old ancestor of Yu family would definitely return to his clan after leaving. But looking at Yu Yunhe's excited appearance, Lin Sun couldn't help but suspect that either the old ancestor of Yu family didn't return to his clan, or Yu Yunhe didn't know these things at all. Glancing at Yu Yunhe, Lin Sun said, when we arrive at the Dayou world, take me to your clan, and I will tell you the reason. Yu Yunhe was furious, but when he met Lin Sun's deep eyes, he shuddered and suddenly sobered up, realizing that he was a prisoner. As for you two. Lin Sun looked at Ma Taizhen and Fu Tong, making them nervous as if they were prisoners waiting for trial. When we reach the Great U world, I will let you go. Hearing Lin Sun's words, Ma Taizhen and Lin Sun felt relieved, but they also found it hard to believe that Lin Sun would let them go just like that. Was he not afraid that they would return to the sect and use the power of the sect to seek revenge on him? Lin Sun didn't explain again. He stood up and walked out of the hall. From afar, he saw the handsome Jun Huan sitting on the bow of the ship, drinking wine. He walked over. We will arrive at the Great U world soon. Lin Sun said with emotion, standing on the side of the bow, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Jun Huan's beautiful and charming almond-shaped eyes revealed a smile. He tilted his head, squinted at Lin Sun beside him, and said in a soft voice, "Are you still worried that I have ulterior motives on this ship?" Lin Sun said, "What do you think?" Jun Huan's slender and fair fingers held the jug of wine as he tilted his head back and drank to his heart's content. Then, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that bored." Lin Sun asked, "What's your plan after arriving at Daiyu World?" Jun Huan blinked and said, "Why don't I go with you? Wherever you go, I'll follow you." Jun Huan was a man, but his every move and smile were full of charm. He was too beautiful, which made Lin Sun feel a headache. "Sorry, I don't want to go with you." Then, he turned around and left. Lin Sun didn't reject Jun Huan because his appearance, demeanor, and behavior were amazing, but they were not vulgar. Instead, they were broad-minded and noble. But the more it was like this, the more vigilant Lin Sun was. He was afraid that he would gradually begin to appreciate Jun Huan if he had more contact with him, ha ha ha. Behind her, Jun Huan's unbridled laughter rang out. There was a hint of mockery in his voice, and his voice was magnetic, like the sound of jade. No one would believe that it was a man's voice just by listening to it. Lin Sun left faster and faster. On the bow of the ship, Jun Huan stood up and stretched his waist lazily. His pink robe fluttered in the wind like countless blooming roses. He looked into the depths of the starry sky, and a touch of emotion appeared on his beautiful and fair face. "It's such a beautiful scene, yet I can't drink to my heart's content and chat merrily with her. It's truly a great regret in life." 3 days later. In the distance of the starry sky, a blazing light appeared. It was a big world, covered with hundreds of millions of stars. The law and order were intertwined and poured down like a waterfall, sprinkling magnificent and dazzling light. From a distance, this world was like a huge egg, suspended under hundreds of millions of stars, exuding a thick, ancient, and vast aura of world order. The boundary ship Lin Sun took was big enough, but compared with it, it was like a drop in the ocean, extremely small. Daiyu World, a big world located in the Ziheng star zone. After arriving in this part of the starry sky, they could see huge world ships appearing in the starry sky in all directions, flying towards that world. Some boundary ships were like huge old turtles, some were like a moving star fortress, and some were like birds roaming in the starry sky. There were cultivators of all sorts standing on the numerous world vessels, and they were discussing and chatting. It seemed to be extremely bustling, and it caused this expanse of the starry sky to be no longer cold and deathly. Standing on the boundary ship, Lin Sun couldn't help being shocked by such a scene. It was the first time for him to see a big world in the starry sky since he started his cultivation. Taoism pure. At this moment, seeing the Daiyu world in their sight, Ma Taizhen and Fu Tong couldn't help but become nervous and looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun said, "Don't worry. I'll keep my word. When we arrive at the Daiyu world, I'll let you go." Ma Taizhen and Fu Tong looked at each other and said no more. "Brother Lin, I'll be taking my leave first." Jun Huan, dressed in a robe embroidered with pink roses and clouds, appeared. He looked at Lin Sun with a smile and said goodbye. Lin Sun was a little surprised, but he was relieved and said hurriedly, "Goodbye." He couldn't wait for this unbelievably beautiful and mysterious guy to disappear as soon as possible. Jun Huan curled his lips and sighed faintly. "I didn't expect that Brother Lin would be so indifferent and heartless when I say goodbye." The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched. He fell into silence and pretended not to hear it. Then, Jun Huan smiled again. "However, to me, this meeting can be said to have not been in vain. We will definitely meet again in the future. Brother Lin, we will meet again." After that, he stepped up and left in the starry sky with his sleeves fluttering. Watching him leave, Lin Sun murmured, "If I stay with you for a long time, people will inevitably misunderstand me and have some dark ideas. It's better that we never meet again." Boom, the boundary ship suddenly roared and emitted a magnificent light rain. It rushed to the Daiyu world in the distance and disappeared in the depths of the power of the world order. In the starry sky, Junhuan quietly watched the boundary ship leave. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked into the distance. In the distance, there was an inconspicuous black boundary ship, only dozens of meters in size, flying in the void. "I feel that the breath of the heretic is approaching the Daiyu world quickly." On the black boundary ship, a lonely old monk suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils reflected a terrible divine light. The expressions of the black-robed monks near the withered old monk jolted. Interesting. 6 years ago, this heretic disappeared on the ascension platform of Kunlun ruins. Today, 6 years later, he appeared near the Daiyu world. If I hadn't used the Eye of Innocence to spy on a wisp of this heretic's chi, he would have almost escaped. The lonely old monk revealed a touch of emotion. All the monks in black robes bowed their heads respectfully. The lonely old monk in front of them was extremely senior, and his cultivation could be said to be incredible. He was a real living bodhisattva, an antique. Only a supreme figure like him could have such ability. With just a trace of chi, he could deduce the traces of the heretic on the vast ancient path of the starry sky. This heretic has the Dharma scripture and the Bodhi tree. 6 years ago, he obtained the secret of becoming an emperor and an ancestor in the Kunlun ruins. This time, we must not let him go. A monk said in a deep voice. Yes. The others nodded. The lonely old monk revealed a self-deprecating expression. "With my status, I'm personally dealing with a mere sage. If word of this gets out, I'm afraid I'll become a laughingstock and be despised by others." Right at this moment, a gentle voice resounded. "You know it's despicable, yet you still do it. Isn't this called being disrespectful or shameless?" Accompanied by the voice, the black treasured ship was suddenly illuminated by a gorgeous pink rain of light, and it was suffused with a dreamlike luster. As the rain of light flowed, a slender figure appeared out of thin air. He wore a pink robe, and his jet-black hair was pinned up diagonally, revealing a beautiful and fair face. Every single move he made was naturally charming. The pupils of the monks in black constricted. They stood up without hesitation and were about to attack. However, they were shocked to discover that the strength in their bodies seemed to have been sealed, and they were unable to move at all. All of a sudden, their expressions changed. A group of Saint Kings. In the Hidden Land realm, they're a group of golden arhats with Buddhist Tao karma. If they enter the Daiyu world, they'll be able to dominate. Junhuan placed his hands behind his back and sighed. "However, why are you guys forcing me like this? You're obviously bullying me." The lonely old monk's gaze was deep, and his entire body was coiled with supreme power. His appearance was dignified, and he was like an ancient god that was awakening. That invisible might was simply like the ruler of the great Tao, supreme and boundless. He stared at Junhuan and said with a frown, "Concealing the secrets of the heavens outside your body. Fellow Taoist, you're brilliant. May I know where you're from and why are you interfering in this matter?" Junhuan said with a smile, "I saw injustice and drew my sword to help." Is this reason enough? A hint of coldness appeared between the lonely old monk's brows. "I'm afraid no one will believe such a childish excuse." Junhuan's voice was very calm, and when paired with Junhuan's soft and gentle voice, it didn't have the slightest bit of deterrence. But the old monk's expression changed slightly. Boom, the entire treasure ship exploded in an instant. Terrifying turbulence swept out. At this moment, apart from the old monk, the other Saint King realm monks with the golden body arhat were all killed by the dreamlike pink light. But the old monk couldn't care less about that. He looked around with a solemn expression. He realized that the place where he was standing had been changed. Originally, they were about to arrive at the Daiyu world. However, at this moment, they were standing in a strange and empty starry sky. Everything around them was boundless. Junhuan stood in the void. His robe fluttered in the wind. He put his hands behind his back and looked elegant. But in the eyes of the old monk, this breathtakingly beautiful man had a completely different aura. He stood there casually, but it was as if he had become the only ruler of this starry sky. The power around him had already covered the entire area. The feeling he gave off could only be described as, I'm the only one in the world. Who exactly are you? The old monk asked in a deep voice. His aura changed as well. It was as if a bodhisattva was guarding hell. He showed a fearless and solemn aura that said, if I don't go to hell, who will? As he spoke, the stars nearby trembled and a grand Sanskrit sound resounded. Jun Huan sighed and said, on this ancient path of the starry sky, everyone regards me as a wandering ghost. Tell me, who am I? As his voice rang out, he summoned the pink flying sword known as Instant Beauty. As he spoke, the flying sword flew out. The starry sky instantly turned pink. Roses bloomed all over the sky, and a rain of light flowed. It was as beautiful as a painting. The flying sword had already pierced the old monk's glabella. The sword's momentum couldn't be described with speed. It was like an incarnation of the great Tao. The Tao was everywhere. The sword was everywhere. The old monk's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. A 3-inch white jade bell surged out from his glabella and blocked the sparkling pink sword. Amidst the sound of collision, the 3-inch white bell exploded into pieces. The stars in the surrounding area were also crushed into powder. Even the void collapsed, turning into a storm that filled the sky. The lonely old monk's figure appeared in another direction. Although he had blocked the sword, there was a blood-colored sword mark between his brows. His face was solemn as he spoke word by word. How can a lone ghost control the power of lawlessness in the Emperor realm? Jun Huan gazed at the starry sky as a sliver of disappointment appeared on his face. He said, so what if you're lawless? He seemed to be mocking himself. He seemed to have recalled some unbearable memory. Boom, the lonely old monk took action. His entire body was covered in boundless Buddhist light, producing 36 Buddha worlds. The order of the great Tao interweaved within them, and the Buddhist light they emitted illuminated the starry sky. Suppress. The 36 Buddha worlds overlapped each other. Within every single world were countless pious figures that were chanting scriptures, and they emanated boundless might that illuminated the world and caused flowers from the sky to descend from the heavens. Jun Huan looked calm and said, I'll send a good man to the end. Oh, I forgot that the hidden land realm doesn't seek bliss and transcendence. So, I'll send you to death. His voice was ethereal like the sound of nature. What was faster than the voice was the moment of beauty. In an instant, the tip of the sword tore through the 36 layers of the Buddha's world. Every single layer of the Buddha's world was crushed by the peerless sword chi, and the devout chanting and boundless Buddhist light that filled the Buddha's world collapsed with a bang. At the same time, the sparkling pink sword pierced through the lonely old monk's dharmakaya of Emperor Path and pierced his glabella. Puff, golden blood gushed out of the thumb-sized bloody hole. The pink flying sword had already returned to Jun Huan. If Lin Sun were here, he would definitely recognize that the lonely old monk and the strong men of the roving bird bandits had the same fate. They were all pierced through by the sword. The lonely old monk seemed to be in disbelief. He murmured, in an instant, Tao becomes empty. Swordsmanship is the most beautiful. I know who you are. You're indeed a lone ghost. His voice gradually became low, weak, and disappeared. The withered old monk's body shattered into countless pieces like glass. These pieces then turned into dust and dissipated. The starry sky was tumbling, and the aftermath of the horrible power of the Emperor realm was still raging. Jun Huan watched the scene unfold in silence. His pink robe fluttered in the wind. He stood alone in the starry sky, as if he was isolated from the world. The next moment, a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His beautiful and handsome face was slightly pale. He wiped the corner of his mouth and sighed, killing an emperor realm is really not a good thing. He shook his head and turned away. The boundless starry sky behind him suddenly dissipated like a bubble. The next moment, Jun Huan's figure appeared in the void not far from the Dayu world. He looked at the Dayu world and said sadly, Junior brother, I'm also very annoyed that we can't recognize each other. But there's no other way. If those old guys know our relationship, they won't let it go. As he murmured, his figure gradually disappeared. Boom, just as Jun Huan's figure disappeared, a terrifying will swept over, silently covering the entire starry sky. After a while, they all disappeared. The Dayu world. Over an empty mountain, Lin Sun raised his eyes and watched the boundary ship carrying Ma Taizhen and Fu Tong go away. He didn't withdraw his eyes until it disappeared. Good place. Lin Sun took a deep breath. He could clearly feel the vast spiritual qi and abundant vitality between heaven and earth, which made him feel relaxed and happy. Compared with the Tianxia world, the Dayue world was undoubtedly more beautiful. The aura of the Great Way covered the whole sky. Being in the Dayue world was like a fish in the sea or a bird flying in the sky. If I cultivate here, I can definitely break through the realm and build the foundation of the Holy King in less than a month. Lin Sun had a strong premonition. Let's go. Lin Sun said to Xianxia with a smile and glanced at Yu Yunhe. Where to? Yu Yunhe was stunned. He looked very honest and restrained his pride and arrogance. When facing Lin Sun, he was like a mouse meeting a cat. Let's find a city first and feel the customs of the Dayue world. Lin Sun said casually. The Dayue world was extremely vast. It was even vaster than the ancient Desolation realm. There were many sects and forces, and cities were everywhere. According to Lin Sun's understanding from Ma Taizhen, even in the Dayue world, the everlasting sage could be called an overlord, enough to make other cultivators look up to him. The Holy King could already serve as an elder in the top orthodoxies of the Dayue world. They could be said to be extremely powerful. As for those in the Emperor-to-be and half-step to the Emperor realm, they could already be called big shots and were rarely seen. As for the Emperor realm, there were only a few of them. Moreover, they had not appeared in the world for many years. Therefore, even if Lin Sun had offended Ma Taizhen and Fu Tong, he was not worried that the Danding sect behind them would take revenge. Cloudy Rock City. A bustling city that could only be considered a medium-sized scale in the Dayue world. However, this city was extremely famous because there was an ancient orthodoxy called the Cloudy Rock sect near this city. It was so powerful that it could be ranked among the top 10 in the Dayue world. The bustling streets were bustling with activity and filled with endless streams of horses and carriages, and the figures of cultivators could be seen moving about everywhere. There were also some creatures from other clans, such as the Pegasus with black wings, the Fiery Vine clan with dense tattoos all over their bodies, and the Stone Mushroom clan with only the size of a palm. Have a look, have a look. There are all kinds of treasures in the world. I guarantee that I will not cheat the old or the young. Black Flood Dragon skewers are the best in the world. One skewer only costs 1 Taoist crystal. As soon as Lin Sun walked into the Cloudy Rock City, a wave of noise came to his face, exuding the aura of the boundless secular world. Looking around, there was a lot of noise and bustle. What entered Lin Sun's eyes was full of prosperity. Lin Sun was in a trance. From the Kunlun ruins to the dead starry sky, to the Tianxia world, and now to the Dayue world, this was the first time he had set foot in a city. As a stranger in a foreign land, Lin Sun was not worried about being recognized in this completely strange Dayue world. He looked very relaxed. He strolled on the street and felt the noise and bustle that he had not experienced for a long time. His mind was calm. Entering and leaving the secular world were all cultivation. The secular world was full of prosperity and countless worldly affairs. Although the scenery on the mountain was good, the truth of the Great Way was also hidden at the foot of the mountain. Yu Yunhe followed Lin Sun. Seeing Lin Sun strolling on the street in a playful manner, Yu Yunhe murmured in his heart, "What is there to stroll on this shabby street?" The most prosperous and desirable city was Tianxia City. Tianxia City was the biggest city in the Great Yu world. Xianxia was also dazzled along the way. She grew up in the Mulberry tribe in the Tianxia world. Even though she was now in the King realm, she had never seen such a prosperous place. Although Cloudy Rock City was only a medium-sized city in the Dayue world, it was many times more prosperous than the largest city in the Tianxia world. It was also at this time that Xianxia realized why the practitioners in the Tianxia world were so eager to come to the Dayue world for cultivation. If I want to inquire about some information, where should I go? Lin Sun suddenly asked on the way. Yu Yunhe said without hesitation, "Of course it's the Wind Listening Pavilion. As long as you can afford it, there's nothing in the Dayue world that they don't know." Lin Sun said, "What if I want to know something related to the Kunlun ruins?" Yu Yunhe said in astonishment, "That's one of the 4 ancient Tao ruins. Moreover, as early as 6 years ago, the Kunlun ruins had fallen into silence again. Why do you want to know about this? You don't understand." Lin Sun's light words made Yu Yunhe speechless. At this moment, Yu Yunha's face changed slightly. He quietly moved his body as if he wanted to hide from something. Lin Sun looked up and saw a group of people walking towards him on the street in the distance. The leader was a tall man in a purple luxurious robe. He walked with majestic steps and an extraordinary bearing. Everywhere this group of people passed, the passers-by would instinctively move aside, and they seemed to be extremely respectful. Eh? Suddenly, the man in the purple luxurious robe noticed Yu Yunha. He showed a playful smile and strode straight over. Yu Yunha's face changed. He seemed to know that he couldn't avoid it. He took a deep breath and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Third brother, what a coincidence. Looking at the purple-robed man walking over, Yu Yun he forced a stiff smile on his face. The man in purple seemed to be very enthusiastic. He walked forward and patted Yu Yun's shoulder. Little Liuzi, why did you come to Cloudy Rock City instead of cultivating in Danding sect? If second uncle knew, he would be angry again. The man in purple was Yu Yunjing, a member of the Yu family. He was one of Yu Yun's cousins. However, Lin Sun could tell at a glance that the relationship between the two brothers was not close. Third brother, you must be joking. What are you doing in Cloudy Rock City? Yu Yunha forced a smile. Yu Yunjing said with a smile, have you forgotten that Miss Lan Sai and I are about to get engaged? I'm here to discuss the engagement. Yu Yunha was stunned. Lan Sai was the daughter of the sect master of the Cloud Rock Chi sect, Lan Tianyu. She was a famous beauty in the Dayu world. After a while, Yu Yunha came back to his senses and said, congratulations, third brother. Yu Yunjing laughed heartily and said, when I get engaged, you must come back. That's it, I'll leave first. With that, he left with a group of men and women behind him. Watching them leave, Yu Yunha's expression was uncertain. He gritted his teeth and said to himself, do you really think you can become the successor of the Yu family just because you have a good marriage? I am the legitimate son, the rightful successor of the patriarch. Lin Sun glanced at him and didn't say anything. On the street in the distance, Yu Yunjing's smile disappeared. He frowned and thought, why did this idiot Yu Yunha come to Cloudy Rock City? A man next to him asked with a smile, brother Yu, is that Yu Yunha, the son of the Yu family's leader, the successor disciple of Danding sect? It's really him. He's the famous playboy in Dayu world. He's famous for his domineering temperament. Many people next to them laughed. How could they not know Yu Yunha's name? Yu Yunjing smiled bitterly, shaking his head and sighing, sigh, this third brother of mine has been ignorant and incompetent since he was young. He's always been idle, and there's nothing he isn't good at when it comes to sensual pleasures. He's made a fool of himself. A woman spoke abruptly. Brother Yu, I heard that the curtains to your Yu clan's clan grand competition will be drawn soon. At that time, it's extremely likely that a junior patriarch will be selected and possess the qualifications to inherit the authority of the clan. I suggest that brother Yu should strive hard for it. If the position of junior patriarch is inherited by that great profligate disciple, he didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. Yu Yunjing's eyes narrowed, then he smiled and said, I won't miss the clan grand competition, but I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate. The group chatted as they walked further and further away. Ever since he met Yu Yunjing, Yu Yunha's mind had become heavy, and his expression was gloomy. Lin Sun ignored him from beginning to end. He was naturally able to discern that this was an internal strife between the disciples of the Yu clan, and it was a common occurrence in every single clan. There were many cases of brothers turning against each other and father and son becoming enemies for power and status. But it was obvious that Yu Yunha was in a bad position in this internal strife. Wind Pavilion. Located in a bustling street in Cloudy Rock City, it was easy to recognize. When he arrived here, Lin Sun's appearance quietly changed, and even his temperament became mediocre. This was the art of non-appearance. But with Lin Sun's current cultivation, unless one had special magical powers or was in the Emperor realm, he was destined to be unable to see through his disguise. Yu Yunha was startled and pondered. Nanxiao just glanced at Lin Sun curiously and then withdrew her gaze. She knew what to ask and what not to ask. Soon, the three of them entered the Wind Pavilion. A waitress came up to them and asked respectfully, I want to inquire about some things. After Lin Sun expressed his intention, the three of them were led into a quiet room by the waitress. "My name is Qiu Rong. Greetings, fellow Taoists." Not long after, a stout-looking old man walked into the room. With a wave of his hand, the restriction power in the room was opened, forming a boundary that could prevent prying from the outside world. Lin Sun said directly, "I want to know something about the Kunlun ruins 6 years ago." Qiu Rong was startled and nodded. "Wind Pavilion has indeed collected a lot of similar information, but the price is a bit expensive. After all, fellow Taoist, you know that the Kunlun ruins is one of the 4 great divine ruins. Everything that happened there is a first-class secret in the world." Before he could finish, Lin Sun interrupted him. "How many Taoist gems?" Qiu Rong immediately smiled. He could see that Lin Sun was a straightforward person who didn't like to talk nonsense. He immediately stretched out 5 fingers, 5,000 Taoist gems. Bang! Yu Yunhe was angry and slapped the table in front of him. "It's just some stupid information. How dare you blackmail me for 5,000 Taoist gems? Old man, why don't you rob me?" Qiu Rong's smile faded. He just looked at Lin Sun and said, "You can get valuable information at the price you pay. What do you think, fellow Taoist?" Lin Sun stared at Qiu Rong for a moment, then took out a storage bag and put it on the table, saying, "You'd better not let me down." Qiu Rong showed a bright smile. With a wave of his sleeve, a pile of jade slips appeared. He said, 6 years ago, the Kunlun ruins came to an end. Some of the major events that happened since then are recorded in these jade slips." Lin Sun spread his spiritual sense and began to read them one by one. 6 years ago, the Kunlun ruins was sealed again and disappeared from the world. On the ancient path of the starry sky, among the tens of thousands of strong people who entered the Kunlun ruins, only 100 or so people walked out alive. The rest were all buried in it. The cultivators who walked out alive became the focus of the world. Among them, several peerless figures such as Xuanyu Heng, the descendant of the Xuanyu clan, Hua Xingli, Chen Yuga, and so on became famous because of their outstanding performance in the Kunlun ruins. In addition, there were also many touching things and secrets, but Lin Sun was not interested in them at all. Until he read one of the jade slips, Lin Sun's heart suddenly shook. The biggest winner of the trip to the Kunlun ruins is Lin Sun. He comes from the ancient wasteland, and his cultivation is at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. Before entering the Kunlun ruins, on the jade slips, there were detailed records of Lin Sun's deeds in the Kunlun ruins, such as killing Yen Chenjun, the descendant of the Heaven and Earth Taoist court, and Lu On of the Blood Kirin Battle clan. In front of the inverted mountain, he fought with a group of heroes and fought for the Great Tao chapter. On the top of the Imperial Dragon Mountain, he showed his power and killed a group of strong people, including Gu Songxin, Tao Jianxing, and Kuan Jiulin, staining the mountain peak with blood. In the canonization altar, one of the 3 forbidden areas of the Kunlun ruins, he single-handedly killed Meng Yi, Wen Xingxue, and Su Ling Kuan. Lin Sun's deeds rendered him as a fierce and domineering figure like a devil. It is said that Lin Sun became the Holy Empress and seized the supreme fortune of becoming an emperor and an ancestor. It is said that in this trip to the Kunlun ruins, more than half of the descendants of the 6 Taoist courts and the 10 war clans were offended by Lin Sun. It is said that Lin Sun has many great fortunes and many supreme treasures. Until the end, Lin Sun didn't feel much in his heart. These news might be exaggerated, but it did happen. The only thing that made Lin Sun frown was that there were very few records about Ahu, Old Toad, and Alu in all the jade slips. It only said that in the end, Ahu and others disappeared without a trace, and no one was sure where they went. This is all the news? Lin Sun raised his eyes and looked at Qiu Rong opposite him. Yes. Qiu Rong nodded. However, if you have any other doubts, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you solve some of them. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, I want to know something about Lin Sun. When mentioning his name, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. This feeling was really a little strange. Qiu Rong showed a smile as if he had expected this and said, now on the ancient path of stars, Lin Sun is the focus of attention of countless people. Even though 6 years have passed, the news about him is still the most important thing in the world. With a wave of his sleeve, a jade slip flew out. Fellow Taoist, please have a look. This jade slip records many bounties related to Lin Sun. Yu Yunhe and Nanxiu couldn't help but look up curiously. Lin Sun didn't hide it and opened the jade slip. The untainted land Taoist court issued a bounty to arrest Lin Sun. Anyone who can provide useful clues will be rewarded with 1 million Taoist gems. The Heaven and Earth Taoist Court announced to the world that Lin Sun is an enemy who must be killed. The Pan-Martial Taoist Court offered a bounty of 3 million Taoist gems to arrest Lin Sun. The Blood Kirin Battle Clan. The Xianxia Battle Clan. There were many bounties on the ancient Path of Stars, such as the 6 great Taoist courts. There were also ancient clans listed in the top 10 battle clans, and even top forces such as the Emperor Clan Kuan Clan and the Emperor Clan Su Clan. A series of bounties were all aimed at Lin Sun alone. Moreover, the value of each bounty could be said to be shocking, enough to make Saint Kings go crazy, quasi-emperors envious, and emperors tempted. God. Xianxia was stunned. This guy is too valuable. Capturing him is like capturing a natural treasure trove. Yu Yunhe also sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked. There were at least 1 million Taoist gems on the bounty. What kind of concept was this? It was almost equivalent to 5 realm ships, 1 quasi-emperor weapon, and 110,000 years divine herbs. 6 years ago, when these bounties were issued one after another, it caused a sensation in the ancient Path of Stars. At that time, all the cultivators in the world were like crazy, looking for Lin Sun everywhere. Even some emperors were personally dispatched, which could be said to be the focus of the world. Especially the Central Star area, because of Lin Sun, who set off a lot of storms. Xiao Rong sighed. During that period of time, some cultivators named Lin Sun on the ancient Path of Stars were all unlucky and made a lot of jokes because of it. Yu Yunhe also sighed and exclaimed, I heard about this big movement, but I didn't expect Lin Sun to be so valuable. If I catch him, how much bounty will I get? Valuable? Haha, fellow Taoist, you've underestimated Lin Sun. Xiao Rong's eyes were burning. Just based on the fortune of becoming an emperor and ancestor in his hands, it's not something that can be measured by how many Dao crystals he has. The world is chasing after a deer, and Lin Sun is this deer. Yu Yunhe was stunned for a while and could not help but sigh. Everyone in the world is eyeing this person covetously. This guy is really pitiful. This is called possessing a jade ring becomes a crime. Xiao Rong said leisurely. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something. Not long ago, the Starry Sky Saint list had a new ranking. Do you know where the Black-Yellow Dao Court placed Lin Sun? Yu Yunhe joked, it can't be first, right? Xiao Rong's expression became strange. You hit the nail on the head, young master. He's really first. Yu Yunhe was stunned. Such a guy who was regarded as prey by the world was listed as first on the Starry Sky Saint list. Lin Sun was surprised. Unknowingly, he had inexplicably become the first on the Starry Sky Saint list. Xiao Rong said, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This guy has already stirred up a storm in the world, and now he's listed as first on the Starry Sky Saint list. It's easy to imagine that once he appears, he will definitely be in trouble. After a pause, Xiao Rong said, of course, this is only the ranking that the Black-Yellow Dao Court made based on the combat strength that Lin Sun displayed in the Kunlun ruins. 6 years have passed, and no one can be sure that this guy, who has long been canonized as a sage, has stepped into the Saint King realm. Lin Sun could not help but ask, what are Zhuan Yuheng and Hua Xingli ranked? Xiao Rong said, Zhuan Yuheng and Hua Xingli stepped into the Saint King realm one after another 3 years ago. They have long been removed from the Starry Sky Saint list and entered the ranks of the All Heavens Saint list. All Heavens Saint list, Lin Sun immediately thought that this must be another list compiled by the Black-Yellow Dao Court. It's not just the two of them. Almost all the people who were in the top 10 of the Starry Sky Great Saint ranking in the past 100 years have reached the Saint King stage and are listed on the All Heavens Saint King ranking. For example, Xianxia, who was originally ranked first on the Starry Sky Great Saint ranking, is currently ranked 49th on the All Heavens Saint King ranking. She's also the only peerless figure who entered the top 100 of the All Heavens Saint King ranking as soon as she stepped foot into the Saint King stage. Lin Sun was not interested in these things. He asked a few more questions and then left the pavilion with Yu Yunhe and Xianxia. Everyone on the Starry Ancient Path regards me as their prey. Standing on the bustling street, Lin Sun's mind drifted. 6 years had passed, but it was clear that those enemies had never given up on the idea of killing him. Brother Lin, where are we going now? Yu Yunhe asked. He was keenly aware that Lin Sun had become much quieter after leaving the Wind Pavilion, as if he had something on his mind. Lin Sun muttered, I want to sell something. Selling things? Yu Yunhe was stunned. Yes. Lin Sun nodded. He had no choice. He was in dire need of doctrine gems and had just paid the price of 5,000 doctrine gems to buy some information. At this rate, it would not be long before he ran out of doctrine gems. Yu Yunhe was a profligate who squandered money like water. He knew how to spend money the best and had sold some precious treasures in exchange for money to squander. After thinking for a while, Yu Yunhe said, then let's go to the Cloudy Cliff Pavilion. This is a money-squandering place opened by the Cloudy Cliff Chi sect. It collects and sells all kinds of treasures, including auctions, battles, refining weapons, refining pills, and so on. The Cloudy Cliff Pavilion. It was the largest, most reputable, and most powerful trading company in the Cloudy Cliff City. The interior of the Cloudy Cliff Pavilion was extremely spacious. It was richly decorated and dazzling, and there was a dazzling array of treasures everywhere. There were all kinds of glowing treasures, medicinal pills of different grades, cultivation manuals, spirit ores and divine medicines, as well as all kinds of rare treasures and strange objects of heaven and earth. All of them showed how rich this trading company was. When Lin Sun and the others arrived, there were already many cultivators shuttling in the Cloudy Cliff Pavilion. There were both men and women, all of whom were wearing brocade clothes and had outstanding appearances. They were either rich or noble. It made sense. Ordinary cultivators couldn't afford a place like the Cloudy Cliff Pavilion at all. However, Lin Sun didn't come here to shop. Help me exchange these treasures for Taoist gems. Lin Sun found a waiter and handed him a storage bag. It contained the spoils that Lin Sun had plundered from Ma Taizhen, Fu Tong, and others. Of course, it also included the spoils from Yu Yunhe. Seeing this scene, Yu Yunhe was dumbfounded and shook his head with a wry smile. Lin Sun also had some other treasures, such as the mysterious sword point that he had obtained from Wen Xianxia and the 16 drawings of emperor's knives that he had obtained from Kuan. But these treasures couldn't be sold at all. Firstly, they were extremely precious and rare. Secondly, once they were sold, they would definitely attract attention. If they were recognized, they would definitely guess his identity. The maid said respectfully, young master, please wait a moment. You need some time to evaluate the treasures you want to exchange for. Lin Sun nodded. Sixth younger brother, are you short of money again? A group of people suddenly walked over from afar. The leader was dressed in a purple robe and had a tall figure. It was Yu Yunjing, a descendant of the Yu clan. Walking side by side with him was a young woman wearing a luxurious crane cloak. Her face was pretty and delicate, but her face was cold and revealed an arrogant aura. No. Yu Yunhe shook his head. Yu Yunjing smiled playfully, hee, I saw it all. You, spend too much money. If you lack money, just tell me. Here, this is 10,000 Dao crystal, take it and spend it. As he spoke, he threw a storage bag. The storage bag fell to the ground. Yu Yunhe didn't catch it and said with an ugly expression, third elder brother, what do you think I am? A beggar? Yu Yunjing frowned and then sighed, is 10,000 not enough? Then, how about 50,000? As he spoke, he took out another storage bag. Around Yu Yunjing, a group of men and women couldn't help laughing and watching the fun. The blue veins on Yu Yunhe's forehead burst. He gritted his teeth and said, third elder brother, I appreciate your kindness. You'd better keep these Taoist gems for yourself. Yu Yunjing didn't insist anymore. He patted Yu Yunhe on the shoulder with a smile and then pointed to the young woman in a crane cloak beside him, sixth younger. Brother, this is Tsai. Lan Tsai. The daughter of the leader of Cloudy Rock clan. Yu Yunhe narrowed his eyes, then took a deep breath and showed a stiff smile. Nice to meet you, Tsai. Lan Tsai nodded and said coldly, let's go, Yunjing. My father invited Master Mo to Cloudy Rock City with great difficulty. Don't let him wait for too long. Then she turned around and left. Yu Yunhe's face suddenly became gloomy and angry. Was this bitch deliberately putting on airs in front of him? Looking at Yu Yunhe, Yu Yunjing smiled and looked at Lin Sun. Are you my sixth younger brother's new follower? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Follower? Did this guy do it deliberately, or did he really regard himself as a servant? But before he could speak, Yu Yunjing said, the 10,000 Taoist gems in the storage pouch on the ground are yours. Then he turned around and left with the others. This guy is too much. Nanxiao muttered, very angry. At the same time, Yu Yunhe said sadly, sorry, it's because I got you into trouble. It's him who should apologize, not you. Lin Sun corrected him. Yu Yunhe smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew Yu Yunjing too well. Yu Yunjing was proud and arrogant, so he was appreciated by many big shots in the clan. Now he was engaged to the daughter of the leader of Cloudy Rock clan. His status in the clan was bound to become more and more important in the future. Did he want him to apologize? Difficult. Lin Sun couldn't bear to see Yu Yunhe's cowardly appearance. He couldn't help but say, as the disliked legitimate son in the clan, shouldn't you work hard and seek a strong counterattack? Yu Yunhe was stunned, and then asked humbly, well, Brother Lin, how do you think I should counterattack? Was there a need to ask? Lin Sun was speechless for a while and then joked, isn't it said in the legend that the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years? Don't bully the poor young. A disciple of the clan was bullied and suppressed. He swore to become stronger, so he endured the humiliation and worked hard to cultivate. Then he stepped on his opponent step by step and walked to the peak of life, becoming the most dazzling one in the clan. Yu Yunhe was helpless. Brother Lin, although I'm a little foppish, I'm not stupid. This kind of legend is just a pastime. How can it be true? Lin Sun smiled, you're not stupid. In the final analysis, it's up to you. Man strives for a breath, Buddha takes a stick of incense. Seek the great Tao, compete with the world, and compete with your peers. If you don't compete, you're destined to be kicked out. Yu Yunhe was stunned and fell into contemplation. At this time, the maid came and offered 60,000 Taoist gems. Lin Sun put away the Taoist gems and couldn't help but frown. It was still too little. For other cultivators, 60,000 Taoist gems could be called a huge fortune. But for Lin Sun's cultivation, it could only support him for about 2 months at most. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a drop in the bucket. He looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Let's go over there and have a look. Mission hall? Yu Yunhe was surprised. What was Brother Lin going to do? Thinking in his heart, he and Nanxiao followed Lin Sun over there. Mission hall, as the name implied, was the place where tasks were issued. Each task had a corresponding reward. In front of the mission hall, there was a huge light screen, on which appeared the contents and rewards of tasks like flowing water. At this time, many cultivators were gathering in front of it to receive the tasks they wanted and earn rewards. Lin Sun noticed that the tasks on the light screen were divided into many kinds. Some were to collect spiritual herbs, some were to hunt evil beasts, and some were related to elixirs, refining weapons, and asking for shopping goods. There were all kinds of tasks. Lin Sun looked for a moment and made a decision. Child you do it. Select those tasks related to refining weapons and setting up formations. Yu Yunhe looked surprised. Brother Lin, both refining and setting up formations involve spiritual tattoos. Are you also a Taoist tattooist? Lin didn't deny it and said, let's get started. Yu Yunhe always felt it was very strange that such a fierce guy who could easily suppress the Saint King realm also knew spiritual tattoos. Although Yu Yunhe was puzzled, he still obediently took action. Child, are you going to take all the tasks related to refining and setting up formations in the task hall? The one in charge of the affairs of the task hall was a dignified, thin old man with a goatee. When he learned the purpose of Yu Yunhe's visit, he was stunned. Yu Yunhe looked impatient. Why, can't I? The old man with a goatee, named Hu Ming, was an old man of the Yunyan Treasure Tower. He was very experienced, had great connections, and had an extremely high cultivation. He had been in charge of the task hall. But it was the first time that he had heard such a ridiculous request in these years. He almost suspected that Yu Yunhe was here to make trouble. Child, are you sure? Hu Ming took a deep breath and asked solemnly. Nonsense, are you deaf? Do you want me to say it again? Yu Yunhe said angrily. He looked very timid in front of Lin, but when facing others, the domineering arrogance of a noble son was immediately revealed. Of course, Hu Ming could see that Yu Yunhe's background was not simple. He said with a wry smile, "Child, do you know that there are thousands of tasks related to refining and setting up formations, some of which no one has been able to complete for thousands of years?" Before he finished, Xianxia said with an unkind look, "Old guy, you really talk too much nonsense. It's none of my business that others can't complete them. Or, are you looking down on me?" Seeing this, Hu Ming immediately knew that he couldn't dissuade Lin, so he said in a low voice, "Well, I'll prepare some tasks for you first. If you can complete them, I won't stop you anymore." Xianxia thought for a while and looked at Lin Sun. Seeing Lin Sun nod in agreement, Xianxia said to Hu Ming with a sneer, "What are you waiting for? Get ready." Hu Ming's lips twitched, and he was annoyed, but he said, "Child, wait a moment." He pondered for a moment before choosing a few missions from the huge light screen one after another. None of them could be considered difficult, but they weren't simple either. His goal was very simple. He wanted to test Xianxia's limits. If he failed the mission, the one who would lose face would not be him, Hu Ming. Very quickly, a pile of jade slips appeared in Hu Ming's hands, and he handed them over to Xianxia. He said, "Young master, every mission requires a fee of 10 Dao gems. If the mission fails, the Dao gems won't be refunded. I hope you know this." Xianxia immediately lost his arrogance. The Dao crystal on his body had all been taken as spoils of war by Lin Sun. Lin Sun walked over and handed the fee to Hu Ming. Hu Ming praised, "Young master, this subordinate has good eyesight." Xianxia felt uncomfortable all over. Subordinate? This fellow could even be the boss of a sage king. Lin Sun smiled and didn't explain. He took the jade slips and spread his divine sense into one of them. This was a weapon refinement mission issued by a weapon refinement master. He wanted to refine a flying sword and set up 3,300 layers of Dao pattern restrictions on it. However, he encountered a problem. The material of the flying sword was enough, but he failed repeatedly when setting up the formations. In the jade slips, the names of the 3,300 layers of Dao pattern restrictions were also listed in detail. The requirements of the mission were very simple. If he could provide a solution to the problem, he would be rewarded with 500 Dao gems. Lin Sun glanced at it, and dozens of ways emerged in his mind in an instant, each of which could easily solve the problem. At the same time, Hu Ming was surprised. "Young master, your subordinate also knows spiritual tattoos." Xianxia felt more and more uncomfortable. How could he have the courage to act as Lin Sun's master? He forced a smile and didn't say anything. At this moment, Hu Ming noticed that Lin Sun was looking at the second jade slip. He immediately smiled and said, "The first jade slip was issued by an elder of Yunyanqi sect. It's a little difficult to set up 3,300 layers of restrictions on a flying sword." He subconsciously thought that Lin Sun couldn't solve this task. Xianxia couldn't help but look at Lin Sun. Seeing Lin Sun's indifferent expression, he couldn't help comforting himself in his heart. Just accompany this guy and make him happy. Anyway, even if he failed in the end, it was not him who would lose face, okay? In just a moment, Lin Sun withdrew his spiritual awareness, which made Xianxia and Hu Ming stunned. "Brother Lin, have you encountered any problems?" Seeing this, Xianxia looked at Hu Ming unkindly. "Old guy, are you deliberately giving us some difficult tasks to make fun of us?" Hu Ming said unhappily, "Young master, although these tasks are not easy, they are not the most difficult. What's more, don't forget that if I didn't dissuade you, I'm afraid you would take all the tasks related to refining and setting up formations." Xianxia was suddenly speechless. Seeing him being defeated, Hu Ming was very happy in his heart. He deliberately provoked Lin Sun, "Young master, don't forget that the Dao gems paid are not refundable." Xianxia said angrily, "Do you think I lack this little money?" Hu Ming smiled and said nothing. "Who said I failed?" Lin Sun said, feeling a little funny. He raised his hand and threw those jade slips to Hu Ming. "The solutions have been recorded one by one. You'd better confirm them as soon as possible. We'll leave later." Hu Ming was stunned there with a suspicious face. He almost couldn't believe his ears. In just a short time, more than 10 tasks were all solved. Xianxia was also stunned. Could it be true? Hu Ming took a deep breath and looked at those jade slips for a while. He found that each task did have a detailed solution. He didn't dare to neglect and said, "Come on, Inform the issuers of these tasks with the long-distance messenger talisman and ask them to confirm these tasks. 2 attendants came up and left after receiving the order. Young master, is this subordinate of yours a Taoist tattoo master? Hu Ming looked surprised. He still couldn't believe it until now. Yu Yunhe's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and corrected, what subordinate, this is my friend. You old guy have eyes but fail to see. Lin Sun said, time is precious. Let's continue. We still need to accept tasks? Yu Yunhe was stunned. Don't you want to continue after those tasks that have been solved have been confirmed? He was also very uneasy in his heart. Hu Ming said, yes, we can't afford to make mistakes in such a matter. He also doubted whether those tasks that Lin Sun had solved in such a short time were successful or not. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said calmly, no need to wait, let's continue. As he said, he took out another batch of Taoist crystals and handed it over. Seeing this, Hu Ming was surprised, but he still took action and selected a batch of tasks for Lin Sun. The rewards were higher than those of the previous batch, but the difficulty was also higher. After a while, Lin Sun looked calm. He solved these tasks one by one and handed them to Hu Ming. Still so fast? Yu Yunhe gasped. Hu Ming looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was eager to know how many tasks Lin Sun had solved in the first batch. Only in this way could he infer whether Lin Sun was deliberately mystifying or he really had some skills. Go on. Lin Sun said concisely. He didn't want to talk nonsense. Time was precious. Of course, making money was the most important. Okay. Hu Ming gritted his teeth and started to choose tasks for Lin Sun again. Yunyan Treasure Tower was the largest treasure tower in Yunyan City. It was extremely famous, and countless practitioners came here every day. And there was an endless stream of people around the Hall of Tasks. The scene of Lin Sun accepting tasks was soon noticed by many practitioners. They stood aside and watched curiously. Is this guy a Taoist tattoo master? You didn't see how fast he finished the tasks. In a short time, he can finish about 10 tasks. Really? Of course it's true. But the tasks he has completed have not been confirmed yet, so it's not clear whether they are successful or not. I see. Haha, now there's a show to watch. If he fails, he will definitely become a joke. If he succeeds, maybe he will become famous overnight. The crowd was talking about it. They looked at Lin Sun with more or less suspicion. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of this. He sat on the fishing platform and focused all his attention on the plan to make money. Yu Yunhe felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and his expression was a little stiff. He was not as calm as Lin Sun. Seeing more and more people watching the show, he couldn't help but worry. If the tasks completed by this guy turned out to be a failure, it would be a great loss of face, and he was destined to become a laughingstock. Only Nanqiu stood quietly beside Lin Sun. Since she left the Tianxu realm, she had experienced many incredible things, which made her have blind confidence in Lin Sun. Child, do you want to continue? Hu Ming couldn't help but dissuade Lin Sun. In just half an hour, you have completed 119 tasks. Why don't you take a break and wait for the results? The onlookers also nodded. The speed at which Lin Sun completed the tasks was so amazing that it made them dizzy and unbelievable. Lin Sun said without raising his head, no need. Continue. The corner of Hu Ming's mouth twitched. This guy was really arrogant. Even a Taoist tattoo master couldn't do it in such a short time. He suspected that Lin Sun was deliberately mystifying. Because during this period, the tasks he chose for Lin Sun were getting more and more difficult. But the time taken by Lin Sun to complete these tasks almost never changed. He was still so fast and so understated, as if those difficulties were not difficult at all in his eyes. Lord Hu Ming, the first result is out. Suddenly, a servant hurried in, looking excited. Oh, what's the result? Hu Ming was also refreshed. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yu Yunhe was inexplicably nervous. The onlookers nearby pricked up their ears at this moment. Success! The servant opened his mouth excitedly, his face full of amazement. There was a sudden uproar. Success? Hu Ming was in a trance for a while and immediately asked, "Which task?" The attendant said quickly, "The task of refining flying swords for the elder of Yunyan Chi sect is rewarded with 500 Taoist gems." Hu Ming nodded. "Haha, old guy, what else do you have to say now?" Yu Yunhe shouted excitedly, "Come on, bring me the 500 Taoist gems." Hu Ming sneered, "It's just a successful task. Don't you feel happy too early?" The onlookers also laughed. Obviously, they also thought that Yu Yunhe couldn't keep his cool and got carried away. But in the next moment, another attendant rushed over and shouted, "Lord Hu Ming, it's a success. This time, there are a total of 3 missions, and all of them have been completed." The attendant was very excited and shocked. "What?" Hu Ming trembled all over and his mind was in turmoil. The smiles of the onlookers froze and became uncertain. Success again. It should be noted that among all the tasks in the task hall, the tasks involving refining and setting up formations were more difficult than other tasks. Otherwise, the person who issued the task would not offer such a high reward. At this moment, Lin Sun, who completed the tasks at lightning speed, had succeeded 4 times. This was enough to move people. Yu Yunhe was already beaming with joy and said with a victorious posture, "Am I happy too early?" "Haha, old guy, this only proves that you are too ignorant." Hu Ming looked stiff and snorted, "Don't forget that so far, your companion has completed more than 100 tasks. Can you guarantee that he will succeed every time?" Yu Yunhe looked dull and said angrily, "What if he succeeds in the end?" Hu Ming said with a fake smile, "Do you think it's possible?" "Are you kidding me? More than 100 tasks, even if a Taoist tattoo master came, he could not guarantee that he would not fail once." As the person in charge of the task hall, Hu Ming had the opportunity to meet several Taoist tattoo masters over the years, but without exception, they inevitably had some flaws when they completed the tasks. Hu Ming didn't believe that Lin Sun would be more powerful than a Taoist tattoo master. To everyone's surprise, Yu Yunhe gritted his teeth and said, "Possible. It's totally possible." Hu Ming laughed, as if he didn't want to argue with Lin Sun. The onlookers also burst into laughter. They regarded Yu Yunhe's behavior as anger and lack of confidence. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun didn't pay attention to this. He was focused on completing the mission and didn't have the mind to care about these small disputes. In short, making money was the most important thing, but soon, the atmosphere around the Hall of Missions exploded, accompanied by a series of voices. "Lord Hu Ming, I've received news that the 3 formations have been confirmed." "Lord Hu Ming, 5 refining tasks have been confirmed." "Lord Hu Ming." Almost at the same time, Hu Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He almost jumped up. What was going on? He could no longer remain calm. Almost at the same time, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. "Isn't this too magical? Up until now, there hasn't been any news of mission failure. My God. This young master wouldn't be a Dao marking grandmaster, right?" Everyone was shocked, and the way they looked at Lin Sun changed. Yu Yunhe's face was glowing as he beamed with joy. Waving his arms, he said, "Old man, open your eyes wide and take a look." Hu Ming opened his mouth and was about to say something. A clamor of reports rang out again. "Lord Hu Ming, 2 tasks have been confirmed." Lord Hu Ming, the head of Cloud Mountain Sword Sect, said that this task solved his urgent need, and the solution provided was unexpectedly good. He has decided to double the reward to repay the friends who accepted the task. "Lord Hu Ming, there's more news." Hu Ming was stunned for a while and couldn't help asking, "None of them failed?" The attendants all shook their heads. Hu Ming swallowed his saliva with difficulty and looked in a trance. It was the first time that he had seen such an incredible thing in the Hall of Missions for so many years. Who on earth was that guy? Was he really a hidden Dao marking grandmaster? The people nearby were also shocked, and their faces were full of amazement. In front of the hard facts, they had to be convinced. In the following time, more and more news came back. Every task that was completed and finally confirmed by Lin Sun had no failure. Hu Ming was completely dumbfounded. There were more and more onlookers nearby. They all came here after hearing the news. When they learned what happened in front of the Hall of Missions, they were all surprised. Later, all the people looked at Lin Sun with uncontrollable shock, amazement, admiration, and admiration. A Dao marking grandmaster with real talent was enough to win the greatest respect from any force and any practitioner. This was an unshakable recognition since ancient times. However, Lin Sun was still so young. Since he received and completed the tasks, his speed was not only stunning, but also he had never failed once from the beginning to the end. How could people not be shocked and amazed? In the end, even Hu Ming was completely convinced. He bowed to Yu Yunhe in shame and apologized. This old man has eyes but failed to see, and has neglected the two young masters. I hope you can forgive me. Yu Yunhe smiled and felt very comfortable. He said, forget it. How can I be an unforgiving person? Soon after, he said, however, the price that should be paid must not be one less. Hu Ming was speechless and said heroically, child, don't worry. Our Yunyan treasure tower has never owed any guest any reward on credit. As time went by, Lin Sun was still receiving tasks. Similarly, every completed task was confirmed one after another, which caused a commotion from time to time. More and more cultivators converged in the vicinity of the assignment hall, and it was a rather magnificent scene as the crowd moved about. In the end, even Yu Yunhe was shocked. He never thought that Lin Sun, such a ruthless man, was really a great Dao marking grandmaster. This was completely out of his expectation. At the same time, in an elegant room of the Yunyan treasure tower. Master Mo, 3 months later, the trial of Dayu's secret realm will open. At that time, the top figures of the 9 worlds in Ziheng Star area will participate. Lan Sai, who was wearing a luxurious crane cloak, said softly, my father invited you here, hoping to use your strength to help me and Yunjing in the Dayu secret realm. Sitting opposite her was a green-robed old man with white hair and a youthful face. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ponder. Lan Sai and Yu Yunjing looked at each other and took out a jade box with a smile. After opening it, she put it in front of Master Mo. Then, she said, my father told me that I won't let Master Mo work in vain. This is a small gift. I hope Master Mo won't refuse it. In the jade box, there was a radiant divine medicine, which turned into a dreamy light rain and smelled fragrant. The eyes of the green-robed old man, who was called Master Mo, lit up. Coiled dragon ginseng, this was a peerless divine medicine. In the Dayu world, someone once offered 1 million Taoist gems, but failed to buy this treasure. This, Master Mo took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, my 2 friends, although I'm respected as a Dao inscription grandmaster, I haven't entered the Dayu secret realm. I'm afraid I won't be able to help much. Yu Yunjing laughed heartily and said, no matter what the result is, it's enough as long as Master Mo helps. Master Mo, please take a look. Lan Sai took out an ancient animal skin, which was branded with obscure Dao inscription Forbidden Arrays. This is the Forbidden Array diagram that covers a land of opportunity in the Dayu secret realm. It's a little incomplete. I believe that with your ability, you can easily break this array. Master Mo held it in his hand and looked at it. After deducing for a long time, he smiled and nodded, it seems that it's not difficult for me. Lan Sai and Yu Yunjing immediately smiled. Then, the guests and the host were happy and harmonious. Mississippi, a respectful voice came from outside the door of the elegant room. What's the matter? Lan Sai frowned. A very powerful Dao inscription grandmaster came to our Cloudy Rock treasure tower today. Didn't you tell me to report to you immediately if I meet such a person? The respectful voice sounded. Lan Sai was stunned. She immediately remembered that she had indeed given this order before she asked Master Mo for help. But now that Master Mo was here, she naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention to other Dao inscription grandmasters. Lan Sai said casually, you can leave. I understand this matter. At this moment, Master Mo couldn't help but say curiously, I know most of the Dao inscription grandmasters in the Dayu world. I didn't hear that anyone came to the Cloudy Rock City today. It's really strange. Lan Sai saw this, and she couldn't help but be moved. Come in. An attendant pushed the door open and entered. He bowed and saluted, Miss. What can I do for you? Lan Sai said, tell me about the Dao inscription grandmaster who appeared in the Cloudy Rock treasure tower. The attendant hurriedly told her everything that happened in front of the mission hall. In the end, he said with admiration, now, even Lord Hu Ming is convinced and admires that young master. After Lan Sai understood this, she couldn't help but be surprised. There's such a thing? Interesting. Master Mo stood up with a smile. As fellow practitioners, I didn't know that there's such a person in the world. How about we go and have a look together? Pay a visit to this young master? Okay. Lan Sai and Yu Yunjing immediately stood up. The three left the elegant room and walked towards the mission hall. From a distance, they could see that there was a sea of people around the mission hall. It was very lively. Lan Sai couldn't help but be astonished because such a thing had never happened before. What? How could it be this idiot? Yu Yunjing was surprised. He saw Yu Yunhe in the depths of the crowd and Lin Sun, who was finishing a task. Don't tell me he's the Dao pattern grandmaster you mentioned? Yu Yunjing asked the attendant beside him. The attendant answered honestly, young master, it's him. All of a sudden, Yu Yunjing and Lan Sai were stunned. A subordinate of that ignorant and incompetent playboy was a Dao inscription grandmaster, Yu Yunhe, the direct descendant of the Yu clan's clan leader. He was a famous playboy in the great Yu world. How could Lan Sai not know this person? It was precisely because she knew this that her attitude towards Yu Yunhe was so cold when they first met. However, she had not expected that the subordinate by Yu Yunhe's side was actually a Dao pattern grandmaster who had concealed his abilities. She almost couldn't believe it. How could a Dao pattern grandmaster possibly hang out with an ignorant and incompetent silk pants? Lan Sai frowned and said, Yunjing, why do I feel that something is wrong? Does your sixth brother also want to participate in the Great Yu Mystery Realm? Yu Yunjing's heart tightened. He also felt that this was inconceivable. In the Imperial Clan Yu clan, Yu Yunhe's status was indeed extraordinary. However, everyone knew that this clan chief's son was nothing more than a useless silk pants with a golden exterior. The reason why Yu Yunhe was able to become a great sage was entirely because of his extraordinary bloodline talent and the accumulation of countless resources. Even when he joined the Pill Cauldron Dao sect to cultivate, his father stepped forward and spent a lot of effort to make it happen. From the beginning until the end, Yu Yunjing hadn't taken this younger brother seriously at all. Yet now, he'd brought a Dao-marking grandmaster with him, and this seemed to be too inconceivable. Does he also realize that if he doesn't fight for an opportunity, he will lose the right to inherit the clan leader's position after the sect competition? Yu Yunjing's expression was uncertain. Great! That's amazing. There was an uproar near the mission hall. Lan Sai asked, Elder Mo, can you see the young man's attainment in Dao pattern? Elder Mo muttered, if I test him, I might be able to see some clues. Lan Sai's eyes flickered, then I'll have to trouble Elder Mo to help. Elder Mo was also curious as to when such a young Dao pattern grandmaster appeared in the Great Yu world. Hearing this, he immediately agreed. He thought for a while and took out a jade slip that was filled with the aura of time and passed it to Lan Sai. This is an obscure formation that I saw in an ancient ruin by chance when I was roaming a small world all those years ago. With my ability, I was barely able to copy this formation, yet I was unable to see through its profundities. Old Mo sighed. All these years, I've been trying to deduce this formation, but I still can't solve it. If this lad can solve it, it's enough to prove that his attainments in the Tao of spiritual runes far surpass mine. How is this possible? Yu Yunjing immediately laughed. In the Great Yu realm, there were very few great masters of Tao inscriptions. Elder Mo was one of the most experienced great masters of Tao inscriptions. Many years ago, he became famous and was regarded as one of the 4 great masters of Tao inscriptions. Even Elder Hiroshi couldn't break this ancient Tao restriction, so how could an ordinary person break it? That's fine as well. I'll make use of this opportunity to dampen their arrogance. Lan Sai's eyes were cold. In the crowd in the distance, Yu Yunjing was beaming with joy and complacency, which made Lan Sai feel uncomfortable. She gave the jade slip given by Elder Mo to the attendant next to her and said, Go, give it to Hu Ming. Tell him that this is a task that has just been issued. Whoever can solve it will be rewarded with 100,000 Tao gems. 100,000? Yu Yunjing was surprised. Lan Sai laughed and said, Don't be surprised. Do you think that lad can break the Tao restriction? Giving out so many Tao gems is just a bait. How many Tao gems have you earned? Lin Sun asked casually after completing the last task in his hand. Yu Yunjing's face glowed and he said excitedly, At present, There are 393 confirmed tasks, and we can get a total of 323,600 Tao gems. More than 320,000 Tao gems, even to a domineering and profligate young master like him, this could be considered to be a huge fortune. If I'm at the Great Saint Realm, these Tao gems are only equivalent to less than a year of cultivation. Lin Sun frowned slightly. He only needed an opportunity to break through to the Saint King realm. At that time, these Tao gems could only support his cultivation for a shorter time. In the final analysis, he still had to make money. Tao gems could not only be used for cultivation, but also as a kind of currency. Whether it was to buy things or take a ship, it was indispensable. Go on. Lin Sun didn't even raise his head. He decided to take this opportunity to make a fortune, so that he wouldn't have to worry about it in the future. Hu Ming stepped forward and said respectfully, "Child, this is a task that has just been issued. It's related to breaking the Tao restriction formation. The reward is 100,000 Tao gems. Are you interested?" 100,000. There was a sound of gasping in the field. It was a complete sensation. A task with a price of 100,000 Tao gems was rarely seen in the whole Daiyu world, not to mention in the Yunyan treasure tower. This was amazing, but at the same time, everyone's curiosity was aroused at once. What kind of task was it that the task issuer didn't hesitate to throw in such a shocking reward? The only thing they were sure of was that this task was destined to be extremely tricky and difficult. Even an ordinary Tao master couldn't handle it. At this time, Yu Yunhe was surprised and shouted, "Is the guy who issued the task out of his mind?" In the distance, Lan Kai was very satisfied with the sensation this time. But when she heard Yu Yunhe's words, her pretty face became gloomy, and her eyes were full of coldness. This bastard really needed to be taught a lesson. Yu Yunjing hurriedly said, "Sai, calm down. I will punish him for you later." Lin Sun was also stunned at this time. He felt a little surprised. He took the jade slip in his hand and began to look it up. The atmosphere in the field also became silent. All eyes turned to Lin Sun in unison. Lan Kai, Yu Yunjing, and old Mo were also paying close attention to it. Would he take this task or not? After a while, Lin Sun said, "Yes." These two words were like thunder, which made everyone present excited. It was as if they were witnessing an unprecedented show. A mission of 100,000 Tao crystals. The other party actually had the guts to accept it. Lan Kai and Yu Yunjing looked at each other and then at old Mo. Old Mo was also a little surprised and said, "This lad actually took it. Didn't he see the power of that ancient Tao formation?" Lan Kai took a deep breath and said, "Next, he might not succeed. Let's wait and see." Yu Yunjing nodded in agreement. He was very confident in old Mo's strength and didn't believe that Lin Sun could complete this task that even old Mo couldn't do. Lin Sun began to move. His expression was calm and composed. One couldn't see any nervousness or pressure on him from his appearance. His divine sense surged into the jade slip like a tide, and the diagram of the ancient forbidden array was reflected in his mind. He began to deduce, time trickled by bit, and the atmosphere in the mission hall became slightly tense and oppressive. Everyone held their breaths in concentration for fear of disturbing Lin Sun. At this moment, old Mo was also watching Lin Sun without blinking. Different from Lan Kai and Yu Yunjing, as a Tao Tattoo Grandmaster, he didn't have any prejudice against Lin Sun. He was just curious about when there was such a young Tao Tattoo Grandmaster in the Daiyu world. He had never heard of him before. Yu Yunjing also began to feel nervous. Previously, no matter what task Lin Sun accepted, he would complete it in a very short time and didn't encounter any obstacles. But this time, Lin Sun still didn't have any reaction after a quarter of an hour. How could Yu Yunjing not feel nervous? Other people present also noticed this scene and secretly felt worried for Lin Sun. It seems that he can't do it. Yu Yunjing laughed as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Lan Kai said confidently, "I have said that even old Mo couldn't break the Tao formation. How could a guy who popped out of nowhere be able to break it?" Elder Hiroshi explained, "This formation is extremely obscure. It's clearly impossible to crack it in such a short period of time. I've been troubled by this problem for so many years, but haven't I still been at my wit's end?" After a pause, he continued, "I think that even if this lad can't break this formation, he is not an ordinary person. Yu Yunjing felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but he said with a smile, "In my opinion, old Mo thinks too highly of this lad. Since he can hang around with my ignorant and incompetent sixth brother, he must not be a good guy." Old Mo frowned and didn't answer. At this moment, Lin Sun, who had been silent, withdrew his spiritual awareness and handed the jade slip to Hu Ming. All of a sudden, everyone was refreshed. Did he succeed? Child, is it possible? Hu Ming couldn't help asking. It has been cracked, and the method is recorded in it. Lin Sun said casually. His words completely stirred up the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time and caused an uproar. Yu Yunjing's face was full of excitement, and his eyes were shining as if he was looking at a deity. Didn't this mean that he had got 100,000 Tao gems? It's impossible. Suddenly, someone cried out loudly. Then, Yu Yunjing saw Yu Yunjing, Lan Sai, and the others walking towards him, all of them looking very gloomy. Lan Sai. Look, Master Mo is here. I didn't expect that he would come to our cloudy rock city. There was a commotion in the field, and many people recognized the identity of Lan Sai and Master Mo. Yu Yunjing was very unhappy and said with no expression, "Third brother, what do you mean by impossible? I remember that you don't seem to understand spiritual tattoos at all, do you?" Yu Yunjing snorted coldly, "I don't understand, but someone naturally understands. Master Mo, please come and see if this lad has really broken this formation." Yu Yunjing was stunned at first, and then he immediately realized something and shouted, "What? Don't tell me you were the one who issued this quest?" Sixth brother, you have become smarter. Yu Yunjing said coldly and did not deny it. Yu Yunjing said with a gloomy face, "So, when you issued this task, you deliberately wanted to embarrass us and make fun of us?" Yu Yunjing did not deny it and looked at Master Mo. At this time, Master Mo also looked puzzled, surprised, excited, and curious. He didn't care about other things. What he cared about was whether Lin Sun had really broken this formation. Master Mo stepped forward. He was a little impatient. "Fellow practitioner, can you let me have a look?" The jade slip was in Hu Ming's hand, but Master Mo looked at Lin Sun, cupped his hands, and spoke in a very humble manner. "Sure." Lin Sun nodded. He also looked at Yu Yunjing and Lan Sai, and a cold light flashed in his black eyes. Whoosh! Master Mo took a deep breath, took the jade slip from Hu Ming, and explored it with his spiritual awareness. All the people present held their breath and concentrated. Master Mo, one of the 4 great Taoist grandmasters in Daiyu world, was second to none. Who didn't know him, this task was issued by him, so he undoubtedly had the most say at this moment whether the task was successful or not. Lan Sai and Yu Yunjing couldn't help being nervous. "I see." After a while, everyone saw Master Mo cry out involuntarily as if he was struck by lightning, with unconcealable excitement and sudden realization on his face. All of a sudden, everyone was in an uproar. The answer was self-evident. Lan Sai and Yu Yunjing's hearts sank to the bottom, and their faces were a little gloomy. How could this be possible? Master Mo took a deep breath, and with a rare look of respect on his face, he cupped his hands to Lin Sun in a humble manner. "Fellow practitioner, may I ask for advice?" "You're with the 2 of them?" Lin Sun glanced at Yu Yunjing and Lan Sai. Master Mo immediately showed a wry smile and said with shame, "To tell you the truth, this task was issued by me. Originally, I wanted to test your attainments in Taoist tattoo, but I didn't expect to offend you. Please forgive me." As he said, he bowed to salute. All the people present were shocked. This was the world-famous Master Mo. But now, he bowed his head in front of a young man as if he had made a mistake. "Master Mo, why do you do this?" Yu Yunjing was anxious. Master Mo shook his head, "You don't understand. The one who understands Taoist tattoo is the teacher. This young friend's attainments in Taoist tattoo have reached a height that I can only look up to. Even if I have to bow to him as a disciple, as long as I can solve the doubts in my heart, I am willing to do it." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Master Mo is indeed Master Mo. It's hard not to admire his demeanor and breadth of mind. Lin Sun said, "If you want to talk, you can do it later. Now I just want to know who will pay for it." Master Mo smiled and said, "I'll do it." "Wait." Lan Sai walked forward, "This reward was decided by me, so it should be paid by me. Hu Ming, go and get 100,000 Dao crystals. Hu Ming quickly nodded in agreement. The Cloudrock Treasure Pavilion was the property of the Cloudrock Energy sect, and Lan Sai was the daughter of the sect leader, Lan Tianyu. No one would dare to disobey her. Hee, this is called going for wool and coming home shorn. Yu Yunhe sneered. He was very unhappy. This mission was actually planned by Yu Yunjing. Although Lin Sun completed it successfully, it made Yu Yunhe extremely angry. Sixth brother, how could you say that? Yu Yunjing berated, his expression gloomy. He was so angry that he almost went crazy. Originally, he wanted to kill Lin Sun's arrogance and beat Yu Yunhe, but he failed. How could I say that? Yu Yunhe completely broke out, third brother, do you really think I don't know how you think of me? When Yu Yunjing was about to say something, Lan Sai frowned and said, enough. Haven't you made enough jokes? Or should I say, the two of you want everyone to see the Yu clan, an emperor clan, become a joke? Yu Yunjing was speechless. Yu Yunhe snorted coldly. Lan Sai looked at Lin Sun, squeezed out a smile on her cold and proud face, and said, child, what happened before was just a misunderstanding. In order to apologize, I'm willing to give you 50,000 Dao crystals as compensation. Everyone present couldn't help but click their tongues. It was just an apology. 50,000 Dao crystals? What a big deal. What was more unexpected was that Lin Sun directly refused and said indifferently, no, I only take what I should take. Lan Sai frowned slightly, but still said with a smile, child is very magnanimous. I also deeply admire you. There are too many people here. Why don't we talk in private? Lin Sun glanced at her thoughtfully and said, forget it. I'm not interested in getting involved in your business. Lan Sai's clear eyes flashed with anger. In this cloudy rock city, no one dared to disrespect her again and again. Yu Yunjing opened his mouth with a gloomy look, friend, I just want to talk with you. Why are you so unreasonable? There was a hint of threat in his voice. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh and said, I don't want to and I don't want to. If I'm unreasonable, then you can be unreasonable. The atmosphere was a little depressing and tense. Old Mo hurriedly came out to smooth things over and said with a smile, for my sake, how about we both take a step back? Lin Sun said, okay, we'll pay the bill and leave immediately. Hu Ming's eyes flashed as he looked at Lan Sai. Lan Sai took a deep breath and said, Hu Ming, our cloudy rock tower doesn't have the tradition of going back on our word. Hu Ming understood tacitly and hurriedly went to prepare the Taoist crystals for Lin Sun. Not long after, Hu Ming returned and handed a storage bag to Lin Sun, saying, there are 436,600 Taoist crystals in it. Please have a look. Lin Sun scanned it with his divine awareness and nodded, yes. Then, he turned around and left with Yu Yunhe and Nan Xiao. From beginning to end, he didn't look at Lan Sai and Yu Yunjing again. Child, old Mo was a little anxious. He still wanted to ask Lin Sun some questions. These are some tips to break the formation. Take it and have a look yourself. Lin Sun threw a jade slip to old Mo without looking back. Old Mo carefully put it away as if he had found a treasure and cupped his hands towards Lin Sun's receding figure. Damn it. In the same elegant room, Yu Yunjing showed a ferocious look and smashed the teacup in his hand. Yu Yunhe, an idiot who had been despised by him for many years, now had the help of a Taoist master, which was unacceptable to Yu Yunjing until now. Judging from Master Mo's attitude, that boy's attainments in Taoist patterns are obviously more terrible. If your stupid sixth brother has his help, he will have a great advantage when entering the Dayou secret realm, which will be very disadvantageous for you and me. Lan Sai calmly analyzed, you should know that if you want to become the young patriarch after the clan competition, you must go to the Dayou secret realm and take back an ancient treasure left by your ancestor Emperor Yu. Now that your stupid sixth brother has the help of that person, there are bound to be many variables. Yu Yunjing's heart tightened and he said, Sai, what do you think we should do? Lan Sai's eyes were cold and she said, a man must be ruthless. He who strikes first has the upper hand. Yu Yunjing cried out involuntarily, you want me to kill my sixth brother? Absolutely not. Our clan doesn't mind fighting among our clansmen, but if we kill each other, we will suffer the most severe punishment. Lan Sai shook her head and said, Yunjing, you misunderstood. I mean, kill that young man with the surname Lin. If we get rid of him, your stupid sixth brother will lose everything he can rely on. How can he fight against you? Yu Yunjing's eyes brightened and he said, this plan is feasible. Then, he frowned and said, the only problem is that the surname Lin is obviously an extremely powerful Taoist master. What if? There is no what if. Lan Sai said resolutely, this area of tens of thousands of miles is our Cloudy Rock Chi sect's territory. Killing a Taoist master is not a difficult thing. Yu Yunjing took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Then let's do it. Of course, if we can solve the problem without fighting, it will undoubtedly be the best. The reason why I talked to that surname Lin was to find out the truth and his background. Lan Sai muttered. Lan Kai muttered, however, I will try again. Whatever benefits Yu Yunhe gave him, I will double it and try to make him work for us. Yu Yunjing smiled and said with a smile, Sai, you are so thoughtful. Lan Sai smiled sweetly and said in a soft voice, it's all for you. Yu Yunjing's heart swayed. He couldn't help holding the beauty in front of him in his arms and making love with her in a hurry. Brother Lin, this time you got into trouble because of me. Walking out of the Cloudy Rock Palace, Yu Yunjing said with shame. Lin Sun asked, speaking of which, I am your enemy. Don't you hate me? Yu Yunjing hummed and said bitterly, a loser is not brave enough. I am very grateful that Brother Lin can spare my life. He laughed at himself and said, I have been regarded as a playboy, an idiot, ignorant and idle since I was a child. But they don't know that I just don't want to get involved in the internal fight of the clan, so I escape from those things. But things are contrary to people. Just because my father is the patriarch, they still regard me as a thorn in their side even if I act like a playboy and don't care about power. His voice was low and full of sadness. He had kept these words in his stomach for many years, but he had no one to tell. Lin Sun said with a faint smile, are you trying to win my sympathy and ask me to help you? Yu Yunjing shook his head quickly, I dare not. Lin Sun said, take me to your clan. If I can meet Senior Yu Qingyang, I can help you put in some words. Yu Qingyang, he was also the most dazzling emperor among the ancestors of the Yu clan. His fighting power had been the best in the world for 8,000 years, and he was honored with the title Qingyang Saber Emperor. Yu Yunjing couldn't help asking, Brother Lin, there has been no news from old ancestor Qingyang for a long time. How do you know he is still alive? Lin Sun thought, Yu Qingyang was saved by me. How could I not know he is still alive? But it was not appropriate to say these words to Yu Yunjing. Lin Sun said, you will know when you go to your clan. Yu Yunjing thought of the token worn by old ancestor Qingyang in Lin Sun's hand. Maybe. Lin Sun really knew some secrets that he didn't. Let's go. I have completely offended your third brother and third sister-in-law today. If they hate me and want to harm me, it will not be so easy for me to leave. Lin Sun said casually with a subtle look in his eyes. Yu Yunjing said angrily, how dare they? Lin Sun said, do you know what is more terrible than ghosts and gods in this world? What? Yu Yunjing was stunned. Human heart. Lin Sun said these two words casually and walked forward. Thanks to Blue Feather Breeze for his gift. Miss, they are heading out of the city. It is likely that they will leave today. A servant reported hurriedly. Lan Sai's eyes narrowed and she said, let's go. Swoosh. Swoosh, the void rippled and two figures appeared. One was a bearded elder and the other was a middle-aged man. Miss, should we act now? The bearded elder asked. Uncles, thank you for your hard work. Lan Kai nodded. Let's go. In the next moment, the bearded elder and the middle-aged man disappeared into thin air. Kai, who are they? Yu Yunjing couldn't help but ask. Just now, when the bearded elder and the middle-aged man appeared, it was as if two divine mountains had appeared out of thin air. That terrifying invisible pressure made it difficult to breathe. They're both elders from the Cloudrock Energy sect, and are very close to my father. One of them is named Wei Chong, and the other is Chai Feng. Both of them are sage kings, and with their help, killing a peak great sage Dao symbol grandmaster would be a piece of cake. Yu Yunjing gasped at Lan Sai's words. In the Great Yu world, a saint king was already an all-powerful figure. In the Yu family, a saint king could also serve as a deacon or an elder. He was extremely powerful, Lan Kai said. Yunjing, there is no need to fear Yu Yunhe. What you need to be careful of are the other powerful figures in the younger generation of your clan. I suggest that you return to the clan and start preparing for the sect competition. Yu Yunjing immediately nodded in agreement. 2 King Saint Realm elders of the Cloudy Rock Energy sect would kill a Daoist master in the territory of the Cloudy Rock Energy sect. There would be no accidents. Yu Yunjing reminded, Kai, don't do anything to my 6th brother. Lan Kai smiled and said, don't worry. I know what to do. Swoosh, outside the Cloudy Rock City, the vast universe arc appeared, carrying Lin Sun, Yu Yunhe, and Nan Qiu. Our clan has lived on the Jiuhua Divine Mountain for generations. Not far from the Jiuhua Divine Mountain is the biggest city of the Great Yu world, Tianyi City. If Brother Lin doesn't mind, I will treat you and Miss Nan Qiu to the beautiful scenery of Tianyi City. Yu Yunhe said with a smile. Sure. Nan Qiu readily agreed. Lin Sun thought of something and asked, Child Yu, which sect is the strongest in the Dayu world? The Stellar Jade Sword Pavilion. Yu Yunhe said without hesitation, this is the #1 orthodoxy in the Great Yu realm. There are countless sword cultivators in this sect, and there are many strong cultivators. Next is the Billowing Water Talisman sect. This sect is most proficient in the Tao of spiritual inscriptions. For example, Master Mo that we met came from this sect. Next is the Pill Cauldron Tao sect. Yu Yunhe spoke with fervor and assurance, as if he was very familiar with the forces of the world. Lin Sun asked, what about your Yu clan? How is it compared with these sects? The light in Yu Yunhe's eyes suddenly dimmed greatly, and he said, since ancestor Qing Yang left all those years ago, the strength of our clan has been greatly inferior to the past. Up until now, it's barely on par with the Pill Cauldron Tao sect. He paused for a while and said confidently, however, in the Great Yu world, if the Yu clan dares to claim to be the second strongest, then no one dares to claim to be the first. Brother Lin, you probably don't know that the name of the Great Yu world was named by Emperor Yu, the ancestor of the Yu clan. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. A big world was named after the Yu clan, an imperial family. This was indeed extraordinary and extremely extraordinary. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun made up his mind that when he left the Great Yu world, he would find a sect that Nan Qiu liked and let her cultivate in it. Child Lin, please wait. Suddenly, an old voice sounded outside the treasure ship. Stay here and don't move. Lin Sun seemed to have foreseen this. With a calm expression, he floated out of the treasure ship. In the distant sky, the curly-bearded old man Wei Chong and the middle-aged man Chai Feng stood in the void, like 2 natural moats, blocking the way. Did Lan Sai ask you to come? Lin Sun asked. Wei Chong showed a touch of surprise and said, yes, Miss Sai appreciates you very much, so she specially asked us to come and meet you. Chai Feng said in a deep voice, cut to the chase. If you are willing to leave Yu Yunhe, Miss Sai will agree to any conditions. On the treasure ship, Yu Yunhe's heart tightened. He was shocked and angry. What a vicious bitch. How could he not see that this action was aimed at him? Wei Chong took out a jade box and smiled kindly. To show my sincerity, this green light grass is a greeting gift. Hiss, Yu Yunhe sucked in a breath of cold air. The dark glow jade light grass was a peerless divine medicine that was priceless and extremely rare. Just based on this, Yu Yunhe was more certain that Lan Sai and Yu Yunjing were desperate to deal with him. What if I don't agree? Lin Sun asked. Wei Chong's smile faded and he said, child, you are a smart man. You should know what is the wisest choice to make. Chai Feng said in a deep voice, it's not worth it to lose your life for a fool. I hope you will reconsider. The 2 King of Sages didn't take Lin Sun and Yu Yunhe seriously from the beginning to the end, and they were in the territory of Yunyanqi sect. The reason why they showed such a peaceful attitude was because of Lan Sai's advice. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly sighed, I have already warned Lan Sai not to get involved in these things. But now it seems that she doesn't want to let me go. Wei Chong and Chai Feng looked indifferent and didn't deny it. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. With a low voice, Lin Sun's figure disappeared into thin air. The next moment, he appeared in front of Wei Chong and raised his fist to attack. Boom, in the blink of an eye, Lin Sun seemed to have turned into another person. He was restrained to the extreme, and his seemingly ordinary Qi broke out at this moment. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that a person's Qi could change so quickly. It was like the most ordinary unpolished jade turned into a shining sun in an instant. Wei Chong's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that Lin Sun, a mere great saint, would choose to fight with two king of sages in such a situation. This was crazy. Lin Sun was really overestimating himself. As soon as this thought came to Wei Chong's mind, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. What a terrifying fist force! Lin Sun's fist was not only fast, but also full of fierce and domineering great Wei, which made Wei Chong feel suffocated. Boom, almost subconsciously, Wei Chong pressed out his palm. Heaven-defying great seal, it was just a palm print, but it was as powerful as the sky. In the deafening roar, a scene that shocked Wei Chong appeared. His palm print filled with the power of the realm of Tao was smashed like a piece of paper. The terrible fist force swept across Wei Chong's body. Wei Chong staggered back and coughed up blood. He cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" Not far away, Chai Feng's heart trembled, and his expression changed greatly. There was a big gap between a great saint and a king of sages. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Since ancient times, few people could break this natural moat and fight across realms. But now, Lin Sun did it. Chai Feng almost couldn't believe his eyes. Suppress. In the cold voice, 72 earthly evil sword mountains rushed out from Lin Sun's body. The sword chi was dense and boundless. Wei Chong roared and attacked with all his strength. He operated the cultivation of the king of sages to the extreme, and the light around him soared into the sky. Die. Lin Sun's expression was calm. 72 earthly evil sword mountains attacked, and the world was covered by the white brilliant sword chi. Boom, in an instant, Wei Chong's whole body was submerged in it. He was invaded by the dense sword chi like a raging sea, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. He struggled madly and screamed, but it was of no use. The ocean-like sword chi covered him and completely suppressed him. In just a second, his voice stopped abruptly, and there was no more movement. The elder of Yunyan Chi sect, Wei Chong, a king of sages, was killed at this moment. No, this is impossible, this is impossible. Chai Feng cried out involuntarily, and he was completely stimulated. In just a short moment, an absolute great saint had easily crushed a saint king whose name shook the four seas. Who could believe it? This time, the two of them took this action as a trivial matter, thinking that they could solve it effortlessly. Who would have thought that the prey they didn't take seriously at all was a heaven-defying monster? Swish, Lin Sun didn't delay and attacked again. His figure moved in the air and attacked Chai Feng. What king of sages? As long as he didn't set foot on the peerless path, he was no threat to him at all. Ma Taizhen of Danding Taoism sect was so powerful, but he was easily suppressed in the end. If he thought that he could suppress Lin Sun because he was much higher in cultivation, he would be making a big mistake. Slash! Chai Feng roared, and the saber on his back suddenly swept out, evolving into a Tao field. The saber chi was like a torrential downpour. Storm Saber Boundary, this was Chai Feng's Tao field. It integrated the power of Saber Tao into his body, and the murderous spirit was earth-shattering. Being in it, there was boundless saber chi in all directions. Break! Lin Sun had long had the experience of fighting against the Tao field. Without hesitation, he took out the broken saber and performed Tian Yuan chop with all his strength. Boom, the incomparably gorgeous sharpness made a sharp whistling sound, and the storm saber boundary was torn like a piece of cloth. Then, the entire Tao field exploded, causing the world to shake and the clouds to collapse. This, Chai Feng was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. The power of the Tao field was so terrifying, but it couldn't do anything to a peerless great saint. This was too shocking and subverted his understanding. Seeing Lin Sun coming, Chai Feng fled without hesitation. He was scared out of his wits. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Since Lin Sun had made a move, how could he allow the enemy to leave alive? Boundless world. He took a deep breath and drew a line in the air with his fingers. A few hundred kilometers away, a boundless finger force appeared in the sky, and it smashed down fiercely, causing the sky to collapse and shatter like fragile glass. Chai Feng's figure staggered and fell out. Before he could react, a snow-white broken saber had suddenly slashed at him. Puff, blood rained down. A huge head was thrown into the air. There was dead silence. On the treasure ship, Yu Yunhe was in a trance. Even though he had already seen the scene of Lin Sun suppressing Ma Taizhen, he was still shocked when he saw the two Saint Kings being killed like cutting melons and vegetables. Where did this guy come from? Even the top 10 on the Starry Sky Great Sage list were not as fierce as him. Bang! When Lin Sun was about to clean up the spoils, a bright firework suddenly rushed out of Chai Feng's body and broke through the sky. Oh no, it's a message talisman for help. Yu Yunhe's face suddenly changed. Obviously, Chai Feng intended to ask for help before he died, but he was a step late and was killed by Lin Sun. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and began to count the spoils as if nothing had happened. 6 holy treasures of different quality were thrown to Wu Kei in the insignificant bow by Lin Sun. A pile of bottles and jars of pills, dozens of divine medicines and divine materials, as well as 360,000 Dao crystals. The total value was amazing. It could be seen how rich a Saint King was. Lin Sun worked hard in the Yunyan treasure tower for half a day and only earned more than 400,000 crystals. However, in comparison, fighting and killing were the fastest way to earn money. It was a profitable business with little capital. Let's go. Before long, Lin Sun drove the vast universe arc and flew away. He didn't worry about the revenge of Yunyanqi sect. Yunyanqi sect. Whoosh, a distress talisman turned into a rainbow and flew into the sect. Headmaster, it's bad. Elders Wei Chong and Chai Feng are asking for help. Panicked cries sounded outside the hall. Soon, Lan Tianyu, the headmaster, took a group of people out of the sect at full speed and soon arrived at the place where the battle broke out. But they were a step late. Lin Sun had already left. Dead, Lan Tianyu looked around and found the bodies of Wei Chong and Chai Feng. His heart sank and his face became ugly. It's impossible. Lan Sai, who came with them, cried out, it's just a great sage. How could the two uncles be in danger? What the hell is going on? Lan Tianyu asked with a livid face. Although the Cloudy Rock Chi sect was a famous first-rate force in the Great Yu realm, they did not have many king saints. But now, they had lost 2 of them at once. How could Lan Tianyu not be angry? His heart was bleeding. Lan Sai's pretty face turned pale. She didn't dare to hide anything anymore and told everything about Lin Sun. Idiot. That's a Dao pattern grandmaster that's even more powerful than Master Mo. How can anyone offend him? Blue Sky Yu was enraged and his eyes were terrifying. Lan Kai shuddered and felt uneasy. Sect Master, things have already happened. The murderer must not have escaped far. The most important thing now is to chase after the enemy. An old man said solemnly. The others also nodded, their killing intent surging. This was the territory of the Cloudrock Energy sect, and yet 2 of their Sage King elders had been killed. Not only was it a huge loss, but it was also a huge humiliation. If word of this got out, it would be a huge blow to the sect's reputation. Taking a deep breath, Lan Tianyu made a decision. Send out the order. Have the elders overseeing the outside cooperate with us. Put out an arrest warrant for this person. Yes. The crowd hurriedly took the order and left. When the crowd dispersed, Lan Tianyu let out a long sigh. He knew that it was too late to launch an all-out attack. How could a Dao pattern grandmaster who could kill a sage king be so easily wanted? Lan Tianyu didn't need to guess to know that the chance of catching and killing the murderer was doomed to be slim. Lan Kai gritted her teeth and said, Father, this happened because of me. I'm willing to take all the responsibility. Slap, Lan Tianyu slapped his daughter's face and said with a gloomy look, I've spoiled you too much these years. When you go back, go to the forbidden area of the back mountain. You can't go out without my permission. Lan Sai's cheeks were red and swollen, and her lips were bleeding. But she knew that her father did this to protect her. If it was really investigated, she would be punished more severely. She said in a low voice, Father, I must tell Yunjing about this and let him prepare in advance. Lan Tianyu's expression changed. Finally, he nodded and agreed. As Lan Tianyu predicted, Lin Sun really planned to leave. It was not easy to be caught in this vast world. One day later, Lin Sun left the territory of Yunyan Energy sect without any mishap. Following the directions of Yu Yunhe, he rushed to Jiuhua Divine Mountain, where the Yu family was located. At the same time, in Yunyan City, the news that a mysterious Dao pattern grandmaster defeated Master Mo quickly spread and caused a sensation. The identity of this Dao-marking grandmaster with the surname Lin had become a topic that everyone took delight in discussing. At the same time, the news that 2 elders of the Sage King realm were injured and killed in Yunyan Energy sect also spread like a storm, causing a great disturbance. But only a few people knew that the murderer who caused this incident was the mysterious Dao pattern grandmaster who caused a sensation in the whole city. The Cloudrock Energy sect was furious, but there was nothing they could do about it. The culprit had long since fled, so what could they do? And because of Lan Kai, Lan Tianyu's position as the headmaster was also shaken. Both father and daughter were criticized. It should be known that a top sect like Yunyan Energy sect was not decided by Lan Tianyu alone. After learning this news, Lan Kai regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she had known this earlier, she would rather swallow her anger than offend Lin Sun. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. The evil result now was the price she had to pay for it, Jiuhua Divine Mountain. It was a famous spiritual mountain in the Great Yu realm. The Yu clan, an imperial family, had been living there for generations. What? I just got home, and Sai sent me a letter? She cares about me. Let me have a look. In a magnificent palace, Yu Yunjing said with a smile. He regarded the engagement with Lan Kai as the wisest decision he had made in his life. Lan Kai was not only beautiful and intelligent, but also had a father who was in charge of a Taoist orthodoxy. This was a great help for Yu Yunjing. It was enough for him to have a great say in the competition for the position of the young patriarch. Young master, please have a look. An old man handed over a letter respectfully. After opening it, the smile on Yu Yunjing's face suddenly froze, and his pupils dilated. He was so shocked that he almost jumped out of his chair. 2 Saint Kings of Yunyan Energy sect were killed by that boy surnamed Lin. Yu Yunjing's mind was in turmoil, and his face became gloomy. If he was not sure that this letter was written by Lan Kai herself, he almost couldn't believe it was true. After a long time, Yu Yunjing calmed down a little and fell into meditation. It's not good. Yu Yunhe, this fool, now has such a powerful person to help him. Once he returns to the clan, it will not be so easy to take away the inheritance of the young patriarch from him. What Sai said in the letter is right. The urgent thing now is to unite the power of others to deal with Yu Yunhe first, so that the inheritance of the young patriarch will not fall into his hands. Thinking of this, Yu Yunjing gritted his teeth and made a decision. Send a message to Yu Yunque, Yu Yunqing, Yu Yunlong. He reported more than 10 names in one breath. Ask them to come quickly. Tell them that I have something important to discuss with them. They must be there. The old man hurriedly received the order and left. After the time for an incense stick to burn, more than 10 men and women had gathered in this magnificent hall. All of them were dressed in embroidered clothes and had extraordinary appearances. These were all the top figures of the younger generation of the Yu clan, and every single one of them could be called a dragon or phoenix among men. But to Yu Yunjing, these brothers and sisters present here were strong opponents for him to fight for the inheritance of the young patriarch. Now that everyone is here, third brother, you should say what's the important matter, right? A woman in a fiery red dress couldn't help but say. Her name was Yu Yunyan, and she was ranked 5th in the younger generation. Yes, third brother. Everyone's time is precious. If you have something to say, just say it. Someone said impatiently. He was sitting in a coiled posture, and his brows were wide. His gaze was like lightning, and he was extremely ferocious. His name was Yu Yunlong, and he was ranked 2nd. Yu Yunjing forcefully endured the discomfort in his heart and said coldly, Big brother hasn't arrived yet. Everyone, please calm down. Big brother, everyone's eyes flickered. In the younger generation of the Yu clan, Yu Yunfeng was ranked 1st, and he was an influential figure with the most prestige and resources in the younger generation. However, he was born from a female concubine by his father's side, so his status couldn't compare to some of the direct descendants present here. Sorry, I'm late. It wasn't long before Yu Yunfeng arrived hastily in the hall. His figure was tall and dignified, and he had a resolute appearance and an oppressive imposing aura. Everyone sat there without moving. Yu Yunfeng smiled indifferently, and then he found a seat and sat down. "Now, third brother, you ought to tell us what's the matter, right?" said Yu Yunlong. The others looked at Yu Yunjing as well. "Everyone, the clan competition will begin in less than 10 days, and everyone is surely preparing for it with all their might. But there's something that all of you probably don't know." Yu Yunjing took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Our sixth brother has an extraordinary Dao-marking grandmaster by his side. Moreover, he's rushing back to the clan right now. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll surely participate in the clan competition." Everyone was astounded. Someone couldn't help but laugh with ridicule. "That idiot actually has the guts to participate? Then let him come, so long as he's not afraid of being beaten." Many people roared with laughter. Who in the entire clan didn't know Yu Yunha's background? He was a piece of trash that couldn't be of great use, and he was rotten on the inside. Only the eldest brother, Yu Yunfeng, frowned. This was within the clan, yet these brothers were acting in an unbridled manner and directly calling Yu Yunha an idiot. This was undoubtedly going too far. However, he was clearly aware in his heart that sixth brother Yu Yunha was indeed too much of a profligate disciple. In these past few years, he disappointed the patriarch countless times, and he was on the verge of breaking his heart. "Everyone." Yu Yunjing knocked on the table and said coldly, "I'm not afraid to tell all of you that the helper by sixth brother's side just killed 2 Saint Kings." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone went silent, and everyone was shocked. Yu Yunjing didn't conceal anything and spoke of everything that had occurred in Cloudrock City. For a time, the hall became even more silent. Everyone had a variety of expressions. Some were surprised, some were vigilant, some were bewildered, even Yu Yunfeng couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that sixth brother has turned over a new leaf and realized that the situation he's in is bad? After a short while, someone sneered, "He's just an outsider. No matter how formidable he is, could he possibly participate in our Yu clan sect competition?" Yu Yunjing said with an expressionless face, "Don't forget that sixth brother is the patriarch's son. So long as he participates in the sect competition, then no matter what his results are, he'll have the qualifications to enter the Dayu's secret realm. Moreover, that fellow that all of you take to be an outsider is an existence that even Master Mo admires wholeheartedly in terms of attainments in spirit markings. With his help, the energy of the Dao restriction left behind by our first ancestor in the Dayu secret realm isn't a problem for sixth brother at all." The atmosphere in the surroundings became oppressive. In less than 10 days, the sect grand competition would begin. However, it just so happened that an idiot whom they thought would never have the guts to participate in the sect grand competition had unexpectedly decided to participate at such a time. Moreover, he'd brought along a formidable external assistance. How could anyone not be vigilant? Indeed, all of them present here were invisible competitors with each other, but Yu Yunha was different. He was the son of the patriarch, possessed a pure bloodline, and possessed a special status. If it wasn't for his performance being too terrible in these past few years, the position of junior patriarch would have been obtained by him a long time ago, and it wouldn't have remained empty until now. Suddenly, someone said, "Could it be that third brother has a plan since the beginning by telling us all of this?" Just these words caused everyone present here to look at Yu Yunjing. Yu Yunjing's expression was calm as he said, "Sixth brother is nothing to worry about, but that external assistance by his side is an enormous potential threat to all of us here. What do all of you think?" Many people nodded. Yu Yunjing spoke of his true intentions when he heard this, "So, I gathered all of you here this time because I only want to do a single thing, and that is to join forces with all of us to eliminate this external assistance by sixth brother's side." Many people's eyes narrowed. Yu Yunjing's voice was low. "So long as we kill this person, it's equivalent to cutting off sixth brother's greatest reliance. With his ability, he's bound to be unable to compete with us even if he participates in the Grand Sect competition and the Dayu secret realm in the future. Third brother, isn't doing this a bit overboard?" Yu Yunfeng said with a frown. Yu Yunjing said indifferently, "Big brother, we're dealing with an outsider and not sixth brother. I hope you can distinguish this clearly." "That's right, big brother. He's just an outsider, yet he dares to interfere in the affairs of our clan. He's simply courting death. The others also chimed in. Yu Yunjing instantly smiled. He knew that everyone present had been persuaded. Only Yu Yunfeng sighed in his heart. 2 days later. In the azure sky, a treasured ship tore through the sky and flew away. Brother Lin, please look. That's 9 Radiance Divine Mountain. The founding ancestor of my Yu clan attained the Tao and became an emperor on this mountain. Since then, my Yu clan has resided here for generations. On the treasured ship, Yu Yunhe pointed towards the distance and sighed with emotion. In these past few years, he'd been cultivating in the Pill Cauldron Tao sect for the sake of avoiding the internal strife between the disciples of the clan, and this was the first time he'd returned to the clan. Lin Sun raised his eyes and looked over. On the distant horizon, a majestic mountain rose steeply from the ground like a coiled dragon. Divine radiance seethed from it while auspicious rays of light suffused the air, and it was magnificent and magnificent. It's a good place indeed. Lin Sun steered the treasured ship and floated to the ground before 9 Radiance Divine Mountain. Brother Lin, I'll report your intentions at the first possible moment when I see my father. I believe that if Ancestor Green Sun is in the clan, he'll definitely meet you. As he spoke, Yu Yunhe had already led Lin Sun and Nanqiu towards the entrance. Stop. A figure floated up into appearance before the grand and ancient entrance. It was a young man in feathered clothes with an arrogant expression. 9th brother? Yu Yunhe frowned. What? I haven't returned to the sect for so many years that you don't recognize your 6th brother? Haha. The young man in feathered clothes laughed. 6th brother, everyone is very happy that you've returned. But as you know, the sect competition is about to begin. At such a critical moment, all unrelated people are prohibited from entering our clan. Yu Yunhe instantly understood that he was targeting Lin Sun, who was by his side. His expression was gloomy. 9th brother, if you still regard me as your 6th brother, then quickly move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. Hey, 6th brother, you're so mighty. You haven't returned for so many years, yet you've started to act arrogantly as soon as you've returned. Do you not respect us brothers at all? A wave of cold laughter resounded, and then Yu Yunjing, Yu Yunlong, and the other top figures of the younger generation of the Imperial Yu clan walked out in a single file. What a great lineup, Yu Yunhe's heart sank. He'd just arrived, yet so many people had immediately appeared. They'd obviously planned this since long ago. 3rd brother, this was all your idea? Yu Yunhe gritted his teeth and was completely enraged. 6th brother, 9th brother is right. We welcome your return, but our Yu clan doesn't welcome the people by your side. Yu Yunfeng, who was ranked 2nd, said coldly. Yu Yunhe was burning with anger, and he said word by word, I want to see father and report this matter. If father also makes the same decision, then I have nothing to say. But if you make the decision on your own, I, Yu Yunhe, will not let this matter rest. There was a moment of silence. Yu Yunhe's father was the current patriarch of the Yu clan. If this matter was revealed by Yu Yunhe, the consequences would indeed be hard to predict. 6th brother, you're simply muddle-headed. Yu Yunjing suddenly shouted and said sternly, don't you know that the one surnamed Lin beside you brutally killed 2 high-ranking elders of the Yunyanqi sect a few days ago? Now, he's already wanted by the Yunyanqi sect. Such a vicious person should be killed by everyone, yet you still intend to bring him back to the clan. It's simply unreasonable. His words were sonorous and forceful. But it would have been better if he hadn't mentioned this matter. Once it was mentioned, Yu Yunhe's eyes turned red and he said angrily, 3rd brother, you're lying. It was you and that bitch Lan Sai who joined forces to kill me outside Yunyan City, so you asked those 2 old bastards from the Yunyanqi sect to act. If it wasn't for Brother Lin's righteous help, I would have lost my life long ago. Everyone present was restless, and the expressions of all the Yu clan disciples changed indeterminately. Yu Yunjing had never mentioned this matter before, and this caused them to be very surprised. One must know that the Yu clan could tolerate internal strife, but they would absolutely not tolerate things like killing each other. If what Yu Yunhe said was true, then Yu Yunjing's actions were equivalent to touching the bottom line of the clan. Yu Yunjing was stunned. He'd never imagined that this idiot Yu Yunhe would actually make a countercharge at a time like this, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. How dare you? Sixth brother, don't you dare slander me. Yu Yunjing roared angrily. The two elders of the Xianxia sect wanted to deal with that kid surnamed Lin by your side. It has nothing to do with you. Yu Yunhe sneered, is that so? Why are you so clear about the matters of the Xianxia sect? Not to mention that when I left Cloud Rock City, you saw with your own eyes that I was traveling with Brother Lin, yet we were ambushed by those two old geezers on the way. Yet you say it's not targeting me? Who would believe that? Yu Yunjing was speechless for a moment, and he was furious. The others were also flabbergasted. Was this still that ignorant, incompetent, and unambitious piece of trash? It should be known that in the past, Yu Yunhe was like a mouse meeting a cat when he met them, and he didn't dare to talk back to them at all. But now, not only was he not afraid at all, he even showed an unprecedentedly tough attitude, and this was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Sun saw all of this, and he didn't feel surprised at all. It seemed that all of this was against him, but in fact, these Yu clan disciples were obviously using this to attack Yu Yunhe. It seems that because of my appearance, these Yu clan disciples feel threatened. Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought. He didn't need to guess at all to know that it must be Lan Sai who spread the news to Yu Yunjing about the killing of Wei Chong and Chai Feng. Yu Yunjing, who sensed that something was wrong, made a prompt decision, and united everyone to plan this action. Nanqiu, follow me later, Lin Sun said to her. Nanqiu's heart tightened, and she nodded silently. Old Six, it seems that you've been deceived by that boy surnamed Lin, and you can't even tell the truth. In this case, as your brother, I'll help you get rid of this Lin first, and then we'll have a good talk about the truth. Yu Yunjing's expression was grim, and his voice was cold. You still want to fight? Yu Yunhe was furious. Was there a need to ask? Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Yu Yunhe was still a little inexperienced after all. How could the other party give up so easily with such a big force? Childish. Yu Yunjing sneered, and he raised his hand and waved. Whoosh! A group of figures rushed out, men and women, and all of them had amazing auras and powerful momentum. Among them, there were many king saints. Yu Yunhe was stunned. Many of these figures were his elders, and they held different important positions in the Yu clan. It turns out that you've arranged everything. Yu Yunhe felt that his lungs were about to explode. What did these clansmen think of him as? A lamb at the mercy of others? Lin, are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want us to do it? Yu Yunjing's cold eyes locked on Lin Sun. The others also looked unkind. Lin Sun looked indifferent, and his dark eyes were deep. He said, it seems that even if I leave, you won't agree. Yu Yunjing said indifferently, you killed two of Tsai's elders, and deceived my sixth brother. It's obvious that you have evil intentions. How can we allow a villain like you to leave? Don't talk nonsense with him, kill him quickly. Yu Yunlong, the second eldest, said impatiently. At this moment, Lin Sun looked up at the majestic Jiuhua Divine Mountain, and suddenly smiled, but the smile was emotionless. This was the Yu clan, an imperial clan, and in front of its gate, none of the big shots of the Yu clan showed up at this moment. Did this mean that they also acquiesced and condoned what was happening in front of them? If you want to fight, you'll have to step over me first. It was also at this moment that Yu Yunhe, who was furious, roared and stood in front of Lin Sun without hesitation. Lin Sun had the token given by Green Sun Saber Emperor, but it was useless. Yu Yunhe was the son of the patriarch of Yu clan, but he failed to stop Yu Yunjing and others. A token was doomed to be useless. Originally, Lin Sun came to Yu clan to meet his old friend, Green Sun Saber Emperor, and learn something. But it was obvious that it was impossible for him to leave now. The only thing that surprised Lin Sun was that Yu Yunhe did not hesitate to stand in front of him at this critical moment. This touched Lin Sun's heart. At the same time, Yu Yunjing and others were also caught off guard. What was wrong with Yu Yunhe today? Why did he want to die for an outsider? The scene was in a stalemate for a while. Brother Lin, I believe my father will not tolerate such a thing if he knows it. Yu Yunhe said with guilt. He thought it was he who implicated Lin Sun. Your father and others, Lin Sun's black eyes flickered, maybe, child you, I was just like you at that time. I inherited the power of the clan and was surrounded by many collateral clansmen. Many people even wanted to kill me. Do you know what I did? Yu Yunhe was stunned. Without waiting for an answer, Lin Sun said, "Kill." It's not enough to establish power and sweep away obstacles. Yu Yunhe sucked in a breath of cold air, his expression fluctuating. Lin Sun looked calm. "Of course, your Yu clan forbids killing each other. Now, there are only two ways to choose." "Which two?" Yu Yunhe couldn't help asking. "Give up the right of inheritance and leave now," Lin Sun said. Hearing this, Yu Yunjing and others all showed different expressions. If so, they really didn't have to make great efforts to target Yu Yunhe. At this time, Yu Yunhe's face was gloomy and he was struggling in his heart. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "These years, I have been regarded as an idiot and a waste. I have suffered too much humiliation and criticism. I don't want to taste it again." In the end, he revealed a determined expression. He looked at Yu Yunjing and the others and said while clenching his teeth, "Look at these people. They are all my clansmen, but they don't respect me at all. They even want to stop me from entering the sect." His voice was filled with boundless anger. "If I let them become the young clan leader, I will never forgive myself." The faces of Yu Yunjing and the others darkened. Lin Sun smiled and said, "Then there is only one way left." He waved his sleeve. Yu Yunhe, who was in front of him, was pulled to the side by an irresistible force. "Brother Lin, Yu Yunhe was stunned. "Can't you tell? They'll absolutely not allow a villain like me to leave. Since it's like this, then I'll seize this opportunity to help you sweep away some obstacles." In the end, Lin Sun smiled and said, "Take care of Nan Qiu for me." Shameless boasting. "Attack." Yu Yunjing sneered as he barked out orders. Boom, the experts of the Yu clan, who had been waiting for this moment, acted without hesitation. "Kill. Kill this brat." Thunderous roars resounded in all directions. These experts of the Yu clan were obviously carefully arranged by Yu Yunjing and the others. They were led by 9 king saints and a group of peerless great saints. As soon as they attacked, heaven and earth shook, and the sun and moon dimmed. "Third brother, why do I feel that we've set up such a large formation just to deal with a peerless great saint? Isn't it a little overkill?" Yu Yunlong couldn't help asking. "We'll finish it all in one go. We can't afford any mistakes." Yu Yunjing said expressionlessly, "Don't forget that this brat has killed 2 king saints of the Yunyanqi sect. We can't underestimate him." The experts of the Yu clan who attacked this time were their respective supporters. In fact, in an ancient clan like the Yu clan, every top disciple would have their own subsidiary forces. It was by relying on these subsidiary forces that they had the foundation to fight for the power of the clan. For example, Yu Yunjing had many supporters in the clan. In order to further expand his strength, he even married Lan Sai and found a powerful external aid. The purpose of all this was to fight for the right to inherit the position of junior patriarch. The other disciples present were the same. Yu Yunyan, who was dressed in a fiery red dress, snorted coldly, "I want to see how a peerless great saint like him can kill a king saint." Until now, she still didn't believe that such an absurd thing could happen in this world. There were many who thought the same as her. While they were talking, the battle had already erupted. Boom, divine radiance burst out, and treasure light rained down. How terrifying was the scene of a group of king saints attacking. The power of the laws of domains interweaved and transformed into an unparalleled phenomenon. It was dazzling, and it drowned the entire world. If it was any other peerless great saint, they would have been scared out of their wits. But at this moment, Lin Sun advanced instead of retreating and took the initiative to meet them. His figure was ethereal, and Dao light flowed around him. He held the Avicii sword and the Yuan killer sword in each hand, and the aura in his body was like a boiling cauldron of chaos, rumbling endlessly. Even when fighting against Ma Taizhen, Lin Sun didn't use any treasures and suppressed the other party with his strength. Even when killing 2 king saints, Wei Chong and Chai Feng, Lin Sun only used the broken blade and ended the battle in an instant. It was obvious that Lin Sun, who used the Avicii sword and the Yuan killer sword, didn't intend to hold back from the beginning. Slash! A silver Dao sword swept over, deducing the power of the laws of domains. It was like a curtain falling from the sky, and the sword chi was dense and sonorous. Lin Sun swung the sword, and the Avicii sword was like a reflection of hell. Amidst the deafening sound of collision, it tore the curtain of sword chi in the sky. Clang, the silver Dao sword was sent flying and exploded in the void. One of the king's saints controlling the sword coughed up blood and revealed a shocked expression. But before he could dodge, the Avicii sword seemed to have opened the door to hell and enveloped him. Poof, a rain of blood splashed like a waterfall. The king's saints of the Yu clan died suddenly. After being swept by the Avicii sword, his body directly turned into ashes and disappeared. There was a commotion in the field, and many exclamations sounded. The Yu clan's descendants, who were originally extremely skeptical of Lin Sun's combat power, widened their eyes at this moment, and their bodies stiffened. Killing a king saint with one strike? Yu Yunjing couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't seen the scene of Lin Sun killing Wei Chong and Chai Feng with his own eyes, and he was originally skeptical. But now, it seemed that everything was true. This guy who came out of nowhere actually had the heaven-defying power to kill a king saint of a higher realm. Boom, in the field, the battle was still breaking out. Lin Sun held the sword with both hands and moved freely in the battlefield. His sword chi covered the sky, and he was invincible. Poof, 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 under the unparalleled sword edge, those who were only at the peak of the great saint realm were killed on the spot like chickens and dogs. Heads rolled off, and scarlet blood splashed. Those bloody scenes were simply world-shocking. No. Just a moment later, another king saint let out a shrill scream of horror, and then his whole body was cut in half. That horrifying state of death caused people to shudder with fear. How is this possible? Damn it. In front of the mountain gate, Yu Yunjing, Yu Yunlong, and other descendants of the clan could no longer keep calm, and their faces changed completely. Originally, they thought that it was a bit of a fuss to make such a big fuss to deal with a great saint like Lin Sun. But now, they deeply understood the horror of Lin Sun. A great saint who could fight against a king saint of a higher realm was already shocking. But in Lin Sun's hands, not only did he fight against a king saint of a higher realm, but even the king saints who had mastered the power of the field of Tao were easily killed by him. The heaven-defying killing scene was simply a great horror, shrouding the hearts of Yu Yunjing and others. Their bodies trembled, and they were dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, they really didn't expect it, heaven and earth shook, and blood covered the field like rain. Shrill, terrified, and desperate cries sounded one after another. At this moment, Lin Sun was invincible, and his peerless demeanor became the only thing in the world. Yu Yunha's lips trembled, and he opened his mouth to speak. Nan Qiu said faintly, "In our tribe, there is a saying that has been passed down for a long time. On the road to supreme power, there must be a curtain of blood and corpses. Brother Lin is helping you. If you stop him now, it will only chill his heart." Yu Yunha was stunned, and he remained silent. Boom, in the field, there was a shocking commotion. The heart protection mirror in front of a king saint was smashed, and his entire body was crushed into pieces by the unparalleled sword chi. It had only been a moment since the battle started, but this was already the fifth king saint to be killed. Yu Yunjing and the others had completely lost their composure, and their emotions were out of control. They were like a group of ants on a hot pot, panic-stricken and at a loss. This was the gate of their Yu clan. But now, there was endless blood, and a bloody massacre was happening. "Quick, go and invite the big shots of the clan," Yu Yunjing roared. The current situation had already reached an extremely severe state. If they didn't stop it, then even if they could survive in the end, they were bound to suffer unimaginably terrible consequences. But in next to no time, someone sent back a message in panic. "Not good, the clan guarding formation in the mountain has been activated by someone, and we can't send any news back to the clan at all." What? This was simply like a bolt out of the blue, and Yu Yunjing and the others were dumbfounded. How could this be? Why was the clan guarding formation activated and unable to send any news? Boom, in the distance, the bloody battle was still going on. However, the number of enemies besieging Lin Sun had already started to decrease. The ground was covered in pools of blood, and countless corpses lay on the ground. "Quick, retreat to the sect. I don't believe that those big shots of the clan will watch as we're killed by an external enemy." Yu Yunjing roared with rage. As he spoke, he was the first to retreat. The others were already terrified to the point they were out of their wits, and they retreated hurriedly when they saw this. Even Lin Sun's opponents panicked. They retreated and fled in panic, not daring to fight head-on at all. Should I chase after them? Lin Sun's gaze was deep as he turned back to look at Yu Yunhe in the distance. Beneath his feet, blood flowed like a river, and corpses were piled up. Scarlet beads of blood flowed down the Avicii and Yuan swords. He was like a fiend god that dominated the world, thanks to Ungrateful Rabbit, Jia, W83127W, and the others for their donations and support. Yu Yunhe's heart trembled in the face of Lin Sun's gaze. He gazed at the blood that covered the ground, gritted his teeth, and said, "Brother Lin, you were the one who fought for this opportunity for me. I swear that no matter what happens today, I'll use my life to protect Brother Lin." His voice was resolute. "Let's go." Lin Sun flashed towards the mountain gate in the distance without looking back. On Jiuhua Divine Mountain, a huge light screen appeared in front of a huge platform enshrouded in mist, and it reflected the scenes that happened outside the mountain gate. "Patriarch, why did you activate the clan protection restriction? Those juniors are still at the foot of the mountain." "Patriarch," on the platform, all the big shots of the Yu clan gathered. All of them were restless and furious. The bloody massacre outside the mountain gate had stimulated their eyes to the point of redness. "Why didn't you stop those juniors from ambushing outside the mountain gate?" Yu Bikong put his hands behind his back, and his eyes were deep as he spoke indifferently. He was tall, dressed in a green robe, and his hair was black like ink. Just by standing there casually, he had the power to oppress the world and control the mountains and rivers. He was the current patriarch of the Yu clan, Yu Yunhe's father, a dignified figure with great talent and strategy. Hearing this, all the big shots of the Yu clan were stunned. How could they have imagined that a young man who came out of nowhere would be so fierce? Yu Bikong said in a low voice, "It's the first time in all these years that my good-for-nothing son has come back," but he was stopped outside the clan by those juniors. "As his father, I haven't said anything. Why can't you sit still?" An old man with white hair and beard said anxiously, "Patriarch, as you've seen, Yun Jing and the others aren't stopping Yunhe from returning home. They're targeting that outsider." The others nodded in agreement. A trace of ridicule appeared on Yu Bikong's lips. "Everyone, don't play dumb. The sect competition is about to begin. Do you think I don't know how many dirty things you've done for the inheritance of the junior patriarch?" All of them looked a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, Yu Bikong turned around. His eyes were like lightning, and he glanced coldly at all the people present and said, "But you shouldn't be so despicable. Even if my son is a good-for-nothing, he can't be bullied like this. Otherwise, where would I put my face as a father?" His voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding through the mountain peak and the sea of clouds. A senior figure took a deep breath and said, "Clan leader, regarding the matter of Yunhe, everyone did something wrong. We will give you an explanation for this." After a pause, he continued, "The problem we need to solve now is that an outsider has cruelly killed so many of our clansmen in front of our mountain gate. How can we tolerate this?" Other big shots also nodded. They gritted their teeth in hatred and were eager to kill Lin Sun. "Do you know why I activated the protective array?" Yu Bikong suddenly said. Everyone was stunned, and someone couldn't help but ask, "Patriarch, don't tell me you think that an outsider can threaten our clan?" "No, I just don't want you to interfere." Yu Bikong's expression was cold. "Even if Yunhe hadn't brought this person back, I would have personally eliminated all these idiots who died outside the sect before the grand competition, so that they wouldn't commit any more despicable and shameless acts." His words were like a piercingly cold knife, piercing to the bone. All the big shots present felt a chill run down their spines. Only now did they realize that Yu Bikong had raised his butcher's knife a long time ago. However, the appearance of an outsider had imperceptibly helped him eliminate some of his targets before it fell. "All of you must be dissatisfied in your hearts. You think a good-for-nothing like my son is not qualified to compete for the position of young patriarch." Yu Bikong looked at the enormous light screen again. In the light screen, Yu Yunhe and Lin Sun were walking up the stairs together and chasing after those opponents. No one noticed that a wisp of rare gratification appeared in the depths of Yu Bikong's eyes when he saw this scene. Unfortunately, all of you never knew that Yunhe never intended to become the junior clan leader. He didn't like fighting with the younger generation in the sect. Yet, all of you treated him as a thorn in your side, a thorn in your flesh, and used every method at your disposal to smear his name. Yu Bikong's voice carried a sense of loss. Do you think an ignorant, incompetent, domineering and profligate person can become the first expert in the younger generation to step foot into the great saint realm? His voice drifted through the surroundings while the atmosphere was deathly silent, and the expressions of everyone changed indeterminately. All of this was forced upon me by all of you. Yu Bikong's voice was icy cold. But I have to thank all of you instead. If all of you didn't bitterly force him all these years, this child, Yunhe, would probably not have returned to the clan at all to participate in the sect competition this time. The expressions of everyone became even more unsightly. Bikong, many people have died today. It's time to end all of this. Suddenly, a muddy and aged voice resounded. The spirits of everyone was refreshed. Ancestor Snowforest, a thin and bony figure appeared out of thin air. He wore a gray robe, had sunken eye sockets, and seemed to be extremely inconspicuous. But everyone present here bowed in greeting. Yu Shualin, an ancestor of the imperial clan, the Yu clan, had lived in seclusion for many years, and according to seniority, Yu Bikong had to address him as patriarch. Yu Bikong frowned and went silent for a moment before he said, "All right." He gave the order, and it wasn't long before the clan-guarding grand formation that covered 9 Radiance Mountain was removed. This caused everyone present here to heave sighs of relief. Third brother, go bring Yunhe and the others over. Yu Bikong instructed. Okay. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe stood out and moved away out of thin air. On the mountain path, Yu Yunjing and the others showed despair on their faces, and they all panicked. Sixth brother, do you really want to kill all of us? Someone roared. In the distance, Yu Yunhe, who stood side by side with Lin Sun, looked indifferent and said, "You asked for it." Lin Sun was just about to take action. Clatter, the clan-guarding grand formation that covered the mountain path suddenly produced a violent fluctuation, and then disappeared into nothingness. We're saved. Let's go. Yu Yunjing and the others were so excited that they almost burst into tears and fled in panic as if they had been saved from a desperate situation. Yunhe, ask your friend to stop. At the same time as the grand formation disappeared, a burly figure moved to them out of thin air. Third uncle? Yu Yunhe was stunned. The burly figure was his third uncle, Yu Biyuan, who had the best relationship with his father. Yu Biyuan laughed in a deep voice and said, "Your father and I have seen what happened. You did a good job." As he said, he looked at Lin Sun with a strange expression on his face and said, "My little friend, do you have the courage to go with me?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, "This is not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Why should I measure it with courage?" Yu Biyuan laughed and said, "Yunhe, you have made a good friend. Let's go. Don't let your father wait too long." Immediately, he turned around and led the way. At the same time, Yu Yun had transmitted his voice to Lin Sun, "Brother Lin, you can rest assured that I, Yu Yunhe, will protect you even if I die." Lin Sun smiled and didn't say anything. Soon, a group of people appeared on the huge platform at the top of the mountain, where Yu Bikong and the big shots of Yu family were waiting. Yu Yunjing, Yu Yunlong and others were also there, but when they saw Lin Sun, they all gnashed their teeth with hatred. "Elders, it is this guy who cruelly killed many of our clansmen in front of the mountain gate." Many people cried out. "Don't worry. I believe the patriarch will give you a satisfactory explanation." An old man said coldly. "Father." Yu Yunhe looked at Yu Bikong and was about to say something. Yu Bikong said with relief, "It's good that you're back. I saw what happened before. I won't let you be wronged as long as I'm here." Yu Yunhe's heart was filled with warmth and he agreed. "Let's not talk about Yunhe's grievances for the time being. Patriarch, the murderer is right in front of us. How are you going to deal with him?" A big shot stood out with a gloomy look. Before Yu Bikong spoke, someone else said, "Of course, kill him. His hands are stained with the blood of our clansmen. We can't vent our hatred if we don't kill him. Yes, if we let him live, how will our peers in the Dayu world think of us in the future?" The other big shots of Yu family also spoke. They hated Lin Sun to the core. They thought that if it weren't for his appearance, Yu Yunhe, a good-for-nothing, wouldn't be a threat at all, and such a bloody accident wouldn't have happened. For a moment, Lin Sun seemed to have become the target of public criticism. He looked calm and turned a blind eye to it. He didn't panic at all. From the moment he took action, he had already guessed that it would be like this. Father, if it weren't for Brother Lin, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to return to the clan at all. If he suffers because of this, I won't agree. Yu Yunhe was anxious and shouted out loud. Yunhe, your friend killed our clansman, and you still want to defend him? How dare you? Someone scolded. Yu Bikong pointed at Lin Sun calmly and said indifferently, this lad was ordered by me to take this opportunity to eradicate some scum in our clan. If you want to blame someone, just come to me. Yu Yunhe was stunned and immediately understood. He was ecstatic, knowing that his father was helping Lin Sun. Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned and sighed inwardly. If Yu Yunhe had a third of his father's means, he wouldn't have been reduced to such a situation. However, after hearing Yu Bikong's words, everyone present looked gloomy. They were not stupid. How could they not see that Yu Bikong was obviously going to protect Lin Sun? Under such circumstances, they couldn't refute even if they wanted to. Lin Sun did kill a lot of people, but he was ordered by Yu Bikong. Who could say anything, unless they dared to go against Yu Bikong, the patriarch of Yu family? For a moment, these big shots of Yu family were about to explode with anger and were extremely depressed. They didn't expect that Yu Bikong would play such a trick. Even Yu Yunjing and the other juniors were dumbfounded. The patriarch wanted to use an outsider to eradicate them. Scum? How did they become scum? With just a little thought, they knew that this was definitely not true. But it also made them realize that the patriarch was determined to protect Lin Sun this time. Yu Bikong spoke casually, yet the ability she revealed could be said to be able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of her hand. For a time, everyone was speechless. But right at this moment, Yu Xuelin, the ancestor of the Yu clan, grunted coldly, nonsense. You're a dignified patriarch, yet you're protecting an enemy who killed my clansman. How can you convince everyone? Ancestor, you're right. Those great figures were refreshed, and they seized the opportunity to speak. If this matter ends here, all of us will be dissatisfied. Dissatisfied? Yu Bikong glanced at everyone, and he lightly spat out 2 words, hold it in. Everyone's faces fell, and they were furious. Yu Bikong's expression was indifferent. Now, I'm still the patriarch of the Yu clan, so I naturally have the final say in all matters of the clan. How dare you? Yu Xuelin was furious. How could he not realize that Yu Bikong was beating him up? Bikong, are you really going to act willfully? He took a deep breath, and his expression was gloomy. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and extremely oppressive at this moment. Yu Yunhe couldn't help but worry in his heart. Facing the attack of so many great figures of the clan, it was obvious how great the pressure his father was under was. At this moment, Yu Bikong's brows gradually furrowed, and he said in a low voice, Uncle, are you questioning my ability as the patriarch? Good, good, good. Yu Xuelin was livid with anger. Everyone, all of you have seen how stupid Bikong is. I suggest that he be stripped of his position as patriarch. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. The eyes of all the great figures of the Yu clan flickered. Some were surprised, some were excited, and some were gloating. Even Lin Sun didn't expect this old fellow to be so ruthless. Yu Bikong's expression was indifferent. You want to strip me of my position as patriarch? It's simple. As long as more than half of the 13 uncles agree, I, Yu Bikong, will immediately resign from my position as patriarch. Bikong, this is what you said. Yu Xuelin suddenly revealed a wisp of a mysterious smile. Yu Bikong's expression remained unchanged, but his heart suddenly trembled, and a wisp of a bad premonition surged in his heart. Could it be that this old fellow had planned this? As expected, the next moment, Yu Xuelin's thunderous voice sounded, Everyone, you've all seen Jade Sky's previous performance. Now, please make your stance. Her words shocked everyone present. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to realize that Yu Xuelin had obviously planned this. The great figures present here had various expressions, and they were swiftly calculating in their hearts. Everything had happened too suddenly. No one had expected that Yu Xuelin would seize the opportunity to make things difficult for an outsider. She wanted to seize the opportunity to usurp Yu Bikong's position as clan leader. This was too shocking, simply about to change the heavens. Jade Sky, you have disappointed us. I agree with Snow Forest's suggestion. A divine rainbow appeared out of thin air and transformed into a short and fat old man. I agree. I agree. After that, figure after figure appeared successively, and all of them were ancestors of the Yu clan that lived in seclusion. For a time, the atmosphere in the surroundings grew even more oppressive, and the air seemed as if it had frozen. Yu Yinha's expression changed starkly and his limbs turned cold as he yelled in his heart, "This is a well-prepared plot. It's a trap." Lin Sun watched all this coldly from the sidelines, and he sighed with emotion in his heart. The scene before him was simply like the changing of the world. And he just happened to be there at the right time and inadvertently acted as a catalyst. I agree as well. When the seventh ancestor-level figure of the Yu clan appeared and expressed his agreement, the atmosphere was like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time, and it erupted completely. Someone couldn't restrain the joy in his heart and laughed loudly, "Haha, Yu Bikong, you're finished. From now on, you're no longer the clan leader." According to the rules, as long as more than half of the 13 elders of the clan agreed, Yu Bikong would lose his position as clan leader. But now, such a thing had happened, the crowd was restless. All the great figures of the Yu clan had different expressions. Some were in disbelief, some were overjoyed, and some were gloating. Yu Bikong, you lost your position as clan leader for an insignificant outsider. Alas, why did you do that? Someone sneered. Even Yu Yunjing and the other juniors felt as if they were dreaming at this moment. He took the position of clan leader just like that? As expected, the older, the wiser. This is a plot. Yu Yunha roared with rage. Yu Bikong patted him on the shoulder and said, "Keep calm every time something big happens. Yunha, the situation isn't settled, so don't be flustered." "Father." Yu Yunha's eyes turned red. He felt that all of this had arisen because of him, and it caused him to feel extremely guilty. "Bikong, what else do you have to say now?" Yu Xuelin's expression was dignified while a wisp of pride could be seen between his brows. This shapeless competition had come to an end at this moment. And he, Yu Xuelin, was the final winner. Yu Bikong sighed lightly, "I just never expected that all of you would actually participate in such a dirty thing. Looks like not only are all of you unable to tolerate my son fighting for the position of junior patriarch, all of you are obviously unwilling to let me, Yu Bikong, assume the position of patriarch." Yu Biyuan and the others nearby were anxious. They were Yu Bikong's most capable assistants, and they were furious when they saw him suddenly suffer a calamity. "Haha, it's not too late to talk about your problem later. Now, it's time to deal with this outsider." Yu Xuelin started laughing as he looked at Lin Sun in the distance. All the others present also looked at him with a cold look. Now, how could this young man, who had lost the protection of Yu Bikong, survive? Yu Yunjing and the others even clamored, "Old ancestor, kill him. How dare you?" Yu Yunha rushed out, his eyes red as if he had gone mad. "If you want to deal with my friend, kill me first." However, his actions seemed very weak and ridiculous in the eyes of others. The current situation was so clear. What kind of storm could Yu Yunha, who had lost his power, set off? "Yunha, you can't escape the blame for what happened today. After I kill this bastard, I'll settle accounts with you and your father." Yu Xuelin waved his sleeves. Boom, a terrible force swept over and shrouded Lin Sun in the distance. The quasi-emperor realm, Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed, but he still looked calm. He didn't even move and just watched quietly. Crack! A crisp sound of a slap rang out. Lin Sun stood where he was, unscathed. But opposite him, Yu Xuelin was slapped hard by an invisible hand. His old face was red and swollen, and his hair was disheveled. His figure staggered and almost fell to the ground. It was obvious how great the force behind that slap was. All the people present were stunned and dumbfounded. What was going on? An old ancestor of the dignified Yu family, a famous quasi-emperor in the great Yu world a long time ago, was slapped in the face when he made a move. Those big shots who were excited and waiting to watch a good show all sucked in a breath of cold air, their expressions changing greatly. Who did it? The rest of the progenitor-level cultivators were also shocked, and their pupils contracted. This, Yu Yunha, who was anxious and almost crazy, was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Only Yubiko remained unperturbed. He seemed to have expected this since the beginning, but unusual fluctuations still arose in his eyes. Which bastard dares to sneak up on me? Yu Xuelin was furious. He was slapped in the face under the watchful eyes of the crowd. If this was spread out, he would be ashamed to death. Crack, before he finished speaking, Yu Xuelin was slapped again. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose, and several of his teeth fell off. He groaned in pain. This time, the people present were not shocked, but horrified. It was too scary to slap a quasi-emperor in the face without anyone noticing. Who on earth is it? Yu Xuelin was furious and was about to go crazy. His old face was red and swollen like a pig's head, and he looked miserable. Swish. Swish, swish. The other old ancestors present all took action and stood in front of Yu Xuelin, bewildered. This was the territory of the Yu family, an imperial family, and they had lived here for generations. But at this time, such a horrifying thing happened, which made them feel a little scared. As for the others present, they were completely dumbfounded and shocked, and their hair stood on end. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! In the silence, a deep and strong voice sounded. Every word was like a clap of thunder, shaking many people to the point of seeing stars and coughing up blood. When this voice fell into the ears of the old ancestors, they felt as if they had suffered the most terrifying suppression in the world. They didn't have time to struggle at all. A terrifying and boundless force enveloped their bodies, making the 7 old ancestors, including Yu Xuelin, kneel on the ground. The whole place was silent. Everyone opened their eyes wide and stood there in a daze. At this moment, there was a ripple in the void, and the figure of an old man in a Taoist robe appeared out of thin air. His hair and beard were pitch black, and his eyes were clear. His figure was like an illusion, and he gave people a feeling of infinitely lofty. Everyone held their breath. In the face of this old man in a Taoist robe, they felt as small as ants. It was as if he was the only supreme ruler between heaven and earth. My little friend, I didn't expect that this reunion would be a joke. As soon as the old man in a Taoist robe appeared, he looked at Lin Sun in the distance with a wry smile. Some of the big shots present had already guessed the identity of the old man in a Taoist robe. At this moment, their bodies were stiff and their hearts were in turmoil. Lin Sun smiled and said, "Senior, I didn't expect this to happen either." The old man in a Taoist robe sighed softly. It's unfortunate that the younger generation of the Yu clan are becoming more and more incompetent. At this time, Yu Bikong had already taken a deep breath, stepped forward, bowed, and said solemnly, "This unfilial descendant, Yu Bikong, pays his respects to old ancestor Green Sun." The people present, who were originally bewildered and doubtful, all felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Old ancestor Green Sun, so the old man had returned. No wonder he could silently slap Yu Xuelin in the face, and no wonder he could force the group of old ancestors to kneel on the ground. In the face of old ancestor Green Sun, Yu Xuelin and the other quasi-emperors were just juniors and were simply not enough. Plop. Plop, Yu Xuelin and the others were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Originally, they were ashamed and furious, but at this moment, they finally realized who their opponent was, and their hearts were simply terrified to the extreme. Yu Qingyang. He was one of the most dazzling emperors in the history of the Yu clan. He had dominated the world for 8,000 years and was called Emperor Qingyang Saber. In the entire Ziheng Star area, he was also a legendary figure of the emperor realm. How could Yu Xuelin and the other clansmen of the Yu clan not know their ancestor? However, they didn't expect that ancestor Qingyang, who had disappeared for many years, would appear in the clan at this moment. Yu Yunha's mouth was dry and he was shocked. It turned out that his ancestor had really returned to the clan. He couldn't help glancing at Lin Sun. No wonder Brother Lin was so calm before. He probably already knew this? Yunha, come and greet the ancestor. Yu Bikong transmitted his voice. Yu Yunha suddenly came to his senses, hurriedly stepped forward and knelt on the ground. Unfilial descendant Yu Yunha greets the ancestor. Unfilial descendant Yu Biyuan greets the ancestor. Unfilial descendant. For a moment, all the big shots of the Yu clan, as well as Yu Yunjing and other juniors, knelt on the ground with excitement and uneasiness. In the field, only Lin Sun and the old man in the Taoist robe were still standing. The scene was silent and solemn for a moment. This was the demeanor of the Emperor realm. My savior has come to Jiuhua Divine Mountain. Not only is he regarded as a thief, but he is also persecuted by you juniors. It's really absurd. The old man's indifferent voice resounded through the field. What? That boy was the savior of ancestor Qingyang. Yu Shualin and other 6 ancestors of the quasi-emperor realm turned pale as if they were struck by lightning. They didn't expect that Lin Sun, a peerless great saint, would have such a deep relationship with their ancestor. Yu Yunhe finally understood why Lin Sun had the token that belonged to ancestor Qingyang. It turned out that this guy had saved ancestor Qingyang. Yu Bikong and others couldn't help but gasp in shock. Ancestor, we didn't know it beforehand. Please forgive us. Yu Shualin said sadly. Yes, if we had known that this little friend is the savior of our ancestor, we would never have dared to do such a stupid thing. Ancestor, please show mercy. The others also spoke up to exonerate themselves. The old man in the Taoist robe waved his sleeve coldly. Boom, Yu Shualin and the other 6 quasi-emperors were instantly imprisoned. Ancestor, Yu Shualin and the others were shocked, and their souls almost left their bodies. The expressions of the other great figures of the Yu clan changed, and they felt anxious and fearful in their hearts. For the sake of fighting for power and profit, you've caused a foul atmosphere in the clan. If I wasn't here today, the great foundation of the clan would surely be destroyed by your hands in the future. The voice of the old man in the Taoist robe was emotionless. From today onwards, all of you will be imprisoned in the Cave of 9 Nether, a forbidden area of the clan, for 1,000 years to repent and atone for your sins. Yu Shualin and the others were on the verge of collapsing. The Cave of 9 Nether, that was the place where the sinners of the clan were imprisoned. It was filled with the 9 underworld flames. Even if one was a quasi-emperor, he or she would still suffer endless torture and suffering. We thank you for your mercy, Patriarch. After a short while, Yu Shualin and the others spoke, and they seemed as if they'd lost their souls while their hearts were like dead ashes. Originally, this operation to usurp the power of the clan had been a success. However, because of Yu Qingyang's appearance, everything changed. The elder in Taoist robes waved his hand. Yu Shualin and the others disappeared into thin air, teleported away and completely suppressed. What about all of you? Do you know your sins? The elder in Taoist robes looked at the other important figures of the Yu clan present. We know our sins, we know our sins. Please show mercy, Patriarch. From the beginning until the end, we've never done anything that's wrong to the clan. The important figures of the Yu clan were completely flustered. Yu Shualin and the others were existences at the quasi-emperor realm, but now they'd been directly suppressed for 1,000 years. Such a cruel punishment caused them to tremble in fear. Bikong, I'll leave this to you. The elder in Taoist robe sighed softly, feeling somewhat dispirited. Anyone would feel sad and disappointed when they saw that their descendants were so useless. Yes, Patriarch. Yu Bikong said solemnly. Little friend, come, let's go have a drink. As the elder in Taoist robe spoke, he waved his sleeve and vanished from the platform with Lin Sun and Nan Xiu. Only after they left did everyone heave a long sigh of relief as if they'd just awoken from a dream. When they looked at Yu Bikong again, their expressions had already become incomparably complicated. Someone couldn't help but ask, Patriarch, why didn't you mention anything about Ancestor Green Sun's return? So long as one wasn't blind, one would be able to discern that Yu Bikong was obviously aware that Ancestor Green Sun had returned to the clan, but he'd always concealed it from them, causing them to be completely unaware of it. It was Ancestor Green Sun's idea. Yu Bikong's words caused everyone to be speechless. No matter how unwilling they were in their hearts, they didn't dare go against Yu Bikong at all at this moment. Some people had already thought dejectedly that after experiencing today's incident, Yu Bikong's position as Patriarch would become even more firm, and no one would be able to shake it. On that very day, Yu Bikong gave the order as the Patriarch to carry out a great purge of the Yu clan with the force of a thunderbolt. For a time, everyone in the Yu clan was in a state of panic. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Sun. Within a small secret realm. Little friend, when we parted at the mulberry forest that day, I had a premonition that with your talent, you'd definitely step foot onto the ancient path of the starry sky. In front of a simple stone house, Lin Sun and Yu Qingyang, an old man in a Taoist robe, sat opposite each other, drinking and chatting. Not far away, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged by the stream, meditating. "Come, let's drink." Yu Qingyang raised his cup. Lin Sun smiled and drank with him. This was the first time he'd sat and drank with an Emperor Realm cultivator. "Senior, I've come this time because I have something to ask you," Lin Sun said after a while. Yu Qingyang smiled and said, "I don't deserve to ask for advice." He clearly remembered the scene when Lin Sun and the young man with the golden cicada were together. He also knew that Lin Sun had the great Tao No Blame lamp, which had incredible magical effects. Then, Lin Sun voiced out his doubts. Yu Qingyang told Lin Sun everything he knew, and he didn't hesitate to give Lin Sun some advice. Only then did Lin Sun know that the true dragon world was a mysterious place in the starry sky. If he wanted to go there, he could only rely on the bloodline of the true dragon. According to Yu Qingyang, the forces of the true dragon bloodline were entrenched in the primordial world of the central star field. This meant that if Lin Sun wanted to go to the true dragon world, he had to go to the primordial world first. Ancient Wasteland Fighting League? I've heard of it. In primitive times, there was a group of Emperor Realm cultivators who went to the starry sky from the ancient wasteland domain. They united and formed such a fighting league to fight against some powerful orthodoxies. However, this was in primitive times. If you want to find clues about the ancient wasteland fighting league, you might as well go to the Xinji Taoist sect. When Yu Qingyang said this, Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that the Xinji pavilion in the ancient wasteland domain was of the same origin as the Xinji Taoist sect. Ao Zhentian, the descendant of the true dragon bloodline, had gone to the ancient wasteland domain with Yin Huan, the successor of the Xinji Taoist sect, in order to invite Zhao Jingxian to the true dragon world to participate in the All Dragons Immortal meeting. Well, the Xinji Taoist sect is also in the primordial world. Yu Qingyang said with a smile, "Anyway, whether you want to find the true dragon world or find clues about the ancient wasteland fighting league, you can't go wrong in going to the primordial world." Lin Sun's expression changed. Not only that, he also had a jade hairpin given by senior brother Xian Kong, which he was going to give to Jiang Xingchua, a member of the Jiang family. Lin Sun didn't know who Jiang Xingchua was. But as far as he knew, Jiang Heng, a descendant of the Jiang family, cultivated in the Xuanji Taoist sect, which was also in the primordial world. It seems that I have to go to the primordial world. At this moment, Lin Sun finally made this decision. The starry sky ancient path was too vast, with countless star areas and worlds. If he didn't find out the information, he didn't know how many years it would take for him to find these clues. Soon, Lin Sun asked about the dark world. Yu Qingyang, an Emperor Realm cultivator, showed a solemn expression when he mentioned the dark world. "My young friend, the dark world is regarded as the land of all evils and the zone of chaos. It has existed since ancient times. I advise you not to try to get in touch with it. Even the Emperor Realm cultivators may suffer if they go there." Lin Sun's eyes flashed and he said, "These years, I have met many killers from the Hidden Land Realm and the Xinji ancient sect. Their whereabouts are indeed mysterious, but they don't seem to be as powerful as I expected." Yu Qingyang shook his head. "That only proves that the assassin is not as powerful as you, but it doesn't mean that the two dark forces are not terrifying. My young friend, you must remember that the targets targeted by the dark forces can never get rid of them unless they are killed." Lin Sun nodded. Fortunately, the Emperor Realm cultivators in the dark world dare not show up on the ancient path of starry sky easily. Although these emperors in the dark world are incredibly powerful, they can't be exposed to the light. Once they show up, they will be targeted by the powerful figures on the ancient path of starry sky. A strange expression appeared on Yu Qingyang's face when he spoke up to this point. He said, "There's a saying that has been circulating on the ancient path of space. If the entire world is your enemy and you have nowhere to retreat to, the world of darkness is your final path of survival." Lin Sun was stunned and said with a smile, "If that day comes, I would like to have a try." Yu Qingyang was speechless. "You'd better not try. The dark world is chaotic and extremely vicious. It's not easy to gain a foothold there." They talked while drinking. Lin Sun also learned a lot of secrets about the ancient path of starry sky from Yu Qingyang. For example, according to the different background, the emperor clans were divided into immemorial emperor clans, ancient emperor clans, and contemporary emperor clans. For example, the emperor clan, Yu family, was a force of ancient emperor clan. In the Central Star area, there were as many as 36 emperor clans with titles that had survived since the primitive era. These were all immemorial emperor clans, for example, among the 6 great Tao courts, in addition to the 5 Taoist courts of Xianhuang, Wilderness, Qianquan, Demons, and Panwu, the most mysterious orthodoxy was called Guiyuan. Guiyuan Taoist court was the most low-key and mysterious one among the 6 Taoist courts. According to Yu Qingyang, Guiyuan Taoist court was the most low-key and mysterious one among the 6 Taoist courts. For countless years, this Taoist court had almost been hidden from the world, and there were very few successors in the world. So most of the practitioners in the world rarely mentioned this Taoist court. Lin Sun was surprised. Guiyuan Taoist court has disappeared for so many years. How can it still stand among the 6 Taoist courts? Yu Qingyang sighed, because only the emperor realm figures know how powerful Guiyuan Taoist court is. It is said that there are very few successors in Guiyuan Taoist court, but each of them has the cultivation of emperor realm. His words were so shocking that Lin Sun almost couldn't believe it. Yu Qingyang said, all great emperors, Guiyuan Taoist court. This sentence has long been proved by the long years. It's incredible, Lin Sun gasped. Yu Qingyang said with a smile, this may be the reason why there are so few successors in Guiyuan Taoist court. If there are more successors, it is impossible for all of them to reach the emperor realm. Lin Sun was speechless. Guiyuan Taoist court is also in the Hongming world? He couldn't help asking. Yu Qingyang nodded, yes, unlike the other 5 Taoist courts, Guiyuan Taoist court has long been hidden from the world. No one in the world knows where its gate is. In contrast, Guiyuan Taoist court is more mysterious than the true dragon world and the dark world. Speaking of this, Yu Qingyang could not help but lament, a sect full of great emperors, yet they keep such a low profile and avoid the world. This has also become a mystery on the Starry Sky ancient path. Until now, no one knows why the Guiyuan Dao court did this. Yu Qingyang was an emperor realm figure, but even he sighed with emotion. It could be imagined how mysterious Guiyuan Taoist court was. They talked for a long time, and Lin Sun gradually understood some things. Since ancient times, there had been 3 periods on the Starry Sky ancient path. Primitive age, antiquity age, and contemporary age. Before the primitive age, it was the primitive age. The primitive age existed for 100,000 years, and then it was the antiquity age. From the antiquity age to the present day, nearly 100,000 years had passed. When this trivial matter was mentioned, Yu Qingyang suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he said, a very long time ago, a Dao ancestor of the dark yellow Dao court had once made a deduction. Every 100,000 years, a tremendous and shocking change would occur in the world. The old and the new would be replaced, and all phenomena would be reincarnated. At the end of the primitive age, there was a Taoist war of 10 regions, which affected the whole starry ancient way. From then on, we entered the antiquity age. By the way, the ancient desolation realm used to be the place of origin of all Daos, but because of the Decimo Dao War, it completely declined. Hearing this, Lin Sun suddenly narrowed his eyes. War of Sect War, the vast ancient desolation realm declined because of this war. Lin Sun instantly thought of the 3 taboo Tao tribulations that enveloped the ancient desolation realm. The Tao-cutting tribulation had deprived all living beings in the ancient desolation realm of the chance to become emperors. The isolation tribulation had deprived all the creatures in the realm of ancient desolation of the way to explore the outside world. The entire realm of ancient desolation seemed to have turned into a cage. The forbidden tribulation had caused the ancient desolation realm to lose its path of cultivation. The 3 great taboo calamities were like layers of shackles that had shrouded the ancient desolation realm since ancient times until now. Later, in the mulberry forest, Lin Sun and the young man with golden cicada talked about the 3 taboos. Lin Sun clearly remembered that the young man with golden cicada once said, why was the ancient desolation shrouded by the 3 taboos after the primitive times? It's very simple. The 3 great taboo tribulations originate from the same law of will, and this law of will originates from the same master. At that time, Lin Sun felt horrified. Who was this person? What kind of terrifying power did he possess to be able to turn his will into the three forbidden tribulations that covered the entire realm of ancient desolation and trapped countless creatures in a cage? Moreover, he had been trapped in the ancient desolation realm for countless years. This was undoubtedly too terrifying. Later on, the golden cicada youth said, to be able to arrange such a great calamity, he is at least a respected figure in the emperor realm. Such an existence's name is like the Tao, and it can't be described with words. It can be called the nameless emperor exalt. It was also at that time that Lin Sun knew that the power of the calamity that killed the holy monk Du Ji and the Black Phoenix Holy Queen came from the nameless emperor. The forbidden power sealed in the piece of charred Bodhi wood in his hand also came from this venerable emperor nameless. At this time, after listening to Yu Qingyang's words, Lin Sun vaguely understood as if a layer of window paper had been pierced through in his heart. At the end of the primitive times, the Taoist War of the 10 Directions broke out, which made the ancient desolation realm decline and enter the antiquity times. It was also at that time that the 3 great taboo tribulations shrouded the ancient desolation realm and continued to exist until now. Based on this speculation, the master of the 3 great taboo tribulations, the nameless emperor who had suppressed the ancient desolation realm for countless years with the law of will, must have participated in the Taoist War of the 10 Directions. I see. Lin Sun finally understood. Yu Qingyang didn't realize that his words had made Lin Sun think of so many things. He continued, the antiquity times ended because of the Taoist War of the Emperors. Just like the Taoist War of the 10 Directions, from then on, the world entered the present. Lin Sun nodded. He had learned about the Taoist War of the Emperors. Gu Yupu, the 9th senior fellow apprentice, and some other successors of Mountain Heart and Mind had participated in this war. According to Gu Yupu, this was a battle of orthodoxies, and the inside story was extremely complicated. At this point, Lin Sun finally knew how the 3 major periods of the primitive times, the antiquity times, and the present were divided. Before the end of each period, it had gone through 100,000 years of ups and downs and ended with a Taoist war that affected the whole world. The Taoist War of the 10 Directions in the primitive times, the Taoist War of the Emperors in the ancient times. Senior, you just said that every 100,000 years, there will be earth-shaking changes in the world, the reincarnation of all phenomena, and the replacement of the old and the new, right? Lin Sun's heart stirred. Yu Qingyang nodded with an unfathomable expression on his face. That's right. In less than 1,000 years, it'll be 100,000 years. Little friend, do you think there'll be another great battle like the Decimo Dao battle and the Emperor Dao battle when that day comes? Lin Sun was shocked, and his expression was uncertain. 1,000 years later, the present world would last for 100,000 years? Of course, this is just my guess. Whether it will be like what the Tao ancestor of the Heaven and Yellow Heaven Court deduced, it is hard to say. Yu Qingyang said slowly. As he said, he raised his cup again and drank with Lin Sun. After talking about these secrets, Yu Qingyang seemed to think of something and said, my young friend, since you are here, you might as well stay for a while. I see that you are about to break through the realm. There is a chance that is quite suitable for you. Lin Sun was stunned. Chance? Yu Qingyang said, the Du secret realm will open in less than a month. At that time, the top figures of the 9 worlds in the Violet Hing starfield will participate. And it's all for the sake of fighting for a fortuitous encounter that's related to establishing the Saint King Dao Foundation that exists in the Du secret realm. An opportunity was related to establishing the Taoist root of a sage king. Lin Sun was not very tempted when he heard this. He was only waiting for an opportunity to break through on his own path of cultivation. There was no need for any opportunity at all. As if he had seen through Lin Sun's mind, Yu Qingyang said, this opportunity was left by Emperor Yu, the ancestor of Yu clan. The place of opportunity is in the pattern of 9 cauldrons suppressing the world. Anyone who has the ability to enter it can obtain the power of 9 cauldrons to refine the field of Tao. My young friend, you may not have to worry about breaking through, but have you ever thought about how to condense your own field of Tao? Lin Sun was tempted by these words. A sage king could master the field of Tao. Once it was displayed, the field of Tao would be like a world. When fighting against the enemy, being in the field of Tao would be like an incarnation of the ruler with great power. The condensation of the field of Tao was exactly what Lin Sun lacked at present. Lin Sun said, Senior, please enlighten me. Yu Qingyang said, the field of Tao is like the world. The field of Tao is to use the power of the Great Way controlled by oneself to evolve it into the power of rules like the world. The ultimate goal of our cultivation is to control the rules of heaven and earth and turn them into our own use. That's how the field of Tao is born. According to Yu Qingyang, the power of the field of Tao was related to the power of the Great Way controlled by the practitioner. The higher the quality of the Great Way controlled, the stronger the power of the field of Tao. One of the biggest differences was that the Tao domain controlled by a peak sage king was a notch above the Tao domain of an ordinary sage king. The power of the field of Tao controlled by the peerless saint king was also different. My young friend, please have a look. As he said, Yu Qingyang moved his mind. Lin Sun was dazzled and suddenly appeared in a wonderful field of Tao. There were mountains and rivers, vast sky, lush vegetation, and full of vitality everywhere. This was not like a field of Tao, it was no different from a small world. As long as I move my mind, these mountains and rivers will turn into the power of the Great Way like the rules of the world and kill the opponent. When Yu Qingyang's voice resounded out, the boundless mountains and rivers in the distance suddenly seemed to have come alive and transformed into a blade that lay across the sky, and it emitted a brilliant light that filled the world. The clouds, the air currents, the plants, the earth, the shadows, all of them can be transformed into my power and used by me. Yu Qingyang said, to put it simply, I'm the creator in this domain. With a single thought, I can do whatever I want and control life, death, and destruction. With that said, the Tao domain that resembled a pocket world vanished. But Lin Sun couldn't calm down. In the past, he had suppressed Ma Taizhen and killed Wei Chong and Chai Feng. He had also witnessed the Tao domains that belonged to them. But compared to Yu Qingyang, Ma Taizhen and company's Tao domain was like a dilapidated thatched cottage. The power of the domain is omnipresent. Little friend, look again. As Yu Qingyang spoke, he stretched out a finger, and a dazzling Taoist light suddenly appeared on his fingertip. Lin Sun looked at it. The light on his fingertip seemed to be filled with all kinds of profound truths, and it evolved into countless rules. The Tao domain can not only trap and kill the opponent, but also condense it in every move. In a battle, sword chi, saber chi, fist force, finger force, palm print. No matter what kind of fighting method you use, you can condense the power of the Tao domain in it. Yu Qingyang, a saber emperor who had shocked the starry sky a long time ago, with his personal guidance, Lin Sun also benefited a lot and had a deep understanding of the mystery of the power of the Tao domain. This kind of guidance was no different from teaching and dispelling doubts. You already have the body of a sage and a peerless Tao. When you break through the realm one day, you will definitely become a peerless sage king. The only thing you need to consider now is how to condense your own Tao domain. Yu Qingyang said, so, I suggest that you make a trip to the Daiyu secret realm. The layout of the World Suppression 9 cauldrons was left behind by Mayu clan's founding ancestor, and it possesses immeasurable benefits towards condensing and tempering one's Tao domain. At this point, Lin Sun readily agreed, Senior, thank you for your guidance. Yu Qingyang laughed, come on, let's drink. From this day on, Lin Sun lived in Zhouhua Divine Mountain and immersed himself in cultivation. Occasionally, he talked with Yu Qingyang about metaphysics and Tao, which often made him feel enlightened. Yu Qingyang was generous in giving Lin Sun advice. It could be said that he taught Lin Sun everything he felt and understood on the road of cultivation. To Lin Sun's delight, Yu Qingyang, who was originally worried about how to help Nanxiu choose a sect, directly decided to let Nanxiu follow him to cultivate when he knew this. Nanxiu was extremely surprised and delighted that the Saber Emperor, who was famous in the starry sky, actually agreed to take him in for cultivation. Time passed little by little. Under Yu Bikong's vigorous reorganization, the situation in Yu Clan had been completely renewed and stabilized. Yu Bikong did not take this opportunity to help his son Yu Yunhe to the position of young patriarch. Instead, he still chose to hold the clan competition to select qualified candidates for the position of young patriarch. This made all the clansmen of Yu Clan heave a sigh of relief. A few days later, the clan competition of Yu Clan began as scheduled. Lin Sun and Nanxiu also went to watch the competition and received special treatment from all the clansmen of Yu Clan present. Nowadays, all the clansmen of Yu Clan knew that this young man named Lin Daoyuan was a bosom friend of ancestor Qingyang. Who dared to treat him as an ordinary person. 2 days later. The clan competition came to an end. In the end, 3 people stood out. They were Yu Yunfeng, who ranked first in the younger generation, Yu Yunlong, who ranked second in the younger generation, and Yu Yunhe, who ranked sixth in the younger generation. Yu Yunhe's performance was completely beyond the expectations of most of the clansmen of Yu clan. Only then did they realize that Yu Yunhe, who had been regarded as an ignorant and foppish playboy these years, actually possessed an extremely powerful combat capability. This also confirmed the words of his father, Yu Bikong. How could a good-for-nothing become the first expert of the younger generation to become a peerless sage? Yu Yunjing, who had always been against Yu Yunhe, did not show up at the clan competition at all. The reason was very simple. He had once teamed up with Lan Sai to harm Lin Sun. Then, he teamed up with other young disciples to target Lin Sun and Yu Yunhe. He was imprisoned by Yu Bikong without hesitation. It was likely that he would never be able to rise again in this life. On the same day, Yu Bikong announced that in half a month, Yu Yunhe, Yu Yunfeng, and Yu Yunjing would go to the Daiyu secret realm with Lin Sun, the Daiyu world. Recently, the Daiyu world was also turbulent. All of this was because the Daiyu secret realm was about to open again. This time, the top figures of the 9 worlds in the Ziheng Star Zone, including the Daiyu world, would all participate in this feast. Whoosh, a treasure ship swept across the sky, carrying Lin Sun, Yu Yunhe, and the others to the distance. The Daiyu secret realm was located near the Jiuzhou River. It was an area like a forbidden area, filled with cold torrents that rolled down from the sky. Usually, even sages wouldn't dare to go near it. When the Daiyu secret realm opened, the cold torrents that covered the Jiuzhou River would retreat, and the entrance to the Daiyu secret realm would emerge. The Daiyu secret realm wasn't left behind by the ancestor of the Yu clan. Why does it allow the experts of the 9 worlds to participate in it? On the treasure ship, Lin Sun was a little curious. I know about this. When the ancestor of the Yu clan, Emperor Yu, forged the 9 cauldrons, he borrowed the power of the law of chaos from the 9 worlds. From then on, Emperor Yu promised to open the Daiyu secret realm to the 9 worlds for those who were fated to explore it. Yu Yunhe explained quickly. Lin Sun finally understood. A few days later, they successfully arrived at the Jiuzhou River. Rumble, the magnificent Jiuzhou River seemed to come from the sky. The sound of waves was like thunder, the waves were overflowing, and the cold torrents were spreading. It was spectacular and extremely terrifying. When Lin Sun and the others arrived, many cultivators had already appeared. The disciples of the Yu clan are here. Yu Yunhe? Haha, this pompous playboy is here too. Is there no one in the younger generation of the Yu clan? When they saw Lin Sun and the others, there was a commotion. Many people laughed at them because they found the playboy Yu Yunhe. As for Lin Sun, because he was unfamiliar, no one paid attention to him. Yu Yunhe looked very calm and said, "Brother Lin, don't pay attention to these guys who have eyes but can't see. Let's find a place to rest first. There are still about 3 days before the entrance of the secret realm opens." At that moment, they found a place to stay. Buzz, a fiery rainbow crossed the sky. In the fiery rainbow, a figure like a fire-winged deity could be vaguely seen. His whole body was surrounded by flames, and his eyebrows and hair were red. The wings on his back were flapping, and a magnificent rain of fire flowed. As soon as this person arrived, an overwhelming pressure filled the whole place, causing the void to distort violently and wail incessantly. It's Xianxia from the infernal world. It is said that he was born with the real body of Taoist fire and is extremely talented. He is the first person in the Great Saint realm in the infernal world. Someone was surprised. It's him. I didn't expect him to come. I heard that a few years ago, after the Starry Great Saint list was re-ranked, Xianxia was ranked 73rd, which caused a sensation in the whole Ziheng Star area. Many people gasped, causing a commotion in the field. Awesome, this is an opponent that we have to pay attention to and be doubly vigilant against. Yu Yunhe, Yu Yunfeng, and Yu Yunlong were all moved, revealing a look of fear. Those who could be ranked in the top 100 of the Starry Great Saint list were rare existences in the many worlds of the Ziheng Star area. As for Lin Sun, he didn't even raise his eyelids. In the Kunlun ruins, he had killed many peerless great saints who were ranked higher than Xianxia, such as Shuling Kuan, Gu Zongxin, Meng Yi, and so on. How could he put such a character in his eyes? Not to mention, even if Lin Sun himself was unwilling, he had to accept a fact. Qi Lingzi, I only wanted to spar with you. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Not long after Qi Lingzi arrived, a voice as cold as snow sounded. Following that, a woman in a black gauze dress with smooth skin arrived. Shui Biyun, invincible in the same realm from the Xianxia world. Many people exclaimed. Invincible in the same realm meant that she was invincible among the great saints of the Xianxia world. Only then could she be worthy of such a title. Yu Yunhe and the others were speechless. They looked at Shui Biyun and Qi Lingzi in the void with shock in their eyes. Qi Lingzi's divine might was shocking and earth-shattering. Shui Biyun was not inferior and wanted to spar with him. Compared to them, I realized that there is always someone better. Yu Yunfeng was disappointed. They were all great saints, but Qi Lingzi and Shui Biyun were like divine dragons in the sky that they could only look up to. Compared to Brother Lin, what are they? Yu Yunhe suddenly said. For a moment, Yu Yunfeng and Yu Yunlong's expressions froze. They had almost forgotten that the person beside them was a heaven-defying character who could kill a king of saints. The arrival of Qi Lingzi and Shui Biyun was just the beginning. Subsequently, along with the passage of time, numerous peerless figures whose names shook the Purple Hing Galaxy arrived successively. All of them came from different large worlds, and many of them had subordinates and experts by their sides, causing them to seem like stars surrounding the moon. Li Yu of the Rui Jin world, a rare genius in sword principle. Lai Dongzhan of the Green Nightmare world, said to have stepped into the King of Saints realm in one step. His strength is extraordinary. Xiao Budu of the Bailu world, the banks of the Jiuzhou River had never been as lively as it was today. Those geniuses and geniuses were like bright stars, blooming with different lights. There were even peerless goddesses with peerless grace. There were also influential figures from the Dayu world, such as the successor of the number 1 sect, the Star Sword Pavilion, and so on. The expressions of Yu Yunhe and the others became more and more solemn as they felt the pressure increase. Only Lin Sun remained calm from beginning to end. He turned a blind eye to the dazzling figures in the field and remained calm from beginning to end. Yu Yunhe, you still have the face to show up? Suddenly, a group of people walked over from afar. They were led by a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a luxurious robe, and he had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had a dignified appearance, and one could tell at a glance that he was no ordinary person. The woman was dressed in a dark green dress. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her black hair was tied up in a bun. Her face was exquisite and beautiful. The one who spoke was the peerless beauty. Pil Cauldron Dao Sect's Mu Shouqi and Zhang Beirong. So he is Zhang Beirong, the number 1 true disciple of the Pil Cauldron Dao sect and one of the 4 supreme blazing suns of the Great Yu world. The crowd nearby became restless as they recognized the identity of the man and woman. Mu Shouqi? At the same time, Lin Sun remembered that a guy named Mu Shouyuan had broken the engagement with Nan Qiu in the Tianxu realm, and Mu Shouqi was Mu Shouyuan's sister. As far as Lin Sun knew, Yu Yunhe went to the Tianxu realm in order to support Mu Shouyuan and win Mu Shouqi's favor. Simply put, Yu Yunhe was Mu Shouqi's zealous pursuer. Lin Sun looked up and saw that Mu Shouqi was extremely beautiful, but at this time, there was a cold expression between her eyebrows, as if she was going to denounce him. Junior sister Shouqi, senior brother Beirong, you are here too. Yu Yunhe greeted them. Don't try to get close to me. Mu Shouqi scolded as if she was reprimanding a servant. Let me ask you, where is my brother? You said that you would bring him from the Tianxu realm to the Great Yu world, but where is he? Yu Yunhe's expression froze as he explained, Junior sister, it's a long story. Your younger brother had eyes but failed to see and offended an expert. Before he finished, Mu Shouqi interrupted him. She raised her eyebrows and said in a cold voice, You said my brother is blind? Yu Yunhe, you are very bold now. Ho ho. Zhang Beirong laughed with disdain, Junior sister Shouqi, you shouldn't have entrusted him with this matter. How can a domineering playboy be reliable? In the past, Yu Yunhe would definitely admit defeat, not refute, and even explain to Mu Shouqi with a smile. But since he had experienced so many changes, Yu Yunhe had already turned over a new leaf. At this time, facing Mu Shouqi's aggressive questioning, he felt an unspeakable disgust in his heart. How could he like such a woman in the past? He was really blind. Junior sister Xiaoqi, out of consideration for our past relationship, I won't fuss about it with you. In the past, it was because I liked you that I was obedient to you and exercised forbearance. Now, please pay attention to your limits. Yu Yunhe said coldly. Mu Xiaoqi was stunned at once. Was this the same Yu Yunhe who obeyed her and came and went at her beck and call? During these years, when did he dare to talk back to her? She was so angry that her pretty face turned blue. Junior brother Yunhe. Zhang Beirong stood out and said coldly, you have gone too far. Hurry up and apologize to junior sister Xiaoqi. In the sect, his status was much higher than that of Yu Yunhe. In the past, he looked down on playboys like Yu Yunhe the most. Therefore, he did not stand on ceremony when he spoke. Yu Yunhe sneered, Zhang Beirong, who do you think you are? What right do you have to order me to apologize? You, how dare you? Zhang Beirong's face sank. The group of Pill Cauldron Dao sect experts behind him was stunned. They almost thought that Yu Yunhe had gone mad to speak to Zhang Beirong in such a manner. Yu Yunhe said with an indifferent expression, you are right. I have always been very bold. Good, very good. Today, I will represent the sect to punish you, a madman who refuses to repent and goes against your superiors. As Zhang Beirong spoke, his figure stretched out and he pressed out with his palm. There were many cultivators present, and the top figures from the 9 great worlds were gathered here. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yu Yunhe's rebuttal made Zhang Beirong lose face. How dare you? Yu Yunfeng and Yu Yunlong were furious. Yu Yunhe was a disciple of the Yu clan, so how could he be bullied like this? However, just as they were about to attack, a grey-robed old man suddenly appeared. His aura spread out like a landslide and a tsunami, causing the two to feel suffocated. A sage king, the two of them were shocked. As for Zhang Beirong's palm, it had already struck towards Yu Yunhe. The surging and domineering palm force caused the void to collapse and rumble. Yu Yunhe's pupils constricted. He was well aware of Zhang Beirong's strength. He definitely lived up to his reputation as the #1 true disciple of the Pill Cauldron Dao sect. But similarly, before Yu Yunhe could attack this time, a fair and slender hand had already appeared abruptly, and it waved lightly in midair. Bang! Zhang Beirong staggered back, his chest heaving up and down. He was so upset that he almost coughed up blood. There was a commotion at the scene. Many onlookers revealed surprised expressions as they looked at Lin Sun, who had appeared in front of Yu Yunhe unknowingly. Who is this fellow to actually be able to shake Zhang Beirong? When did such a powerful figure appear in the Yu clan? Everyone discussed animatedly. Zhang Beirong's handsome face had already turned gloomy. His eyes flickered as he said, who are you? How dare you interfere in the internal affairs of my Pill Cauldron Dao sect? Kneel down, bow, and apologize, Lin Sun said indifferently. 6 words resounded clearly in the ears of Zhang Beirong, Mu Xiaoqi, and the other successors of the Pill Cauldron Dao sect, causing them to be enraged. What a madman! Even the eyes of the grey-robed old man who stood in front of Yu Yunfeng and Yu Yunlong flashed coldly. You're courting death. Zhang Beirong's anger rose. He was the #1 successor disciple of the Pill Cauldron Dao sect. How could he kneel down and apologize in front of everyone? Lin Sun's words completely infuriated him. A terrifying aura rumbled and circulated within Zhang Beirong's body. The Dao light on his body was like a rainbow, as if a dragon's roar resounded, and his power shot into the sky. At this moment, everyone's gazes turned towards him. However, Lin Sun did not say a word. He merely stretched out a hand and pressed towards the void. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly spread out, pressing down on Zhang Beirong like an ancient divine mountain, forcing him to kneel. Zhang Beirong's robes fluttered as power surged. One could see that behind him, his spine was like a huge dragon that suddenly rose up and transformed into a pill cauldron. True dragon cauldron energy. Break! Zhang Beirong roared as the dragon-shaped cauldron glowed, bursting with immeasurable power. His cultivation was at the peak of the great sage realm. Coupled with his extraordinary talent and marvelous Dao body, his combat strength was incomparably strong. However, it was beyond his expectations. The true dragon cauldron energy only lasted for a moment before it exploded. Following that, endless palm force pressed down, shattering the protective force around his body. With a bang, he fell to the ground on all fours, prostrating himself on the ground. He had suppressed the number one successor disciple of the Pill Cauldron Tao sect with one palm. This, everyone present was shocked. Zhang Beirong was one of the four supreme geniuses of the Great Yu realm. Her name had long been known throughout the world. Although she was not as powerful as Qi Lingzi, Shui Biyun, and other peerless figures who could shake the Ziheng star area, she was still a top talent among her peers. How could she be so easily suppressed? Ah! Zhang Beirong roared. His cheeks were flushed, and he was furious. However, no matter how much he struggled, it was of no use. Instead, he was suppressed again, and his entire body was embedded into the ground with a bang. There was a moment of silence. The successors of the Danding Taoist sect were speechless, and their expressions changed. How was this possible? Mu Xiuqi's eyes widened in disbelief. His delicate body trembled in fear. Only Yu Yunhe, Yu Yunfeng, and Yu Yunlong remained calm. They had all seen Lin Sun's true ability. Suppressing Zhang Beirong was nothing at all. Let go of me, or my Danding Taoist sect will destroy your entire sect. Zhang Beirong roared. I asked you to apologize, but you threatened me. You overestimate yourself. Lin Sun's black eyes turned cold, and his palm force gushed out. With a burst of crackling sounds, Zhang Beirong screamed. His limbs and bones were broken, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Stop. A dignified voice sounded. The gray-robed elder who had stood in front of Yu Yunfeng and Yu Yunlong suddenly flashed, and his fingers were like swords as he slashed towards Lin Sun. The power of a king of sages was far from ordinary. However, when everyone thought that Lin Sun would either be suppressed or choose to dodge, an unexpected scene happened. Boom, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Lin Sun stood still, but the gray-robed elder was shaken by the impact before he managed to stabilize himself. Everyone was shocked and their pupils dilated. Even peerless figures like Qi Lingzi and Shui Biyun revealed expressions of shock. They were confident that they could suppress Zhang Beirong in a battle of the same realm, but the gap between them and a king of sages would be huge. However, a peak great saint was actually able to clash head-on with a king saint. This was simply too shocking. Who was he? Why had they never heard of such a person in the Dayu world? Old man, don't blame me for being ruthless if you don't know what's good for you. Lin Sun's voice was cold. He had helped Yu Yunhe this time because Yu Qingyang had done him a great favor. With him around, he could not tolerate Yu Yunhe being bullied. The gray-robed elder's expression changed several times. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Let go of Zhang Beirong and this matter will be over. Apologize first, then let him go." Lin Sun said resolutely. The gray-robed elder was furious. His sleeves fluttered, and a surge of ferocious power surged, causing many cultivators nearby to hold their breaths. This was the power of a king of sages. If you want to see him die, continue. Lin Sun flicked his fingers, not caring at all. The tsunami-like pressure rushed towards Lin Sun, but it was like a breeze blowing on a hill, not even the corner of his clothes fluttered. Zhang Beirong, who was suppressed on the ground, was so uncomfortable that he was seeing stars. He felt like he was on the verge of collapse. Many cultivators nearby could not remain calm. In the Dayu world, who would dare to go against an expert from the Danding Taoist sect and even threaten him? Only Yu Yunhe was puzzled. Didn't Elder Ma Taizhen say that he was suppressed by Lin Sun after returning to the sect? Otherwise, the gray-robed elder would not have the guts to go against Lin Sun. He must be tired of living. I apologize. At this moment, Zhang Beirong spoke first. The feeling of impending death made him so agitated that he did not care about his face anymore. The gray-robed elder let out a long sigh. The experts from the Pill Cauldron Tao sect all revealed looks of shame and indignation. Zhang Beirong's lowering of her head made them feel ashamed. There is nothing better than being able to correct one's mistakes. I hope you can remember this lesson. If you provoke me again, you won't be so lucky anymore. Lin Sun raised his palm, and Zhang Beirong felt as if he had been struck by a great calamity. His entire body felt as if it had been lifted by 1,000 mountains. He was helped up by the other successors of the Pill Cauldron Tao sect. He did not dare to stay any longer, nor did he have the face to remain here. Young man, we will remember this lesson. The gray-robed old man snorted coldly as a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Lin Sun smiled and didn't care at all. If it were him, he would have killed the gray-robed elder with such an attitude. After all, he was not a cultivator from the Great Yu world. He could just leave after killing him. However, things were different now. He had Yu Yunhe by his side. The latter was the successor of the Pill Cauldron Dao sect. If he killed Zhang Beirong and the gray-robed elder, he would definitely implicate Yu Yunhe. Watching Zhang Beirong, Mu Xiuqi, and the others leave with their tails between their legs, Yu Yunhe was also incomparably carefree in his heart. When the other cultivators present looked at Lin Sun's group again, the way they looked at him had become different from before. Especially when they looked at Lin Sun, many people already had a look of fear on their faces. Of course, for peerless figures like Qi Lingzi and Shui Biyun, Lin Sun's existence was not a threat to them. Firstly, it was because they were confident that their battle strength was practically invincible amongst their peers. Secondly, it was because they were escorted by Saint King realm experts. On the other hand, Lin Sun's group only had 4 people, and all of them were peerless great sages. Such a combination was not a threat to them. Whoosh, before long, the cold torrent covering the 9 states river began to recede, and a secret realm portal appeared above the river. Let's go! Let's go! Immediately, many cultivators rushed over. In addition to those peerless figures, many ordinary cultivators also followed. Although they dared not expect to obtain any great fortune, it would be a great harvest if they could pick up some treasures, elixirs, and cultivation methods. Brother Lin, shall we also start moving? Yu Yunhe looked at Lin Sun. Let's go. Lin Sun nodded, and the group rushed in. Ancient mountains rose and fell continuously in the Daiyu secret realm. The sky was filled with chaotic qi, presenting a primitive and desolate atmosphere. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless brilliant escape lights flew between heaven and earth. Some rode immortal birds, some stepped on flying swords, and some rode treasure ships. It was a spectacular sight to behold. Lin Sun, Yu Yunhe, and the others flew among them, looking inconspicuous. Brother Lin, the place of opportunity left by the ancestor of Yu clan is located in the 9 Pinnacles mountain range. At our speed, we can reach there in less than half a day. On the way, Yu Yunhe introduced quickly, however, that place is not accessible to ordinary people. It is covered with extremely terrifying restrictive power. Generally speaking, if you want to seek the opportunity in the 9 Pinnacles mountain range, you must have the help of a Taoist master. Otherwise, it is extremely easy to be trapped and die. As they talked, they flew forward quickly. The Daiyu secret realm was huge, like a world of its own. However, Lin Sun and the others still met many cultivators along the way. From time to time, they could see long rainbows flashing across the sky. Kill. Along the way, there were fights and killings. Some of them were fighting for the peerless treasures that grew in the secret realm, while others were fighting for the treasures that were scattered between the mountains and rivers. Of course, there were also many cases of people killing and robbing others of their treasures. Killing and arson earned money, repairing bridges and roads left no corpses. Rather than painstakingly searching for the opportunity, it was better to kill and rob. This method was undoubtedly the simplest and most brutal, and the benefits were the most obvious. Along the way, Lin Sun and the others did not meet any ignorant people. Moreover, their goal was very clear. They completely ignored the other opportunities along the way and headed straight for the 9 Pinnacles mountain range. Later on, there were fewer and fewer cultivators along the way. However, the cultivators who dared to venture deep were at least descendants of famous sections. Half a day later, Lin Sun and the others finally arrived at the 9 Pinnacles mountain range. Looking from afar, the 9 sacred mountains rose from the ground and sat in the 9 palaces. They were like 9 huge cauldrons, giving off a shocking visual impact. At this moment, a group of cultivators had already gathered in front of the 9 Pinnacles mountain range. The 9 sacred mountains have 9 paths to the core of the hinterland of the mountain range. However, each path is covered with a terrifying restrictive formation. Yu Yunhe pointed into the distance. Brother Lin, please look. This is the layout of the 9 Pinnacles suppressing the world. Our ancestor, Emperor Yu, once collected the origin law of chaos of the 9 worlds and forged the 9 Pinnacles imperial weapons here. Thus, this place became known to the world as a place of fortune. Anyone who can enter it has the opportunity to break through the realm and become a king of sages. Moreover, the origin law of chaos that is distributed here is also immeasurable for condensing and refining the Tao realm. Lin Sun nodded and said, "Then let's start." He spread his divine sense and noticed that many top figures from the 9 great worlds had already taken action. They flew into the 9 Pinnacles mountain, which was covered with terrifying restrictions, from different directions. Among them, there were Qi Lingzi, Shui Biyun, Li Yu, Lai Dongzhan, Xiao Budu and other extremely dazzling figures. Similarly, Lin Sun also noticed that Zhang Beirong, Mu Shouqi, and the others from the Danding Dao sect had also entered. However, breaking the array was not an easy task. Not everyone could enter the core area of the 9 Pinnacles mountain. "Brother Lin, where do we enter from?" Yu Yunhe could not help but ask. He knew very well that Lin Sun was also a Dao Tattoo Grandmaster and was even more powerful than Master Mo. "I'll have to trouble you first." As Lin Sun spoke, he waved his sleeve and moved the 3 of them into the Tower of Endless Way. Swoosh, he did not hesitate and did not choose any direction at all. He rushed straight towards the 9 Pinnacles mountain in the distance. Whoosh! As soon as he entered, Lin Sun felt that time and space were reversed. The entire 9 Pinnacles mountain seemed to have turned into a white world. The river water that blotted out the heavens and covered the earth surged over in a frenzy. Shockingly, the river water was actually formed from the terrifying power of the restriction. It was not simple indeed. Only then did Lin Sun understand why the restrictive formation of the 9 Pinnacles mountain was so terrifying. The terrifying river current was enough to kill a Saint Realm cultivator. Even a great saint was destined to die if he barged in rashly. Lin Sun's divine sense spread across the world. He could clearly feel that there were many invisible Dao Tattoo restrictive formations operating in this world. They were extremely powerful and full of killing intent. Powerful auras were moving forward with difficulty in different regions of this world. Obviously, these were peerless figures like Lin Sun who had entered this world from different regions. They moved cautiously and cautiously. They were protected by king sages and led by Dao Tattoo Grandmasters as they headed towards the core of this world. Lin Sun did not intend to conceal himself and did not hold back anymore. His huge divine sense spread out and instantly understood the mystery of the Dao Tattoo restrictive formations. Then, he shot up into the sky and turned into a dazzling rainbow as he headed towards the core of this world formed by the power of the restrictive formation. He had already felt a mysterious aura of the origin of chaos. It was right there. Rumble in the world, the restrictive formations that could make a Dao Tattoo Grandmaster act as if they were facing a formidable enemy seemed to be non-existent in front of Lin Sun. As he flew forward, the power of the restrictive formations produced thunderous fluctuations that lasted for a long time. Looking from afar, he seemed like a rainbow as he moved forward freely in the densely intertwined restrictive rules. At this moment, many experts who had entered this restrictive world were alarmed as they noticed the dazzling figure that pierced through the sky. Who is that? How dare he barge in like this? Is he tired of living? All the strong men who entered the 9 Cauldrons restriction world were cautious and careful at every step, for fear of violating the restriction formation and causing a disaster. But that man was so arrogant that he ignored the restriction formation and broke in directly, which made many people exasperated. Something's wrong. When they saw that Lin Sun didn't encounter any obstacle and passed through the Taoist restriction formation with irresistible force, many people began to change their expressions. Damn it, which bastard is this? Does he want to die? Qiling's face was gloomy and his heart was burning with anxiety. Hurry up, break the restriction formation with all your strength. Even if some treasures are damaged, we must rush in as soon as possible. He began to urge the Taoist masters around him, and at the same time, he began to break the restriction formation with force together with the Saint King who accompanied him. It was well known that the big opportunity in the hinterland of the 9 Cauldrons mountain was located in the core of the world covered by the restriction formation. How could Qiling tolerate being robbed by others? Change the plan and move forward with all your strength. Hurry up. Take out all the flying spiritual insects and use them to break the restriction formation. At the same time, in different areas of the world covered by the restriction formation, Shui Biyun, Li Yu, Lai Dongzhan, Xiao Budu and other peerless figures all realized the seriousness of the situation and began to move with all their strength. Some summoned densely packed puppet beasts of all shapes and sizes, risking the large number of puppets to break through the formation with all their might. Some took out magical plants, which instantly produced countless branches and vines, like countless hands, and rushed to different areas of the restriction formation. Some took out the spiritual insects they raised, some drove some remnant souls to open the way, all kinds of means were used. Obviously, these top figures from the 9 great worlds had come prepared, and they'd made sufficient preparations for this operation. No one could easily give up this opportunity, or in other words, they were determined to win this action. Hurry up, we must hurry up. In the vast restriction formation world, an invisible contest broke out completely. At the core of this world that was enveloped by the power of restriction stood a lofty divine hall. It was 300 meters tall, and it was completely made from chaotic bronze. It was brilliant and imposing. In front of the temple, a tall figure stood with his hands behind his back, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He raised his head slightly and stared at the ancient bronze temple. Lin Sun was the first to arrive. The door of the shrine was tightly shut. Birds, beasts, insects, fish, the sun, the moon, and the stars were engraved on it. A raging river descended from the sky and swept through the mountains, rivers, and all living things. An imposing figure with his back towards all living beings stood above the river. He forged 9 cauldrons and suppressed the 9 directions of this world. Could this be the ancestor of the Yu clan, Emperor Yu? Lin Sun once heard from Yu Qingyan that the history of Yu clan could be traced back to the early ancient times, which was after the end of the primitive times. Therefore, the Yu clan was truly an ancient emperor clan. This Emperor Yu was naturally a supreme figure who had attained the Tao in the early ancient times. He had once gathered the power of the chaos source law of the 9 great worlds and forged the 9 cauldrons of monarch weapons in this secret realm located in the 9 prefectures river. Now, such a picture appeared on the gate of the bronze shrine, which naturally made Lin Sun's imagination run wild. Not long after, Lin Sun waved his sleeves. Yu Yunhe, Yu Yunfeng, and Yu Yunlong appeared. When they saw the ancient bronze divine hall, disbelief filled their faces. Emperor Yu's divine palace, this was the place of opportunity left by their ancestor. However, how long had it been? How could Lin Sun arrive so soon? Lin Sun said, I've sensed it with my divine sense. The mystery contained in the gate of the divine hall is related to some of the past history of your Yu clan. You might as well comprehend it. Brother Lin's guess is right. In the eyes of outsiders, the opportunity in Emperor Yu's divine palace is of utmost importance. But for us descendants of the Yu clan, whether we can comprehend the secret of Emperor Yu's 9 cauldrons water harnessing diagram left by our ancestor through this gate is the most important thing. Yu Yunhe had inadvertently revealed a secret. This made Yu Yunfeng and Yu Yunlong nervous. They were afraid that Lin Sun would also be tempted, which would be troublesome. Lin Sun glanced at the 2 of them and said, If I want to rob it, can you stop me? The 2 of them were embarrassed for a while. Hurry up and comprehend it. Don't waste time. Lin Sun didn't say anything more. He turned his back to Emperor Yu's divine palace and looked at the world in the distance that was covered by the power of prohibition. Yu Yunhe and the other 2 also knew that time was pressing. They all operated the inheritance of their clan and meditated. Not long after, there was a ripple in the formation and a group of figures rushed out. The leader was Shui Biyun and her group from the Xianxia world. When she saw Lin Sun, Yu Yunhe, and the others standing nearby, Shui Biyun frowned and said in surprise, the figure that turned into a divine rainbow and charged forward, was you? She had a deep impression of Lin Sun. Outside the Jiuzhou River, Lin Sun had once suppressed Zhang Beirong and fought a king's sage without being at a disadvantage. She was very moved by this. However, Shui Biyun didn't expect that the figure that charged through the void and flew through the formation with irresistible force was actually Lin Sun. This was completely out of her expectations. Lin Sun looked at them quietly. 2 king sages, a Tao pattern grandmaster, and 4 great sages, including Shui Biyun. According to Lin Sun's shallow understanding of the Dayu world, this team could be said to be strong and could dominate a region. Shui Biyun said indifferently, everyone, regardless of whether you came first or not, if you don't want to cause any trouble, you better step aside obediently. There was a faint threat in her words. Yu Yunhe and the other two were nervous. They didn't expect their competitors to arrive so quickly. They all looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun said without looking back, with me here, you don't need to care about anything else. Just focus on comprehending. Are you going to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit? Shui Biyun's clear eyes turned cold. As an invincible figure in the Xianxia world, even the ancestors of the ancient tribes had to show some respect when she traveled in the world. Lin Sun's attitude at the moment made her very uncomfortable. Didn't this guy see that it was impossible for him to stop him by himself? Miss, time is running out. It's time to act. A silver-haired old woman beside Shui Biyun said with a sharp voice. Her eyes revealed undisguised killing intent. But at this moment, there was another violent sound from the formation in the distance. Then, a group of people rushed over. The figure in the lead was a slender figure surrounded by bright flames. A pair of wings flickered and emitted misty flame Taoist patterns. Qilingzi, the group led by him, also came. It seemed that they were more or less embarrassed. Obviously, they had suffered a lot when breaking the formation. But even so, it didn't damage their momentum. You're lucky. Shui Biyun glanced at Lin Sun coldly. Her killing intent had quietly changed to target Qilingzi and his companions. Compared with Lin Sun, Qilingzi and his companions were the enemies she valued. Although they came from different worlds, Shui Biyun had heard that Qilingzi was born with great strength and superior aptitude. He was regarded as the first person in the Great Saint realm in the fire world. Swish, a sword shadow appeared behind Shui Biyun. The sword edge was shimmering and obscure, and it pointed to Qilingzi, who had just arrived. Humph. I don't want to fight with you in the outside world, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Qilingzi's pupils shrank. He also noticed Lin Sun and his companions, but he ignored them directly. Obviously, he thought the same as Shui Biyun. He didn't think Lin Sun and his companions were a threat. Boom, as soon as he raised his hand, a flame spear appeared. The flames were steaming, and the breath of destruction was amazing. At the same time, the experts around Qilingzi and Shui Biyun were ready to fight, and they didn't hide their fighting intent. Swords were drawn. Lin Sun, Yu Yunhe, and the others behind him, on the contrary, were ignored, but this battle didn't break out, because there were waves of violent fluctuations in the forbidden formation in the distance. A tall young man with bulging muscles exuded a terrible power of blood and qi. He was Li Yu, the peerless swordsman of the Rui Jin world. In an instant, Qilingzi and Shui Biyun both narrowed their eyes and resisted the urge to fight. The current situation was no longer a confrontation between two armies, but a tripartite confrontation. But soon the situation changed again. Lai Dongzhan of the Green Nightmare world. Xiao Budu of the White Wave world. One by one, the unparalleled figures from different great worlds dashed over with their retainers. For a moment, many elites gathered in front of Emperor Yu's celestial palace. They stood side by side and the situation was changing rapidly. It seems that we can't decide the winner at this moment. Qilingzi took a deep breath and put away the divine flame spear. Shui Biyun snorted coldly, and the cold sword shadow behind her disappeared. That person just now was you? Li Yu's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Lin Sun in the distance. The others nearby also looked over with unfriendly expressions. Previously, they entered the world covered in forbidden formations from different paths. The fight between them wasn't very fierce, and everything was very orderly. But Lin Sun's appearance was like throwing a boulder into a pool of stagnant water, and it completely disrupted all their plans. Moreover, in order to get here at full speed, they had more or less suffered losses along the way. Some experts' treasures were destroyed, and some were injured. What's more, there were even casualties around some experts. This made them extremely angry and unhappy. If no one had interfered, how could they have suffered losses? For a time, the atmosphere was oppressive, and all the heroes present vaguely pointed at Lin Sun. At this moment, Lin Sun still stood there quietly, as if he didn't care. His expression didn't change at all. But everyone could see that he was standing there to protect Yu Yunhe and the others. Why aren't you talking? Weren't you very impressive when you barged through the layers of forbidden formations just now? Li Yu's voice was cold. Everyone was surprised that Li Yu was ignored again. A peerless great sage leading 3 other peerless great sages was undoubtedly the weakest group of people in front of Emperor Yu's divine palace. The crux of the matter was that Lin Sun and the others did not have a king of sages by their side. However, Lin Sun alone showed the posture of one man guarding the pass and seemed to be so fearless. How could the people present not be surprised? Was he courting death? Or was he risking his life to snatch the opportunity? This fellow is destined to suffer a calamity. In the distance, Zhang Beirong, Mu Shouqi, and the others from Danding Dao sect had come out. They looked at Lin Sun, who was standing in front of the crowd, with deep hatred. Sure enough, something happened in the next moment. How dare you ignore my young master's question? I'll send you on your way. Beside Li Yu, a golden-robed elder snorted coldly. His hands were like claws, pulling out rays of sharp golden finger power. With bursts of Dao sounds, he grabbed at Lin Sun. Realm of Tao, golden essence finger, the old man next to Li Yu was a saint king. As soon as he attacked, he displayed a terrifying and oppressive aura. Bang! The grasping force composed of countless golden fingers was smashed by Lin Sun's sleeve before it could get close to Lin Sun. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Many of the peerless figures present were the top figures in their respective worlds. They were experienced and could instantly tell that Lin Sun was not afraid of the power of the realm of Tao. How was this possible? They could not believe it. To their knowledge, only the peerless genius who was ranked top 5 on the Starry Sky Great Sage list could fight a king of sages across realms on the Starry Sky Ancient Path. However, they had never heard of such a peerless genius from Dayu world. This was too unusual. However, they were only surprised and not afraid. As the top figures in their respective worlds, how could they be afraid? Don't embarrass yourself with the power of the realm of Tao before you set foot on the peak. At this moment, Lin Sun finally spoke in an indifferent voice. However, when it entered into the ears of the golden-robed old man, it was like the most vicious ridicule, and it caused his face to flush red and his hair to flutter with rage. Not only that, but the other saint kings present were also displeased. They had also never set foot on the absolute peak. Lin Sun's words were equivalent to looking down on all of them. For a moment, they looked at Lin Sun with killing intent in their eyes. If it were someone else, he would have been frightened by such a siege. But Lin Sun didn't change his expression at all. Instead, he said lightly, "Don't blame me for not warning you. You'd better disappear right now or stay there obediently. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for your own life and death." His tone was casual as if he was eating and drinking. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they revealed expressions of disbelief. After that, they couldn't help but roar with laughter. This guy actually dared to threaten all of them? Who do you think you are? You haven't even stepped into the Saint King realm, yet your tone is even more arrogant than a Saint King. Didn't your parents tell you that a loose tongue can cause trouble? Someone berated. You overestimate yourself. The others sneered. There were more than 10 groups of forces gathered in front of Emperor Yu's divine palace. There were dozens of Saint Kings and a group of peerless figures. Even if a Saint King were here, they would probably be frightened out of their wits and flee in panic. However, Lin Sun remained very calm. In fact, he didn't even want to say anything more. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him. Someone shouted. Humph. Lin Sun directly attacked. In his eyes, these people were not a threat. They were just like a motley crew. Who would see a dragon in the sky reasoning with an ant on the ground? Just kill him. A dazzling green palm print condensed and fiercely slapped down through the air. The man who shouted just now was about to dodge, but his whole body was smashed by the palm print. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He had killed a peak great saint with a single palm strike. You're courting death. Li Yu was furious. The one who died was an expert beside him. But no one expected that Lin Sun would dare to take the initiative to attack in front of everyone. Kill. The golden-robed elder by Li Yu's side was even more direct. He waved his hands and struck out with a dazzling golden finger force. The finger force manifested the image of a domain, and the laws interweaved. It was as if a god had extended his finger. Previously, when he failed to hit Lin Sun, he was already embarrassed. Now that Lin Sun killed someone under his nose, he was completely furious and used his true power. Boom, Lin Sun put one hand behind his back and pressed out with the other. Taowu seal, the lifelike Taowu roared and rushed out from the image of a huge abyss. It turned into a huge seal that covered the sky. It had the overbearing power to crush mountains and rivers and suppress all living beings. The golden-robed elder's finger force was instantly suppressed by the huge seal. In the deafening roar, the seal exploded inch by inch. Countless rays of light turned into a rain of light. The terrifying power pressed on the golden-robed elder, causing him to stagger back and almost fall into the Tao pattern forbidden formation in the distance. The golden-robed elder was shocked. He was a saint king, but when he faced Lin Sun's seal, he felt as if he was being suppressed by an ancient divine mountain. The terrible power that could collapse the sky and the earth made his blood and chi churn. He was so uncomfortable that he almost coughed up blood. Die. But before the golden-robed elder could react, Lin Sun took a step forward. Behind the golden-robed elder, a force of prohibition suddenly surged. The rolling Tao pattern forbidden formation turned into a monstrous torrent, covering the golden-robed elder's figure. Boom, in an instant, the golden-robed elder, a saint king, was killed and his body turned into ashes. This time, Lin Sun killed the saint king with one strike. This world-shocking scene caused the expressions of everyone in the surroundings to change, and they were astounded in their hearts. Only now did they realize that something was off. Let's do it together. Liu roared, his eyes almost popping out of his sockets. A divine sword made of primordial gung metal emerged from behind him and slashed at Lin Sun. Then, over 10 peerlessly terrifying auras charged out from different directions, and they were simply like numerous erupting volcanoes. Their surging might filled the heavens and the earth, and it pressed down upon everyone to the point of almost being suffocated. Rise! Xianxia was surrounded by raging flames, like the ruler of divine fire. A flaming spear appeared in his hand. Condense! Shui Biyun stepped on the rolling water and Taoist light, her clothes fluttering. At the same time, Lai Dongzhan stepped on the air, his blood and qi surging. Xiao Budu turned into a demonic barbarian god more than 30 meters tall. In an instant, a siege was launched, and all the attacks were directed at Lin Sun. Killing a great saint with one strike was shocking, but not terrifying. But when Lin Sun showed the means to kill a saint king with one strike, everyone realized that something was wrong and chose to take action. Boom, the divine palace of Emperor Yu began to shake. Countless Tao pattern forbidden formations appeared, protecting the ancient palace from the impact. Kill! Xianxia, who had a pair of flaming wings on his back, was a little faster than a saint king. He was the first to attack Lin Sun. His whole body was red, and the sound of Tao surged. The flaming spear in his hand pierced through the void at an incredible speed, stabbing at Lin Sun. Everyone could only see a bright glow of fire. This guy has hidden his strength well. He has actually entered the Saint King realm in one step. Shui Biyun was shocked. With this strike alone, Shui Biyun realized how terrifying Xianxia was. His strength could almost compete with the Saint King realm. Clang, suddenly, there was a sound of collision. A ray of sword chi swept out from Lin Sun's body and easily blocked the tip of the flaming spear. The flaming spear, which could be called a divine weapon, let out a mournful cry and flew out of Lin Sun's hand. Bang, then, as if struck by lightning, Xianxia's figure was sent flying. He staggered back in the air, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Lin Sun's sword directly injured Xianxia. Let me! Liu shouted. The golden divine sword swept through the air, sprinkling brilliant sword chi. With one strike, the sword chi exploded like a scorching sun, fierce and overbearing. This time, Lin Sun didn't even bother to make a move. He just gently spat out a Tao sound from his lips. Get lost. A syllable with a sense of humiliation turned into golden ripples, and the strange phenomenon of Puseo roaring to the sky appeared in the ripples. The void cracked at this moment. In the eyes of the crowd, they could only see the golden ripples passing by. Liu's sword was torn apart like a piece of paper. When it touched Liu's figure, the latter's divine soul was almost shattered, and his mind suffered a terrible shock. At this moment, the word "get lost" was like the roar of an ancient demon, shaking Li Yu's chi, bones, and flesh. In the end, he was bathed in blood and fell out like a tattered sack. One word, get lost. Li Yu, a peerless figure who could be said to be invincible in the same realm in a big world, was almost killed on the spot. The whole place was silent, and all the attacks stopped. Many people gasped, and their bodies and minds trembled. How could he be human? He was simply a heaven-defying freak that could not be measured by common sense. This, Zhang Bairong's eyeballs almost fell out. When he saw Lin Sun being surrounded, he was gloating and excited, thinking that Lin Sun would be killed by the crowd. In the end, none of the expected scenes appeared. Instead, they were all destroyed by Lin Sun's get lost, moo. Xiaoqi's delicate body trembled. What kind of existence had they offended? Boom. At this moment, Lin Sun moved and took the initiative to attack. His figure shifted, and like a wisp of smoke, he appeared in front of the nearest king of saints. Wuxia rain-like Taishan sword chi swept out from his tall figure, condensing into a dense sword formation, and shrouding the king of saints. Break! The king of saints let out a roar, and a white Tao realm appeared behind him. Within the Tao realm, snow and ice fluttered, and the cold wind was biting. Endless frost howled, and all of this was formed by the power of the law. The killing intent was everywhere, and it was enough to make most great saints powerless to resist. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lin Sun, who had always been different from the world. Boom! Blood rained down. Another king sage was killed. The most horrifying thing was that he didn't even have the time to scream. After killing this person, Lin Sun didn't stop at all and continued to push forward. Boom! His body was like a furnace in a chaotic world as he performed his own techniques. Every move he made carried a monstrous divine power that swept across the battlefield. The void was in chaos and rumbled like thunder. In just a moment, more than 10 great sages were killed and 4 to 5 kings of sages were mercilessly killed. As for Lin Sun, his body shone brightly as he walked through the battlefield. He was like a god from the depths of the abyss, reaping lives easily. This was too terrifying. In his hands, the great sage was as weak as grass. The kings of sages were slightly better, but they were either dead or injured. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with a bloody storm. It was chaotic and turbulent. Countless angry and mournful screams resounded. It should be known that these were all top figures from the 9 great worlds. Moreover, they were accompanied by kings of sages. Identity, status, resources, cultivation, all of them could be said to be at the peak of a world and outstanding talents of the same cultivation realm. But in front of Lin Sun, they were like chickens and dogs. This, Yu Yunhe and the others were dumbfounded and shocked. How could they focus on comprehending the secrets of Emperor Yu's 9 cauldrons hydrological diagram when such a shocking chaotic battle occurred? Although they knew that Lin Sun's combat strength was heaven-defying, Yu Yunhe and the others were still shocked when they saw Lin Sun's unstoppable and domineering figure. Everyone, if you continue to hold back, no one will be able to fight for the fortune in Emperor Yu's divine palace. Shui Biyun said coldly. Behind her, the dark and cold sword image transformed into layers upon layers of ripples, faintly reflecting a peerless and imposing figure, instantly causing her entire aura to strengthen by a great deal. Dim Rainbow Dao Sword, it was an ancient treasure that had been strengthened by an Emperor Realm expert's supreme magic power. Rumble almost at the same time. In other directions, the peerless figures from various worlds gritted their teeth and displayed their trump cards. A dazzling flaming divine hammer appeared in Qilingzi's hand. From afar, it looked like he was holding a sun. A Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram appeared beneath Li Yu's feet. Yin and Yang blended together, separating the clear from the turbid. Lai Dongzhan held an ancient white bone seal in his hand, and countless demonic shadows appeared within it. These peerless figures were all outstanding talents of the world. They were either from ancient clans or large sects, so how could they not possess treasures that could be called forbidden treasures? They held treasures in their hands, and every single one of them had world-shaking auras. Nearby them, there were saint kings following them, and they joined forces, suppressing from different areas. Undoubtedly, after witnessing Lin Sun's terrifying means, they all began to fight desperately, not daring to hold back or hide anything. But the current Lin Sun was no longer the same as before. He suddenly stopped moving and calmly said, "I'm about to make a breakthrough." I'll take this opportunity to open your eyes and see what it means to be invincible in this realm. Suppress. Lin Sun looked down from the sky and took a deep breath. His figure turned into an endless abyss, and a terrible breath was released from his body. And one of his hands slapped down in the void. It was just a hand, but it turned into a furnace, which contained all kinds of great ways and deduced all kinds of unfathomable Taoism. It actually showed a kind of vast and heavy feeling that could suppress the past and the present. Boom! At this moment, a strange scene appeared in everyone's eyes. That figure turned into a great abyss, covering the sky and the sun, and his hand turned into a furnace of great ways, illuminating the sky, the blazing light, the roaring sound, the soaring divine power. At this moment, Lin Sun was like an invincible supreme being who would crush all obstacles. This was indeed Lin Sun's ultimate power in the great saint realm. After 6 years of tempering in the silent starry sky, it was the first time that he completely released his combat strength after his Taoism had been transformed to the extreme. Shui Biyun, Qi Lingzi, Li Yu, Lai Dongzhan, and others were all horrified. They couldn't suppress the depression in their hearts, and they felt suffocated and collapsed. How could this kind of power be possessed by the great saint realm? Originally, they were extremely confident in their trump cards, but when they saw Lin Sun's palm at this moment, they suddenly didn't have much confidence. Boom! Lin Sun's palm finally pressed down. Here, it was as if the sky and earth were turned upside down, the sun and the moon were reversed, and everything collapsed. It was almost impossible to describe this palm with words. The infinite light of the way, like the 9 heavens Milky Way, poured down from the big hand that covered the sky, filling up the universe. Before the palm power arrived, the void had collapsed and exploded. Bang, 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 all kinds of ancient treasures, divine weapons, and Taoism skills whizzed out from the hands of the people present and bombarded the palm, but it was useless. Even if it was a peerlessly sharp and miraculous treasure, it was unable to break through the palm print that enveloped him. Kill. At this moment, everyone went crazy and risked their lives, feeling the fatal threat. But it was destined to be in vain. Lin Sun's cultivation was already extremely terrifying in the great saint realm, enough to dominate the past, present, and future. He could be said to be invincible in the heavens. At this moment, he released his power to the extreme. How could that kind of power be easily resisted? Boom! In front of Emperor Yu's divine palace, the ground shook violently. Countless restrictive forces surged like the tide, trying their best to resolve the aftermath of this palm. Even so, the nearby ground cracked like a spider web. When the smoke and dust dissipated, when the roar gradually subsided, a group of people were lying on the ground in disorder. Some of the ordinary peerless great saints were crushed by the pressure of the palm. Some of the saint kings who rushed at the front were also killed, more than a dozen, and those who were not dead were seriously injured, lying in a pool of blood, screaming miserably. As for peerless figures like Qi Lingzi and Shui Biyun, they had life-saving secret treasures on them, so they didn't die. But even so, they were seriously injured and in a mess. Puff. Qi Lingzi coughed up blood, his face was pale, and his figure was badly mutilated. He couldn't get up again. Shui Biyun coughed violently. Her black dress was torn, revealing her snow-white skin, her hair was disheveled, and her face was full of horror and horror. The others were the same. Lin Sun's palm had suppressed all of them, whether they were peerless great saints or saint kings, they were all suppressed, dead or injured. How could all this be described as terrifying? At first, whether it was Qi Lingzi, Shui Biyun, or other peerless figures, although they were surprised by Lin Sun's extraordinary combat power, they almost ignored him. Because there was no saint king among Lin Sun's group. But at this moment, they bitterly understood why there was no saint king accompanying Lin Sun. There was no need at all. At this moment, everyone was lost, frightened, and uneasy. As for Yu Yunhe and the other two, they were also in a trance. Suppressed all of them with one palm, how could there be such a person in the world? Taoism pure, I'm far inferior to you. I'm sincerely convinced. Shui Biyun was the first to bow her head and admit defeat. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. He glanced at her and said, "At the beginning, I warned you not to make a mistake." Everyone's expression froze. At that time, who knew that such a terrible thing would happen? Who had seen that a peerless great saint could kill saint kings like killing chickens and monkeys? Taoism pure, we were all blind, so we made such a big mistake. I hope you can be merciful and let us go. Xianxia swallowed his anger and said with difficulty. We are all from the 9 worlds. If something happens to us, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to you. The others also spoke. All of them looked listless with a strong desire to survive. The more noble a person was, the more unwilling he was to die. On the contrary, ordinary people dared to fight with their lives when they were angry. Hearing this, Lin Sun glanced at Yunhe and the others and sighed in his heart. If it were him, he wouldn't care about these things and would have killed them all. But now he couldn't do that. Yu Qingyang had given him guidance and help. If he did that, he could just leave, but the forces behind these people were bound to not let it go. At that time, they would definitely point the spear at Yu family, the imperial family. In the final analysis, it was because he didn't act alone this time, but with Yu Yunhe and the others, so he was worried and implicated. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, Lin Sun said, hand over your treasures, and I can forgive you. Remember, all of them. If you hide anything, I'll kill you without mercy. Even robbery couldn't be so cruel, right? Everyone was dumbfounded and their hearts trembled. They came from extraordinary backgrounds, so they were naturally very rich. Even the king of sages might not have some of their most precious treasures. Because they had a bright future and were destined to achieve limitless achievements in the future, they were specially taken care of by their elders and given precious treasures to protect themselves. But if they handed over all their treasures, they would definitely be severely punished when they returned. Not willing? Lin Sun said indifferently, his black eyes cold. Everyone trembled. Looking at the blood and corpses on the ground, they thought of Lin Sun's cruel means and finally lowered their heads. After all, compared with their lives, treasures were after all external things. Next, Xianxia and the others handed over their treasures one after another. They all looked submissive, but their hearts were bleeding. It was not easy for them to collect these treasures with their status, but now, they all became others' trophies. I'll let you be arrogant now. When we leave the Daiyu secret realm, I'll make you spit out 10 times or even 100 times what you've taken. Xianxia shouted with resentment in his heart. The others were also full of resentment, but they didn't show it on the surface. Boom, when a king of sages handed over his treasures, Lin Sun suddenly raised his hand and forced him to kneel on the ground. His tendons and bones were all broken. You want to go back on your word? The king of sages was furious, and the others were horrified. I told you to hand over all your treasures, but you're not obedient, Lin Sun said and stretched out his hand. With a swoosh, a green divine needle that was as thin as a cow's hair flew out from the king of sages' hair. Lin Sun looked at it and realized that it was a storage treasure. The king of sages seemed to have a bad premonition and said with a trembling voice, please have mercy, I didn't do it on purpose. Bang. Lin Sun's eyes were cold as he glanced around. You want to live without paying the price. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Everyone's expression changed indeterminately. Whoosh, suddenly, Liu broke a Taoist talisman in his hand. A dazzling divine light shrouded him and he disappeared into thin air. Spatial teleportation would also produce energy fluctuations. However, under the envelopment of the talisman's power, the Sage King actually vanished into thin air, not leaving a single trace behind. Great Void Secret Talisman. Someone recognized it. Only those in the Emperor realm could refine such a treasure. It could ignore the rules of space and was like a small transmission formation. It could disappear in an instant without causing any power fluctuations. It was extremely precious. This is a world covered by a Taoist forbidden formation. Can we escape? Lin Sun waved his sleeve. Boom, the Taoist forbidden formation in the distance shone with dazzling divine light. Then, a scream came out, no. It was Liu's scream, full of fear and despair. But soon, his voice stopped abruptly and there was no more movement. At this moment, Qiliang and the others were trembling with fear. Only now did they realize that Lin Sun had not only broken through the layers of Dao pattern restrictive arrays like a hot knife through butter, he had also become the first expert to reach Emperor Yu's celestial palace. He could even use the layers of Dao pattern restriction arrays that covered this place. If it was in other places, Liu could retreat safely with the help of the Great Void Secret Talisman. But now, he was in trouble. For a moment, no one dared to take chances and handed over all the treasures they had. "I wonder if this little girl can know your name?" Shui Biyun asked after hesitating for a moment. Lin Sun said with a faint smile, "Do you want to remember my name so that you can take revenge in the future?" Shui Biyun's face stiffened and she shook her head, "I dare not. It's already a great kindness for you to forgive us." Lin Daoyuan. Lin Sun told her his Taoist name. He was not afraid of being remembered. After leaving the secret realm of Dayue, he would leave this world. At that time, it would not be easy for the forces behind these guys to take revenge in the vast starry sky. "It's not that person." Shui Biyun seemed to be very surprised and disappointed at the same time. "Who?" Lin Sun said. "Fellow Daoist's cultivation is profound and your battle prowess is unparalleled. I almost thought that you were Lin Sun, who is currently ranked first on the Starry Sky Great Saints list." Shui Biyun answered honestly. "Lin Sun, it was just a name, but it caused everyone's pupils to constrict. That was a peerless ruthless person who had killed so many people in the Kunlun ruins that even the successors of the 6 great Dao courts and the 10 great battle clans could not raise their heads, on the Starry Sky ancient path, who didn't know Lin Sun's fierce name. However, they did not think that Lin Sun was as powerful as Lin Daoyuan. After all, no matter how powerful Lin Sun was, he had only killed the ominous great sage. However, Lin Daoyuan could kill sage kings with ease. This subconscious cognition made them never associate Lin Sun with Lin Daoyuan from beginning to end. Only Lin Sun felt strange in his heart. In the end, Lin Sun didn't embarrass them. He pointed to the distance and let them leave. Qi Ling and the others hurriedly dragged their seriously injured bodies and left, as if they were afraid that Lin Sun would go back on his words. When they disappeared, Lin Sun turned around and looked at Emperor Yu's divine palace in the distance. He said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and comprehend." Yu Yunhe and the others who were originally in shock seemed to have woken up from a dream. They nodded repeatedly and took action. Lin Sun took advantage of this free time to check the spoils of war he had just plundered. There were dozens of saint treasures of different quality, mountains of divine medicines and divine materials, bottles and jars of medicinal pills, and all kinds of rare treasures that were overflowing with brilliant lights. The harvest was so great that it was difficult to estimate its value. The most intuitive harvest was the number of Tao crystals, which added up to more than 3 million. It made Lin Sun sigh in his heart. No one could be rich without a windfall. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. For example, Qi Ling and the others were all geniuses of the world. They were born into noble families, so they were naturally rich. I got it, I got it." Suddenly, Yu Yunhe shouted. He looked excited and beamed with joy. It turns out that the 9 cauldrons water harnessing diagram of Emperor Yu is the inheritance left by our ancestor. Beside him, Yu Yunfeng and Yu Yunlong opened their eyes. They couldn't hide their disappointment and envy. They were all disciples of Yu clan, but they had no fate with the inheritance of their ancestor. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. "Brother Lin, let's not delay. Let's enter the palace together," Yu Yunhe said. "Okay." Lin Sun nodded. The group moved. With a gentle push, the ancient and majestic palace door opened slowly in front of them. Outside the 9 Cauldrons mountain. "We lost a lot of soldiers and returned without any achievement. This trip is really a double loss." Qi Ling, Shui Biyun and the others looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. Feelings of regret, rage, and resentment seemed to be fermenting as they spread and seethed in their hearts, causing their expressions to change indeterminately. They thought that it would be a gathering of the elites of the 9 realms. Who would have thought that such a ruthless person like Lin Sun would appear? They were all seriously injured. Their clothes were stained with blood and they were dispirited. They couldn't hide it from others when they walked out of the 9 Cauldrons mountain range. Soon, the truth about the bloody battle in front of Emperor Yu's celestial palace spread quickly. The cultivators who were looking for opportunities in the Dayue mystery realm were all shocked and in an uproar. The news spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100. In the end, it spread outside the Dayue mystery realm. The countless cultivators waiting outside were dumbstruck, and they were repeatedly shocked. Lin Daoyuan, who moved with the disciples of Yu clan, entered Emperor Yu's celestial palace. Lin Daoyuan alone suppressed the heroes of the Nine Realms. He suppressed everyone with one palm. Lin Daoyuan killed a great sage as if he was tearing a painting. He killed a king of sages as if he was slaughtering chickens and monkeys. Every piece of news was like a shocking hurricane that caused a huge uproar. Then, it started to sweep across the entire Dao world. The influential figures from the Nine Realms and the great Dao orthodoxies and tribes of the Dao world were all shocked when they heard about it. At this moment, Lin Daoyuan's name resounded in the sky of the Dao world. In the Yu clan of Zhouhua Divine Mountain. When the news about Lin Sun spread out, all the clansmen of the Yu clan, including Yu Bikong, were in a trance for a while. How could that boy surnamed Lin be so cruel? Yu Bikong and the others were both happy and worried. They were happy that Yu Yunhe and the other juniors would be able to get unexpected and amazing benefits from Emperor Yu's celestial palace. They were worried that Lin Sun's action would completely offend the top forces from the Nine Realms. It was like poking a hornet's nest. It was even very likely that this storm would implicate the Yu clan. No, this matter is of great importance. I have to ask Ancestor Qingyang. Yu Bikong took a deep breath and made a decision. However, when she saw Yu Qingyang, the answer she got stunned her. Inform the world that Lin Daoyuan has nothing to do with the Yu clan. If anyone has the ability to kill him, they can do so. This was Yu Qingyang's answer. Ancestor, this. Yu Bikong hesitated for a moment. Wasn't this a little too decisive? It was like burning the bridge after crossing it. Go. Yu Qingyang didn't explain anymore. Yes. Yu Bikong suppressed her doubts and left in a hurry. Ancestor, how can you do this? Nan Xiao, who had been watching everything from the side, turned deathly pale. She bit her lips so hard that they almost bled. Silly girl, don't worry. How could I harm my savior? Yu Qingyang couldn't help laughing. He was very clear that Lin Sun would definitely break through the realm if nothing went wrong. With Lin Sun's foundation, when he became a peerless holy king, who in the Dao world could be his opponent, even the top figures of the emperor-to-be would have a hard time suppressing him. As for the emperor-to-be, how could they fight over such a trivial matter? Unless Lin Sun exposed his true identity, he might arouse the attention of the emperor-to-be and fight. Seeing that Nan Xiao was still nervous, Yu Qingyang couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the distant sky and said slowly, "What's more, you still have me." Such an understatement might be insignificant if it was said by others. But when it came from the mouth of the Qingyang Saber Emperor who had shocked the starry sky and dominated the world for 8,000 years, its weight was enough to make the whole world tremble. Nan Xiao felt a little relieved and let out a long breath. Star Jade Sword Pavilion. The #1 orthodoxy in the Dao world. The incident that occurred in the Dao secret realm also spread to the stellar Jade Sword Pavilion at the first possible moment, and it caused a great stir for a time. The reason was that the top figures of the Nine Realms did not act alone this time. Instead, they were accompanied by their seniors or clan elders. The bigwigs of the top forces of the Nine Realms gathered in the Star Jade Sword Pavilion and discussed matters in a hall. Lin Daoyuan? A peerless great saint who can kill a king saint? Is there such a heaven-defying figure in this world? Someone was surprised. No matter who he is, he must be killed for daring to attack the juniors around us so viciously. Someone was furious. What did the Yu clan say? Someone frowned and pondered. They said that Lin Daoyuan has nothing to do with the Yu clan. They told us not to worry and to attack. Many bigwigs were stunned when they heard such an answer. What? What is the Yu clan thinking? Are they worried that we will vent our anger on them, so they want to sacrifice the pawn to protect the king? There was a lot of discussion. Everyone, take your time. I'm going out for a walk. Suddenly, a white-haired man in snow-white clothes stood up and walked out of the hall. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became silent. The discussion stopped and it was dead silent. Feng Rushue, he was the top peerless great saint king in the Rue Jin Great World. He was a peerless sword cultivator who had traveled the world with a sword for 3,000 years and had never tasted defeat. Anyone who saw him seemed to see a divine sword hanging high in the sky, shining brightly like the sun. Seeing the white-robed Feng Rushue leave alone, the big shots from the Nine Realms all had different expressions on their faces. They knew that Feng Rushue was going to kill. They were different from the people in the outside world who did not know the details. At this moment, the great figures sitting in the main hall of the Star Sword Pavilion already knew that Qi Lingzi and the other juniors seemed to have suffered heavy losses and returned in low spirits. But in the end, they managed to keep their lives. This proved that the young man called Lin Daoyuan did not really intend to kill them. Therefore, these great figures gathered together to discuss countermeasures after hearing the news, and did not act rashly and attack directly. After all, it was only an operation to fight for opportunities. It was inevitable that there would be casualties. Moreover, this was the Great Yu world. The Imperial Yu clan seemed to have declined in recent years, but their ancient heritage was still not to be underestimated. These great figures from other worlds also had to weigh the consequences of making a move. But unlike them, Feng Rushue from the Sharp Gold Great World did not hesitate to take action because Li Yu was dead. Li Yu was the most dazzling genius of the sword doctrine in the Sharp Gold Great World, an absolute great saint who was almost invincible among his peers. At the same time, Li Yu was the junior that Feng Rushue valued the most. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if Feng Rushue did not make a move. Everyone, the Yu clan has already made their stance clear. We naturally do not have to worry anymore. Lin Daoyuan ran amok, how can we not punish him? Someone broke the silence and spoke in a deep voice. According to my knowledge, I've never heard of a junior like Lin Daoyuan in the Dayu world in the past. With the ability he revealed, if he was a cultivator of the Dayu world, I'm afraid he would be renowned throughout the world a long time ago. An elder in a green robe from the Star Sword sect spoke. Instantly, everyone revealed a thoughtful expression. You think that Lin Daoyuan is not a cultivator of the Great Yu world? Someone asked. That's right. The elder in a green robe nodded. Don't you find it strange that even in the entire Purple Hang Starfield, Lin Daoyuan is an extraordinary figure among the absolute great saints? But have you all heard of his name? Everyone's eyes flickered as they realized something was amiss. Not to mention, an absolute great saint who can fight against many and kill a saint king is extremely rare even on the Starry Sky Ancient Path. If we were to rank him on the Starry Sky Great Saint board, his battle prowess would definitely be in the top 3. A strange look appeared on the old man's face, but there's only Lin Sun who's ranked first on the Starry Sky Saint ranking. There's no young man named Lin Daoyuan. Is he? Lin Sun? Someone couldn't help but say. With a single sentence, the hall fell silent. Great waves arose in the hearts of every single great figure. Lin Sun, 6 years ago, a young man whose name shook the Starry Sky's ancient path, had relied on the bloody massacre in the Kunlun ruins to make the Starry Sky tremble. The 6 major Dao courts and the 10 major battle clans viewed him as prey that they had to kill, and so they issued one alluring bounty after another. The 2 giants of the Dark World, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm, also saw him as a thorn in their sides and searched for him all over the world. But more importantly, Lin Sun held a big secret of becoming an emperor or ancestor. Because of this, even some emperor realm existences were envious and moved by it. If Lin Daoyuan is really that Lin Sun, at the thought of this, the hearts of all the great figures present became boiling hot, and their expressions became more and more subtle. Regardless of whether he's Lin Sun or not, he should be severely punished for his evil deeds in the Dayu secret realm. A man in a red robe suddenly stood up with a murderous aura. Everyone, I'll make a move first. After saying that, he turned around and teleported away. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became restless. Everyone could tell that the man in a red robe probably had other thoughts. He suspected that Lin Daoyuan was Lin Sun. Why don't you come with me to the Dayu secret realm? The elder in a green robe from the Star Jade Sword sect stood up and said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at each other. Soon, some people nodded in agreement. Some shook their heads and rejected the mission with other thoughts. But no matter who it was, they had a hunch that Lin Daoyuan, who had been abandoned by the Imperial Yu clan, might not be able to walk out of the Dayu secret realm. While the entire Dayu world was in an uproar, Lin Sun was strolling in the divine palace of Emperor Yu. This mysterious ancient palace was left by the ancestor of the Imperial Yu clan. The inside of the palace was like a vast and empty world. In the sky above the palace, there were 9 big cauldrons, all of which were transformed by the power of the origin of chaos. The light of Tao was flowing, and the air of chaos was misty, exuding a primitive, ancient and supreme aura. As soon as Yu Yunhe, Yu Yunfeng, and Yu Yunlong entered the hall. Their eyes were attracted by the 9 big cauldrons. At this moment, they were sitting cross-legged and meditating. The origin of chaos was the rarest kind of power in the world. The world was formed from the chaos. It was no exaggeration to say that the birth of a world originated from the origin of chaos. If one could absorb and refine some of the origin of chaos, he would definitely have insight into the mystery of the world's rules, which would be of great help to break through the realm and reach the Saint King realm. Yu Yunhe and the other two would not miss such a great opportunity. In those days, Emperor, you should have cast the 9 cauldrons here. Lin Sun strolled in the hall with his hands behind his back. His mind was completely empty as he felt the 9 big cauldrons formed by the origin of chaos. All kinds of comprehension surged into his mind. Finally, he stopped and looked at the 9 big cauldrons like lightning. Then, he took a step into the void. Boom, the whole hall roared instantly. The 9 big cauldrons released a terrible wave of the law of chaos, which made Lin Sun breathless and felt a fatal threat. Lin Sun retracted his foot and the wave of the law of chaos disappeared. It seems that even a Saint King would not be able to take away the origin of chaos in the 9 big cauldrons, let alone a great sage. No wonder the 9 big cauldrons have not been taken away even though the divine palace of Emperor Yu has existed for so many years. Lin Sun was deep in thought. He remembered Yu Qingyang's advice. He said that the layout of the 9 cauldrons suppressed the world was immeasurable for condensing and refining the realm of Tao. Obviously, this benefit came from the 9 big cauldrons in front of him. The time has come. There's no need to wait any longer. Lin Sun no longer hesitated and took another step into the void. Boom, the origin of chaos was released again. The strands of chaotic aura were misty like a rain of light, and they were obscure and profound. The level of energy they emanated revealed a supreme aura that was eternal and indestructible. It was too extraordinary, and the might it created was terrifying beyond imagination. It could be seen that Lin Sun's clothes were torn in an instant. Cracks and bloodstains appeared on his body that was comparable to a divine weapon. But Lin Sun did not retreat at all. He stepped forward step by step, a tidal wave of light spread out from Lin Sun's body and fought against the origin of chaos. The higher he went and the closer he was to the 9 big cauldrons, the more intense the origin of chaos was. Just a wisp of it could crush mountains and rivers. Boom, the 9 big cauldrons roared violently as if they had been provoked. "Brother Lin, be careful," Yu Yunhe exclaimed. His expression changed drastically. He never thought that Lin Sun would go close to the 9 big cauldrons. It was too dangerous. According to his understanding, no cultivator had dared to do this since ancient times. After all, it was the origin of chaos. Who dared to touch it except for the existences of the Emperor realm? Like him, Yu Yunfeng and Yu Yunlong, they only sat cross-legged on the ground and used their own strength to comprehend and understand it. They did not dare to approach it. "Don't worry. I'm just taking this opportunity to trigger the tribulation of breaking the realm," Lin Sun said. His black eyes were firm. The opportunity he sought was different from that of others. It was sought by himself. Just like at this moment, when he saw the 9 big cauldrons transformed from the origin of chaos, Lin Sun knew that it was imperative to break the realm. As for the opportunity, there was no need to wait at all. In the absolute domain, it was like this during the tribulation of breaking the King realm. It was the same during the tribulation of breaking the Saint Path in the 9 regions battlefield. Now, he was going to break the tribulation of Saint King extinction. Breaking the realm? Yu Yunhe was shocked. His own understanding was almost overturned. Was there such a bizarre way to break the realm in this world? What's more, the tribulation of breaking the realm was vague and it was extremely difficult to predict when it would come. Because of this, almost all the cultivators in this world would choose to go into seclusion to prepare for the tribulation after they reached the completion of a realm. The reason was that they were worried that they would suddenly trigger the tribulation when they went out and be caught off guard. But Lin Sun actually took the initiative to seek it. Yu Yunfeng and Yu Yunlong were also stunned. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Breaking the realm and passing the tribulation are naturally extraordinary, Yu Yunfeng murmured. Boom, suddenly, an obscure and oppressive thunderclap resounded, and it seemed as if it came from the distant horizon, yet it fiercely shook the hearts of everyone. At this moment, Lin Sun's figure suddenly stopped. He turned around and returned to the ground. His clothes were ragged and he looked disheveled. But his back was straight like a sword and his eyes were as bright as stars. "It's coming," Lin Sun said. At the same time, outside the divine palace of Emperor Yu, the land within a radius of 3,000 miles above the Nine Pinnacles mountain range was covered by black tribulation clouds that were as thick as ink. It was like falling into the eternal night. Bolts of tribulation thunder surged like dragons and rolled in the depths of the tribulation clouds. They shone with different colors and were faintly discernible. At this moment, all the cultivators in the entire Deyu secret realm trembled. Their faces changed in horror and their hair stood on end. They only felt as if doomsday had come. There was a great terror pressing on their souls, making them breathless. Who was going to pass the tribulation? Coincidentally, all eyes looked in the same direction. Boom! The depressing and oppressive atmosphere was also broken at this moment by a thunderous sound that shook the 9 heavens. Many cultivators saw stars and their blood was boiling. It was just a thunderous sound that was so far away, but it made them feel extremely sad. Then, they saw many strange phenomena reflected in the sky. There were purple tribulation thunder that condensed into flowers of Tao and bloomed in the depths of the black tribulation clouds. There were green tribulation thunder that condensed into shadows of gods overlooking the world. There were red tribulation thunder that condensed into bronze cauldrons that rumbled and operated. There were silver tribulation thunder that turned into the sun, moon, and stars that circulated endlessly. It was a spectacle that shocked the world. The tribulation thunder had arrived and was about to fall. Lin Sun walked out of Emperor Yu's celestial palace and looked up into the sky. He saw that the tribulation clouds were deep and that all sorts of terrifying lightning dragons were rolling within. The destructive aura they released was shocking. At this moment, Yu Yunhe and the others could only stay in Emperor Yu's celestial palace and did not dare to go out. The aura of the tribulation made their Taoist hearts tremble and they could not calm down. Rumble, with a roar that shook the 9 heavens, a bolt of lightning that seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth roared as it descended from the sky. This was the tribulation of a sage king. It was extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, countless experts had perished under this tribulation. But usually, the first tribulation was the weakest. But in Lin Sun's eyes, the tribulation thunder that descended from the sky was as thick as the Milky Way. The lightning transformed into a waterfall that poured down from the 9 heavens, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Oh my God! Yu Yunhe and the others were dumbfounded. This was only the beginning and the power of the tribulation thunder was already so terrifying. Wouldn't it become more and more terrifying as it progressed? They had seen the tribulation of a sage king before. When the important figures of the Yu clan underwent the tribulation, the juniors would watch from the side. But they had never seen one as terrifying as the tribulation thunder before them. Without a doubt, the tribulation of a sage king that Lin Sun had triggered was not ordinary. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," Lin Sun was unperturbed. His figure rose up without any cover and he faced the tribulation thunder with his bare fists. The tribulation was both a crisis and an opportunity. It was born from the heavens and represented the will of the great Tao. It was seen as a punishment from the heavens. This could be seen from the word tribulation. This word was formed from the words remove and power. The meaning was self-evident. It was to remove the power of cultivation. If a cultivator had no power of cultivation, he would naturally perish. This was tribulation, and the tribulation was usually made up of lightning and punishment from the heavens. It was also very particular. Lightning was the source of destruction and the beginning of life. In the midst of destruction, there was a sliver of life. This was lightning. In spring, when lightning moved, life would flourish and all things would come to life. What was displayed was the Tao of life contained in lightning. It was the same for the tribulation. If one could not endure it, they would perish and their souls would perish. If one overcame it, then one would be able to seize a chance at survival, break through, and undergo a tremendous change that was like rebirth. Bang, 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 the silver tribulation thunder, which was as terrible as a waterfall of the Milky Way, hit Lin Sun's body, causing a series of dazzling lightning sparks and a dull roar. He deduced his own Tao and technique and transformed it into a great abyss that actually swallowed, absorbed, and refined all the tribulation lightning that blasted down towards him, and used it to temper his skin, tendons, bones, and vital energy. Lin Sun's figure was shining like a crystal-clear diamond, with twisted electric arcs flashing on his skin. How terrifying was that destructive energy? Yet it was actually unable to harm him at all. In next to no time, the first wave of tribulation lightning was completely neutralized. Yu Yunhe and the others gasped, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Was this even possible? But before they could react, the second wave of tribulation lightning had already poured down. Rumble. Rumble, this time it was purple-colored lightning tribulation that condensed into great Dao flowers. They were dense and brilliant as they scattered down from the sky dome. Every single tribulation lightning Dao flower was branded with the will and laws of destruction, and it was so beautiful and so terrifying, not to mention Yu Yunhe and the others. Even the cultivators that were watching from different areas of the Dayu's secret realm were dazed and felt disbelief. Because they'd never seen, heard, or even heard of such a mysterious and unfathomable tribulation lightning, Lin Sun stood in the sky, took a deep breath, and deduced his own Dao. His entire body was like a great abyss that lay across the sky, deep and boundless, and he circulated it with all his might as if he wanted to swallow the heavens and the earth. As soon as the violet tribulation lightning Dao flowers descended, they bloomed densely within the abyss, and their stamens spat out strands of frightening violet lightning. The destructive energy they contained caused Yu Yunhe and the others to feel their scalps go numb just by looking at it from afar, and their souls almost left their bodies. It was the will of the heavens that had been condensed to the extreme, and it was an extreme method of heavenly punishment. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of stamens bloomed within the abyss, and violet lightning flowed, causing the entire abyss to tremble and rumble violently. But in the end, Lin Sun resisted it, his breathing surged like wind and thunder, and the aura around his body was like a boiling furnace that maintained the stability of the entire abyss. Those tribulation lightning Dao flowers that would cause any sage king to feel despair withered and were annihilated within the abyss after they bloomed to the extreme. The trace of vitality of the heavenly Dao that they released was completely absorbed by Lin Sun to refine his body and strengthen his body and soul. Brother Lin is too ferocious. Yu Yunhe and the others were drenched in cold sweat, and they had yet to recover from the shock. The Sage King Dao tribulation was extremely terrifying to begin with, and even the most dazzling figures in the world were extremely careful when they transcended the tribulation. They would either activate numerous formations to protect themselves, or use the secret treasures of their sects to resolve the tribulation. Even so, those who were able to transcend the tribulation had a slim chance of survival, and only 1 in 1,000 would survive. But Lin Sun seemed to be completely different. His Sage King Dao tribulation was unbelievably powerful, and it was unprecedented and unheard of. This was enough to cause anyone to feel despair, but he transcended the tribulation as easily as eating and drinking. Even if an old monster reincarnated, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. Yu Yunhe and the others sighed. Rumble, the lightning tribulation did not stop, and it became even more intense. The tribulation clouds were as black as ink, and the tribulation lightning was like a dragon, rolling and roaring, shining with different lights. In the end, the green tribulation lightning transformed into the shadow of a god, and the lightning spear in its fingers tore through the sky and struck down. At that moment, countless cultivators in the Dayu mystic realm were shocked, and their bodies trembled in fear. A tribulation lightning that transformed into the dharma of a god. There was also a rumor on the starry sky ancient path that in the primordial times, there was a peerless genius transcending the tribulation, and he provoked the jealousy of the heavens, causing the tribulation lightning of a god to descend. Anyone who came into contact with it would definitely die. But now, such an illusory legend had actually come true. Who was transcending the tribulation? Could it be Lin Daoyuan? It must be him. Previously, he suppressed the geniuses of the 9 realms by himself, and he was extremely powerful. Isn't he the same as the legendary peerless genius from the primordial times? Countless voices of shock rose and fell, and they were guessing the identity of the person who was transcending the tribulation. However, the distance was too far, and the restriction of the 9 Pinnacles mountain range was obstructed, so they were utterly unable to see the appearance of the person who was transcending the tribulation. At this moment, Lin Sun was already fighting fiercely with the green lightning tribulation shadow. Boom, lightning rumbled, and the sound of Dao shook the sky. The godlike figure of tribulation lightning held the lightning spear in its hand, and it carried boundless killing intent and drew the destructive force of the heavens. as if it was the embodiment of the will of the heavens. On the other hand, Lin Sun fought it barehanded. His figure was like a great abyss that swallowed the sky, and his Tao was like a furnace that suppressed the world. For a time, the sky was in chaos, and the turbulence was like the end of the world. Puff, not long after, Lin Sun's shoulder was pierced by a spear, and blood splattered. He turned a blind eye to it, and he stretched out his arm and twisted it. The great abyss rumbled, and with a grab, he tore off the arm of the godlike figure, causing thunderstorms to pour down like a waterfall. This arm transformed into pure and surging lightning, and it was completely devoured by Lin Sun to temper both inside and outside of his body. Again. Lin Sun's cold eyes were like lightning, and he was full of fighting intent. The godlike figure flickered, and its broken arm grew back. With a thunderous sound, it attacked again, as if it had been infuriated, and it became more and more terrifying. Even if Lin Sun fought with all his might, in the end, his body was blasted to the point that blood flowed, his muscles cracked, and his flesh was torn. His muscles exploded one after another, revealing his sparkling and resplendent bones that were like divine gold. The scene of serious injuries made Yunhe and others break out in a cold sweat, and their hearts were hanging in their throats. According to the legend, the peerless genius that had once triggered the godlike figure of tribulation lightning was doomed to die. Could Lin Sun get through it? As soon as this thought came into their minds, they saw Lin Sun let out a roar like a dragon above the sky. The great abyss behind him covered, and with a bang, it completely swallowed the godlike figure. This? Yunhe and the others were stunned speechless. The third tribulation lightning vanished like smoke in thin air. After swallowing the entire godlike figure formed by the tribulation lightning, although Lin Sun was seriously injured, his aura was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The surging vitality of the tribulation lightning was undoubtedly the most precise and magical power in the world. After being refined by Lin Sun gradually, it turned into a kind of power to break through the realm. He got through it? In the Du secret realm, the heroes were in a trance, and their guts were trembling. The first tribulation lightning was like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven, majestic and boundless. The second tribulation lightning was condensed into the flower of Dao, which bloomed to the extreme and destroyed to the extreme. The third tribulation lightning transformed into the godlike figure, which was the most terrifying. It was said that the peerless genius in the primitive times had suffered from this tribulation. Now, the third tribulation lightning had ended, but these cultivators didn't know whether the person who crossed the tribulation was dead or alive. But soon, there was a cry of surprise. No, why is there still more? The tribulation lightning is not over yet. Above the sky, not only did the thunderclouds not dissipate, but they became more condensed. The colorful tribulation lightning was dazzling, and it seemed to be brewing a powerful killing move. Witnessing such a scene, everyone was shocked and in disbelief. Since ancient times, no matter who crossed the tribulation lightning of the King Sage, it would end with the third tribulation lightning. But now, something unexpected happened. One should know that even the tribulation lightning of the King Sage was also three tribulation lightning, but its power was extremely great and far from ordinary. They had never heard of such an unbelievable change when crossing the tribulation lightning of the King Sage. This is unprecedented and unheard of, many people gasped. Such a shocking change could only prove that the person who crossed the tribulation was too heaven-defying. The power he controlled and the path he pursued had probably touched the forbidden area, at this moment. Without giving Lin Sun time to recover completely, the fourth tribulation lightning descended. Boom! The monstrous crimson tribulation lightning transformed into a copper furnace that tore through the sky and descended. The copper furnace was so large that it was like a divine mountain, and it surged with boundless crimson tribulation lightning. The radiance it emanated dyed the heavens and the earth red like blood. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. The tribulation lightning furnace, throughout the ages, who had seen it before? Brother Lin, Yunhe and the others couldn't sit still at all. They were so nervous that their bodies were stiff. The fourth Saint King's tribulation, if this matter was spread out, it would definitely shock the Dao world and even the whole starry ancient road. Time went by. The bronze furnace transformed by the tribulation thunder was shining under the sky and roaring. It was impossible to know Lin Sun's situation. But everyone knew that the fourth thunder tribulation was destined to be horrible beyond imagination. Boom! After a quarter of an hour, the furnace transformed by the red thunder tribulation in the sky suddenly burst into pieces. The blazing thunder light cut through the sky, dazzling. Lin Sun's figure fell directly from the void and fell thousands of feet down. His muscles all over his body were cracked, and the healed wounds were broken again. "Brother Lin!" Yu Yunhe cried out in shock. "What are you shouting for? You're not dead yet." Lin Sun's voice came out in the rapid gasping. His figure wriggled and quickly healed in the void. His embarrassed figure became straight as a sword again, looking down on others as before. Yu Yunhe was stunned and clenched his fists excitedly. The fourth thunder tribulation had been passed. What a divine man! Yu Yunfeng and Yu Yunlong were both excited. Lin Sun's arrogant, strong, and unyielding demeanor made their blood boil. On the other hand, to the cultivators that were scattered throughout Dayu world, it was like they'd witnessed an unprecedented miracle occur. It was world-shaking and unprecedented, but it was nothing more than this. Up until now, Lin Sun still had a lingering fear in his heart. Because he'd experienced the tribulation and bombardment within the divine furnace formed from the tribulation lightning. He felt like a medicinal pill that was undergoing endless tempering, and it simply felt like he'd fallen into purgatory. "It's finally over," Lin Sun breathed a long sigh of relief. He could clearly feel that his body, soul, state of mind, and even his cultivation all seemed to have broken the shackles and produced amazing and wonderful changes. However, just when he was about to meditate and feel, boom, there was a sudden violent vibration in the depths of the 3,000-mile tribulation cloud. Lin Sun took the lead and his pupils couldn't help shrinking. In the depths of the thunderclouds, a golden Dharma form appeared out of thin air. It was a phantom that seemed like a dragon yet wasn't a dragon, like a snake yet wasn't a snake. It was 3 kilometers in size, and it stood on a sea of tribulation lightning while the sun, moon, and stars coiled around its body. Its pupils were like vortexes of tribulation lightning, and it emanated a supreme dignified aura of looking down upon all living beings. When it appeared, the entire Dayu secret realm shook. The mountains, grass, and trees rustled and the void wailed. It was as if the will of the heavens had manifested in the mortal world. The eternal, supreme, and destructive imposing aura it emanated oppressed some cultivators to the point they fell weakly to the ground while their souls were on the verge of collapse. Even a few individuals with powerful cultivations were trembling, their faces deathly pale, on the verge of collapse. After the fourth lightning tribulation, this unprecedented tribulation wasn't over yet. What kind of calamity is this? Yu Yunhe and the others were the closest to Lin Sun. If it wasn't for the protection of Emperor Yu's celestial palace, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the terrifying heavenly might. Even so, they only felt a kind of fear emerging from the depths of their souls. It was the absolute awe of power, which couldn't be resolved or suppressed at all. At the same time, Lin Sun's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He felt a trace of familiar aura. It was similar to the 3 taboo Tao tribulations that shrouded the ancient desolation realm. It was the aura of power that had killed the holy monk Du Ji and the Black Phoenix Holy Queen. Even if I seek the unprecedented Tao in the whole world, it shouldn't cause such a terrible tribulation. This tribulation is clearly aimed at me. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep and terrifying. The emergence of the fourth lightning tribulation was already an unexpected accident. When the fifth lightning tribulation appeared, it was no longer an accident, but an anomaly. Boom, the world roared, and the sky seemed to collapse. The phantom that looked like a snake and a dragon seemed to wake up from silence, and the power it released became more and more terrifying. The lightning tribulation all turned into a part of its body. At this moment, everyone in the secret realm of Dayu felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, and their souls went blank. They couldn't see anything anymore, as if their 6 senses had been abandoned. So did Yu Yunhe and others. This kind of thunder tribulation couldn't be measured by common sense. It was so strange that it could be called a taboo. Between heaven and earth, only Lin Sun stood in the void. In his state of mind, soul, and even physical instinct, there was an uncontrollable sense of fatal danger. His expression was as solemn as water. Boom, the phantom of thunder tribulation moved. It raised a huge palm that covered the sky and slapped down. Suddenly, the world was torn apart, the space was broken, and the space-time storm was raging. Before the giant palm arrived, the restrictive power covering the divine palace of Emperor Yu collapsed as if it couldn't bear the heavy load. The huge Nine Pinnacles mountain was exposed, but then it began to collapse. Lin Sun wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Fight! He rushed up, and a big abyss emerged behind him. His power was deduced to the extreme, and even the power of the spiritual vein was activated. Under such circumstances, there was no way to retreat or avoid. Bang! In an instant, like an ant trying to shake a tree, Lin Sun was directly slapped down from the sky. His body smashed into the ground, and his flesh, tendons, and bones were almost completely broken. The power of the Phantom of Thunder Tribulation was beyond Lin Sun's imagination. Again. Lin Sun rushed up against it. He was covered with bright Taoist light, like a big sun rushing to the sky. Bang! Once again, Lin Sun was smashed down from the sky. His body was broken, and blood was flowing. It was extremely miserable. Lin Sun had passed many thunder tribulations since he started his cultivation, but it was the first time that he encountered such an indestructible and terrifying thunder tribulation. If it were someone else, he would have been desperate and abandoned himself to despair. But Lin Sun gritted his teeth and rushed up again. At his level of cultivation, even if there was only a remnant soul or a drop of blood left, there was still a chance to recover. Not to mention that he had mastered the law of immortality. Go on. Lin Sun's fighting spirit was boiling, and his blood was surging. All kinds of Taoist magic were deduced from Lin Sun's hands. The more he was defeated, the braver he became. In the end, his body was torn apart, and only his spirit was left, maintaining an unyielding and tenacious will to resist with all his strength. Boom! The Phantom of Thunder Tribulation stretched out its giant palm and slapped Lin Sun again. Its palm and fingers were full of the forbidden power of calamity, and the breath of destruction was amazing. Lin Sun took a deep breath and presented the Tower of Endless Tao. Finally, he blocked the blow, but the tower was shaken away. The Phantom of Thunder Tribulation suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a beam of thunder tribulation, which reflected the image of the sun, the moon, and the galaxy. Lin Sun didn't care about anything else at all. He presented the infinite Tao bottle, the broken sword, the insignificant bow and other treasures one after another. But under the bombardment of the beam of thunder tribulation, they all collapsed one by one. Seeing that the world-destroying blow was coming, Lin Sun gritted his teeth and presented the 3,000 floating and sinking. Almost at the same time, a wonderful feeling came to his heart. The inherited power, which had turned into the pattern of the crescent moon and 3 stars in Lin Sun's body, suddenly felt hot. At this moment, Lin Sun felt like being held by the right hand of a god. He clung to the 3,000 floating and sinking and gently swept it in the void. Boom! The world was turned upside down. The blazing beam of thunder tribulation seemed to be washed away by an irresistible force and disappeared in the void at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the sky, the Phantom of Thunder Tribulation seemed to be hit hard. Its body suddenly rolled violently, and the strange and horrible breath of calamity became weaker and weaker. It was as if a peerless master had suddenly lost all his strength. It turns out that this is not my tribulation to break through the realm at all, but a strange taboo power. If it weren't for the 3,000 floating and sinking left by my master, I'm afraid I couldn't resist this taboo power no matter how powerful I was. Looking at the horsetail whisk in his hand, Lin Sun understood. There was always a slim chance of survival when a practitioner went through a tribulation. But there was no chance of survival at all in the 5th tribulation. It was obvious that the 5th tribulation was going to wipe him out. Where does this taboo power come from? Thinking of this, Lin Sun looked uncertain. If it weren't for the 3,000 floating and sinking, he might not have been able to escape this time. In the sky, the tribulation clouds rolled, and the Phantom of Thunder Tribulation finally collapsed, turning into a sea of bright and pure lightning, which poured down and was absorbed by Lin Sun and contained in his body. It was visible to the naked eye that his broken body was reconstructed at an amazing speed. In the end, his whole body was bathed in thunder tribulation, undergoing a new transformation after breaking through the realm. When Lin Sun's body was completely condensed, his breath instantly soared and rose steadily to a level that was unimaginable to the world. It was as high as the sky, as high as the sun and the moon, immortal and immortal. It was also at this time that the tribulation clouds covering a range of 3,000 miles in the sky finally collapsed and disappeared, and the sky became clear again. As soon as Yu Yunhe and others, whose 6 senses were abandoned and their bodies and minds fell into a vast blankness, they saw a shocking scene. In the sky, Lin Sun stood in the void, blooming with bright Taoist light, as if he was the only center between heaven and earth, just like a ruler. So invincible, so proud. Have we finally passed through? Yu Yunhe and others were stunned, thinking of all the horrible scenes that happened before, as if it was a lifetime ago. Swoosh, Lin Sun floated down and entered Emperor Yu's celestial palace. I want to seal this place, firstly to temper and stabilize my cultivation, and secondly to condense the realm of Tao. During this period, I have to trouble the three of you to stay here. Yu Yunhe and others nodded subconsciously. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and the palace gate closed with a loud bang. Then, countless formation diagrams emerged and covered the entire palace. Then, he approached the 9 cauldrons hanging in the void of the palace. The previous tribulation was so terrifying that the nearby mountains and rivers exploded and collapsed, but Emperor Yu's celestial palace was safe and sound. This was because the palace was covered by an extremely magical prohibition power. At this time, Lin Sun was just using the prohibition power to close the palace tightly. Almost at the same time, outside the Daiyu mystery realm, Feng Ruxue, dressed in snow-white clothes, moved through the void like a peerless divine sword. His expression was indifferent, and he looked around. Finally, he looked at the entrance of the Daiyu mystery realm. Swoosh, in the next moment, Feng Rushue's figure swept into it and disappeared. Since last night until now, Xianxia has spent almost 3,000 monthly tickets. He pushed his ranking to the 5th place in one fell swoop. Old you, am really surprised and happy for Xianxia. The 9 cauldrons floated in the air, and the laws of chaos flowed within them as they emanated an obscure and miraculous radiance. Lin Sun sat cross-legged at the center of the 9 cauldrons. His spirit, energy, and essence rumbled as his vital energy circulated. He was like a divine king that was tempering his cultivation. After attaining the Saint King realm, the divine Tao mountain within Lin Sun's black hole world had transformed into a divine altar that was 30 kilometers tall. This divine altar was condensed from the cultivation of a cultivator, and it was branded with various great Tao laws. It was also regarded as the divine altar of a Saint King. This was the most obvious transformation after attaining the Saint King realm. Lin Sun wasn't in a hurry to establish and condense his own Tao domain. He'd just overcome a peerless tribulation, and his strength had undergone a complete transformation. He needed to comprehend and stabilize his cultivation. A Saint King is called a king in the saint realm, and they're the leader of all saints. They're like tigers in the forest, capable of making all beasts revere and fear them. A supreme Saint King is different from an ordinary Saint King. The energy, laws, soul, and physique they control are 10 times or even 100 times stronger than an ordinary Saint King. With my current cultivation realm, just a little bit of my aura is enough to deter all saints. In the past, Lin Sun had killed many Saint Kings, and he was very clear about their resources and abilities. Now, when he compared it to the power that he controlled, he finally realized just how extraordinary the word absolute peak was in the Saint King realm. A supreme Saint King and a Saint King were both in the same realm, but the difference between them was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. For example, the divine altar of a Saint King within Lin Sun's body revealed a unique aura that was unique to the heavens. It was as if it was made of immortal gold, indestructible and indestructible, not to mention an ordinary Saint King. Even the divine altar of a supreme Saint King in the world would probably dim in comparison to Lin Sun. After all, Lin Sun had just broken through, and his cultivation was only at the early stage of a Saint King. But if he were to attack with his full strength, he could easily annihilate a Saint King who had attained the advanced stage of cultivation. For example, it was extremely difficult for him to approach the 9 cauldrons when he was at the peak of the Great Saint realm. But now, he could easily cultivate here. Rumble, as Lin Sun comprehended, he relied on the source energy of chaos to temper his body. Every breath he took caused the Tao to resound, and his entire body emitted a great might. From afar, Yu Yunhe and the other 2 felt like they were suffocating just by watching from afar. An instinctive fear arose in the depths of their hearts, as though they were ants looking up at a god in the heavens. At the same time, outside Emperor Yu's divine palace, the white-robed Feng Ruxue stood in the air and looked around. A hint of surprise could not help but appear on her face. This expanse of the heavens and the earth seemed as if the end of the world had arrived. The mountains had collapsed, all living things had been annihilated, the ground had cracked apart, and signs of ruins had appeared everywhere. There were still traces of a shocking destructive aura lingering in the air. Is this really caused by the Saint King's tribulation caused by a young man breaking through? Feng Rushue frowned. On the way here, he had already heard that a great calamity that affected the entire Dayou mystic realm had descended a few hours ago. The scene that appeared at that time could be said to be unimaginably terrifying and rarely seen in history. However, when Feng Rushue asked, no one dared to confirm the identity of the person undergoing the tribulation and whether or not he succeeded. Lin Daoyuan. Lin Daoyuan, Feng Rushue silently recited this name in his heart, and his expression became increasingly indifferent and cold. Now, the restrictive spells around the Nine Pinnacles mountain range had been destroyed, exposing the ancient and majestic Emperor Yu's celestial palace to the world. No matter who you are, you must die today. Feng Rushue's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he walked forward. From the moment he confirmed Li Yu's death, he could no longer control the murderous intent in his heart. Open! Thousands of feet away from Emperor Yu's celestial palace, Feng Rushue's imposing figure drew a line with his fingers, and a streak of sword chi shot up into the sky. The sword chi was snow-white, and with a slash, it was as if a galaxy had descended from the sky. Within the sword chi, ice and snow howled, and the sun and moon fluctuated. It was a shocking sight. Boom! When the sword chi pressed down, Emperor Yu's celestial palace surged with Dao runes, transforming into a restrictive force that blocked the stunning sword. The two collided and created an intense tremor. Damn it, someone actually attacked this place. Within Emperor Yu's celestial palace, Yu Yunhe and the rest were alarmed, and they all looked furious. This palace was left behind by the ancestor of the Yu clan. It was originally a place of opportunity prepared for the cultivators of the Nine Great Worlds, but now, someone actually wanted to destroy it. However, in the next moment, Yu Yunhe and the rest understood the reason. Outside the hall, an emotionless and cold voice was heard, Lin Daoyuan, come out and die. Every single word he spoke was like a peerless sword that possessed an awe-inspiring edge, and it caused others to shudder with fear. Yu Yunhe and the rest looked at each other with a serious expression. There was no need to guess. They knew that the person who dared to challenge them in such a domineering manner must be an important figure. And the purpose must be to take revenge for Qi Lingzi, Shui Biyun, and the other top figures of the Nine Realms. After all, Lin Sun had suppressed them with one hand previously, and they were utterly defeated. Damn it, Brother Lin shouldn't have been merciful. Yu Yunhe gritted his teeth. Sigh, the situation was different then. If Lin Sun had not been merciful, the forces behind the prides of the Nine Realms would have taken revenge on our Yu clan. Yu Yunfeng sighed softly. Haha, don't be nervous, you too. This Emperor Yu's celestial palace was left behind by our ancestor. It won't be easily broken. We just need to wait here. As Yu Yunlong spoke, he looked at Lin Sun in the distance and said in a low voice, when Brother Lin has completed his cultivation, who can stop you? Lin Daoyuan, if you hide and refuse to come out, then I'll definitely make it impossible for you to live or die once I break open this place. Feng Rushue's piercingly cold voice sounded again. So King noisy. Yu Yunhe was annoyed and scolded. Whoosh, a wave of restriction rolled and even the sound of the outside world was isolated. They heard Lin Sun's voice, don't bother. When I come out of seclusion, I will take his head. His words were spoken in a casual manner. But in Yu Yunhe's ears, it sounded arrogant and domineering. They felt refreshed and inexplicably felt more at ease. In the outside world, Feng Rushue frowned. The restriction covering the celestial palace of Emperor Yu was too strong. He had already slashed 3 times, but he could only shake it and not break it. As expected of the treasured land left behind by Emperor Yu, Feng Rushue sighed in his heart. Even though the methods of the Emperor realm had been worn down by time, it was not something a peak sage king like him could break. Brother Feng. Right at this moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation arose like tidewater, and then numerous figures appeared successively here. They were the important figures of the 9 realms who had gathered in the main hall of the Star Sword Pavilion. The leader was the green-robed elder of the Star Sword Pavilion. You guys are here too. Feng Rushue glanced at them and his expression became calm again. Brother Feng, is that Lin murderer hiding in there? The green-robed elder looked at the celestial palace of Emperor Yu. His name was Li Pe, a sage king in the Perfection realm. He had been famous in the Great Yu realm for a long time and was only one step away from becoming an emperor. However, compared to Feng Ruxue, who was an apex saint king, a saint king like him who had yet to reach the apex was slightly inferior. That's right. Feng Ruxue nodded. The green-robed elder Li Pe said with a solemn expression, on our way here, we heard that this boy seems to have triggered a shocking sage king tribulation. If he is still alive, I'm afraid he has already stepped into the sage king realm and is completely different from before. The expressions of the others were also uncertain. They had come here because they suspected that Lin Daoyuan was the Lin Sun who was rumored to be wanted by the world. But they did not expect to hear the news of this peerless tribulation as soon as they arrived. All of them were slightly surprised by this. So what if he has broken through? He is just a young man who has stepped into the Sage King realm for the first time. It is easy to kill him while his realm is not stable. Feng Rushua's expression was cold. His figure was like a sword and his clothes were whiter than snow. All of us here are Sage Kings. Brother Feng, Brother Qi, and Brother Shui are all peak Sage Kings. With our combined strength, it is indeed not difficult to kill such a young man. The green-robed elder Li Pe said, but before that, there is one thing I need to tell Brother Feng. Oh? Feng Ruxue raised his brows. This boy is most likely Lin Sun. Li Pe said in a low voice. Lin Sun, the aura around Feng Ruxue suddenly roared. His black hair fluttered and his eyes were suffused with a terrifying divine light. With his status, how could he not have heard of Lin Sun? Then, Feng Ruxue understood and glanced at Li Pe and the rest. So, you are not here for revenge. Everyone smiled without saying anything. That was easy to guess. If it was just to deal with an ordinary person, it would not be enough for them to take action personally. Naturally, Lin Sun was not an ordinary person. He was involved in many secrets of the Kunlun ruins and had the fortune to become an emperor or ancestor. Not to mention them, even an emperor stage existence would be tempted. Li Pe stroked his beard and said, of course, we are only suspecting now. We do not dare to confirm if this boy is Lin Sun. But this is no longer important. As long as we capture him, we will find out the answer. Feng Ruxue looked at Emperor Yu's divine palace from afar and said, I don't care about this. Li Yu is dead. No matter who this boy is, he must atone for his crimes with his death. In the distance, Qi Lingzi, Shui Biyun, Lai Dongzhan and the other juniors had also arrived. They listened silently to the plans of these big shots with different expressions. Previously, they were defeated by Lin Sun and suffered the hatred of being robbed. This was a great shame to them. Now that these big shots had appeared to support them, of course, they were extremely excited. I don't care if you are Lin Daoyuan or Lin Sun. This time, let's see how long you can jump around. Qi Lingzi and the others sneered secretly, all of them looking forward to it. Between heaven and earth, a group of kings gathered, the weather changed, and the area was filled with killing intent. The slaughter was coming. At this moment, in Emperor Yu's divine palace, the 9 cauldrons roared and the chaotic aura covered Lin Sun's body like a tide. His expression was calm, ethereal and calm, as if he was unaware of the movements in the outside world. Time passed quickly, and 3 days had passed. Feng Ruxue, Li Pe, and the others waited patiently without any signs of impatience. At their realm, their state of mind and willpower were already extremely strong, so they naturally wouldn't be impatient because of waiting. Not to mention, if they really confirmed that Lin Daoyuan was Lin Sun, then it would be equivalent to waiting for a supreme fortune that could attract the attention of the entire starry sky ancient path. In the face of such a fortune, no one would be unwilling to wait. In these 3 days, the Dayu's secret realm wasn't peaceful either. Many cultivators had heard that the group of kings had set out and sealed off the area around the 9 Pinnacles mountain. And Lin Daoyuan had become the target of public criticism. This young man, who had never been famous before, had defeated Qi Lingzi, Shui Biyun, and the others. Now, he had become the most famous man in the Great Yu realm. But it was very obvious that the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. A great calamity had already come for him. Boom, in the Dayu secret realm, the 9 Pinnacles mountain trembled. How terrifying was Lin Sun's power when he cultivated. The surging power of the source of chaos surged into his body like a river, scouring his limbs and bones, inside and out of his body. In the end, a divine altar appeared above his head, and it was as dazzling as the sun. It contained various great Tao laws, and it actually gave others an unparalleled scene of immortality and eternity. At this point, Lin Sun's cultivation as a saint king had been completely stabilized. His body was crystal clear, and every inch of his pores flowed with mysterious Tao light. His pure vital energy flowed like a beacon, and his bones and tendons were like they were made of divine gold, dazzling and bright. Just the strength of his body was comparable to the most powerful divine weapons in the world. His soul resided in his mind and nurtured his body. Every single drop of his blood was like a peerless divine medicine that was filled with copious vitality. And his cultivation was like a big furnace. Surging pure green saint origin energy circulated between the chaotic whole acupoints, and it was so dense that it almost couldn't be dispersed. The three paths of body refinement, soul refinement, and chi refinement combined into one, and only the essence was one. However, Lin Sun encountered a great problem when he was establishing and condensing the Tao domain. His quintessent spirit vein was the grand abyss devouring sky, the foundation of his Tao was the star obliteration sky devouring Tao, yet the Tao art he created was the furnace of the grand Tao instead. If he were to condense the Tao realm, he would have to choose his own Tao as the source of energy. But what troubled Lin Sun was how to make his Tao realm attain a state of unprecedented and unique in the heavens. It was very difficult. The 9 cauldrons formed from the chaos origins laws allowed Lin Sun to forge an embryonic Tao domain. It was like a furnace, but not a furnace, like an abyss, but not an abyss. It presented a state of chaos. But how to perfect and condense a complete Tao field became a difficult problem for Lin Sun. A Tao domain was like a world, condensed from one's Tao attainments. In this world, every sage king's Tao domain was different. Their quality and power also varied greatly. If he wanted to use his Tao domain to stand above the world in terms of quality and strength, to reach a state where he stood at the peak of the domain, it was undoubtedly very difficult. Never mind. In any case, I've already tempered the embryonic form of my Tao domain. In the future, I'll naturally be able to form it when I overcome the knot in my heart. Lin Sun opened his eyes. Boom, as he stood up, a terrifying power that made one's heart tremble was released, causing the 9 cauldrons formed from the chaos origins to tremble violently. He's awake. Oh my God! What a terrifying power! Almost immediately, Yu Yunhe and the others were shocked. Looking from afar, they saw Lin Sun standing in the void, surrounded by the 9 cauldrons. His figure emitted a dazzling light of Tao. He was like a legendary divine king descending to the world with unparalleled elegance. The power that was released inadvertently made Yu Yunhe and the others had the palpitations of kneeling on the ground in worship. They especially felt a sense of insignificance. Was this the power of sage King Jueshu? Lin Sun glanced at them and floated down from the void. As he breathed, his body was like rivers flowing into the sea. He restrained all his aura, and his entire figure became plain and ethereal. If he was said to be like the ancient vault of heaven before, standing above the world, then he was like an ordinary person now. Divine objects concealed themselves, just like returning to their natural state. So did people. This made Yu Yunhe and the others stunned. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that this ordinary young man in front of them was a sage king who had passed through a great tribulation? Congratulations, Brother Lin. Yu Yunhe smiled and cupped his hands. Although Lin Sun's aura was restrained, Yu Yunhe still felt a sense of oppression and awe. It was like facing a tiger without its claws and teeth. What are you congratulating me for? There's a killing tribulation waiting for me outside this hall. Lin Sun said indifferently. At the mention of this, Yu Yunhe and the other two's hearts thumped. You can stay here and watch the battle. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and walked out of the hall. At this moment, a wisp of yearning that couldn't be restrained surged into his heart, and he wanted to test exactly how formidable his current strength was. As for how many opponents there were outside, Lin Sun no longer cared. He, who had stepped into the Sage King realm, was completely different from before. Even if an emperor-to-be came, he would dare to fight with him, in the sky above the 9 Pinnacles mountain range. Feng Rushue sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. A dull ancient sword lay in front of him, motionless like an old monk in meditation. Lipa, the elder of the Star Sword Pavilion, and the others were discussing matters in low voices. Now, all news in the Dayu secret realm has been blocked. I believe that no one will know what happened here in a short period of time. Lipa said leisurely, everyone knows that if this lad is really Lin's son, when we take away his good fortune and the news spreads, it will definitely bring us an unexpected disaster. That's right, this is a crime because of a treasure. You are very wise. The others nodded. They were also worried that once the news was leaked, some reclusive old antiques would definitely fight for it. What's the reaction from the Imperial Yu clan? Someone asked with a frown. What else can they do? The Yu clan is the wisest. If they dare to protect this lad, I'm afraid the big forces behind you will see the Yu clan as a target. Lipa laughed, very conceited. At this moment, the restrictive power that enveloped Emperor Yu's celestial palace in the distance suddenly produced a ripple-like fluctuation. Although the movement was subtle, Lipa and the others noticed it immediately. Swoosh, Feng Rushue, who was sitting in the air with his sword across his knees, opened his eyes. In their vision, a tall figure walked out of Emperor Yu's celestial palace with his hands behind his back. He's out. He finally can't take it anymore. The restrictive power of Emperor Yu's celestial palace has lost the support of the power contained in the Nine Pinnacles mountain. It won't take long for it to dissipate. He's smart, he knows that he'll die if he drags on. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. The Sage King realm bigwigs locked their eyes on Lin Sun. They were all eager to make a move. In their eyes, Lin Sun was an extremely tempting good fortune. Meanwhile, Qi Lingzi, Shui Biyun, and the others were all in high spirits, all of them excited. That damnable bastard had finally shown himself. Lin Sun, you've finally come out. Lipa said in a low voice. His voice was like thunder, reverberating in the surroundings. Lin Sun? Lin Sun glanced at the crowd in the distance. So you suspect my identity and see me as a treasure. No wonder so many people have gathered here. Lipa frowned. The reason why he suddenly shouted the name Lin Sun was to catch Lin Sun off guard and see his reaction. He didn't expect Lin Sun to be so calm and composed. Lin Sun. You're already at death's door. Can't you see the situation? Qi Lingzi couldn't help but shout. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. He said indifferently, I only know that you have to thank me for not killing you. But it seems that you don't appreciate it. In that case, I'll send you all to hell. You, Qi Lingzi, Shui Biyun, and the others were so angry that they laughed. It was as if they had heard the most absurd joke in the world. How could this guy still threaten them at such a time? Li Po's eyes were filled with a terrible divine light. He said with a dignified expression, Young man, I only ask you, are you Lin Sun? Every word was like thunder, directly striking people's hearts. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Lin Sun raised the corner of his mouth coldly. In that case, I also want to ask you, who will come to die first? How dare you? A short and fat old man in a yellow robe shouted and clapped his hand in the void. Boom, a huge yellow palm as big as a mountain condensed, intertwined with the law, and released the mountain-like power of the field domain. How could it be ordinary for a Saint King to make a move? Moreover, none of the big shots present was ordinary. They were either old monsters who had been immersed in this realm for countless years and had long reached the completion, or Saint Kings who had set foot on the top of the realm. Their combat power and power were even more terrible. For example, as soon as the short and fat old man in a yellow robe made a move, he had the great power to suppress the universe and kill all living beings in his palm. However, Lin Sun didn't even look at it. He put his left hand behind his back and flicked the fingers of his right hand gently. The giant yellow palm coming from the sky, like a punctured ball, burst in an instant with a roar. Whoosh, at the same time, Lin Sun's figure disappeared into thin air. The next moment, he appeared in front of the short and fat old man in a yellow robe and pressed his palm out. His palm was slender, fair, and crystal clear, without a trace of worldly aura. But as the palm came down, it made the short and fat old man stiffen all over. His eyes seemed to be covered by a sky curtain, and he felt suffocated. Open! He was almost at a loss. He roared and waved his fist. His sleeves fluttered, and his fist force burst forth, condensing into the power of the field of Tao to fight head-on. Bang! When the palm and fist collided, the short and fat old man's fist force was crushed like paper. His sleeves were torn and flew around like butterflies. His fist, wrist, and even his entire arm exploded inch by inch, and blood and flesh splattered. Boom! In the end, his body was unable to withstand the power of this palm, and he was sent flying through the air, exploding violently. Blood rained down. He killed a Saint King with one palm. All the kings present were shocked and their expressions changed. The short and fat yellow-robed old man was a Saint King in the Baihao Major world. His status and combat power were first class in the same realm. But he was killed in a snap of a finger. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun was calm and composed. Even when he attacked, there was not a trace of smoke and fire in his body. How is this possible? Someone cried out. When I was in the Great Saint Realm, I could cross a realm and kill a Saint King. Now that I'm in the same realm as you, it's easy for me to kill you. Why is it impossible? Lin Sun said calmly. He stood in the void, his aura calm and ethereal. Arrogant. A thin man in a black robe snorted coldly and attacked with his spear. Boom! The shadow of the spear flickered and turned into a Tao domain that suddenly covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the domain. Black fog rolled and thousands of phantoms of gods and demons appeared, roaring and rushing over. Tao domain, 3,000 gods and demons. Lin Sun's black eyes were indifferent, without sadness or joy. He drew a line with his fingers and a sword chi swept out. It was fierce and domineering. Chi, the Tao domain that was intertwined with terrifying laws, was torn apart by the sword chi like a piece of cloth. The sword chi swept across, and wherever it passed, the phantoms of gods and demons were all cut down. The void was broken by the sword, and the world was shaken. Only the sword chi was as vast as the sun. Puff! The thin man in a black robe coughed up blood and staggered back. He was injured by the sword chi. His chest was torn open with a deep wound, and his stomach was almost cut open. Hiss! Seeing this scene, elderly Pa and the others all changed their expressions. Even Feng Wuxue and the other Saint Kings frowned and showed a trace of seriousness. The combat power of the man in a black robe was not inferior to some of the Saint Kings present, but Lin Sun's Tao domain was broken by the sword and caused a sword injury. How can he be so powerful? Some big shots were surprised and hesitated. If they treated Lin Sun as a junior when they came, then now Lin Sun was equivalent to them in the same realm, and in terms of combat power, he had an absolute advantage. He has already stepped into the peak Saint King realm. Feng Wuxue spoke. His voice was piercingly cold like the wind as it drifted in the air. His white clothes fluttered while a dim and ancient sword floated before him, and his entire body suddenly emanated shocking sword insight that surged through the surroundings. His words caused the entire crowd to tremble. If the Saint King realm was crowned with the words absolute peak, then the meaning behind it would be completely different. No one expected that a young man like Lin Sun had made such extraordinary achievements on the road of Tao. Boom! Just when everyone was in doubt, Lin Sun had started selling again. He punched out gently. The punch was simple and unadorned, but it was as powerful as an ancient divine mountain. Boundless space collapsed in the face of the punch, and a crack appeared in the sky. It was headed straight for a grey-robed elder. At this moment, the fist was like a divine mountain, rumbling like thunder, its power unparalleled. Humph! The grey-robed elder snorted coldly, and his body suddenly turned into an ape of thousands of meters high. His whole body was covered with black and blue brilliance, and his chi and blood were rolling like smoke, spreading in all directions and condensing into a Tao field. Body refining Saint King. Moreover, the condensed Tao field was like a bloody purgatory, which was poured by the surging law of Tao and the power of chi and blood. It reflected the ferocious scene of white bones and blood flowing like a sea. Vaguely, there were even shrill cries of ghosts and gods drifting out. Such a Tao domain had obviously attained an extremely profound state, and it was like a true world. And the black-blue giant ape transformed by the grey-robed elder was like the lord of the world, sitting on the white bone mountain and controlling the bloody sea. Boom! Lin Sun's punch was quickly crushed and obliterated by the power of white bones, blood river, demons and so on, producing a deafening roar and a rain of light. What peerless Saint King! I have just set foot in this realm, and my cultivation is not stable. What's there to be afraid of? The black-blue giant ape sneered, stepping on the white bone and the blood sea. His whole body was surging with terrible power. Really? Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he punched again. It was the same simple punch, but compared with the previous one, it carried a shocking momentum, pulling all kinds of mysteries of Tao and roaring out. It was just a punch, but it gave people the feeling that it was accompanied by the Tao of Heaven, deducing all kinds of methods. What a strong aura! The black-blue giant ape's eyes narrowed, and with a roar, he waved a giant white bone stick and rushed to Lin Sun. As he moved, the purgatory-like bloody world also moved, and black fog emerged. Boom, the two collided, the world trembled, and the sun and moon lost their light. In the smoke and dust, the black-blue giant ape, who was thousands of feet tall, stood in the void, with a look of disbelief. His voice was hoarse, with a sense of loss. How can he be so strong? Before he could finish speaking, his 10,000-meter-tall body exploded into pieces. Lin Sun's punch not only destroyed his Tao domain, but also shattered his body. The fist force was like a raging thunderstorm, crushing his soul, internal organs, tendons, bones, flesh, skin, all of them, turning them into a rain of blood. In the end, even the splattering rain of blood was blown away by the fist force, completely evaporating in the void. A body-refining holy king could be reborn with a drop of blood, but it was obvious that the gray-robed old man, who had turned into a giant ape, had no possibility of resurrection. With a single punch, another Saint King was killed. The audience was shocked. At this point, in just a moment, the short and fat yellow-robed old man was killed by a palm, and then the black-robed man was seriously injured by a sword. At this time, a body-refining holy king like the black-robed old man was killed by a punch, a palm, a sword, a punch. Every confrontation ended with irresistible force, and the battle ended in a snap of the fingers. Looking at Lin Sun again, he stood in the void, his clothes fluttering, like a legendary banished immortal, spotless and unscathed. Is there anyone else who wants to die? Lin Sun's voice was calm as he scanned the audience, and the expressions of those big shots were uncertain. As for Qi Lingzi, Shui Biyun, and the other young people, they had long been stunned. Compared to a few days ago, the current Lin Sun had already reached an unimaginable level. I'll do it. Feng Wuxue floated out, his expression indifferent, and his clothes were whiter than snow. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Feng Wuxue, a peerless holy king, was also a sword king with unparalleled combat power. With him taking action, the outcome would be decided. Speaking of which, although this group of people came together, they came from the 9 great worlds after all. They belonged to different camps, and they all had different thoughts. Just like just now, when Lin Sun attacked, even though he killed 2 big shots, to them, they were just shocked and amazed by Lin Sun's combat power, and they had no intention of taking action from beginning to end. Clang! The sword hummed like a tide. The dull ancient sword rang in front of Feng Wuxue, as if thirsting for blood. Feng Wuxue's aura also changed at this moment. His white clothes were like an immortal, and his sword intent was like a god. Standing there, he released a terrible power, which made other big shots feel suffocated and extremely depressed. The clouds in the sky collapsed, and the void wailed as if bowing to him. Lin Sun's black eyes brightened, and he sighed with emotion. Finally, there is a worthy opponent. I hope you won't let me down. Just one sentence enraged everyone here. This person was truly arrogant. Who was Feng Wuxue? How could he think of him as someone worthy of a fight? If that's the case, then what are they? Didn't he want to see? Disappointed? No, you must die. Feng Wuxue was calm, and his white hair was flying. His momentum became more and more fierce, like a divine sword hanging in the sky, its light shining on the mountains and rivers. Whoosh, he waved his sleeve, and the dull ancient sword in front of him swept out. Suddenly, the world seemed to be unable to bear the power of the sword and burst into pieces. The unparalleled sword Qi, wrapped in pure and condensed power to the extreme, whistled. Boom, the mountains and rivers were shaking, and all the big shots present gasped. This was the demeanor of an ultimate Saint King. It was unimaginably powerful. Not bad, not bad. You are qualified to be my whetstone. While laughing, Lin Sun faced the attack. He stretched out his figure, and his spirit burst out like a silent copper furnace in a chaotic world. A terrifying wave that no one could imagine burst out from Lin's sun, as if it was going to collapse the heavens. The entire Nine Pinnacles mountain trembled, and all the creatures within 1,000 miles trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. This guy has really become an ultimate Saint King. There was a commotion in the field, and everyone was shocked. Lin's sun was plain and ethereal like a banished immortal before. But at this moment, when he really operated his strength, the power seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Boom, as early as when everyone was trembling, Lin's sun had already punched out and collided with the dull ancient sword. The fist and the sword collided, producing a vibration like the sound of metal clashing. Unparalleled Taoist light splashed, and turbulent waves spread in all directions. Feng Rushue frowned slightly. This sword actually failed to hurt Lin's sun. However, Lin's sun's figure paused for a moment, and then he attacked again. When the time comes, heaven and earth are together. Feng Rushue's expression was calm and solemn. He controlled the dull ancient sword and demonstrated his own swordsmanship. The sword chi was vigorous, drawing the power of heaven and earth to the tip of the sword. Each sword had the power to kill ghosts and gods, and overturn the universe. It was sharp and powerful to the extreme. Looking from afar, it was like a peerless sword god was fighting in the sky. That kind of demeanor amazed everyone present. The ultimate Saint King controlled all Taoism, and the power of his sword was incomparable to ordinary people. However, to everyone's surprise, under Feng Rushue's attack, Lin's sun was not at a disadvantage at all. His figure glowed, and his body flowed with Taoist light. He walked disdainfully and did not retreat or dodge at all. He raised his fist and attacked head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought hundreds of rounds, from the sky to the ground, teleporting and flashing for 8,000 miles. They fought until the sky was dark, sand and stones were flying, and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were destroyed. The unparalleled duels made all the big shots present feel emotional and couldn't calm down. No one expected that Lin's sun, a young man who had just stepped into the Saint King realm, could compete with Feng Rushue, a legendary giant of sword Tao. This was completely unexpected. Slash. The dull ancient sword swept violently, ignoring the space, killing like lightning and peerless sharpness. After fighting for a long time, Feng Rushue's expression became more and more solemn. His white clothes were fluttering, and he regarded Lin's sun as a formidable enemy in his life. His sword intent was mighty. In terms of combat power alone, he was indeed the strongest opponent Lin's sun had encountered in these years. His person was like his sword, sharp, pure, and without any superfluous words. If Lin's sun had not broken through the realm, even if he could block such an attack, he would inevitably feel very tired. After all, this was a real peerless Saint King, and his cultivation had reached an extremely high level, far from ordinary people. But for the current Lin's sun, although Feng Rushue's combat power was strong, it was not much of a threat. Boom, he wantonly waved his fists and performed his own method. His body was like a chaotic Taoist furnace, but it reflected the image of a big abyss swallowing the sky. He moved across the void and defeated all attacks with unstoppable momentum. In the end of the fierce battle, Lin's sun suddenly let out a laugh. If this is all, you will be defeated in less than 10 breaths. His sonorous voice stirred the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All the heroes were surprised. Where did this man get his confidence from? How dare he boast so shamelessly? But Feng Rushue was silent for a moment. His figure suddenly stopped in the void, and then he took a deep breath. His eyes were bright, surging with hundreds of millions of sword chi. Sword domain, lifeless. Boom, above the void, Feng Rushue's figure released a tide of sword intent, which suddenly spread and evolved into a vast and solemn sword domain. Sword was like Tao, Tao was like domain, and there was no life in the domain. In an instant, everyone felt a stabbing pain in front of their eyes, and their minds were shocked by the terrible sword chi, making their hair stand on end. Lifeless sword domain, this was the Tao domain that Feng Rushue had honed for 3,000 years with supreme sword will. It was like a world of swords, branded with his unique skills. Lin's sun once asked Green Sun Saber Emperor how to break the stalemate between two Saint Kings with Tao domain. Green Sun Saber Emperor's answer was only one sentence: the battle of Tao domain is like the battle of Tao. The strong live and the weak die. Feng Rushue's lifeless sword domain was very strong. It covered Lin Sun in an instant and suppressed him. Boom, the unparalleled sword chi intertwined into the power of the Great Way like the order of the world, suppressing Lin Sun from all directions with the momentum of wind and rain. The mountains and rivers, the plants, the sky, the shadows, the void, all of them were sword intense, all of them were killing intent. Lifeless under the sword was the lifeless sword field. At this moment, Lin Sun felt a heavy pressure, but he wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was delighted, and a smile appeared on his face. What he longed for was precisely a confrontation of strength like this. Dong, he took a deep breath and punched. The might of his fist was like an abyss, vast, boundless, and capable of seizing the fortune of the heavens and the earth. All sorts of grand doubts fluctuated, and they emanated an obscure fluctuation that caused one's heart to palpitate. At this moment, the whistling sword chi from all directions seemed to be pulled by a terrible devouring force. All of them buzzed and then exploded under Lin Sun's punch. The rolling rain of light fluttered about, magnificent and dazzling. Kill! Feng Rishua's pupils constricted and he circulated his full strength without hesitation. The lifeless sword field was his proudest means of killing. Over the years, with this sword field, he had slaughtered hundreds of opponents, including some who were at the peak of the Saint King realm. But now, a young man who had just set foot on the peak of the Saint King realm was trapped in the sword field, but he still had the power to fight back. This was something he had never encountered before, and it also made him realize that this opponent couldn't be underestimated at all. He must be regarded as a formidable enemy. Boom, the sword field operated like a roaring world. The unparalleled sword intents were controlled by Feng Rishue, turning into sword rain, sword river, sword mountain, sword forest. They rushed to Lin Sun with overwhelming force. How terrible was it to suppress one person with the power of a world? Although the sword field was not a real world, being trapped in it was no different from being trapped in a world. Break! 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 Lin Sun waved his fists. Every blow was like the emergence of a great abyss, swallowing everything in all directions, grinding and refining all the rolling sword intents. In the end, the layer upon layer of fist strikes transformed into layer upon layer of intersecting images of abysses, and they grew more and more material and stable as if they really existed. They lay across the sword domain and rumbled as they revolved, causing this world of swords to start warping, trembling, and shaking. This, Feng Rishue's incomparably tenacious state of mind also produced stormy waves at this moment. He had been used to seeing life and death and experiencing the storms of the world. But it was the first time that he had encountered such an incredibly powerful opponent. Lin Sun was obviously trapped in his sword field, but he had the power to overturn his sword field. Feng Rishue took a deep breath and looked unprecedentedly solemn. He fought with all his might. His whole body was shining like a sword, dominating the ups and downs of the sword field. However, all the counterattacks seemed to be in vain. Break! When Lin Sun punched the 8th time, the great abyss stretched across as if it was eternally motionless. It swallowed everything and broke everything, which made Lin Sun invincible. When Lin Sun punched the 9th time, the entire lifeless sword field began to tumble violently. It was disturbed by the power released by the great abyss, and the world was overturned and turbulent. Feng Rishue's face was pale, and his lips were bleeding. This was his sword field. When the power of the sword field was hit hard, he was also injured. At this moment, Lin Sun was already immersed in this hardy tempering. Through the method of fighting and killing, he completely grasped the power of a peak Saint King that belonged to him. He could control it as if it was his own arm, and he could control it as he pleased. Break! When Lin Sun punched the 10th time, the substantial abyss suddenly shrank and condensed in his fist. The power in the sword field seemed to be drained, producing a sense of dryness and emptiness. Then, as Lin Sun punched out, the lifeless sword field, which Feng Rishue was proud of, burst into pieces like an overburdened glass. At this moment, like a destructive volcanic eruption, the power of the Great Way derived from the sword field all collapsed and turned into an unparalleled torrent, sweeping in all directions. The lifeless sword field was forced? It's impossible. God, all the people in the field were shocked and couldn't believe it. Above the sky, it was like the end of the world. The divine light swept across and the sound of Tao shook the sky. Feng Rishue staggered, his snow-white clothes were stained with blood, and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely embarrassed and no longer had the incomparable demeanor before. The most horrifying thing was that on his chest, there was a fist mark deep in the flesh. On the other hand, Lin Sun stood in the void, his black hair fluttering, and his tall figure was like the sky, giving people an unshakable feeling. The whole field was silent. The lifeless sword field was destroyed, and he couldn't kill his opponent. This was undoubtedly too terrible. It turns out that there is such a great way in this world, Feng Rushue murmured, and his eyes were in a trance. He thought that he had seen the scenery of the Saint King realm in this life, but today he found that he was just a frog in a well. Boom. The next moment, Feng Rushue's figure was torn apart in the void, turned into a rain of light, and disappeared. Lin Sun's previous punch not only destroyed his lifeless sword field, but also shattered his heart meridian and soul, cutting off his vitality. It was also this punch that made Feng Rushue realize that there was such an incredible scene in the Saint King realm before he died. At this point, Feng Rushue, the Saint King of the Sword, a giant figure on the path of the Saint King realm, was killed by Lin Sun on the spot. Lin Sun's power shocked the whole field. The smoke of the battle was still spreading, but the field was dead silent. Every big shot's face was full of horror. What a dazzling and powerful Saint King! Feng Rushue was actually defeated by a young man who had just set foot in this realm. You all come together. Lin Sun stood in the void and glanced at the crowd with his black eyes. His words made the faces of those big shots become gloomy again. They looked at each other, and finally, with a flash of ruthlessness in their eyes, they attacked with all their strength. Although Feng Rushue was dead, they still had two Saint Kings and a group of old monsters in the Saint King realm. If they gave up like this, how could they be willing? Boom, the world trembled, and the sun and moon lost their light. A group of old monsters attacked with all their strength, urging their own strength to the extreme. Among them, the two Saint Kings were the most dazzling. One was a man in a red robe, with a devilish red fire pattern on his eyebrows. The other was a graceful woman in a gorgeous robe, with smooth skin and jade-like bones, holding a round and translucent ice wheel. In terms of combat power, the two were roughly the same as Feng Rushue. With the two of them and the support of a group of old monsters in the Saint King realm, this lineup was undoubtedly very powerful. In the whole Daiyu world, they could run amok. Kill. Tut. Rise. Suppress. Amidst the bursts of roars, layers of Tao domains appeared in the world. They were all incomparably mysterious, revealing different phenomena. Some were like a vast ocean, covering the sky and the earth. Some were like a country of molten lava, with flames flowing, burning the sky and destroying the earth. Some turned into a greenwood realm, with vines growing and ancient trees towering into the sky. In addition to displaying the Tao domains, these old monsters also took out their treasures, which were overflowing with light and dazzling, whistling between heaven and earth. That scene was enough to make all living beings in the world tremble in fear. However, Lin Sun turned a blind eye to it. He stepped into the void, and the sound of Tao rumbled and surged around his body. Like a furnace of the Great Way, he carried out a massacre. Swish, the snow-white broken blade swept out, swift like lightning, flashing and disappearing without a trace. Clang. Clang, the Avicii and Yuan-to swords were controlled by Lin Sun. One was like a pitch-black prison, and the other was like a blood river in the netherworld. The sword chi surged and was unstoppable. At this moment, Lin Sun no longer held back. Rumble, the battle broke out. Lin Sun's figure was like lightning, shuttling through the void. Wherever the sword pointed, it broke through the layers of Tao domains, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Poof, and where his figure passed, 3 king saints were killed on the spot. One had his forehead split open by the broken blade, and his soul exploded. One had his throat pierced by the Avicii sword, and his body was annihilated by the terrifying sword chi. One was drowned by the blood river formed by the Yuan-to sword, and his corpse melted like snow, and these bloody scenes of death happened in just a snap of a finger. Fresh blood dyed the sky red. The Battle of the Kings caused the rules and powers that covered the entire Daiyu mystery realm to be impacted and destroyed. The doomsday-like scene made the hearts of many cultivators in different areas of the mystery realm tremble. They chose to escape and leave without hesitation. There were also many who were not afraid of death watching. After all, a battle of this scale was rare even in the Daiyu world. It might not be seen even once in tens of thousands of years. The killing was boiling. The big shots from the 9 great worlds all seemed to have gone mad. They were like angry gods, their divine might shocking the world. In contrast, Lin Sun, who was fighting alone, seemed to be besieged. However, in reality, the 2 peerless Saint Kings and the other King Saints could not suppress his attack at all. In just a short moment, 5 Saint Kings had been killed. This was a number that could cause the hearts of the world to tremble. A Saint King was like a pillar of support to any great force in the world, and every single loss of one was an extremely heavy blow and loss. At this moment, King Saints died like rain. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of this. He was immersed in the battle and comprehended the various wonders of the peerless Saint King. Even though he had only condensed the embryonic form of the realm of Tao, the combat power that he possessed now was far above that of ordinary King Saints. Even Feng Ruxue, a peerless Saint King, paled in comparison. In the final analysis, it was because the path and combat power that he controlled could be said to be the only one in the world. Poof, with a flash of cold light, a bloody head was tossed into the air. Another saint ruler had been slain by the broken blade. Lin Sun did not even look at it. His figure flashed and he charged towards another person. His expression was neither sad nor happy. His eyes were deep, reflecting all the phenomena in the world. His killing intent was like the wind, and his power was like that of a god. Clang, the red-robed man with a bright red fire pattern between his eyebrows attacked. He held a saber in his hand and blocked Lin Sun's attack. However, he did not have it easy either. His chi and blood were tumbling. On the other side, the graceful woman in a luxurious robe controlled the divine wheel. It rotated and rumbled as she attacked Lin Sun. The combat power of the 2 peerless Saint Kings was naturally extraordinary. Under their joint attack, Lin Sun's attack was also hindered. If not for that, all the other Saint Kings present would have been killed a long time ago. A Tao domain is ever-changing, but its quality and strength are obvious at a glance. In the battle, Lin Sun had a sudden enlightenment. After attaining the peak eminent sage realm, the profundities he saw through when he observed the Tao domains of others were different, and it also made his knowledge and understanding of the Tao domain deeper. These experiences were all turned into a kind of understanding and accumulated in Lin Sun's mind, which would be of great benefit to him in condensing the Tao field in the future. In this realm, I am only at the early stage of cultivation. However, because of the cultivation and power I possess, I am far above those in the same realm. That is why I can kill them like slaughtering chickens and monkeys. Unfortunately, it's not strong enough. If I were to condense my Tao domain to perfection, I should be invincible in this realm. I wonder what kind of cultivation level the people on the All Heavens King Sage board possess, and how powerful are their Tao domains. While Lin Sun was immersed in his thoughts, the battle in the field became more and more intense. In particular, the man in a red robe and the woman in a luxurious robe repeatedly blocked and attacked him, which made him rather impatient. This was a peak eminent sage king. If it was a one-on-one battle, Lin Sun was absolutely confident that he could end the battle quickly. However, in such a large-scale chaotic battle, he would be restrained and affected by many forces, so it was another matter. Lin Sun did not think too much, got rid of all distracting thoughts, and moved his mind. Boom, impassioned Tao sounds were produced around him, and a vast and boundless light bloomed. A rudimentary Tao domain appeared behind him, covering the entire sky. Damn it, my power has been completely suppressed. In an instant, the man in a red robe's expression changed drastically. What kind of Tao domain is this? The aura it produces is too terrifying. At the same time, the woman in a luxurious robe's heart also trembled. Her body stiffened, and her strength was fiercely suppressed by an invisible great power. As for the other Saint Kings present, they were even more unbearable. They staggered and almost lost their balance. The chi all over their bodies felt sluggish, and they were powerless, as if they were heavily shackled and shackled. What kind of power is this? They were shocked. In the distant void, Lin Sun's figure was shrouded in chaotic chi, obscure and indistinct. And above his head, a Tao domain appeared. It was like a furnace but not a furnace, like an abyss but not an abyss. It was deep and indescribable like the Great Way. It was clearly just a rudimentary form, but when this Tao domain appeared, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. They felt powerless, as if they were in a chaotic furnace, being tormented and refined. Of course, this was only a kind of mental oppression, but even so, it made the big shots present feel inexplicably horrified. It was just a rudimentary form, but it was already so terrifying. How shocking would it be when it took form? You are very lucky to be able to see my Dao domain. You can rest in peace. When Lin Sun spoke, there was a rumble, and the man in a red robe who was closest to him was instantly dragged into Lin Sun's Dao domain. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a boundless abyss. His surroundings were empty and boundless. He kept falling, powerless to struggle, powerless to change. An indescribable fear surged in his heart. The man in a red robe could not help but shout, "Fellow Taoist, I admit defeat. Please let me go. It's too late." It was just 2 words that came out of Lin Sun's mouth, and it was like a decree from the heavens. Pooh, the abyss suddenly shrank, and it produced a copious and irresistible devouring force that instantly enveloped the man in a red robe. The essence, energy, and spirit in his body were instantly sucked out at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body cracked and shriveled, his blood and chi dimmed, and his vitality weakened. The Sage King divine platform that gathered all his cultivation within his body cracked inch by inch before transforming into powder that scattered in the air. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. At the same time, Lin Sun couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. He sensed a scorching and boiling torrent of the great Tao surging into his body along the Tao domain. The torrent was filled with fragmented fragments of the laws of the great Tao. They were chaotic and disorderly, and they were all the profundities of the great Tao that the man in a red robe had comprehended on his path of cultivation. Lin Sun slightly refined it, and it became a type of great Tao comprehension. It was like he had obtained the great Tao energy of the man in a red robe. Devouring the cultivation of others for my own use? Even Lin Sun himself was slightly surprised. Is this the true might of the star-engulfing vault? This is extremely unbelievable, and it can simply be called heaven-defying. After all, the cultivation of the great Tao was extremely difficult. A cultivator comprehended the creation of the heavens and the earth in their entire lifetime before comprehending the profundities of the great Tao. Now, Lin Sun only had to devour it, and it would be within his reach. Once such an ability was discovered by others, it would surely cause the heavens to tremble. But Lin Sun was slightly disappointed after sizing it up slightly. The energy of the great Tao that the man in a red robe possessed could simply be considered as a great fortune to others, and it was sufficient to allow any figure of the Saint Tao to undergo a transformation. But it was useless to Lin Sun. The reason was extremely simple. In terms of seeking the great Tao, his path of cultivation and the energy of the great Tao he grasped far surpassed the man in a red robe. The only thing that Lin Sun felt he gained was that the energy of the great Tao contained the man's understanding and comprehension towards the Tao domain. All of this could be used as a reference for Lin Sun. Simply speaking, he could use the knowledge of others to improve himself, and from there, he would be able to draw inferences about other things by analogy. Even though it isn't of great use, it can be condensed into the comprehension of the great Tao. It can be used even if I give it away or sell it. While Lin Sun was thinking, the scene was already filled with horror. The man in a red robe was a peerless Saint King like the wind and snow, but under the suppression of Lin Sun's Tao domain, he was unable to put up any resistance and was turned into ashes. This scene caused those big shots to be scared out of their wits, and they all chose to flee. Even the peerless Saint King, like the woman in a luxurious robe, chose to flee at this moment. They were completely scared out of their wits. Originally, they suspected Lin Sun's identity and, driven by their inner greed, wanted to intercept this great fortune. But who would have thought that Lin Sun was no longer a peerless great saint? His combat strength was so powerful that he could even kill a peerless Saint King who had been famous for a long time. How could they fight him? But how could Lin Sun allow them to escape under his nose? Confrontation. Lin Sun took a deep breath and activated the embryonic Tao domain with all his might. The aura of chaos filled the air, like a sky curtain, and suddenly covered everything. The 4 poles of the sky and the 8 corners of the earth seemed to be sealed. In an instant, several Saint Kings were trapped, and the Tao domain was still spreading at an astonishing speed. Every trapped Saint King was like a tiny insect that fell into the abyss. Their bodies seemed to be completely imprisoned, and they were unable to struggle at all. Even if they tried their best, it was useless. They were instantly wiped out and turned into ashes. The power of the Great Way in their bodies was deprived and devoured, and poured into Lin Sun's body. Lin Sun did not care about this at all. His eyes were fixed on the woman in a luxurious robe who was at the peerless Saint King realm in the furthest distance. This woman moved through the void at an astonishing speed. But Lin Sun was not anxious at all. He gently raised his hand and pointed at the void. This finger disappeared, and in the next moment, it appeared out of thin air behind the woman in a luxurious robe, suppressing down. Boundless, no matter where you fled to, you would be instantly killed by this finger. After Lin Sun stepped into the peerless Saint King realm, the power and magical power contained in this finger became more and more terrifying. Bang! The figure of the woman in a luxurious robe staggered between heaven and earth and fell out of the void. Her face was filled with disbelief. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun appeared out of thin air with an indifferent expression. "It's better for me to personally send you on your way." Rumble, the Tao domain, which was like chaos, enveloped her. "No." The woman in a luxurious robe screamed, her pretty face filled with horror. But her voice soon stopped. As the Tao domain operated, this elegant and graceful peerless Saint King also followed in the footsteps of the red-robed man. Her power of the Great Way was deprived and devoured. And she was turned into ashes. After killing the woman in a splendid robe, Lin Sun's body was surging with all kinds of chaotic insights. Lin Sun ran his cultivation to suppress them one by one, but he didn't refine them immediately. Some of them were useful, and some were useless. It took time to identify them. He looked in another direction. There, Li Pa, an elder of Star Sword Pavilion in a green robe, stopped. He had fled in panic before, but at this moment, he stayed there abnormally. Even his expression did not show any signs of panic. "It seems that you have another plan." Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, but he didn't take action immediately. Li Pa smiled and said, "Unlike them, I'm sure that you are Lin Sun." "How can you be sure?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Li Pa pointed at his own head. "Intuition tells me that there aren't many peerless figures in this world. Some of the famous ones have already shaken the ancient path of the starry sky. Only you, Lin Daoyuan, seem to have appeared out of thin air. With the battle strength you possessed when you were at the peak of the great saint realm, your name should have shaken the world long ago. However, no matter if it's me or anyone else, no one has ever heard of your name before. This is very unusual." Lin Sun said, "Go on." Li Pa looked very calm and said with a smile, "As far as I know, there is one person in this world who has the same identity as you. That is Lin Sun, who ranks first on the great saint list of starry sky. If you two are the same person, then many things are easy to understand." Lin Sun said, "Anything else?" Li Pa smiled playfully, "Of course. Thank you for helping my Star Sword Pavilion eliminate a group of competitors. Now, everyone knows that they died in your hands, and I am destined to be no match for you, so." Lin Sun seemed to understand and said, "So, if I die here, there will be no evidence, and you can get a good fortune from me. Even if you leave here alive, you don't have to worry about being suspected by others, right?" Li Pa praised, "My young friend has a sharp eye." Lin Sun was puzzled, "But since you know you are no match for me, why?" Speaking of this, Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed and he said, "I see." As soon as his voice fell, whoosh, a figure silently appeared in the sky. He wore a Taoist robe and an iron crown on his head. He had 3 strands of willow whiskers on his chin, and he had a sage-like appearance. But the moment Lin Sun saw this person, he recognized that he was a quasi-emperor. Lin Sun had seen countless quasi-emperor realm figures back in the imperial pass of the ancient Desolation realm, so there was no way he would be mistaken. "It's too late for you to understand." The man in the Taoist robe leisurely spoke. His figure casually stood there like a ruler, exuding a formless majesty. "Greetings, martial uncle." Li Pa stepped forward and bowed. This person was precisely Li Pa's martial uncle, the stellar Jade Sword Pavilion's Grand Elder Cui Fu, an old monster at the quasi-emperor realm who had lived in seclusion for many years. "No wonder you're so confident. You've already planned this out." Lin Sun sighed with emotion. "In this way, has the news in the Dayu secret realm been sealed a long time ago?" Li Pa was frank and said with a smile, "Young friend, your identity is special. Killing you is a small matter, but if others were to find out that the fortuitous encounter in your possession was obtained by our stellar jade sword pavilion, then it would be a great calamity. Fortunately, my stellar jade sword pavilion is the #1 orthodoxy in the Dayu world after all. Sealing some news is naturally not a problem. Haha, interesting. Lin Sun laughed as well. He hadn't expected that there were actually so many secrets hidden behind this slaughter. It can't be helped. A fortuitous encounter to become an emperor or ancestor is sufficient for any orthodoxy to fight for it at all costs. Leap sighed with emotion, and his eyes carried a wisp of fervor. Lin Sun restrained his smile, and his black eyes were deep as he said indifferently, however, are all of you really sure that a mere quasi-emperor can make me stay? Lipa frowned, and then his brows relaxed as he teased, young friend, don't tell me that you can cross a realm to go against a quasi-emperor when you've just broken through. As he finished speaking, even he shook his head and laughed. Quasi-emperor, in the great Yu world, he was like a god, and even a peak saint king could only bow his head to him. Shameless boasting. The man in the Taoist robe, Cui Fu, also laughed, but his smile was full of mockery. He pushed out his palm. Boom, a palm print that blotted out the sky, wrapped in the obscure power of a quasi-emperor, shrouded over. It gave people the feeling that the mountains and rivers of this world had become insignificant in front of this palm. This was a quasi-emperor, like a god descending to the mortal world. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, and his cultivation suddenly revolved to the extreme. Above his head, the embryonic form of the Tao domain appeared, and a misty chaotic qi circulated. Bang! As this palm slammed down, the Tao domain shook violently, but in the end, the terrifying and boundless palm power was obliterated inch by inch. However, Lin Sun didn't feel good either, and the qi and blood all over his body surged. After all, his opponent was a quasi-emperor, and he was currently at the peak of the early stage of the Saint King realm. The difference in cultivation level was too great. But Lin Sun wasn't discouraged, and instead, his spirit was lifted. When he was at the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, he had little power to resist in front of a quasi-emperor, who was regarded as a god in the sky, and he was as small as an ant. But now, he had the foundation to fight against a quasi-emperor. Cui Fu revealed a look of surprise. It's only an embryonic form, but it's already so wonderful. If you were given a period of time to perfect it, I'm afraid you can condense a superb Tao domain. Uncle, there's no need to talk nonsense with this boy, it's better to capture and kill him quickly. Li Po reminded him. Lin Sun was actually able to take a blow from Cui Fu, which made his heart quite uneasy, and his scalp tingled. He didn't dare to imagine how terrifying Lin Sun would become if he was allowed to grow up in the peak of the Saint King realm. But before Cui Fu could make another move, Lin Sun's figure had disappeared into thin air, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Cui Fu, waving his fist to attack. Boom, the embryonic power of the Tao domain condensed in the fist, reflecting a wonderful scene that was like a furnace but not a furnace, like an abyss but not an abyss. Cui Fu looked indifferent, and the divine power on his body roared. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into a lofty god and waved his hand. The two collided, the world trembled, and the unparalleled torrent of power swept in all directions like a volcanic eruption. Li Pa, who was nearby, staggered and was almost thrown out. At the same time, Lin Sun's figure was also shaken back a few steps, and his qi and blood were tumbling. But his black eyes were shining, his qi and blood were boiling, and his fighting spirit was getting stronger. At his level, how could he be afraid of a quasi-emperor? Fight! His figure was glowing, and his momentum was like a divine rainbow piercing through the sun. He waved his fist and attacked with confidence and invincibility. Even if God was in front of him, he would first kill him fearlessly. Cui Fu frowned slightly. In the previous confrontation, if it was an ordinary Saint King, he would have been smashed to pieces by his slap, but Lin Sun only took a few steps back. This made him awestruck. What kind of profound cultivation could make a young man have such a heaven-defying fighting power at this level? Taking a deep breath, he no longer hesitated and stepped forward. Boom, as he stepped forward, the sky and earth shook, the mountains collapsed, and endless divine brilliance spread from his body. Suppress! He chanted, his palms and fingers formed a seal, and knocked in the void. Lin Sun, who was rushing towards him, seemed to be blocked by a natural moat, and his body was shaken away with a bang. But as if nothing had happened, Cui Fu stretched his muscles and said, "Old man, there are not many quasi-emperors in this world who are as unbearable as you." In the mocking voice, Lin Sun took a deep breath and ran his strength to the extreme. His whole body turned into a big abyss, moving across the field and crushing the void in all directions. Cui Fu's old face was a little embarrassed after his attacks were repeatedly countered by Lin Sun. He snorted coldly and grabbed at the void. Boom! In the void, tens of thousands of thunderbolts suddenly fell, all as thick as a bucket, gorgeous and dazzling, and flowing with a terrible aura of destruction. The way of thunderbolts was the most murderous, not to mention that it was a quasi-emperor attacking. For ordinary cultivators, this kind of power was no different from the tribulation thunder of heaven. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sun was struck away, his hair disheveled and his clothes torn, but he still sneered, "If I go down like this, I will make a fool of myself." Cui Fu's brows were suffused with ferocious killing intent. His figure flickered as he manipulated the laws of wind and thunder, triggering a heavenly phenomenon. Thunder rolled and lightning danced wildly. Rumble. For a time, the world was turbulent. And Lin Sun, like a lone boat caught in a storm, was suppressed to the point that he could not raise his head, and his figure staggered in an extremely embarrassing manner. But no matter how Cui Fu attacked, he was unable to kill him in a short time. Even the injuries on Lin Sun's body recovered again and again in the battle. It was as if he was immortal. The incomparably tenacious power made the corners of Cui Fu's eyes twitch, and the killing intent in his heart blazed even more. If such a little monster was alive, it would simply be endless trouble. Boom! With surging divine power, Cui Fu used his killing move. The vast mountains and rivers were all covered with thunder and lightning. The power released made Li Pa, who was watching the battle in the distance, feel suffocated and almost scared out of his wits. But what made him even more horrified was that under such a killing move, even though Lin Sun was extremely embarrassed, he was still like a stubborn stone, enduring it. Where the hell did this pervert come from? Li Pa was dumbfounded and cursed. "Old guy, can you do it or not?" Lin Sun coughed up blood again, and his face was pale. But his black eyes were as bright as stars, and his fighting intent soared to the sky. A quasi-emperor? It seemed that he was just SOSO, little bastard. The blue veins on Cui Fu's forehead bulged. Being despised by a junior like this again and again made him angry. Boom! Cui Fu hugged the void with both hands. Behind him, an amazing Dharma idol emerged, like a divine lord of the Tao. The sun and the moon rose and fell, and the stars revolved. It was solemn, and its body was surging with endless light. The day of the divine challenge. Cui Fu shouted like thunder in spring. And behind him, the Dharma idol, like a divine lord, suddenly waved its fist, setting off endless light, and smashed towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank. This was the first time that he felt an extreme sense of danger since the battle began, like a knife piercing to the bone. This was the real power of the quasi-emperor realm. When the fist force burst out, the world was spinning and the sound of Tao was like thunder, as if the sun in the sky was smashed by this punch. Lin Sun's body was stiff. Under the stimulation of a strong sense of crisis, he did not hesitate to use his trump card. Whoosh! Obscure, blazing light burst forth from his origin spirit meridians. For a moment, the world seemed to be still, and time was frozen. Cui Fu's punch also strangely stagnated like a frozen picture. The power of the origin, forbidden death. Almost at the same time, Lin's figure disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, he appeared in front of Cui Fu, with a bottle of infinite wei in his palm, aiming at Cui Fu's head. Buzz! A ray of sword chi swept out. Its sharpness was unparalleled, unrestrained, and contained all kinds of mysteries. The unique skill of War Emperor Wu Yang. There was no return. When Cui Fu woke up from the state of forbidden death, his vision was filled with brilliant sword light. Not good, his pupils suddenly shrank. At this critical moment, there was no time to dodge, so he could only face it head-on. Boom! In the deafening collision sound, Cui Fu's figure was drowned by the endless sword chi, and he was fiercely slashed out. His shrill screams also rang out, startling the surroundings. "Uncle!" In the distance, Li Pa turned pale with fright, and his soul almost left his body. How could something like this happen so suddenly? Before, he was completely unprepared. It was too sudden, With Li Po's current cultivation realm, it was impossible for him to know how terrifying and taboo an ability like the Death Seal was. It involved the usage of the supreme laws of time, and even martial emperors would be unable to comprehend it in their entire lives. Not to mention that Li Po was just a king of saints. But to Lin Sun's surprise, Cui Fu survived such a blow. In the pervading sword qi, Cui Fu's figure was ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his muscles were torn by mottled sword marks, dripping with blood. Especially on his chest, there was a gap, which was deep to the bone, and his internal organs were seriously injured. But even so, he still survived. Was this the strength of a quasi-emperor? Lin Sun's heart was very restless. In this attack, he used the forbidden death theurgy as the seal, and used almost half of the power in his body. Then, with the great way immeasurable bottle as the guide, he released the move no return. That kind of power was enough to easily kill any peak saint king in the world. However, when he was dealing with a quasi-emperor, he only managed to injure him severely. This made Lin Sun immediately realize that he had underestimated the terror of a quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperor, he was above all the saints and was infinitely close to the imperial realm. The power of the great path that he controlled was also close to the imperial realm rules. He was indeed not something that the saints could compare to. Little bastard, I'll make you wish you were dead. Amidst a furious and resentful howl, Cui Fu charged over explosively. His expression was savage, and he was completely enraged. He was like a bloodthirsty devil that emanated a peerlessly violent aura. He was a quasi-emperor. When had he ever suffered such a serious injury? Moreover, it was a sneak attack by a junior. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. Whoosh, Lin Sun dodged without hesitation, his figure disappearing from where he was. At this moment, Cui Fu had completely lost his composure and was in a state of violent rage. Even though he was seriously injured, if he fought desperately, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom, the earth cracked, the void was in disorder, and the place where Lin Sun had been standing was forcibly blasted into a huge ravine. The aura of destruction was flowing. Escape? Impossible. Cui Fu roared, his voice shaking the sky. His hair was disheveled as he moved through the void to pursue Lin Sun. In just a moment, Lin Sun's situation became precarious. Under the cover of the power of a quasi-emperor, when he moved and dodged, it was as if he was caught in a storm, and the pressure was astonishing. Kill him, you must kill him. In the distance, Li Po clenched his fists. The combat strength and potential that Lin Sun had shown were too terrifying. He could actually seriously injure a quasi-emperor. This made him feel an indescribable chill. Once such a monster escaped alive, failure would become a great threat. Boom, along with the roar, when Lin Sun dodged, he was swept by the rolling thunder. The bones and flesh of his shoulder were broken and charred. He coughed up blood, but his expression was still calm. A quasi-emperor? It was really nothing. Lin Sun had experienced countless bloody killings in his life and was accustomed to the ordeal of life and death. The current predicament could not affect his mood at all. Die. With a roar that shook the sky, the crazy Cui Fu rushed at Lin Sun, ferocious and violent, murderous. Wherever his big hand shrouded, the thunder was like a mountain and the lightning was like a waterfall. Cui Fu was determined to win this blow. He seemed to be furious, but in fact, he knew very well that if he didn't kill Lin Sun quickly, once he couldn't hold on, he would completely miss the opportunity to become an emperor and ancestor. This was absolutely intolerable to him. At the same time, Lin Sun's figure stopped in the air and once again displayed the forbidden passing. A familiar scene appeared. The world seemed to fall into absolute stillness. Lin Sun rushed forward and fiercely inserted the broken sword into Cui Fu's neck. Puff, blood splashed everywhere. Cui Fu's neck and head were smashed in an instant. Lin Sun exerted all his strength in this attack. Cui Fu's neck and head were smashed in an instant. His headless body was attacked by the sharp edge of the broken sword, exploding inch by inch like a waterfall rain. It had to be said that the existence of the quasi-emperor realm was amazingly powerful. After suffering such a blow, a wisp of Cui Fu's remnant soul struggled out. With a look of horror on his face, he seemed to realize something. This turned out to be, boom. Before he finished speaking, the wisp of Cui Fu's remnant soul was also covered by Lin Sun's Tao field and abruptly obliterated. A generation of quasi-emperor, the supreme elder of the Star and Jade Sword Pavilion, Cui Fu, was dead. The bloody scene, with a shocking impact, made Li Pa in the distance completely sluggish and lost his wits, murmuring involuntarily, how could he be killed? Uncle is a quasi-emperor. No, this can't be true. Between heaven and earth, smoke and dust filled the air, and the smell of blood assailed the nostrils. A quasi-emperor had fallen, and his blood and breath had turned the area within a radius of 3,000 miles into a bloody wasteland, without any vitality. The biting cold wind whistled like a knife, whimpering and sobbing. At this time, if a cultivator came, he would be shocked by the scene in front of him. Trembling with fear, with a thud, Lin Sun fell to the ground from the void. He was gasping for breath, his face pale and transparent, his clothes torn, his lips stained with blood, and his breath was extremely weak. Although the forbidden passing was against the natural order, every time he used it, it would consume half of his strength, as if burning his own origin. Now that he had used it twice, Lin Sun's strength had been completely drained, and his body fell into an extremely weak state. Quasi-emperor, that's all. Compared with the weakness of his body, there was a surge of emotions fermenting in Lin Sun's heart. 3 days ago, he broke through the realm and reached the peak of the Holy King realm. Today, 3 days later, he killed a group of kings, killed the same realm, and killed a quasi-emperor. This was the combat power he had now. When he fought to the extreme, he could kill a quasi-emperor. Lin Sun, I'm going to kill you and avenge Uncle. In the distance, Li Pa rushed over with a cold look, red pupils, and a livid face. Lin Sun said, you respect your master, but I'm afraid your purpose is not revenge, but to grab the opportunity. Li Pa's eyes flashed with cold light, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? He approached step by step, urging his breath to the extreme. After all, he was a holy king in the perfection realm, so he had a powerful momentum. However, at this moment, in the face of Lin Sun who was already extremely weak, Li Pa looked particularly vigilant and careful, as if facing a formidable enemy. Before, all the kings from the 9 worlds were slaughtered by Lin Sun, and even the quasi-emperor Cui Fu died. Such a record was enough to make anyone in the world tremble. As a witness of all this, Li Pa's mind had long been shocked, and the seeds of fear and dread had been sown in his heart. Therefore, even if he was sure that Lin Sun was almost exhausted, he didn't dare to have the slightest neglect and carelessness. Lin Sun sat on the ground, watching Li Pa coming step by step, and couldn't help but show a mocking smile, saying, old geezer, do you think you'll be able to block me if I go all out against you? The corner of Li Pa's eyes twitched, and his footsteps also stopped. Then he said in a cold voice, you're about to die, and you still want to scare me. Swish, he suddenly waved his sleeves, took out a bright Taoist sword, and cut at Lin Sun in the distance. This distance was the most suitable for him to attack. Even if Lin Sun risked his life, he was sure that he could dodge in time. If Lin Sun couldn't stop this sword, it would undoubtedly be the best result. Unfortunately, Lin Sun didn't move from beginning to end. He just watched quietly, and the mockery on his face became more and more intense. It was as if he was looking at a pitiful worm who didn't know life from death. This made Li Pa very uncomfortable and angry, but the next moment, he was stunned. The Taoist sword he had cut out was pinched by a big hand out of thin air, as casually as pinching a leaf. Crack! Crack, with a crisp sound of breaking, the precious Taoist sword was crushed by the big hand like a piece of paper, turning into a rain of light and falling through the fingers. This, Li Pa's pupils dilated as if he was struck by lightning. He didn't know when, but there was an illusory old man in a Taoist robe in the field. With just a glance, Li Pa only felt that his Taoist heart was almost broken, producing a great terror. His body fell into an ice cave and was about to suffocate. Who are you? How dare you stop my Star Sword Pavilion from killing the enemy? Li Pa stammered, and his mind went blank. People call me Green Sun Saber Emperor. The old man in Taoist robe looked indifferent and glanced at him. Li Pa collapsed at once. Green Sun Saber Emperor, this was a legendary figure who had long been famous in the starry sky. In the entire Ziheng star area, he was second to none in the Emperor realm. However, Li Pa couldn't figure out why Green Sun Saber Emperor, who had disappeared for countless years, would appear here. Suddenly, Li Pa's heart moved. He respectfully bowed and said, Senior, are you also here for the good fortune of this boy? In this case, I dare not have the intention to touch it anymore. I'll leave now. Li Pa felt uneasy. He looked at Yu Qingyang and then at Lin Sun. He seemed to understand and cried out involuntarily, "You!" Bang! With a wave of Yu Qingyang's sleeve, Li Po's body exploded and was erased on the spot. It was as easy as pinching an ant. Seeing this scene and thinking of the fight with Cui Fu just now, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. The difference between a quasi-emperor and an emperor was really different. "My young friend, I was already here before Cui Fu took action." Yu Qingyang glanced at Lin Sun with a touch of admiration, "But I didn't expect that you didn't even give me a chance to help." Lin Sun couldn't help smiling bitterly. If he had known that Yu Qingyang was here, he wouldn't have fought so hard to deal with Cui Fu. However, Lin Sun also knew that Yu Qingyang's action was equivalent to providing him with an excellent opportunity to practice. After all, the precious experience of fighting with a quasi-emperor was enough for Lin Sun to benefit greatly in the future. "Let's get out of here first," Yu Qingyang said. Soon, Yu Qingyang took Lin Sun to the divine palace of Emperor Yu, picked up Yu Yunhe and the other two, and left the Daiyu secret realm together. On this day, there was a strange silence in the Daiyu world, and no news came out. "Haha, you've fallen into a trap of your own making. The Star Jade Sword Pavilion's method of sealing off the news is truly extraordinary." Lin Sun had already returned to the Yu clan with Yu Qingyang. When he learned about the situation, Yu Qingyang couldn't help laughing. Lin Sun killed the big shots of the Nine Realms and the quasi-emperor Cui Fu, but no news came out. It could only prove that even the Star Sword Pavilion, which had blocked the news earlier, was still in the dark. That's good. No one knows the truth. Even if it is spread out in the future, no one will believe that those holy kings of the Nine Realms were killed by Lin Sun, Yu Qingyang said thoughtfully. Including this time, he took Lin Sun back to the clan without alarming anyone, in order not to leak the news of Lin Sun. "Old ancestor." Nan Xiao came over with a cup of tea and said with a smile, "It turns out that you've already made arrangements." Yu Qingyang was speechless and said, "You little girl." Just as Yu Qingyang had expected, the bloody incident that happened in the Daiyu mystic realm only came out 3 days later. All of a sudden, the great Yu world was shaken. It wasn't just Qi Lingzi, Shui Biyun, and the others that had been annihilated in this battle, even all the saint kings from the 9 worlds had perished. This was undoubtedly too terrifying. Especially when they learned that a quasi-emperor realm supreme elder of the Jade Star Sword Pavilion had fallen, the entire world was shaken. Who did it? How dare they? The Star Jade Sword Pavilion was infuriated. They went all out to investigate this matter, but in the end they couldn't find any clues. That was because before the bloody battle erupted, all information had been sealed by them. Even they did not know the exact situation of the battle. Could it be the work of that young man called Lin Daoyuan? Someone guessed. But very quickly, he was met with countless rebukes. "This is practically the biggest joke in the world. How can a young junior be a match for a group of saint kings? Don't forget, another quasi-emperor is also dead. No matter how heaven-defying Lin Daoyuan is, can he be a match for a quasi-emperor?" In short, in this sensational event, no one doubted that it was Lin Sun who did it. This result was exactly what Yu Qingyang wanted to see. Similarly, in this storm, no one suspected the Yu clan. The reason was very simple. From the beginning, they had announced to the world that the Yu clan, an imperial family, had nothing to do with Lin Daoyuan. Moreover, in the secret realm of Daiyu, there was no expert of the Yu clan, an imperial family, at all. No one could suspect all this on the Yu clan. When the matter is done, the merit and fame are deeply hidden. Yu Qingyang sighed softly. Half a month later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. His injuries had healed, and his physical strength had also returned to its peak state. He was full of energy and his qi was smooth. During this period of time, while healing and recovering, he refined the power of great ways that he had devoured and seized. Not only did his cultivation become more and more stable, but his understanding of the realm of Tao had also improved. Especially when he refined the energy of the great ways of Feng Ruxue, the scarlet-robed man, and the luxuriously robed woman, it allowed Lin Sun to comprehend the essence and secrets of their domains of principles. It greatly benefited Lin Sun and gave him deep inspiration. By analogy, he could draw inferences about other things. There was also some power of great ways that belonged to the Saint King realm that was sealed by Lin Sun and refined into the Great Way Source Jade. He planned to give it to others or sell it in the future, because these power of great ways were no longer of any use to him. It's difficult for my cultivation to make a breakthrough in a short period of time. Next, I should think about how to improve my combat power, Lin Sun pondered. There were only 3 ways to improve one's combat power at the early stage of the Saint King realm. First, it was to improve the power of the treasure, such as improving the quality of the broken blade. Second, it was to further condense and perfect the realm of Tao. This was related to the use of Lin Sun's cultivation. If the realm of Tao was completely formed, the power that it could exert would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. However, Lin Sun knew that perfecting the realm of Tao could not be rushed, and there was no room for mistakes. If he wanted to achieve the ultimate Tao, he naturally had to put in the utmost effort. For example, his current realm of Tao was only in its embryonic form, but it was already able to suppress Saint Kings like Feng Ruxue, deprive and devour their power of great ways. Such power could be said to be heaven-defying. Third, it was the cultivation of Tao. When one reached the peak of the Saint King realm, his fighting style and means were also different from before. For example, the Great Way Furnace scripture needed to be further perfected so that this Tao could be integrated with the power of the realm of Tao. Other legacies such as the Taishan sword scripture, the Great Endless Devouring scripture, the Great Scripture of Silence, and the No Return also needed to be tempered again. Thinking of this, Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat. He immediately decided to focus on the cultivation of the Great Way Golden Court scripture. As long as he cultivated the 5 internal organs, it was equivalent to having the 5 virtue Tao body, which could be divided into 5 doppelgangers of great ways. Each doppelganger had unfathomable power, and its combat power was not weaker than the original body. Think about it, including the original body, a total of 6 of himself would attack together. How amazing would that scene be? Even if he went to fight with a character like Quasi-Emperor Cui Fu, it would increase his chances of winning. But before that, Lin Sun had already decided to leave the Daiyu realm. Now that the Daiyu realm was in turmoil, it was no longer suitable for him to stay. Even Lipa could speculate his identity through some details. If someone else noticed these things, it was bound to cause a lot of trouble. Senior. Lin Sun walked out of the cultivation place and saw Yu Qingyang. Are you going to leave? Yu Qingyang seemed to have already guessed Lin Sun's thoughts. Lin Sun nodded. He was going to the primordial world in the central star area. Only by reaching there could he find the answers to many questions. For example, the way to the true dragon world, paying a visit to Jiang Xingqiwei of the Jiang family, and going to the Shinji Taoist sect to inquire about the ancient wasteland fighting alliance. Young friend, let's not talk about the twists and turns you'll encounter on the way from the Purple Hung starfield to the Central Starfield. Let's talk about the primordial world. The 6 great Tao courts, the 10 great battle clans, and the various colossi are all hunting you down. Yu Qingyang reminded, no matter how careful you are, there is no shortage of powerful people in the world. Sooner or later, they will see through your identity. At that time, I'm afraid you will be the enemy of the whole world. Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes slightly and said, I understand all these, but I still have to go. It's just that I'll try to keep a low profile in the future and change a new identity. After a pause, he continued, if there is a day when my identity is exposed and I have no way to retreat, I'll go to the dark world. Didn't you say that the dark world is the only way to survive when there is no way to retreat? At the end of his words, he couldn't help laughing. The dark world, it was better not to go to that damn place if possible. Seeing this, Yu Qingyang said no more. With Lin Sun's current state of mind and wisdom, he must be very clear about how big the storm in the primordial world would be. I've inquired about it for you. It won't be long before a ship passes by the Great Yu world and then crosses the starry sky to the central star area. Yu Qingyang said, this ship is owned by the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, the first force in the Ziheng star area. I had a close relationship with an old ancestor of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. At that time, I will arrange for the Yu clan to help you to follow the descendant of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. In this way, even if you encounter some troubles on the way, there will be someone to take care of you. Speaking of this, Yu Qingyang thought for a while and joked, at that time, you can disguise yourself and become a guard of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Lin Sun also smiled, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. It turned out that Yu Qingyang had already arranged for him to leave. My young friend, you must take care of yourself on this trip to the primordial world. Like a kind elder, Yu Qingyang exhorted Lin Sun. On this day, the old and the young talked for a long time while drinking. A few days later, in the distant sky of Jiuhua Divine Mountain, a shadow suddenly fell and covered the sky. Looking carefully, it was a huge boundary ship. It was simply like a floating world, and there were even rows of buildings and streets that extended in all directions. They were arranged neatly together, and it was truly a magnificent sight. This was the boundary ship of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, the first orthodoxy in the Ziheng Star area. It was called Wavering Ship, which meant to rise straight up. My young friend, let's go. I have already told everything to the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. This time, it was Yu Bikong, the patriarch of the Yu clan, who sent Lin Sun away. Now, when facing Lin Sun, the patriarch of the Yu clan, there was a touch of respect in his expression. He already knew that Lin Sun was a person who could surpass his realm and kill a quasi-emperor. In his heart, he did not dare to treat Lin Sun as a junior. Lin Sun looked back at Jiuhua Divine Mountain. Go. At the peak of Jiuhua Divine Mountain, Yu Qingyang smiled and waved his hand. Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and said, Senior, let's go. Yu Bikong nodded. On the way, he handed a jade slip to Lin Sun. My young friend, this is the new identity I've arranged for you. Lin Sun took it and had a look. It read, Yu Xian, the 16th generation descendant of the Yu clan, has been cultivating for 819 years, and is at the early stage of the Sage King realm. He practices the 9 cauldrons world-suppressing scripture, has a calm temperament and outstanding combat capability. There was also a figure of Yu Xian in the jade slip. He was dressed in cyan, with loose black hair, broad eyebrows, and sharp facial features. He stood there casually, like a heavy boulder. Young friend, Yu Xian is a branch family member of the Yu clan, and according to seniority, he's my younger brother. A few years ago, he went into secluded cultivation, and he definitely won't come out within 100 years. No one will suspect you if you act with Yu Xian's identity. Yu Bikong transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. Lin Sun sighed inwardly. He knew that this must be Yu Qingyang's arrangement. Quietly, Lin Sun exerted the formless skill, and his appearance and figure changed accordingly to that of Yu Xian. Yu Bikong was stunned and amazed. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see through Lin Sun's disguise. In a trance, he almost thought that Lin Sun was his real younger brother Yu Xian. My young friend, this is the inheritance of the 9 cauldrons world-suppressing scripture. Ancestor Qingyang asked me to give it to you personally. He said that you should try not to expose your own inheritance in future battles. As Yu Bikong spoke, she solemnly handed a fist-sized, translucent bronze cauldron to Lin. Lin Sun was moved. The 9 cauldrons world-suppressing scripture. This was the Taoist scripture handed down by the ancestors of the Yu clan, a real treasured scripture of Emperor Tao. Such an inheritance was a secret that couldn't be measured by anything. But now, just to help him better hide his identity, Yu Qingyang imparted such an imperial scripture to him. How could Lin Sun not be surprised? With the 9 cauldrons world-suppressing scripture and the identity of Yu Xian, few people in this world could recognize him if he kept a low profile. After all, everyone knew that the inheritance of the 9 cauldrons world-suppressing scripture would never be leaked. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun said seriously, Thank Senior Qingyang for me. I will never forget your great kindness. Yu Bikong said with a smile, Little friend, you can't address yourself as I, Lin from now onward. The sky in the distance rumbled. The huge rocking ship that looked like a floating continent slowly floated in midair, flowing with Tao light. Young friend, the identity I've arranged for you this time is a guard hired by the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. He represents the Yu clan, and his status is not low. You can do whatever you want. Yu Bikong reminded him telepathically. As he spoke, a peerlessly beautiful woman in a violet dress appeared out of thin air on the boat. Her skin was as white as mutton fat, her eyes were almond-shaped, her nose was jade-like, and her figure was slender and graceful. She was dignified and quiet, and her charm was outstanding. Brother Jade Sky, we meet again. The beautiful woman in purple greeted him with a smile. It was obvious that she was very familiar with Yu Bikong. Yu Bikong laughed and greeted them. Then he pointed at Lin Sun and said, "This is my younger brother, Yu Xian. Nice to meet you." Taoism Peer. After the introduction, Lin Sun already knew that this beautiful woman in purple was an elder of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion named Zhuang Yunji, a genuine peerless saint king. Zhuang Yunji nodded slightly and said with a smile on her pretty face, "We're not strangers. You don't have to be so polite." Without much delay, Zhuang Yunji boarded the boat with Lin Sun and waved goodbye to Yubi Kong. With a roar, the huge rocking ship that looked like a floating continent broke through the air. One day later, in the vast starry sky, the boat moved along a fixed course. Lin Sun was sitting under an ancient tree, pondering and comprehending the 9 cauldrons world suppression scripture. Sitting under an ancient tree, Lin Sun was pondering and comprehending the 9 cauldrons world suppression scripture. After boarding the boat, he was taken by Zhuang Yunji to live in this courtyard and told Lin Sun some information about the boat. The boat seemed to be just a boundary ship, but in fact, it was no different from a city. There were streets extending in all directions, row upon row of buildings, and shops selling all kinds of rare treasures, elixirs, and treasures. In addition, there were also places such as Cultivation, Taoist Court, Arena, Auction House, and so on, all of which were under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. The boat didn't prohibit outsiders from boarding, but those who wanted to take the boat had to pay an extremely expensive fee. 100,000 crystals. If one wanted to rent some houses with dense spiritual energy, the fee would only be higher. According to Zhuang Yunji, almost all the guests who boarded the boat came from the top forces in various worlds in the Xianxia star area. They were all rich and noble. Only this kind of customer would be able to afford such an expensive fee. On the first day Lin Sun boarded the boat, he passed some streets that were bustling and lively. According to a rough estimate, there were at least 10,000 cultivators on the support boat. Based on this calculation, just the cost of traveling by ship alone was an astronomical figure that was enough to make one's jaw drop. This time, the boat of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion would set off from the Xianxia star area to the primordial world in the central star area. On the way, it would cross many star areas and worlds. The journey was extremely long. And on the way, the boat would stop at some ferries, either to purchase supplies or to sell some goods to other worlds. It should be noted that on the starry ancient path, each world had its own special cultivation products. If these special products were sold, they could get 10 times or even 100 times the profit. According to Zhuang Yunji's calculation, even if everything went smoothly along the way, it would take at least half a year to reach the central star area. Half a year, based on the time and speed of the boat's journey, one could imagine just how vast and boundless the starry ancient path was. Lin Sun planned to master the mysteries of the 9 cauldrons world-suppressing scripture as soon as possible in this half a year. The first was to temper the spirit of the 5 viscera. As for whether there would be any disturbances along the way, Lin Sun was not very worried. The Xianxia star area was one of the 9 major star areas on the starry ancient path. There were many macro worlds in it, and the Heavenly Sound Pavilion was ranked as the top force in the Xianxia star area. In contrast, the power of the Yu family, an imperial family, was far inferior to the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. For example, on this boat, there were dozens of king saints from the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Among them, there were 7 top king saints, including Zhuang Yunji, and 2 quasi-emperor realm strongmen. With such a lineup, even if they encountered some storms along the way, they would be able to easily resolve them. "Senior, please enjoy your meal." 2 maids came from a distance, carrying baskets containing meals. They were dressed in light blue gauze skirts, looking delicate and charming, beautiful and gentle. One was called Qiu Kuei, and the other was Dong Yi. Lin Sun nodded. Qiu Kuei and Dong Yi quickly served the meals one by one and placed them on the stone table. The dishes were all cooked with rare and precious magic materials. There were meat and vegetables, delicacies of fruits, and aged wine. They could be regarded as first-class delicacies in the cultivation world. This meal alone would cost thousands of Taoist gems. Cultivators below the sage realm would not have the money to enjoy it at all. But for Lin Sun, both the quiet courtyard where he stayed and the meals he enjoyed every day were all free. When Lin Sun was eating, Qiu Kuei and Dong Yi rolled up their sleeves, revealing their snow-white wrists. Their fingers were as slender as green jade. They poured wine and tea for him and dissected fruits. They were respectful, gentle, beautiful, and charming. Over the years, Lin Sun had been either cultivating in seclusion or adventuring in the world. He hadn't enjoyed such treatment for a long time. This rare relaxation and rest made him feel a little emotional. In the future, when he arrived in the Hongmeng world, he would probably not be able to enjoy such happiness. While serving Lin Sun, Qiu Kuei and Dong Yi also secretly looked at Lin Sun. This courtyard was not open to the public. Generally, only guests regarded as extremely distinguished by the Heavenly Sound Pavilion could stay here. Before, Qiu Kuei and Dong Yi had been specially told to take good care of this guest's daily life. If he had any requirements, they would be satisfied as long as they could provide it on the rocking boat. So when facing Lin Sun, the two women couldn't help feeling anxious and submissive, lest they did something wrong and neglected Lin Sun. Even if Lin Sun made some excessive requests, such as asking them to serve him in bed together or doing some very eccentric and abnormal things, they could only bite the bullet and agree, not daring to disobey. It should be known that the strong in the cultivation world were not people with a pure heart and few desires. There were all kinds of people with different personalities. The two girls had once heard that some of the distinguished guests who boarded the ship in the past had used their maids to cultivate the yin harvesting technique. There were also some who were crazily lecherous and liked to play some perverted tricks, often torturing the maids unspeakably. Fortunately, what made them feel slightly at ease was that this senior from the imperial clan, Yu clan, seemed to be quite normal and was easy to get along with. Ever since he boarded the ship, he had remained silent by himself, and even when he was dealing with female attendants like them, his attitude seemed to be very amiable. After Lin Sun had his meal, Qiu Kuei and Dong Yi cleaned up and left together. Before long, Zhuang Yunji came to visit with a woman in white. Lin Sun stood up to greet her. After all, he was a guard this time. No matter how extraordinary his identity was, he had to do something related to guarding. Obviously, the woman in white brought by Zhuang Yunji this time was the one he was to guard. But when he saw her at first sight, Lin Sun was stunned. His heart rippled like a stone falling into the lake, and some memories of a long time ago came to his mind. How could it be her? The woman in white had picturesque eyebrows, smooth skin and jade-like bones. Her black hair was tied up in a bun at will. She was elegant and graceful. She was like a swaying green lotus, beautiful and clear. Although she was not breathtaking, she had the ethereal and gentle charm of a beautiful jade. Her white clothes were like white silk, with a unique style. In Lin Sun's mind, a clear and beautiful figure of a woman dressed as a man emerged. Her voice was as clear as the flowing stream, like the sound of nature. When they first met, she blinked and asked with a smile, "Child, is there a second Lu Qingyan in the world?" Lu Qingyan, when Lin Sun was just a 14-year-old boy who had just entered the Xiao Empire, Lu Qingyan was already the most famous cultivator in the world. Her features were picturesque, ethereal and clear, and her music was superb. When Lin Sun rose in the forbidden city of the empire and was received by the empress, Lu Qingyan played a song to celebrate Lin Sun. But later, Lu Qingyan left the Xiao Empire and there was no news of her. It was said that she had gone to the ancient desolation for cultivation. In the following years, whether Lin Sun cultivated in the ancient desolation or returned to the Xiao Empire, he never heard of Lu Qingyan again. Lin Sun didn't expect to see her again on the Heavenly Sound Pavilion's boat on the starry ancient road. For a moment, Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned. At the same time, Lu Qingyan, who was dressed in white and had her black hair tied up in a bun, frowned slightly. The eyes of the man in front of her were too bold. "Taoism pure, she is my disciple, Lu Qingyan. During the period before we arrive at the Hongmeng world, I'll have to trouble you to protect her," Zhuang Yunji said with a smile. She noticed Lin Sun's strange look, but she also understood that anyone who saw her beautiful disciple would inevitably be in a trance. In the entire Ziheng Star Zone, who didn't know the name of Lu Qingyan of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion? Okay. Lin Sun calmed down and nodded in agreement. He had calmed down. Even if his old friend was close at hand, at this moment, he couldn't recognize her because he was Yu Xian of the Yu family. "Junior Lu Qingyan, nice to meet you, senior." Lu Qingyan saluted. Her voice was as sweet and clear as the sound of nature. She was as beautiful as a painting. "You're welcome." Lin Sun had a strange feeling in his heart. If she knew his real identity, how would she react? Yen'er, go to the neighboring yard to have a rest, Zhuang Yunji urged. Lu Qingyan nodded and turned away. Until her figure disappeared, Zhuang Yunji sighed softly and said, Taoism pure, are you wondering why the inherited disciple of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion asked you to protect her? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. I don't know. Please tell me. Zhuang Yunji took a deep breath and said, fellow Taoist, you're not an outsider. Since things have come to this, I can't hide it from you. Soon, Zhuang Yunji told him the reason. As the number one orthodoxy in the Purple Han Galaxy, the Heavenly Music Pavilion had many talented true disciples. Each of them was like a dragon or phoenix among men, with extraordinary talent. Lu Qingyan was one of them. She had entered the Heavenly Music Pavilion to cultivate 5 years ago. In just 3 years, she had shone brilliantly among her peers and stood out from the rest. She was chosen by Zhuang Yunji, who was an elder of the pavilion, and taken in as a true disciple. Especially in the past 2 years, Lu Qingyan had made rapid progress in music and became the most dazzling one among the inherited disciples. However, it was precisely because her performance was too dazzling that she suffered a lot of competition and exclusion from her fellow disciples. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. This was very normal. If that was all, with Zhuang Yunji's power in the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, it was enough to protect Lu Qingyan from too much trouble. However, there was a change not long ago. A descendant of the primitive Taoism court named Kong Yu, when he was a guest in the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, took a fancy to Lu Qingyan and directly pursued her, hoping to win her heart. Lu Qingyan didn't accept and refused Kong Yu's pursuit, but he didn't give up and still pestered Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan, who was annoyed, planned to go out to avoid the limelight. Unexpectedly, she met Kong Yu on the way out. Moreover, after being rejected by Lu Qingyan again, Kong Yu was so angry that he directly took action and wanted to take Lu Qingyan away. If Lu Qingyan hadn't seen the opportunity quickly and escaped with a secret method, she would have been almost succeeded by Kong Yu. Such a change alarmed the whole Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Lu Qingyan thought that the pavilion would stand up for her and punish Kong Yu severely. But the final result was that Lu Qingyan bowed her head and endured, and apologized to Kong Yu. As she spoke up to hear, a hint of helplessness and guilt appeared between Zhuang Yunji's brows. Just because Kong Yu is the successor of the prehistoric Tao court, after such a thing happened, I, as her master, can only be forced by the sex pressure and am unable to help at all. I feel extremely stifled in my heart for Yen'er to suffer such grievances. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he said, what happened later? Zhuang Yunji smiled bitterly and said, what else could I do? As her master, I personally apologized to Kong Yu with Yen. Lin Sun frowned and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. It was ridiculous that the first orthodoxy in Zihang Star area chose such a way to deal with a descendant of the primitive Taoism court. It could be imagined how disappointed and aggrieved Lu Qingyan would be when she suffered such a thing. When I went out to the Hongmeng world this time, I wanted to take Yen to relax, but I didn't expect. When Zhuang Yunji said this, there was a touch of coldness in her eyes. In the pavilion, someone secretly colluded with Kong Yu and gathered some forces to monitor Yen, intending to harm her. Really? Lin Sun frowned more and more. Zhuang Yunji sighed lightly. Long ago in the sect, Yen'er suffered a great deal of exclusion and suppression because her display was too outstanding, and many people saw her as a thorn in their side. But I never imagined that they would actually disregard their friendship as fellow disciples and choose to cooperate with Kong Yu. Lin Sun asked, is Kong Yu also on the boat? Zhuang Yunji shook her head, no, but according to the news I got, Kong Yu sent a group of strong practitioners to the boat. She sighed faintly and continued, I don't trust some people in my sect anymore. Fellow Taoist, you come from the Yu clan, an imperial clan. An ancestor Green Sun has a close relationship with one of the great elders of the Heavenly Sound Parlor. It'll be safer to have Yen'er stay with you. At this point, Lin Sun finally understood and couldn't help feeling speechless. He came here to hide his identity and planned to go to the Hongmeng world in a low-key manner. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a storm because of the identity of Yu Xian. If the other party was not Lu Qingyan, Lin Sun would never take this matter into his own hands. It was not because of fear or dread, but because he didn't want to cause any trouble. If his identity was recognized, it would be troublesome. But don't worry, if there is any trouble, I, Zhuang Yunji, am not a vegetarian. At that time I will deal with it freely and will never let you fall into danger. A touch of determination appeared on Zhuang Yunji's beautiful and mature face. Okay. Lin Sun nodded. He was keenly aware that in the eyes of Zhuang Yunji, a peerless Saint King, she didn't value his combat power at all, but the identity of Yu Xian. Thinking about it, the real Yu Xian was just a Saint King. He didn't even set foot on the peerless way. How could Zhuang Yunji place high hopes on him? All she wanted was a trustworthy person to take care of Lu Qingyan. That was all. Thank you very much. From today on, I will arrange for Yan to live here. Zhuang Yunji chatted with Lin Sun for a while and then left. Sure enough, not long after Zhuang Yunji left, Lu Qingyan, dressed in white and with picturesque features, came again. There was a touch of depression on her beautiful face that could not be erased. There was no one around. Lin Sun wanted to reveal his identity and recognize her several times, but he finally held back. From today on, you can live in peace with me. Lin Sun's voice was gentle, with a convincing force. Lu Qingyan was stunned. She raised her bright eyes and looked at Lin Sun, seeming a little surprised. Then she bowed her head and said softly, "Thank you, Senior." Lin Sun smiled and said, "It's no trouble. It's a piece of cake." Lu Qingyan sighed softly and said no more. From this day on, Lu Qingyan lived in this courtyard. She was often silent. Occasionally, she would play the zither. The sound of the zither was low and bleak, with a hint of indistinct sadness. Lin Sun also knew that if he showed too much concern in his current identity, it would make her think too much. Lu Qingyan didn't want to talk more, so he didn't disturb her. Only when they were having a meal would they have a brief conversation. But most of the time, Lu Qingyan was very silent, as quiet as an orchid. This made Lin Sun feel pity for her. In those days, Lu Qingyan was always smiling, bright and beautiful. How could she be as lonely and silent as she was now? Time flowed like water. More than 10 days had passed in a hurry. Lu Qingyan was also familiar with and adapted to the existence of Lin Sun. But she always regarded Lin Sun as a senior in her heart. She didn't realize that the senior Yu Xian in her eyes was an old friend she admired most in those days. These days, Lin Sun didn't stay idle. He concentrated on studying the mysteries of the 9 Cauldrons World Suppression Sutra. With his current realm, he naturally made rapid progress in understanding Taoist Sutra. Now, he had mastered several kinds of Taoism recorded in the 9 Cauldrons World Suppression Sutra, especially one called 9 Cauldrons Battle Seal, which was extremely wonderful and amazed Lin Sun. In addition to these, the 9 Cauldrons World Suppression Sutra also recorded some mysteries of cultivation, involving qi refining, body refining, and spirit refining. When Lin Sun was comprehending it, he was also deeply inspired and often felt enlightened, which made his cultivation a lot better. On this day, Lu Qingyan sat alone in front of the window, composing music and playing the zither. She looked quiet and ethereal, and the sound of the zither was like the sound of nature in an empty valley, ethereal and clear. Lin Sun was pondering the Great Wei Huangting Sutra, and the atmosphere was peaceful and quiet. At this time, maid Chokue suddenly came in a hurry and handed a note to Lin Sun with a perturbed look. She said, "Senior, someone asked me to give it to you." Lin Sun unfolded the note and saw a sentence written in blood-red ink, "Don't worry about other people's business, lest you get into trouble." Every word was wantonly, and the strokes were like sharp blades. The dark red color was penetrating, and a strong killing intent came out of the paper. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression remained unchanged. The paper suddenly turned into ashes and disappeared between his fingers. He asked, "Who brought this?" Chokue shook her head, looking nervous and uneasy. "You can leave first. I have something to say to Senior Yu Xian." Lu Qingyan walked out. After watching Chokue leave, she looked at Lin Sun with her clear eyes. "Senior, is there trouble?" Lin Sun thought for a while. He didn't hide it, but he didn't say anything either. Lu Qingyan frowned and sighed. Lin Sun asked her to sit down and poured her a cup of tea. Then he asked, "Can you tell me who wants to harm you on this Fuyao boat?" Lu Qingyan was silent for a moment and said, "Since you ask, I won't hide it. It's just that this matter involves the internal strife of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, Lin Sun interrupted with a smile, just treat it as a chat. If it's not necessary, I won't do something beyond my power. Lu Qingyan nodded. On this Fuyao boat, there were 2 quasi-emperors, 7 saint kings, and dozens of saint kings in the Heavenly Music Pavilion. In addition, there were also some successor disciples, guardians, and retainers. In the matter of targeting Lu Qingyan, one of the 2 quasi-emperors had already expressed his dissatisfaction with Lu Qingyan. This person was Hua Dian, the supreme elder of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. Among the 7 saint kings, 4 of them were loyal subordinates of Hua Dian and belonged to the same camp. Lu Qingyan's master, Zhuang Yunji, and another saint king named Xiao Yunkong stood on Lu Qingyan's side. Knowing this, Lin Sun quickly thought, that is to say, the other side has 1 quasi-emperor and 4 saint kings, while you only have 2 saint kings, your master and Xiao Yunkong? Lu Qingyan nodded. Lin Sun continued to ask, what about the other quasi-emperor and the last saint king? What's their attitude? Lu Qingyan sighed softly, they should be considered as a bystander. Of these 2 people, one was called Liang Chuan, a quasi-emperor, and the other was called Bu Feiyu, a saint king. They were neutral figures. At this point, Lin Sun completely understood that this situation was extremely unfavorable to Lu Qingyan. Just the fact that the other party had a quasi-emperor was enough to bring endless pressure to Lu Qingyan and her master, Zhuang Yunji. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun's black eyes flickered, and he transmitted his voice, Miss Qingyan, may I ask what you will do if the situation becomes bad and even your master has no power to protect you in the end? Lu Qingyan was stunned, and her beautiful face changed. She said, no matter what, I won't embarrass you. Her voice was calm, but it made Lin's heart skip a beat. He knew that if there was a conflict, Lu Qingyan was likely to sacrifice herself to protect her master. Lu Qingyan said seriously, Senior, it's good that you know these things, but you can't get involved. In order to help Kongyu force me to surrender, they will do anything. She was already in such a predicament, yet she was still thinking about Yuxian, an outsider. Lin Sun sighed with emotion for a while. He nodded. I understand. Lu Qingyan got up to leave and returned to her room. Sitting alone at the stone table in the courtyard, Lin Sun pondered for a long time. He did not fear a quasi-emperor. Even if he did not reveal his identity, he still had the means to kill the quasi-emperor. However, once the quasi-emperor died, it was bound to cause a disturbance. What Lin Sun was thinking about was how not to let the quasi-emperor suspect him in the worst case. It's really difficult to keep a low profile. After a long time, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Well, Miss Qingyan is my old friend anyway. How can I let her be bullied? If I'm really cornered, don't blame me for being rude. A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. On the surface, it seemed to be just an internal battle of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, but Lin Sun knew that although Kongyu, the successor of the untainted Taoist court, was not on the Fuyao boat, he sent a group of strong people to sneak in. This was also a threat. The untainted Taoist court, Lin Sun suddenly laughed. In Kunlun ruins, he killed countless successors, including Kuan Jiolin. How could he be afraid of Kongyu? I hope you don't provoke me. Lin Sun did intend to hide his identity and keep a low profile. It was better not to attract anyone's attention. But there was a bottom line in keeping a low profile and forbearance. Just like when he first arrived at the ancient wasteland, he was surrounded by enemies, but in the end, didn't he fight his way out? Forbearance didn't mean that he had to become a coward. If so, what was the point of cultivating? From that day on, Lin Sun began to refine some formation treasures such as formation flags, formation discs, and formation talismans in his spare time while practicing the 9 cauldrons world suppression scripture and tempering the 5 internal organs. The Fuyao boat was a giant realm ship, covered with dense and strict Taoist patterns. When it moved on the ancient path of the starry sky, it consumed nearly 500,000 Taoist gems a day. However, it was also because of the many Taoist patterns and formations that made the Fuyao boat extremely strong. When it moved in the starry sky, it could resolve many unpredictable dangers. According to Lin Sun's observation, the power of the formation covering the boat could almost withstand the attack of a quasi-emperor. Unfortunately, the Fuyao ship was only a world ship after all, and not a complete forbidden formation. Otherwise, as long as the power of the formation was controlled, the lives of all the strong people on the boat would be in his hands. Lin Sun didn't expect to control the Fuyao boat. It was enough for him to guard his own territory. In the next few days, Lin Sun became busy. He started to arrange the formation in this quiet and secluded courtyard. Lu Qingyan was surprised. She probably didn't expect that Yu Xian was a Taoist pattern master who was proficient in setting up formations. 7 days later. Lin Sun stopped and showed a satisfied smile. In the courtyard, he set up a large Taoist pattern formation with both defense and binding. It was called the Forbidden Formation of the Stars. When it was running, it could communicate with the power of the stars in the starry sky. Even if the Saint King was trapped, he couldn't get out of it for a while. And what Lin Sun paid was a sum of divine materials that were worth about 1,000,000 Tao crystals. The price was amazing. In the past, Lin Sun couldn't afford it at all. It was also when he was in the Diyu secret realm that all the great figures from the 9 great worlds were completely annihilated by him, and because of this, he obtained an astronomical windfall. Just the number of Tao crystals he had on him right now was 9 million. This didn't include the mountains of divine materials, elixirs, and rare treasures. It could be said that Lin Sun was now rich and didn't have to worry about Taoist gems for a long time. Miss Qingyan, keep this jade talisman. Lin Sun found Lu Qingyan and handed her a specially refined jade talisman. He said, if you encounter any emergency, crush this talisman, and I will know immediately. Thank you, Senior. Lu Qingyan showed gratitude. She didn't take Yu Xian seriously before. She only regarded him as an elder and never expected that he could really help and protect her. However, after interacting with him for some time, she realized that this senior Yu Xian was very attentive when it came to acting as her bodyguard. Of course, that was all. Lu Qingyan knew that once she was in danger, she could only rely on her master, Zhuang Yunji. After all, the opponent was too strong. It was so strong that Lu Qingyan didn't dare to have any hope for Yu Xian. It was even to the extent that she was worried that her master might not be able to hold on. Lin Sun naturally saw that Lu Qingyan, like her master, just regarded him as an ordinary guard. But he couldn't explain anything. He smiled and turned away. On the same day, Lin Sun called Oqi and Dong Yi and told them that they didn't need to serve him anymore. Although they didn't understand the reason, the 2 women obeyed and left soon. In the evening, a man in a blue robe came and stood outside the courtyard. He said loudly, Junior Sister Lu, Senior Sister Wu Yunlian said that she invited you to visit the House of Treasures. Wu Yunlian, Lu Qingyan, who was playing the zither in the room, narrowed her eyes. How could it be her? Before she could reply, Lin Sun said in the courtyard, Miss Qingyan is in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid you can't go out for a while. Please go back. Outside the courtyard, the man in a blue robe frowned, Are you Yu Xian from the Yu family? I'm talking to Junior Sister Lu. You'd better not interrupt. Even Lu Qingyan had to call Yu Xian, who was disguised by Lin Sun, Senior, but this man in a blue robe called him directly by his name and spoke rudely. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and thought of the note he received a few days ago. Did this man think that he could only endure after being warned and threatened? He got up directly and walked out of the courtyard. Senior, Lu Qingyan's heart tightened. She was about to dissuade him, but Lin Sun waved his hand and smiled. He secretly transmitted a voice message to the man, telling him to leave it to him. Young man, haven't your elders taught you how to respect your elders? Lin Sun opened the gate of the courtyard and said indifferently. The man in a blue robe was stunned and pointed to his nose, Are you teaching me a lesson? Lin Sun crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the door. He looked up and down at the man in a blue robe and said with a sneer, Little thing, don't be so rude. If we were in the outside world, I would have killed you. Now, you'd better disappear. The man in a blue robe was furious, Yu Xian, do you really think you're a big shot? Lin Sun sighed and looked around. He seemed to be talking to himself, A junior dares to bully me. If this goes back, the ancestors of the Yu family will scold me as a coward. The man in a blue robe sneered, Yu Xian, this is the Fuyao boat, the territory of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. I've shown you enough respect by letting you stay here. If you don't know what's good for you, you'd better be careful of getting yourself into trouble. There was a strong threat in his voice. Lin Sun didn't know who gave the man in a blue robe the courage to be so domineering. If I beat you now, I'll definitely be regarded as a bully. Well, I'll spare you this time and let you go for the time being. Bang, after that, Lin Sun closed the gate of the courtyard directly. Humph, what you family? Just a good for nothing. The blue-robed man cursed in a low voice and turned away. Behind the door of the courtyard, Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. At the moment when he opened the door of the courtyard, with his spiritual awareness, he instantly captured at least 5 strong breaths in the nearby area. All of them were Sage King realm experts. As for the blue-robed man, he was nothing at all. He was just a great saint. But if he really took action, these 5 king saints would inevitably be drawn out. At that time, the other party was very likely to take the opportunity to capture the Yuxian he pretended to be. Even if he could suppress them in the end, he was bound to expose some of his strength and arouse their vigilance. Next time, the other party was very likely to use more sinister means to deal with him. At this moment, Lin Sun could roughly judge that the purpose of the blue-robed man was either to test him or to provoke him. Otherwise, he would not have behaved so arrogantly and recklessly. Senior, I'm sorry to let you suffer. Lu Qingyan came over apologetically. She had clearly heard the conversation between Lin Sun and the blue-robed man just now. Lin Sun's cowardice made her breathe a sigh of relief, but she couldn't help feeling disappointed. Sure enough, the senior invited from you family was just a guard. It's just a puppy barking. It's not enough to make me suffer. Lin Sun smiled. He really didn't care about this. If it weren't for the wrong time, the blue-robed man would have been killed by him like an ant. Who is he? Lin Sun asked. Lu Qingyan said, Zhan Bing, a successor disciple of Heavenly Sound Pavilion. His master is Ouyang Pei, an elder of King Saints. He has always been hostile to me. What about Wu Yunlian? Lin Sun continued to ask. Lu Qingyan frowned with a touch of disgust. She is the granddaughter of Hua Dian, the Supreme Elder. Among the peers in Heavenly Sound Pavilion, she is also the one who stands up for me. She united some other disciples to exclude and be hostile to me. Lin Sun suddenly understood. Treasure House. It was located on a beautiful mountain on the boat. This was the area of Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Outsiders were not allowed to approach without invitation. At this moment, in the great hall on the first floor of the House of Treasures, a group of direct disciples from the court of Tianyin were gathered together. There were both males and females, and all of them looked extraordinary. The person that sat at the seat of the host was a woman that wore a luxurious robe and possessed an outstanding appearance. Her skin was snow white, her bearing was elegant, and the space between her brows carried a wisp of innate pride and aloofness. Wu Yunlian, she was the granddaughter of the Quasi-Emperor Supreme Elder, Hua Dian. Among the true inheritors of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, she held an esteemed position. Ha ha ha, and here I thought that the Yu clan, an imperial clan, was something extraordinary. Who would have thought that it was actually a bunch of idiots? He is a smart man. He would rather swallow his anger than fight against us. Obviously, he also realized that if he stood on Lu Qingyan's side, he would definitely die miserably. When the blue-robed man, Zhan Bing, returned and recounted everything that had occurred earlier, a wave of roaring laughter instantly resounded in the hall. Yu Xian, a sage king from the Imperial Yu clan, could only swallow his anger when he was humiliated by a peak great saint like Zhan Bing. This made everyone feel very disdainful. Someone said leisurely, our martial uncle Zhuang Yunji is going to be disappointed this time. Everyone burst into laughter again. Wu Yunlian, who was sitting at the head of the host, sighed softly, unfortunately, I had planned to let you provoke Yu Xian and seize the opportunity to capture him. In this way, Lu Qingyan, that little bitch, would no longer have a caretaker by her side, and we could find a chance to force her to bow her head. Everyone's laughter faded. Senior Sister Wu, this Yu Xian is just a sage king. If we really fight, how can he protect Lu Qingyan? Someone said. Wu Yunlian frowned and said, my grandfather said that Yu Xian is a member of the Yu clan, an imperial clan, and his identity is different. He told us not to offend him too much. Otherwise, he would have died as early as the first day he set foot on the boat. Someone couldn't help but ask, Senior Sister Wu, what do you think we should do? Wu Yunlian pondered for a long time, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. We can't go too far, but it doesn't mean that others can't. Everyone's eyes flickered. Wu Yunlian made a decision. Zhan Bing, go and meet the experts sent by young Master Kong Yu. Tell them that if they can get rid of Yu Xian, capturing Lu Qingyan will be as easy as taking something out of their pocket. Zhan Bing nodded and left. Someone asked, Senior Sister Wu, if this matter is known by Martial Uncle Zhuang Yunji. Wu Yunlian suddenly showed a cold smile. Martial Uncle Zhuang Yunji? I'm afraid she can't even take care of herself now. What do you mean? Everyone's spirits were lifted. Wu Yunlian said leisurely, my grandfather has personally come forward and had a long talk with Martial Uncle Xiao Yunkong. I believe there will be a good result. Xiao Yunkong, an elder of the Sage King realm, was the only big shot of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion standing next to Zhuang Yunji on the boat. If he no longer supported Zhuang Yunji, one could imagine how embarrassed Zhuang Yunji's situation would become. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Would Martial Uncle Xiao Yunkong be able to withstand such pressure with Supreme Elder Hua Dian stepping forward? It would be very difficult, hearing Xian Pavilion. In Zhuang Yunji's living quarters, the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. Zhuang Yunji's expression was cold, and her eyes were filled with undisguised disappointment and anger. She sat there without saying a word. She was trying hard to control her emotions. Junior sister, from today onwards, you will cultivate in seclusion here. On a chair opposite, a man in a black robe sighed softly, not daring to look at Zhuang Yunji. This person was the great sage stage elder of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, Xiao Yunkong. He was the only powerhouse standing next to Zhuang Yunji. However, from today onwards, Xiao Yunkong's attitude had changed. Xiao Yunkong, you disappoint me. Zhuang Yunji said each word slowly, unable to hide the disappointment between her brows. Even her closest senior brother had betrayed her. This made her heart feel like it was being cut by a knife. Junior sister, this is the general trend. I have no choice. Moreover, with just the two of us, how can we compete with Martial Uncle Hua Dian? Xiao Yunkong said bitterly. You can choose not to help me. Even if you just stand by and watch, I won't blame you. However, you are helping them monitor me and preventing me from leaving this place. Xiao Yunkong, you are too shameless. Zhuang Yunji's voice was cold. On the other side, the white-haired old man who had been sitting silently all this time smiled and said, Junior sister, junior brother Xiao is doing this for your own good. Qingyan is very talented, but she doesn't know what's good for her. If she really cares about you, she should obediently bow her head and leave with young Master Kong Yu, instead of implicating you like this. He was Zhan Bing's master, Ouyang Pei, a great sage stage elder. This time, he and Xiao Yunkong were guarding this place and monitoring Zhuang Yunji, not allowing her to go out without permission. Simply speaking, the current Zhuang Yunji was equivalent to being grounded. Bullshit. Zhuang Yunji trembled with anger. If I can't even protect my disciple, how can I, as a master, still have the face to stand in this world? The white-haired elder, Ouyang Pei's face darkened. Junior sister, I'm not afraid to tell you that if you act recklessly now, not only will junior brother Xiao and I stop you, even Martial Uncle Hua Dian will not stand by and watch. Zhuang Yunji had the impulse to kill them several times, but she finally restrained herself. She looked dazed and struggled with her emotions. After a long time, she sighed dejectedly, for the first time in my life, I am so disappointed in the sect. Xiao Yunkong couldn't bear it, but he just shook his head in the end. Ouyang Pei smiled. Zhuang Yunji had become a bird in a cage, and it was difficult to get out of it. Now, it seemed that the only thing left was to kick away the eyesore from Yu family. In the courtyard, Lu Qingyan suddenly found Lin Sun, who was practicing, and said, Senior, I want to see Master. What's wrong? Lin Sun saw at a glance that Lu Qingyan was in a bad mood. Lu Qingyan said in a low voice, Master and I agreed that she would come to see me every 10 days. But now, more than 10 days have passed. I am worried about her. Lin Sun frowned and thought about it. From the first time Zhuang Yunji brought Lu Qingyan to the present, Zhuang Yunji had not appeared again these days. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun said, Miss Qingyan, let's consider the worst result. Now, if something really happens to your master, I'm afraid you can't help her. Instead, you will be taken advantage of by others. Lu Qingyan's beautiful face was slightly pale, and she said in a daze, "If I die, master, should not be implicated anymore, right?" Lin Sun's heart tightened. He stared at her for a moment and said, "Miss Qingyan, give me some time. I will help you inquire about the news. How about making a decision after confirming the specific matters?" Lu Qingyan was quite surprised and said, "Senior, if you go out, I am afraid you will encounter an accident. What's more, if you are involved, I will certainly feel guilty." Lin Sun felt pity in his heart and said, "I will give you a chance and give me a chance. What's more, I will give it a try. It's always a hope, isn't it?" As he said, he walked out and said, "You stay here. With the protection of the formation, Holy King Desolate can't break in. And if there is an accident, you must crush the jade talisman I gave you in time." His voice was gentle and indifferent. Watching Lin Sun's figure leave, Lu Qingyan was stunned for a while. She suddenly felt that she had never seen through this Senior Yuxian. When Zhang Bing humiliated him with evil words, he finally endured it, which made him look a little timid and disappointed her. But now, he had made a decision so casually to help her. Didn't he know that he was very likely to encounter an accident by doing so? Thinking of this, Lu Qingyan's heart tightened. She was about to chase after him to dissuade him, but found that Lin Sun had already disappeared in the courtyard. Only strands of chilly silver starlight enshrouded the courtyard, and it was dreamlike, illusory, beautiful, and pure. This was the power of Star's forbidden formation. The moment Lin Sun walked out of the courtyard, the smile on his face disappeared completely. 5 people, King of Sages. In an instant, his sea of consciousness clearly captured the aura of strong practitioners hidden in different areas. He didn't pay them any attention and continued walking forward. The rocking ship was extremely large, like a floating continent. Streets crisscrossed it, and there were many buildings that were arranged row upon row. It was like a city. The courtyard where Lin Sun lived was on a mountain outside the city. This mountain was specially set up by the Heavenly Sound Pavilion to entertain distinguished guests. There were many courtyards. "Buddy, it looks like you're in a bad situation." When Lin Sun passed a courtyard, a figure suddenly appeared on the wall. He lay there lazily and stared at Lin Sun with a smile. "Oh, how do you know?" Lin Sun glanced at the man. He looked like a teenager in linen clothes. His hair was like wild grass, and his face was quite handsome. When he smiled, his white teeth were revealed. The youth rolled his eyes and said, "Even a blind man can see that. Is there a need to ask?" "Brother, let me guess. Are you going to fight with your life on the line?" "Fight with my life? I don't think so," Lin Sun said and strode away. The identity of this teenager was bound to be unusual since he could live on this mountain. But Lin Sun didn't bother to pay attention to him. "Tut tut. Although your heart is thundering, your face is still as calm as a lake. Although your murderous intent is restrained to the extreme, I still smell it." The teenager leaned on the wall and looked at the place where Lin Sun left, laughing happily. "Young master, you can't be nosy. Your father told me not to let you make trouble along the way. Otherwise, he won't spare this old woman." A senile old woman stood under the wall of the inner courtyard. She looked at the young man in linen clothes lying on the wall with a smile on her face. Her turbid eyes were filled with kindness. "Granny, if you smile at me with your real face, I'll be very happy. But I can't stand your ugly face." The teenager turned back and stuck out his tongue, pretending to vomit. The old woman laughed so hard that her eyes narrowed. "You're just like your father when he was young. You're shameless and smelly." The hemp-clothed youth did not feel ashamed. Instead, he felt proud and smiled proudly. However, when he looked in the direction of Lin Sun's departure, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "This guy is obviously a wolf in sheep's clothing. Whoever provokes him will have bad luck." "Granny, do you want to go and watch the fun? That guy is very interesting," the hemp-clothed youth suddenly asked. "No." The old woman flatly refused. The linen-clothed youth's face instantly turned bitter, and he sighed endlessly. As he walked down the mountain, he saw a bustling street not far away. Tourists weaved in and out, and there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Lin Sun walked into the street as if he was taking a stroll. All along the way, he saw disciples from large sections. There were both men and women, and they came and went in groups with many lackeys by their sides. There were also lone cultivators, but not many of them. After all, not everyone had the money to cross the starry sky on a support boat. There were no cultivators in the lower 5 realms here. Even longevity tribulation eminences were insignificant characters who ran errands. On the contrary, it was common to see sages and great sages. There were also some sage kings, but they were all elders of some top forces and ancient clans who played the role of guardians. This was the scene on the support boat. In the vast Xianxia zone, there were hundreds of millions of people, but only a small group of people at the top of the world were qualified to board the support boat. Walking in the streets, Lin Sun was like a tourist, shuttling through all kinds of shops. When he walked out of the shops, Lin Sun had many rare treasures, elixirs and divine materials from all over the world. Even Lin Sun had to admit that these shops were very unique. The items they sold were all rare treasures unique to the major star areas and worlds of the starry sky ancient path. Lin Sun couldn't help but widen his horizons. Of course, the Tao gems on Lin Sun also flowed out like running water. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Sun entered a martial arts training hall and paid 3,000 Tao gems in exchange for a quiet room for cultivation. The rental time was 6 hours. Although it was called a quiet room for cultivation, it was actually no different from a small abode. The spiritual energy inside was incomparably abundant, and it was covered in restrictive formations, so there was no need to worry about being disturbed by the outside world. Spending 3,000 Tao crystal in 6 hours, one could imagine just how great the expense was, and ordinary people would not be able to afford it. Not long after Lin Sun entered the quiet room, a group of experts arrived at the martial arts training hall. The leader was a young man in a bright red robe with a white jade belt around his waist. His eyes were narrow and long like blades. A gray-robed old man who had been waiting there for a long time went up to greet them. He was a Sage King Realm Elder of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, and he was also the manager of the martial arts training hall. Those who were familiar with him called him Old Tang. This is the token. The target has entered the cultivation room C3. Old Tang stepped forward and respectfully handed a token to the red-robed young man. All right. The red-robed young man nodded, and then he led the group towards the cultivation room C3. This eyesore from the Yu clan is really courting death. Old Tang couldn't help but reveal a wisp of coldness as he watched the red-robed young man and the others leave. A disciple of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion walked over and said with a worried expression, Elder, if Elder Zhuang Yunji finds out that we handed over the token to open the cultivation room without permission, Old Tang interrupted him and said, Elder Zhuang Yunji is like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, and he can't even protect himself. There's no need to pay any attention to him. Not to mention that even if that fellow surnamed Yu dies, it's unrelated to our Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Alright, go do what you need to do. I'll keep an eye on this place. The cultivation room C3. Along with a wave of fluctuations of restrictions, the door to the cultivation room was opened from the outside. The red-robed young man and the others charged in at their fastest speed, and they closed the door at the first possible moment, causing it to be covered by the energy of restrictions once more. When they finished doing all of this, they noticed to their shock that the target this time didn't reveal any expression of surprise or panic. He sat before a wooden table, and he was drinking wine from an azure-skinned gourd. He had a relaxed bearing, and he seemed as if he'd been waiting for their arrival. Yu Xian? The red-robed young man spoke, and his long and narrow eyes were suffused with a frightening divine light. This place is isolated from the outside world, and it can withstand the destructive power of the Saint King realm. It can be called the best place to kill and bury people. What do you think of the tomb I've chosen for you? Lin Sun stood up and said indifferently. His black eyes were deep and tranquil. The red-robed young man's face darkened, and the others also looked incredulous. Was this guy from the Yu clan a fool? He was just a Saint King, but he was so arrogant. Do you know we're going to deal with you? The red-robed young man raised his eyebrows. I only know that no matter who comes here today, they can only be buried here. Lin Sun said, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. Do it. The red-robed young man's pupils shrank, and his body exuded the horrible aura of the Saint King realm. He did not hesitate to hit out with his palm. The power of his palm was vast, and it was like the great power of the primeval world descending to the world. Die. When Lin Sun said this word lightly, his figure appeared in front of the red-robed young man, and he also hit out with his palm. It was an understatement, without a trace of smoke and fire. But under this palm, the tyrannical palm of the red-robed young man was swallowed up silently like a clay ox entering the sea. His whole body seemed to fall into an abyss, and it was dark in front of him. His whole body seemed to be imprisoned, and he could not struggle at all. When this palm fell, bang, the red-robed young man was smashed into a mass of flesh and blood. As soon as the blood splashed out, it was erased in the void. Only his power of the great way was completely swallowed and plundered. A peerless Saint King was killed with one palm. This sudden scene happened too fast and too terrifying. It made the other strong people who were just about to take action stunned at first, and then their blood ran cold, and their souls almost left their bodies. Was this the power that a Saint King could have? The atmosphere was dead silent, and everyone's expression changed greatly. The red-robed young man was the successor of the primitive Tao court. Although his status and identity were far inferior to Kong Yu, his combat power was undoubtedly strong. Being able to step into the peerless Saint King realm was the best proof. But now, he was killed with one palm, as if he was swatting a fly. Lin Sun's eyes were gloomy as he said indifferently, "Everyone, I need to ask some questions. If you cooperate obediently, you can die more quickly. Otherwise, you can only live a life worse than death." As he spoke, he attacked without hesitation. Why are they still not coming out? Old Tang's brows gradually furrowed. In the martial practice field. As time passed, the red-robed young man and his party did not walk out of room C3 for a long time, which made Old Tang feel a little uneasy. It's just killing a Saint King. Why did it take so long? Could it be that something really happened? Old Tang's expression was uncertain. Just as he was deciding whether to go and see for himself, he suddenly saw a figure walk out of room C3. But Old Tang's eyes suddenly widened as if he was struck by lightning, as if he had seen a ghost. How could it be him? He saw that the man was dressed in green, with broad eyebrows and long hair. It was Yu Xian, whom Old Tang thought would definitely die. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air, and he looked at Old Tang with eyes as deep as an abyss. Sweat ran down Old Tang's forehead, and he struggled to show a stiff smile. What are you saying? I don't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I'll come to you again later. As Lin Sun said, he put one hand on Old Tang's shoulder. Old Tang only felt a terrifying force pressing down on him, and all his strength was confined before he could struggle at all. Then, he was picked up by Lin Sun like a chick and stuffed into the Endless Way Tower. The next moment, Lin Sun's figure flashed and he floated away from the martial practice field. From beginning to end, no one noticed his trace except Old Tang. Because from the moment he took action, he had already operated by Qi, which completely covered his figure in Qi. His whole person seemed to be nothingness. The streets were bustling with noise and excitement. The boat belonged to the Heavenly Sound School. No matter how distinguished the passengers were, they dared not make trouble on the boat under normal circumstances. After all, the existence of the two great figures of the Quasi-Emperor realm in the Heavenly Sound School played a great deterrent role. But no one knew that a killing had already taken place in a quiet room isolated from the outside world in the martial practice hall. Snow Drinking House. In an elegant room on the second floor. A group of people were drinking. Each of them was dignified and had an extraordinary appearance. The shopkeeper of the restaurant had already been told that this group of distinguished people should be treated with the best wine and the best dishes. Moreover, no one was allowed to disturb these guests unless it was an ordinary matter. Lin Sun appeared in the Snow Drinking House, which was bustling with business and bustling with people. There was no lack of powerful senior cultivators. However, from the beginning to the end, no one had sensed his presence. Under the cover of the Qi of Qi, no one could detect Lin Sun's existence at all, unless it was an expert with special talent or a terrifying figure whose cultivation was far higher than Lin Sun's. This was the wonderful transformation of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon and the Great Path Furnace scripture. Dragons could roam the void, but they could hide in the nothingness and no one would know them. Lin Sun walked up to the second floor of the restaurant, which had long been forbidden by the shopkeeper. He stood in the quiet room for a moment and waved his hand to set up a restriction formation. Then, he gently knocked on the door. "Who is it? Didn't I tell you not to disturb our gathering?" A displeased voice came from the room. "The matter of the martial practice hall has come to an end," Lin Sun said calmly. The lively atmosphere in the quiet room quieted down. Then, the door was opened, revealing the figure of a bearded man. He looked at Lin Sun with a little doubt and asked, "Who told you to come?" "Shui Weiliang." Lin Sun said a name. This name belonged to the red-robed man, but he was already dead. Although he felt that Lin Sun's reaction was a little strange, the bearded man's expression eased a lot. He said, "Come in and tell me the result." Lin Sun walked into the quiet room, glanced at the 5 people present, and said, "Shui Weiliang said he was waiting for you to reunite underground." "Hmm?" The curly-bearded man's expression changed. But before he could react, his neck was grabbed by Lin Sun's big hand. Almost at the same time, a Dao domain that resembled a cauldron or an abyss spread out from Lin Sun's body, enveloping the entire chamber. An incomparably dull rumbling sound rang out, but it quickly disappeared into silence. When Lin Sun withdrew the field of Tao, the 6 strong men from the primitive Taoist court who had been talking and laughing in the quiet room were all killed. Among them, 1 absolute sage king, 2 sage kings, and 3 absolute great sages were Kong Yu's fans. However, all of them had perished without exception, and not even their corpses remained. On the dining table, the delicacies were still piping hot, and the fragrant wine had just been filled, but there was no one to enjoy it. Lin Sun took out his green gourd, raised his head and took a sip. Then he turned around and walked out of the quiet room. After that, he removed the formation that covered the surroundings and floated away. The restaurant was still bustling with noise and excitement. Walking on the bustling street, Lin Sun went to the next target. Before killing the red-robed man and his companions in the quiet room, Lin Sun had used all kinds of torture to extract their souls one by one, and finally got the information he wanted. For example, the number of strong men sent by Kong Yu this time, as well as their combat strength, names, appearances, locations, and so on. After a while, Lin Sun walked into a brothel called Man Ting Fong. In the Heaven Class A VIP room, more than a dozen beautiful women with different manners and temperament, dressed in light gauze skirts, danced gracefully in the room, and the attractive curves of their bodies were faintly discernible. These beautiful women came from different small worlds and belonged to different ethnic groups, so the beauty and temptation they showed were also different. A man in a purple robe, with his upper body bare, was holding a woman in his arms, drinking and having fun. One of his hands was wandering up and down the woman's proud and delicate body. Neither the women nor the man in a purple robe noticed that a figure had already stood in the room, watching them coldly. "Huizine?" Lin Sun didn't waste time and called out a name. "Who?" The man in a purple robe, who was having fun, froze. Whoosh, for a moment, the room was covered by a dark abyss as if it were an eternal night. When Lin Sun left, there were many beautiful women who had fainted on the ground, but the man in a purple robe was nowhere to be seen. After 15 minutes, Lin Sun walked into a business specializing in selling elixirs. In an alchemy room, a dignified old man with white hair and beard was controlling a fiery red cauldron to refine an elixir. Moreover, it had already reached a critical juncture. "Tonger, quickly bring me the last divine material." The old man looked solemn and stared at the constantly roaring cauldron. The door of the alchemy room opened, and a figure came in. He glanced at the fiercely burning cauldron and suddenly said, "This furnace of elixirs is going to be destroyed." The old man's body stiffened. He suddenly raised his head and showed a look of anger. "Who are you? How dare you disturb my refining?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "Look, the elixirs are ruined." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang. The airflow in the cauldron vibrated, making a buzzing and trembling sound, followed by rolling white eyes with a burnt smell. The old man was furious. "I'll kill you." Puff, as soon as he finished speaking, a broken blade swept out and cut off the old man's throat. His head was thrown into the air and caught by Lin Sun. In the following time, Lin Sun's figure appeared in different places one after another, like a silent god of death, reaping lives one after another. On the way back to his residence, Lin Sun counted with his fingers and found that it took him about an hour to return. This made him frown a little. It was not fast enough, however, the effect was still very good. Those who should be killed had been killed. It could be regarded as a quite satisfactory action. Walking up the mountain road, Lin Sun keenly noticed that some strong practitioners of Heavenly Sound Pavilion hiding in the dark seemed to be a little impatient, and there were some extremely subtle fluctuations in their breath. Probably, they didn't expect that they could return alive. Lin Sun shook his head and continued to move forward. Bro, you can still come back alive. Amazing. As he passed by the courtyard, the disheveled head of the young man in linen poked out from the top of the wall and looked at Lin Sun with amazement. This is the boat of Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Who dares to harm me? Lin Sun said casually. He suddenly stopped and looked at the young man in linen, saying, "Curiosity kills. You're still young, so you'd better know your place." After saying that, he swaggered away. The young man in linen spat and snorted, acting like an old man. You're obviously not that old, but you pretend to be profound. You're not likable at all. His eyeballs spun about, and he said, "Granny, the smell of blood on this guy's body is very fresh. I suspect that quite a few people have died on the support boat this time. Haha, I'm afraid there's going to be a good show to watch." In the courtyard, the old woman had a helpless expression on her face. "Young master, it's one thing to watch the show, but you can't interfere. You should know that the conversation between you and that person just now has already been witnessed by others. If that person really does something shameful and bloody, I'm afraid others will suspect you." The young man in linen said indifferently, "Let them suspect me. I'm not afraid of the sky falling down anyway, Granny." The old woman glared at the young man and couldn't help laughing. Her eyes were full of affection. "You brat, you're relying on me for the rest of your life." The young man in linen grinned. Yes, I'm relying on you for the rest of my life. If my father allows me to be independent in the future, I don't want anything and I won't fight for anything. I just want Granny to follow me. If my father doesn't allow it, I won't give in even half a step even if I cry, throw a tantrum, or hang myself." The old woman convulsed with laughter and finally said with a little emotion, "Finally, I didn't dote on you for nothing." In another courtyard, when Lin Sun returned, Lu Qingyan, who had been waiting in the courtyard, breathed a long sigh of relief. "Senior, did you find out any news?" Lu Qingyan was still worried about the safety of her master. Lin Sun naturally would not forget this and said, "Your master is now in closed-door training in Wenxian Pavilion, guarded by Xia Yunkong and Ouyang Pei. His life is not in danger." "Guarded?" Lu Qingyan's heart trembled and her pretty face turned pale. She said, "They obviously grounded my master." Lin Sun's eyes were calm and he said gently, "Do you know what happened on my way back?" Lu Qingyan was stunned and barely controlled her mood. She said, "Senior, do you think I still have the mood to pay attention to other things now?" Lin Sun said helplessly, "It's also related to you." Lu Qingyan was surprised. "Me?" "Yes, I heard that some mishap befell the experts of the Antiquity Dao Court who entered the boat. I wasn't able to find out the specifics, but I believe there will be news very soon." Lin Sun said vaguely. Lu Qingyan's delicate body was slightly stiff, and then she opened her eyes wide. "Senior, you don't have to comfort me. This boat originally belongs to the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Who dared to harm the primitive Tao Court?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "Believe it or not, just wait for the news." Lu Qingyan looked at Lin Sun and finally suppressed her doubts and nodded. That night, in the number 3 Cultivation quiet room of the Martial Training Hall, a maid opened the door of the quiet room and was about to tidy up the room when she suddenly let out a scream of horror. Then, the whole Martial Training Hall was alarmed. This matter was so bloody that it couldn't be hidden at all. Soon the news came out, Xue Weiling, the successor of primitive Tao Court, and others died tragically. The big shots of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion sitting on the boat were alarmed at the first time. They put down what they were doing and hurried to investigate. This night was destined to be turbulent. Not long after the bloody incident in the Martial Training Hall, amazing things happened in different places in other areas of the boat, thanks to Huang Lianping, TJ Hauda 7 and other children for their gifts. Yesterday, Goldfish posted an article on WeChat, in which there was a portrait in line with the temperament of Lu Qingyan. Those who were interested could open WeChat, search for the WeChat public account Xianxia233, add a follower, and check the history. Under the night sky, the brightly lit boat had fallen into chaos, and sharp cries rose and fell from time to time. Panic, uneasiness, and astonishment seemed to ferment as it suffused the hearts of every single cultivator on the boat. Group after group of experts from the Heavenly Music Pavilion rode dazzling streaks of light and appeared at the martial practice grounds, Snow Drinking House, Man Ting Fong, and so on. After that, a piece of news spread like a thunderclap on this chaotic and turbulent boat that was lit up like a dragon. 7 people died at the martial practice grounds, 1 extreme Saint King and 6 Saint Kings. The deceased were all experts of the primordial Tao court. Room C3, the smell of blood is dense. Rumor has it that the person in charge of the martial practice grounds, Old Tang, is missing. Snow Drinking House, 6 great figures from the primordial Tao court have mysteriously disappeared as if they'd evaporated into thin air, and they didn't leave any traces behind. Rumor has it that the second floor of the Snow Drinking House was restricted at that time, yet such a strange incident occurred. The manager of the restaurant has already been captured and is being interrogated. Man Ting Fong, Heaven Grade VIP Pavilion, the heir of the primordial Tao court, Hui Ziyin, has disappeared, and only a pile of clothes and a few dozen unconscious brothel girls were left behind. An outstanding heir of the primordial Tao court is actually so licentious. This is an enormous scandal, and all of this news has been sealed by the Heavenly Music Pavilion. Pill Cauldron Shop, the head of the primordial Tao court's outer court elder, Rui Feng, has been taken away. Jade Grass Shop, the soul of the primordial Tao court's outer court deacon, Chu Fu, has been wiped out. Every single piece of news could be said to be like a storm, and when this string of news spread out together, the boat had completely fallen into an upheaval. No matter which top power the passengers on the boat were from, whether they were geniuses, nobles, or immortals, all of them were shocked and anxious. The boat was the world ship of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, yet such a bloody incident had occurred tonight. How could anyone not be shocked? The most horrifying thing was that those who were either killed or mysteriously disappeared were all from the primordial Tao court. It was one of the 6 great Tao courts of the Starry Sky Ancient Path, and any random disciple from it would be treated as a distinguished guest of the highest rank in any other world. For example, the Heavenly Music Pavilion was the #1 orthodoxy in the Purple Hung Starfield, but compared to the antediluvian Tao court, the difference was like heaven and earth. But now, a group of experts from the primordial Tao court, regardless of their status, were all dead. This was simply like a great earthquake, and the storm and effect it created was sufficient to cause any cultivator on the boat to be horrified. Who is the murderer? This was what everyone was most concerned about. Heavenly Music Parlor is in big trouble. There were also many people who speculated that along with the death of these primordial Tao court experts on the support ship, the Heavenly Music Pavilion was bound to be affected. In a dazzling golden hall, the supreme elder of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, Hua Dian, had a gloomy expression as he sat there silently. His hair was black as ink, and he wore a wide-sleeved Confucian robe. His eyes were deep like whirlpools, and they were suffused with a terrifying divine glow. The 4 ultimate sage kings, the group of sage kings, and Wu Yunlian and the other successors of the Heavenly Music Pavilion all stood there, silent like cicadas in winter. Every single one of their expressions was difficult to conceal their bewilderment, astonishment, uneasiness, anger, and other emotions. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. Elder, we've already counted the experts from the primordial Tao court. A total of 19 people, all of them have disappeared. A trembling voice sounded outside the hall, breaking the silence. Boom, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning, and their hearts twitched violently. What about those people who mysteriously disappeared? Could it be that they really vanished into thin air? This is the support ship, and it's in the starry sky. As long as they're alive, it's impossible for them to leave the support ship. Wu Yunlian berated. Outside the hall, the trembling voice continued, we've already searched every corner of the support ship, but we haven't found any traces of them. Trash. Wu Yunlian cursed angrily. Right at this moment, Hua Dian, who sat at the seat of honor, took a deep breath and said, only the dead will be silently erased from the world. His words made everyone's heart sink. The successors of the primordial Tao court sent by Kong Yu had died on the Heavenly Music Pavilion support ship. Even if they did not do it, they would definitely be implicated. When they thought of this, everyone was shocked and furious. Where's the murderer? Haven't you found him yet? Hua Dian's voice was low and carried a bone-piercing coldness, and the rage that had accumulated in his heart was on the verge of erupting. Outside the main hall, the heavenly music parlor elder who came to report fell to his knees with a thud. He said bitterly, the murderer did not leave any traces, and did not attract anyone's attention when he committed the crime. Right now, we are still investigating. Wu Yunlian suddenly said, could it be Yu Xian? Today, she had instructed Zhang Bing to borrow the hands of the experts of the primordial Dao court to get rid of Yu Xian, but today, such a bloody thing had actually happened. Moreover, Wu Yunlian had already received news that before this bloody incident occurred, Yu Xian had left his residence and entered the rocking boat to cause trouble. Originally, in Wu Yunlian's opinion, this guy was destined to be a dead man. But who would have thought that Yu Xian would return alive, and the experts of the primordial Dao court would all suffer? Impossible. That guy is just a king of sages. If he could really do this, I can even commit suicide by slitting my throat. Yu Xian? That's a good-for-nothing who only knows how to admit defeat. Instantly, many people in the main hall shook their heads. There was no lack of peak king of sages among the experts of the primordial Dao court who died tragically on the rocking boat. Moreover, they appeared in groups, so how could they be killed by a king of sages? In everyone's opinion, to be able to do this silently and without alerting anyone, it had to be at least a quasi-emperor. In fact, it was very likely that the murderer was not just one person, because the experts of the primordial Dao court who died on the rocking boat could be distributed in different places. Wu Yunlian thought about it and also felt that her speculation was too ridiculous and could not stand up to scrutiny. She immediately shook her head and removed Yu Xian from her mind. She took a deep breath and gnashed her teeth. Even if it was not done by Yu Xian, it must have something to do with Lu Qingyan. Her words made everyone's hearts tremble. Indeed, didn't those experts of the primordial Dao court come for Lu Qingyan? Right now, Zhuang Yunji had been grounded, and Yu Xian was no threat. If nothing unexpected happened, they could take the opportunity to force Lu Qingyan to bow her head and submit. But at this critical moment, such a bloody incident had happened. This was too much of a coincidence. Send someone to the guest mountain to check if anyone has been in contact with Lu Qingyan and Yu Xian recently. Hua Dian made a decision. In addition, block the news and send people to appease the cultivators on the rocking boat. We can't let this panic spread. Everyone nodded. There was still about half a year before they arrived at the Hongmeng world. During this period, as long as the murderer could be caught, the adverse effects of this bloody incident could be resolved. Hua Dian. Suddenly, an angry shout sounded outside the hall. The elite forces around my young master have all died on this rocking boat. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? It was a man in a jade robe. His face was livid and his eyes were about to split open. His attitude was also extremely rude and unreasonable. He was not afraid of any of the big shots of the heavenly sound pavilion. He was just short of pointing at Hua Dian's nose and cursing. But even so, whether it was Hua Dian or the others present, they all seemed to swallow their anger. The reason was that this man in the jade robe was Kong Yu's personal retainer. His name was Kong Lin. Although he was not a descendant of the primordial Dao court, no one dared to slight him. More importantly, Kong Lin was a descendant of the imperial Kong clan. The imperial Kong clan was an ancient imperial clan like the Su clan and the Kuan clan. Its ancestor, the solitary sky demon saint, was the leader of the 7 primordial demon emperors. How could the heavenly sound pavilion dare to offend such a figure? Young friend, please calm down. This matter happened too suddenly, and we can't lock onto the murderer for a while. But don't worry, as long as I, Hua Dian, am here, I will definitely find the murderer. Hua Dian stood up and promised in a sonorous voice. The others also nodded. But Kong Lin did not appreciate it. He still sneered fiercely, is it enough to just catch the murderer? The elite forces around my young master are all dead. Let's see how the heavenly sound pavilion will explain this matter. After saying that, he turned around and left. That rude and unreasonable attitude angered Hua Dian to the point his face darkened, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Whether it was the primordial Dao court or the imperial Kong clan, they were all giants on the starry sky ancient path. The heavenly sound pavilion did not dare to offend them. As such, no matter how bad Kong Lin's attitude was, they could only pinch their noses and bear with it. What are you waiting for? Go and investigate. Hua Dian roared. At this moment, he could not control the emotions that had accumulated in his heart. He was furious like a lion, and his voice was like thunder, shaking the hall. Listening string pavilion. Zhuang Yunji was in a good mood. She had already learned about the series of events that had happened tonight. When she first heard about it, she was shocked. But soon she realized that the impact of this bloody incident was very beneficial to her and her disciple Lu Qingyan. At least, before the murderer was caught, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion would not be able to spare any energy to deal with them. Evil is doomed to destruction. This is retribution. Zhuang Yunji said slowly. On the opposite side, Xiao Yunkong and Ouyang Pei's faces were a little ugly. Their hearts were in turmoil. They realized that after this incident, it would have a serious impact on the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. As for Zhuang Yunji's attitude, they were in no mood to pay attention to it. This is actually true, Lu Qingyan stood there in a daze. She was dressed in white and her figure was graceful. Her clear and beautiful face was filled with shock. Even so, she was still as beautiful as a painting, like a fairy descending to the world. After a while, Lu Qingyan tried to calm herself down and could not help but look into the distance. However, when he noticed Lu Qingyan's gaze, Lin Sun opened his eyes from meditation and said with a smile, "Do you believe me now?" Lu Qingyan nodded with a smile on her moist lips, "I still feel like I'm in a dream." Lin Sun was speechless and said, "There's always a way out. Miss Qingyan, now that the Heavenly Sound Pavilion is in trouble, they must be busy with their own affairs. It will be very safe for you and your master." Lu Qingyan nodded, and the lingering depression that shrouded her eyebrows also reduced a lot. Her whole person glowed with an amazingly bright aura. She came to Lin Sun and sat down, tilted her head and asked, "Senior Yu Xian, who do you think the murderer is?" Her voice was as clear and sweet as the sound of nature. Her eyes were as clear as stars, and her eyebrows were picturesque. It was a rare pleasure to hear her speak. Lin Sun picked up the green gourd, took a sip of wine, and joked, "How can I know? Maybe, it's a senior who has tender feelings for women and can't bear to see Miss Qingyan being harmed. However, Miss Qingyan, you can't call him murderer. He is a living bodhisattva who saves people from suffering." Lu Qingyan glanced at Lin Sun with her clear eyes. She was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. She thought for a moment and said, "Regardless of whether he is a living bodhisattva or not, I only know that Senior Yu Xian brought back a great piece of news when he went out. If there's a chance in the future, I must repay Senior well. There's no need to wait. Let's do it now." Lin Sun suddenly remembered something and said, "I have long heard that Miss Qingyan has excellent attainments in music and can play a rare instrument called ancient rhythm ocarina. I wonder if I can have the honor to listen to it." Lu Qingyan was surprised, "Ancient rhythm ocarina? Senior, who told you this?" "Since I entered the Heavenly Sound Pavilion to cultivate, I have never shown this instrument again." Lin Sun felt bad in his heart. When he was about to explain, Lu Qingyan nodded with a smile, "However, if you like it, I don't mind showing it." As she said, she took out a water droplet-shaped instrument, about the size of a palm, with 9 holes on its surface and a gentle luster like green jade. Ancient rhythm ocarina, there was an imperceptible trance in the depth of Lin's eyes. At the age of 7, in the mine prison. It was a snowy night. Master Lu sat alone on the top of a mountain, holding a wine gourd, drinking alone in the wind and snow. When he was drunk, Master Lu took out the ancient rhythm ocarina he had been wearing and called Lin Sun, who was only 7 years old at that time. Without any conversation, Master Lu began to play the ancient rhythm ocarina. That voice was lonely and empty, and it drifted amidst the wind and snow in the heavens and the earth, and it revealed indescribable loneliness and sorrow. It was the first time for Lin Sun, who was only 7 years old, to know the feeling of loneliness in the melody. At the end of the song, Master Lu looked into Lin's eyes and said, "Remember this song. It's the last trace of your mother before she left." From then on, Lin Sun remembered the ancient rhythm ocarina and the tune. Lu Qingyan didn't notice Lin's strangeness. She pressed her white fingers on the ancient rhythm ocarina and opened her red lips slightly, playing it. A melodious rhythm like the sound of nature sounded, like wisps of wind swaying in the starry sky, echoing in the vast river of time. Lin Sun drank silently. His long-sealed memories seemed to be unlocked. He thought of Master Lu and the days when he was a child in the mine prison. In the quiet courtyard, the night sky was as dark as ink, and the starlight was fluttering. The melodious notes were like strings that plucked people's hearts, drifting in the air, killing people in the world of mortals. In another courtyard, a teenager in linen was lying lazily in a rocking chair. He rested his head on his arms, crossed his legs, and hummed, "Well, no, it should be laughing a glass of wine and killing people in the downtown." The teenager in linen had also heard about the bloody things that happened on the rocking boat. His first reaction was to slap his thigh and sigh with emotion, "This guy is fierce." Wasn't it fierce to kill people from the primitive Taoist court? At that time, the teenager in linen impulsively wanted to find Lin Sun and have a good chat with this fierce man. It would be better if he could ask for a glass of wine. If Lin Sun didn't agree, he would threaten him with being an informant. After all, on the rocking boat today, he was probably the only one who knew who the murderer of this bloody thing was. But it was better that he was stopped by the old woman. She repeatedly told him not to get involved in this storm and just to look on coldly. This disappointed the teenager in linen. At this moment, he was lying in the rocking chair, listening to the faint sound of rhythm coming from the distant courtyard. It was as beautiful as the sound of nature, and he became more and more depressed. After that guy killed people, he returned with a beautiful woman accompanying him and listening to wonderful music. He was so carefree. Looking at himself, he was not even allowed to leave the courtyard, which was really worrying. There was a knock on the door. With a whoosh, the teenager in linen immediately got up and rushed forward to open the door. He said, "Granny, I just want to see who is visiting. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Don't get involved." The old woman felt helpless. She also knew that this kid was extremely lively. After staying indoors for so many days, he was about to be bored. "Who is it?" The teenager in linen opened the door and greeted them with a smile. Outside the door stood a group of experts from the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, led by an elder in the Saint King realm named Qingwen. "Child, we have some questions that need your answer," Qingwen said with a gloomy face. "In addition, if you don't mind, we will also search your residence. Child, you should know that some very bad things happened tonight. I hope you can cooperate." His words were firm and carried a tone that could not be disobeyed. This made the smile on the teenager's face disappear. He said weakly, "Oh, I see. Sorry, it has nothing to do with me." Bang, he closed the door and muttered, "They actually suspected me. These idiots are really blind." The old woman in the distance said, "Young master, do you understand now? That guy is trouble. Anyone who comes into contact with him will suffer." The teenager in linen sighed, "It's just a chat." There was another knock on the door. The teenager in linen raised his eyebrows and opened the door. He saw Qingwen and the others looking at him with unfriendly expressions, clearly angry. "Yo, you don't want to give up." The teenager in linen crossed his arms and smiled mischievously, "All of you look so gloomy. Are you crying for your funeral? Child, please show some respect." Qingwen gritted his teeth and was so angry that he almost went berserk. "Although this is Guest Mountain, it is also the territory of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. I don't care where you come from. If you don't cooperate today, don't blame us for being rude." The old woman in the distance cursed inwardly. However, before she could stop him, the teenager in linen suddenly stretched out his hand. Crack, Qingwen, the Sage King Realm Elder of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, had his neck twisted like a fried dough twist. Then, his body seemed to have been incinerated, instantly turning into ashes that dissipated without a trace. From the beginning to the end, he did not even have time to react. "Those who dared to threaten me are all dead now. You are no exception," the youth in linen clothes said with a chuckle. His eyes narrowed, and he looked harmless. However, when the experts who came with Qingwen faced the teenager again, their bodies stiffened as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their faces were filled with fear. "I attended the wedding banquet today and drank a little too much, but I didn't drop the ball." End of chapter 1836. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.